In the dead of night, everyone else asleep, the faint sound of a thread snapping traveled through the air. In an instant, the boy opened his eyes. The boy stood up silently like a cat and looked at the iron gate, a small room that could barely fit two adults lying down. With no windows, the only exit from this cramped room was the small iron door. The boy, holding his breath, stared at the door handle. Click, click, the sound of someone turning the handle echoed. Though he had tried to keep as still as possible, the sound resonated loudly in the boy's ears, who was already awake. Clunk, finally the lock released, and the door swung open slightly as someone peered in. The intruder held a dagger the size of an adult's forearm in his hand. The man, not yet accustomed to the darkness, cautiously entered the room, feeling his way around. The boy held his breath, observing everything. Unaware of that fact, the man stepped further into the room. That was the moment. Tick. A sound echoed as something snapped beneath the man's feet. It was a trap the boy had set in advance. Bang, oof. Instantly, a dull thud and the intruder's scream rang out simultaneously. A small dagger was embedded in the man's side, designed by the boy so that the dagger would be launched upon the trap's activation. Unaware of the trap he triggered upon entering the room, the man had to pay a harsh price. Arg, what the? The man writhed on the floor, shouting. At that moment, the boy, who had been crouching silently all this while, moved. Thud, the boy propelled himself off the floor, mounting the man's chest, seizing his dagger and aiming it at the man's throat. The man looked at the boy in bewilderment. Ugh, this little bastard. I was wondering who sneaked in like a stray cat. You're just the neighbor from the next room. Quite literally the neighbor from the next room. The man lived in the room right next to the boy's. He had passed by last night as well. His countenance wasn't pleasant, and the way he looked at the boy was so ominous that it couldn't be forgot. The boy lightly tapped the man's cheek with his hand. Hey, mister, even if that's the case, isn't it too much to rob your neighbors? How is something like that in an ant hole? You brat, it'd be best if you let go. Do you know who my brother is? How am I supposed to know that? Mister. The boy looked incredulous, and the man beneath him grimaced. He's an awakened one who uses magic. You should at least lie properly. You expect me to believe an awakened one's younger brother lives in this ant hole. It's true. I'm here temporarily for some reason. Then you should quietly go about your business instead of sneaking in to rob a kid. Ha ha. Damn it, then do you expect me to just leave it alone after I saw a magic stone right in front of me? Did you really see it? The boy clicked his tongue. By chance, he obtained a small magic stone. It was his first time holding a magic stone, and he was marveling at it when the man from the next room must have seen him. The boy blamed himself for the mistake. The slum, known as the beggar's den or ant hole. A place where the poor who cannot enter Neo-Soul Colony gather, where rules and decorum don't exist. A place where the strong can trample on the weak and take away everything they have. Being weak is a sin, being strong is an indulgence. The boy, Xian, knew these laws of the slum better than anyone, because he was born and raised in the slum. His earliest memories began in a beggar's den in the slum. From the moment he took his first steps, he was exploited for begging. There were no good memories in the beggar's den. Hit for earning too little, hit for eating too much. So when he reached a certain age, he forcibly broke away from the beggar's den. It wasn't just leaving the beggar's den. It was slipping out while the beggar's den's leader slept, leaving without a trace. Due to this, the leader of the beggar's den was still searching for Xian. The name Xian was also something he came up with himself. He needed a name to validate his identity. The name itself didn't hold much significance, it just sounded cool, so he chose it. He was quite satisfied with his name. There was nothing he hadn't done to survive. From pickpocketing to theft and everything except killing, he had done it all. Knowing that in the slums, complacency meant death, he had even set traps in his own room. Such meticulousness had saved Xian. Xian pondered briefly about what to do with the man now lying beneath him. If the man's older brother was truly an awakened one, it would be dangerous. Then the man's eyes gleamed cunningly. Swoosh, a dagger slipped out from the man's sleeve. It was a dagger hidden for emergency use. Die, you little brat, the man shouted and swung the dagger. Xian quickly took a step back. The man pursued Xian, his eyes filled with venom. He swung his dagger with the sole intention of somehow killing Xian and taking the magic stone. Xian grappled with the man desperately for a while. Plop. Shortly after, the sound of a blade piercing flesh burst forth. Arg, and the man screaming collapsed to the floor, a dagger embedded in his chest. The man, who was looking at Xian with an expression of disbelief, began to tremble and soon lost his breath. Shit, Xian flopped down on the floor. He had never done it before. This was the first time he had killed someone. The eerie sensation of the dagger plunging into the man's neck still felt vivid. Fuck, why did you have to sneak in? Xian stared at the dead man's body. He knew someday he would have to kill. To survive without being trampled in the slums, it was inevitable. But he truly hadn't expected that day to be today. Xian snapped out of it. If the dead man's brother was an awakened one, it was dangerous. Making the corpse disappear completely was impossible anyway. The slums were littered with people, and avoiding their gaze while moving a body was impractical. It was better to leave the body here and quickly hide himself. As soon as he made the decision, Xian moved swiftly. He securely locked the door of the room with the man's body and stepped outside. A street reminiscent of the old Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong appeared. Shabby buildings lined up like chicken coops, with rooms cramped together without any order, making the street a maze like labyrinth. Xian hid himself into the maze. Fuck, to think he was truly an awakened one. Even if I have bad luck, how could it be this bad? Xian muttered inside the armored bus with steel plates stuck together. The older brother of the man Xian killed was indeed a real awakened one. And not just any, he was a B-rank awakened one. Even if an F-rank awakened one chased after him, it was a matter of life and death, let alone someone as high as a B-rank. Among the numerous awakened ones in Neo Soul, there were barely 100 or so B-rank. If Xian were a commoner, a B-rank awakened one would be nobility. If he was caught, it wouldn't end with just death. He was enraged by his brother's death and pursued Xian. It didn't matter to him that his brother had tried to rob Xian first. No matter how wrong he was still his younger brother. The fact that his brother had died at the hands of someone like Xian enraged him. Today I'm escaping in such a pathetic manner, but mark my words, I'll definitely get my revenge. Li Juryung. The awakened one pursuing him was named Li Juryung. He was an awakened one with lightning magic. Even within the magic world, lightning magic was notorious for its immense power. Among B-rank awakened ones, he was one of the strongest. Much like Xian, Li Juryung knew the slums well. Although currently in Neo Soul, he too was from the slums. He had thoroughly mapped out Xian's potential hiding spots and escape routes. Xian was eventually cornered, hence why he boarded the bus. It was an armored bus headed from Neo Soul Colony to the magic stone mines outside the colony. Once outside the Neo Soul Colony, it wouldn't be easy for Li Juryung, no matter how powerful he was, to track Xian. I never thought I would get on this bus with my own feet. Xian bit his lip. Outside Neo Soul Colony lay a desert. The red sand stretches endlessly without a single blade of grass growing on it. All kinds of dangers lurked in the burning red desert. Beneath the sand lurked sandworms and armored sand beetles, while the desert surface housed all sorts of creatures like fire wolves and large horned hyenas. There were even scavenger gangs lurking around, targeting caravans traveling up and down the colony. Nowhere was safe. That's why, despite living a life worse than subhuman, the poor people remained outside Neo Soul Colony. For some reason, the beasts avoided coming too close to the Neo Soul Colony. At least staying near the colony meant a reduced chance of being killed by the beasts. Hence, Xian had stayed doggedly within the slums. But once targeted by Li Juryung, there was no place for him in the slums. Damn it, if only I had awakened too. 100 years ago, Earth had transformed into a desert. Over 90% of humanity perished, and the survivors barely eked out life on the ruins turned to sand. The ones who made the biggest contribution at that time were the awakened ones. As if they had been waiting, a fraction of the survivors had awakened to unknown abilities. Some had their bodies strengthened, while others gained the ability to wield magic. They were called the Awakened Ones. The Awakened Ones became the rulers of a new world. Even the low-rank Awakened Ones received special treatment in Neo Soul. Compared to them, someone like Xian was no better than a peasant. Even if Xian were to die, no one would bat an eye. Ultimately, Xian's choice was the bus headed to the Magic Stone Mines. The Magic Stone Mines were situated in the Dalsan Mountain, 70 kilometers away from Neo Soul. All the extracted magic stone from there went exclusively into Neo Soul. The energy extracted from magic stone kept Neo Soul, the megacity, running, but mining magic stones required a lot of manpower. The tunnels were narrow and cramped, leaving miners no choice but to wield pickaxes themselves. Given the harsh environment, miners died continuously. As a result, there was always a shortage of labor. Under these circumstances, Neo Soul let anyone willing to go to the magic stone mines on the bus without even questioning or checking their identity. This was how Xian managed to board the armored bus headed to the Magic Stone Mines. No matter what, I'll survive in the Magic Stone Mines, and then I'll get my revenge on Li Juryung. While Xian was looking out the window and burning with determination, the bus was filled with people, all miners. Hey kid, you're heading to the mines too. A man sitting next to Xian struck up a conversation. He seemed burly and strong, fitting the profile of someone who volunteered for the mines. Xian responded harshly. What about it? The kid's got quite a fierce look. But still, be careful once you get to the mines. Why's that? That place is filled with guys eyeing for the ass of a frail brat like you. Hey. The man scanned Xian from head to toe with a sinister glint in his eyes. This fucking bastard. Xian knew exactly what that look meant. The slums were full of guys who lusted after men, and many of them targeted Xian. Xian had a slim body and a handsome face. Except for the youthful fierceness, he could easily be considered a handsome young man. If not for his alertness and fierceness, he would have been taken advantage of countless times. Xian was fiddling with the dagger he had hidden in his sleeve, wondering when he should dip the man sitting next to him. Even if he didn't take his life, he'd at least sever a tendon to render him a cripple, so others wouldn't look down on him. That was one way of surviving at the bottom, but his worries didn't last long. Armored bus began moving. The bus soon left Neo Soul Colony and headed out into the desert. The endless waves of the red desert seen outside the window overwhelmed the people on the armored bus. Even the man who had been looking at Xian with malicious intent couldn't close his gaping mouth at the vastness of the desert landscape. The armored bus was just a speck of dust on the endless sea of red sand. Xian muttered, "We'll be able to reach the mine safely, right?" He regretted his words immediately. That damn mouth of his. The red sand was rising fiercely behind the bus as something ran furiously under it. A huge sandworm was chasing the bus. Shit, there shouldn't be any sandworms around here. At that moment, as if to directly deny Xian's words, the sandworm's huge body protruded out of the sand, and like a meteor, it hit the armored bus. Whoosh, the whole scene came into Xian's eyes vividly, as if it was in slow motion. Fuck, does it make sense for a sandworm to fly? Bang. The bus was hit by a massive impact. Thud, thud, the heavily armored bus, covered in thick gloves, crumpled up like a piece of paper due to the massive impact. Cough, people screamed as the bus rolled and tossed them around. Since there were no seat belts or anything like that, they bounced around like ping-pong balls. Xian was no exception. Dazed and tumbling, Xian finally regained his senses and got up. Blood streamed from his forehead, but there was no time to wipe it off. The unbelievable sight outside the window had captured everyone's attention. Swoosh, everything in sight was red sand. The enormous armored bus had been swallowed whole by the desert sands. Shit, the sandworms dragging the bus into the sand. We're all dead. Fuck, isn't there an awakened one among us? The atmosphere inside the bus turned frantic. Thud, thud, thud. Even at that moment, pieces of the bus's armor were falling apart like paper scraps. After a little more time passed, all the armor would fall off, and the people inside would become the sandworm's food. Perhaps they wouldn't even survive until then, suffocating under the sand. Dying from suffocation might be less painful. That's when it happened. You damn. One of the miners shouted, waving his hand toward the window. Shoosh. At that moment, a gust of wind carrying a blade soared out of the miner's hand. Xian's eyes widened. He is an awakened one. Judging by the wind blade, he was undoubtedly from the magic world. However, the power was underwhelming. Poof, the wind blade couldn't pierce through the sand, burying the bus, and disappeared. There was no damage to the sandworm's body at all. Disappointment flashed across the faces of those who briefly had hope. It's an F rank, damn it, that explains it. A proper awakened one would never go to the magic stone mines. Even among awakened ones, there was a sky-high difference in abilities based on their ranks. F-rank awakened ones were like pebbles at the bottom of the awakened ecosystem. Although he was much stronger than ordinary people, it was not enough to deal with huge monsters like the sandworm. Though Xian wasn't sure why an F-rank awakened one had boarded the bus headed to the magic stone mines, his ability, the wind blade, couldn't harm the sandworm at all. Moreover, it wasn't a favorable matchup. Trying to penetrate the sand surrounding the sandworm's body with a wind blade was impossible. Die, just die. The awakened one lost control and repeatedly launched wind blades, but he couldn't penetrate the sand and only depleted his mana. That's when it happened. After tearing off the armor where the awakened one was, a colossal tongue suddenly appeared. It was the sandworm's tongue. The tongue snatched the awakened one like a whip, and in an instant they vanished into the sand. The scream of the awakened one echoed through the sands. Though the scream vanished quickly, it was clear without needing visual confirmation of what had happened. We're all going to die. We're going to die. What do we do? Sob. Sand poured into the bus like a flood, and once again someone disappeared. Arg. Xian bit his lip hard. Blood flowed, but Xian couldn't afford to feel the pain. The sand had already risen to his waist, suffocating under the sand or becoming the sandworm's meal. Neither of those was what Xian wanted. His mind, usually buzzing with thoughts, had frozen like a petrification spell had been cast, rendering him thoughtless. Thud. At that moment, a massive impact split the bus in two. Cough. A considerable number of passengers vanished into the sand. Damn it, Xian cursed, scanning the area. With the sand already reaching his shoulders, he couldn't even make out the nearby people's shapes. Xian made a decision. If it continues like this, I'll die. Swoosh. Xian urgently tore his clothes, making a long cloth. He tightly wrapped it around his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It was an emergency measure to block the sand. Having prepared in an instant, Xian launched himself into the sand. Gasp. The desert sand pressed down on Xian with tremendous pressure, making it difficult to even move a finger, let alone breathe. Xian did not resist the pressure and surrendered himself to the sand. Creak. The sound of metal collapsing could be faintly heard. It was the final shriek of the armored bus. Without needing to see, Xian knew the fate of those inside. Swoosh. The sand surged like waves. Something enormous was swimming through the sand and approaching. It's coming. Xian tried to move from his spot by wriggling his limbs, but escaping the immense pressure surrounding his entire body was impossible. Even at that moment, the sandworm was getting closer and closer. I don't want to die. I can't die yet. His heart was pounding. It felt like his heart was going to explode before he was eaten by the sandworm. He felt his bloodstream raging through his body like a runaway train hurtling towards his head. Bang! At that moment, something exploded inside Xian's mind. It was an explosion only he could feel. Simultaneously, 7 lines appeared on Xian's wrist. The bottom of these lines, akin to tattoos, lit up with an orange hue. Though he couldn't see the insignia on his wrist, Xian instinctively knew what had happened to him. It's an awakening. The awakening, a blessing that visited only an extreme minority, had unquestionably found its way to Xian. It was not yet known what his abilities were. This was because he could not check the rank insignia that had appeared on his wrist. The 7 lines on an awakened one's wrist resembled military insignias. The distinction lay in having precisely 7 bars. That's why people referred to them as an awakened one's rank insignia. Breathing became easier the moment he awakened, and the immense pressure on his body vanished. The sand that had been crushing him now felt as comforting as amniotic fluid in a womb. Although no one taught him, Xian knew instinctively that his ability was connected to the sand. Xian swiftly waved his hand, and inexplicably his body, which hadn't budged until then, moved forward. Whoosh! A colossal mouth appeared in the spot where he'd been standing. Numerous teeth spun like gears in the sandworm's maw. The teeth were stained red testament to the blood of the victims it had consumed moments ago. Roar! The sandworm's mouth swallowed the space where Xian had been just moments before. If he had hesitated for even a second, Xian would have also turned into fodder inside the sandworm's belly. Insane. Chills ran down his spine. Even with his newfound awakening ability, capturing the desert tyrant, the sandworm, was impossible. Just seeing how the F-rank awakened one had become the sandworm's meal confirmed this fact. At this moment, using my abilities to escape the sand is the top priority. Xian extended his hands forward. Instantly his body swam through the sand like a fish, thousands, maybe millions of grains parting to guide him. Xian swiftly carved through the sand, aiming for the surface. Then a powerful tremor surged from behind. The sandworm was tracking Xian. While Xian's speed forward was rapid, the sandworm's pursuit was faster. It was evident it wouldn't be long before it caught up. Damn it, do I not have any other abilities other than swimming in the sand? Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. The sandworm was almost upon him. He sensed its gaping maw behind him. Suddenly, he thought it would be nice to throw a bunch of sand into the mouth of that sandworm that had swallowed so many people. At that moment, the flow of sand around Xian's body changed strangely. Some of the sand gathered in front of Xian and condensed. Xian muttered as he looked at the highly condensed sand. Sand blaster. No one had taught him this. The name just came to mind. Most skills were like thoughtas if they had been engraved in the mind from the beginning and only surface when certain conditions were met. F-whoosh. In an instant, the condensed sand sprayed out like a water jet. The high-pressure stream pierced into the sandworm's mouth. The sand blaster created a small hole in the sandworm's mouth ceiling. Although it looked like an insignificant wound on the outside, the sand blaster ripped open the inside of the sandworm's mouth like a rag. The sandworm screamed in agony. Quag! The massive sandworm thrashed about. The sand in the area shook as if there had been an earthquake. Xian took advantage of the opportunity and increased his speed. Paha! Xian let out the breath he had been holding until now. As soon as the fresh air entered his lungs, he felt alive. Just then, survivor! Look, there's a survivor. It was indeed a sandworm. Everyone, get ready. Suddenly, voices reached Xian's ears. Raising his head, he spotted a small vehicle. The compact car, armored thickly, was fitted with large wheels suitable for traversing the desert. Despite the sandworm's presence, the individuals inside the vehicle showed no signs of fear. Men with an unusual aura approached Xian in the car. They're awakened ones. At a glance, Xian recognized them as awakened ones. Being able to walk so confidently across the desert despite being aware of the sandworm's presence indicated their confidence in their prowess. Then it happened. Whoosh! The enormous sandworm that had chased Xian through the sand revealed itself. A middle-aged man, appearing to be the leader, shouted, "Catch it, don't let it escape into the sand." "Okay, Captain." A woman with blue hair reminiscent of the blue sky answered in a sweet tone and extended her hand in the direction of the sandworm. In an instant, a freezing chill spread rapidly, cooling the sand around where the sandworm was about to submerge. This prevented the sandworm from diving into the ground, causing it to writhe momentarily. The blue-haired woman said, "It's too big, I can only hold it for a few seconds. That's more than enough." The captain smiled coldly. Drawing a large claymore sword, he charged towards the sandworm. His subordinates followed suit. Wah! The claymore fell like a guillotine towards the sandworm's body. Crush! The sandworm's hard skin was torn apart like a sheet of paper, exposing its red flesh. The sandworm writhed in pain. Then one of the captain's subordinates approached the sandworm, pressing his palm against its body. A sandworm coming up to the surface, it's a really rare occurrence. Sandworms surfacing were exceptionally rare, making them difficult to hunt. Wuong! The man's palm vibrated at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His name was Aiden, and his awakening ability was ultra vibration. Boom! The sandworm's body that Aiden touched exploded like a firecracker. The finishing blow came from the last to arrive, a giant. Giant, who was 2 heads taller than an average person, jumped into the air and slammed straight into the sandworm's head. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the sandworm's head exploded. Haha, the giant laughed uproariously, reveling in the sandworm's blood and flesh. Xian's jaw dropped at the sight. Crazy bastards. In a matter of seconds, the sandworm that had devoured countless individuals had turned into mere flesh. It was a sight one wouldn't believe if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Swoosh. The captain sheathed his claymore and looked at Xian. At that moment, Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. This was because the captain's cold, sunken eyes were quite scary. So out of all the people on that bus, you are the only one who survived. The leader's name was Zhang Yongbayam. Zhang Yongbayam was a martial arts type awakened. His weapon was a massive claymore. His combat style was tearing his enemies to shreds with the claymore infused with aura. The woman who had momentarily frozen the scorching hot sand, her name was Giselle. She was an ice magic type awakened. The awakened who had used the vibration attack was Aiden. He was the second in command of the party and possessed a keen eye and an outstanding brain. Lastly, the giant who shattered the sandworm's head was named Mountain. Despite the seemingly mild appearance, his true nature was exceptionally ruthless. His brutality in tearing apart the desert monsters was quite famous even within Neo Soul. The party led by Zhang Yongbayam was currently leaving Neo Soul, heading towards the magic stone mines. Zhang Yongbayam's gaze towards Xian was as sharp as a blade as he asked, "How did you survive? What?" While everyone else became food for the sandworm, how did you manage to survive alone? I don't know. When I regained consciousness, I was on top of the sand. Zhang Yongbayam's gaze became colder at Xian's response. Did you awaken, perhaps? Giselle checked the insignia on that bastard's wrist. Okay, leader. The blue-haired woman, Giselle, answered and grabbed Xian's wrist. Xian couldn't help but groan at the pain of his wrist being twisted. Giselle examined Xian's wrist closely. No insignia. Really? Look, it's not there. Giselle showed Xian's wrist to Zhang Yongbayam. As she said Xian's wrist was clean, Zhang Yongbayam muttered, "Did you just get lucky, not awaken?" When someone awakens, 7 thin lines appear on their wrist like a tattoo. It looked exactly like old military rank badges. That's why they called them awakening insignias. If light appears on the bottom line, it's F rank. If it appears on the second line as well, it's E rank. If it's up to 3, it'd be D rank. If light comes on up to the 4th one, it'd be C rank. Additionally, the color of the insignia varies depending on the awakened category. Magic users have a blue color. Martial artists have red. Sorcerers have gray. Those who combine with machines have black. Occasionally, there are those who awaken into other categories. However, they are extremely rare. Those who deviate from the mainstream are called irregulars, but even irregulars have insignias on their wrists. The insignia is proof of awakening and at the same time a shackle. There is no more certain evidence of an awakened one than the confirmation of the insignia. On Zhang Yongbayam's wrist insignia, a red light was shining, clearly indicating that he belonged to the martial arts category. Giselle, Aiden, and Mountain all had insignias on their wrists. On the other hand, Xian's wrist was clean. There was no sign of the awakening insignia, let alone any evidence of awakening. Giselle spoke. "He's just a guy with insanely good luck. Everyone else died. He's the only one that survived. That isn't just luck. What should we do, leader? Anyway, we have to stop by the magic stone mines. Put him in the car. Ho ho, a lucky man indeed." Zhang Yongbayam's words made Giselle burst into laughter. However, Xian couldn't find it in himself to laugh. Can they really not see this? In Xian's eyes, the insignia on his wrist was clearly visible. Even though it was only the bottom line, evidence of F rank, it was unmistakably the awakening insignia. However, it seemed that his insignia was not visible to others at all. What? Why can't they see my rank insignia? Now that I think about it, the light is a little different. A deep orange color stained, like the color of sand lit by a crimson sunset. Stories of awakened individuals with this color insignias were unheard of. Furthermore, the ability Xian awakened to was manipulating sand. In moments of crisis, the surrounding sand moved according to his will. Although it wasn't powerful due to being F rank, he could still control the sand within a certain radius. Xian suddenly glanced around. Everything visible was a desert made entirely of sand. After the 5 previous mass extinctions that occurred in the late Ordovician, late Devonian, end Permian, end Triassic, and end Cretaceous periods, it was the sudden arrival of a 6th mass extinction. In some ways, this 6th extinction could be considered the true apocalypse. 90% of life forms had become extinct, and most of the Earth had turned into a desert. Rivers and seas disappeared, leaving the entire world covered in sand. Nature continued its efforts to recover, but there was no certainty about when the former lushness would return. In such a situation, having the ability to freely manipulate sand. The entire desert was like his stage. Only then did Xian realize that his ability was far from ordinary. He knew from his long experience in the slums that abilities that didn't fit the norm could become a disaster. If my ability gets exposed, I don't know what might happen. I could be dragged to a lab and dissected. Fortunately, he had awakened, but he was only an F rank. In the world of awakened individuals, he was nothing more than a commoner. He needed to enhance and elevate his abilities to survive. That would increase his chances of survival, even if only by a bit. It's one challenge after another. Damn it, Xian bit his lip in frustration. Even though he had awakened, the reality of not being able to openly reveal his awakened abilities was suffocating, but it was still better than when he was completely powerless. Xian chose to think positively. Mountain spoke to Xian. Hey, kid, get on the cargo carrier. The cargo carrier. Why don't like it? No way, I like the cargo carrier. Then hop on. Yes. With his reply, Xian quickly climbed onto the cargo carrier. Soon after, everyone else got into the vehicle. The vehicle, powered by magic stone, surged through the desert. Xian sat crouched on the cargo carrier, observing the desert landscape. Before he knew it, the sun was nearing the western horizon. The desert at dusk was several times fiercer and more intimidating than during the day. No matter how remarkable a party made up of awakened individuals was, survival couldn't be guaranteed in the desert at night. That's why Zhang Yongbayam hurriedly headed towards the magic stone mines. Is this the magic stone mines? Xian stood up in the cargo carrier and gazed at the magic stone mines. A massive rocky hill stood prominently in the middle of the desert. Deep within the rocky hill lay the magic stone mines. A tall fortress wall was built at the entrance of the hill, preventing the approach of sandworms. Awakened individuals stood guard atop the fortress wall. Only through the front gate could one enter the inner sanctum of the rocky hill. As Zhang Yongbayam's party approached, the awakened individuals at the fortress gate opened it. The vehicle passed through the gate as if sliding and entered the inner area. Inside the fortress wall lay a small city. As a major hub supplying magic stone to Neo Seoul, quite a few facilities and people resided within the rocky hill. Though incomparable to Neo Seoul in size, it still had most amenities. As Zhang Yongbayam's party's vehicle stopped, one awakened individual approached. The moment they saw Zhang Yongbayam's face, the awakened individual's face contorted, because they recognized his identity right away. Why is this human trash here? Zhang Yongbayam's nickname was the Butcher. His notoriety was widespread not only in Neo Seoul but also in the magic stone mines. Long time no see. What business do you have here? Mind your own business. What? I said, mind your own business. What will you do by knowing why I came here? The awakened individual's face turned red with Zhang Yongbayam's disdain. Mountain stepped forward, towering in front of the awakened individual's tightly clenched fist. Why, you want to try something? Faced with Mountain's enormous presence, the awakened individual could do nothing but loosen their clenched fist. Mountain, true to his name, was not only huge but also possessed tremendous strength, not something a low-rank awakened individual could do anything about. The awakened one stepped back and spoke. I hope you don't cause any trouble during your stay. I'm not really interested in the mines, so don't worry. Zhang Yongbayam chuckled. Although Zhang Yongbayam was strong enough to be nicknamed the Butcher, he was not foolish enough to cause a ruckus in the magic stone mines directly managed by Neo Seoul. His goal wasn't within the mines, but rather out there in the desert. This place was merely an intermediate hub for activities in the desert. Oh, by the way, take that guy. Zhang Yongbayam pointed at Xian. Who's that? The bus that was heading here got attacked by a sandworm. He's the sole survivor. You mean the bus carrying the miners? Exactly. By the time we arrived, everyone else had been devoured by the sandworm, and this one survived. Zhang Yongbayam gestured toward Xian in the cargo carrier. The awakened individual furrowed their brow. Ha, the manpower shortage is already chaotic. The magic stone mines constantly suffered from a lack of manpower. While there were many applicants, many also perished. Working deep underground demanded exceptional physical endurance, making it challenging for those with average stamina. That was why they struggled constantly to acquire enough labor, accepting individuals regardless of status. The awakened individual approached Xian and said, Hey kid, yes, you volunteered as a miner, right? Yes, understood. Xian descended from the vehicle. He nodded politely to Zhang Yongbayam before following the awakened individual. Zhang Yongbayam watched Xian's leaving figure with sharp eyes. What's the matter, leader? Giselle asked with a puzzled expression. She was curious why Zhang Yongbayam was looking at a seemingly ordinary person like Xian like that. Something feels off. What? Isn't it strange? Everyone else died, but he's the only one who survived. But we confirmed he's not awakened, right? The sandworm is not a monster that can be escaped with luck alone. Giselle mumbled with a sigh. Watching Xian as Zhang Yongbayam moved away, she muttered under her breath, If it weren't for that crazy old man, Butcher, I would have surely recognized what's going on. What a shame. The place where the awakened individual took Xian was the miner's lodging. Pointing to the empty room devoid of any furniture, the awakened individual said, This is your lodging. It's spacious. How many people sleep here? 20. What, 20 people? Xian was surprised. Although the room was relatively large, it still seemed cramped for 20 people. Moreover, the smell of sweat from working in the mines was no joke. It was terrifying to even imagine 20 men sleeping in one room, all smelling of sweat. The awakened individual chuckled as he observed Xian's contorted expression. I said 20 people, but not all of them sleep together in one room. Why not? Because a few folks might not return today, given how many accidents occur here daily. Is mining work that dangerous? That's why they're sending people like you, who have no abilities. For a moment, Xian thought about punching the awakened individual in the face, but doing so would undoubtedly lead to his immediate death or expulsion. Anyway, now was the time to keep his head down thoroughly. The awakened individual said, "Keep quiet. If you cause trouble, I'll cut you into pieces and throw them out as food for the monsters. Are there many monsters around here? They're abundant. If this place weren't a rocky hill, it'd be a paradise for them." Their words weren't merely meant to scare Xian. Although the appearance of a giant sandworm was unusual, smaller monsters were frequently seen in the vicinity. When corpses are left in the desert, there's an eerie scent that someone somewhere catches, appearing like a ghost. And then not a single bone fragment is left, everything gets devoured. The deceased bodies from the magic stone mines all become fodder for the giant horned hyenas. It's truly a complete disappearance, without leaving even the slightest trace in the world. The awakened individual grinned with a cold smile. "I guess you must have a reason why you chose to work in this place and live as a refuge, but you'll soon realize how foolish that choice was." With that, the awakened individual left. Xian, who was left alone, stared at the door. It could be true, right? Only if I hadn't awakened. Xian snapped his fingers. The sand on the ground moved in tune with his gesture, almost as if the sand was dancing. That night, the miners didn't come back to the lodge. HNNGGH. Xian got up from the bed and stretched. Nice. Xian was satisfied with his physical condition. Despite it being early morning, the sunlight was glaring, almost as if it would scorch the skin. In the past, Xian might have hurriedly covered his skin, but now there was no need. Xian strolled through the mining city, enjoying the benefits of awakening. While small and shabby, the city had most of everything one would need. The magic stone mine was a crucial base in the desert. Caravans crossing the desert stopped by for supplies, and also sold goods they had purchased from other cities. Additionally, adventurers like Zhang Yongbayam's party visited to check and prepare their equipment before dungeon raids. Because of this, a relatively significant market had formed within the city. First, I need to learn everything about this place. While information about the inner workings of the magic stone mines had been gathered through the tales of those who worked there, first-hand observation differed greatly from hearing through others. Xian trusted only the information he could personally verify, a habit he learned in the slums. There weren't many people visible in the shabby market. Given the early morning hour and the fact that most miners hadn't come out of the mines, it was quite deserted. Since the mine was deep and intricate, miners took several days' worth of food with them, as digging even a single magic stone took several days. Since it was a waste of time to enter and leave the mines, the miners chose to stay and eat inside. It was truly a miserable life. When Xian first heard about it, he couldn't believe it. Fortunately, he had awakened, but if he didn't find a way to develop his abilities soon, he might eventually have to enter the mine. That was something he needed to prevent. Grumble. Xian frowned. He realized he hadn't eaten properly since lunchtime yesterday. He needed to address his hunger first. Xian entered the market to find a place to eat. There wasn't likely a proper restaurant in the market, but he did have some income. He found a shop selling meat skewers at the back of the market, offering a scent that was incredibly savory. The person grilling the meat was a shabby old man. He was an impressive old man with deep wrinkles, a beard, and glasses that were cracked on one side, making it difficult to guess how old he was. Sitting down in front of the old man, Xian spoke hesitantly. "What kind of meat is this? It wouldn't be good to know. I'm just." Xian nodded his head. In the past, he had raised cows and pigs and ate meat to his heart's content, but now that luxury was unattainable in the current world. Even in Neo Seoul, they relied on lab-grown meat, but in the slums, people often resorted to eating rats, cockroaches, or scraps left by the monsters. Xian casually took a skewer and put it into his mouth. Through the broken glasses, the old man looked at Xian. "Are you a new face around here? I arrived yesterday. This tastes pretty good." Xian answered while munching on the meat. "Yesterday. You must be the survivor from the sandworm attack. Has that news spread already? There's hardly any secrecy here except for the color of your underwear. By tomorrow, everyone will know. Tusk. Anyway, a lot of people will be targeting someone who's pure and has a good personality." Xian immediately recognized the meaning of the old man's words and glared at him. Even though his eyes were quite ferocious, the old man paid no heed to him and continued his words. "Be cautious. I don't know why you chose this place as a refuge, but it's not a comfortable place. A refuge? No, I came here to earn money. Well, that might be the case, but you're not prepared for something like that at all." "Prepared what? Someone who came to the magic stone mines to make money didn't even bring a pickaxe. That's not the attitude of someone here to make money." The old man's piercing words made Xian furrow his brow deeply. The old man found Xian's reaction amusing. Xian changed the subject. "I guess you've been here a long time, since the discovery of the magic stone mines, so I could say I'm one of the old-timers here. That long. Yeah, you can tell by looking at them. It's something I've collected since the beginning. The old man pointed inside the shop. Inside the shop, there were piles of miscellaneous items that were unidentifiable. What are those? Those who first came here and held on, just like you, me, they resist going into the mines at all costs. When they run out of money, they sell whatever they have, starting with worthless items and eventually the most valuable. When there's nothing left to sell, only then do they finally enter the mines. That's the routine. Insane. The useful stuff gets sent to Neo Soul, while the worthless ones are left behind. So those are traces left behind by the desperate ones in the end. Hee hee. The old man's laughter felt eerie. His gaze seemed to tell Xian that he might end up like them too. Xian's appetite vanished. He forced down the remaining meat and stood up. How much? 10 souls. Crazy. Did you sprinkle gold on this meat? 10 souls for a piece of meat like this. Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The standard currency in Neo Soul Colony was magic stone. It was based on 1 magic stone per kilo. 1 soul equated to 1,000th of a magic stone. Therefore, 10 souls corresponded to 100th of a magic stone. Even in Neo Soul, such profiteering wasn't common. It was natural for Xian to be angry, but the old man remained indifferent, as if he already expected this level of a reaction. Everything here is precious. Food, clothes, even a pickaxe. That's why everything is sold here. What if I refuse to pay? Hee hee. There is a good reason why a helpless old man like me was able to do business in such a rough place for so long. What reason? Then it happened. Nearby shop owners turned their heads and looked at Xian. Their sharp glares made Xian grit his teeth. He said he's an old-timer. Now he seemed to understand the meaning. The old man might have some connection with other shops inside the magic stone mines. Perhaps the old man was the center of this market. This place wasn't just a walk in the park to survive this long. It required skills and a background to achieve this. If Xian refused to pay for the food, there was a high chance no other shop would trade with him. Damn it, got myself into trouble. Still, your wits seem to be working. Some folks can't tell the difference and run wild. Ha, I don't have money right now. Then you must have something else. Maybe a magic stone. A magic stone, huh, hand it over. I'll give you a fair price. Xian tried to resist to the very end. He didn't want to hand over the magic stone even by killing another person just for the price of a meat skewer. The old man smirked at Xian's stubbornness. Kid, the rumor that you have a magic stone will spread throughout the mine within an hour. Do you think you can protect that magic stone by then? Of course, the origin of the rumor would be the old man, but he didn't bother mentioning that. Xian glared at the old man. He was proud of having gone through a lot of hardships, but the old man in front of him had gone through much more, several times over. In perceptiveness and audacity, Xian couldn't compare. Compared to the old man, Xian was just a little brat. Once it was revealed that he had a magic stone, he had no right to refuse the demand. Damn it, Xian pulled out a small piece of magic stone hidden in his pants. The old man's eyes glinted sharply. If it's that size, it'd be worth about 100 souls. Are you kidding? In Neo Soul, it would fetch over 300 souls. But this isn't Neo Soul. Is this really happening right now? Kid, even a treasure can become a disaster if you don't have the strength to protect it. Hee hee, the old man chuckled. Xian felt the urge to punch the old man in the face, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Subduing the old man wouldn't be difficult, but he feared the consequences. If the old man had survived here for so long, he surely had connections with the awakened ones who guard the magic stone mines. The old man's attitude suggested that even if Xian left, it wouldn't matter to him. The old man, who had lived in this place for decades, exuded a sense of superiority and ease that overwhelmed Xian. Xian felt himself shrinking in front of the old man for some reason. Ha, finally, Xian sighed. He had come to this place for this tiny piece of magic stone, and now it was worth just 100 souls. Everything he had done so far felt like a futile effort. Why did I go through all that trouble? In the end, he handed the magic stone to the old man. Hee hee, don't be disheartened. I'm not that bad or ignorant. I won't fleece a newcomer I just met to the bone. What? I'll give you 90 souls. Keep it safe. There are quite a few pickpockets and thieves around here, pretending to care about a mouse as a cat. Grumbling, Xian pocketed the 90 souls the old man handed over. The old man chuckled and gestured inside. In return for our first transaction, I will give you one of the items piled up inside. You mean that junk, if you don't want to. Damn it, Xian stood up and went inside. He felt a sense of defeat just walking away like that. He felt he needed to take something to redeem himself for being swindled by the old man. However, he didn't expect to find anything valuable inside. Since all useful items were sent to Neo Soul, only odds and ends remained. Xian rummaged through the junk items. What? There's nothing but junk here. What am I supposed to take from here? Hee hee. The old man laughed as he watched Xian. He found Xian quite amusing. Most people who came here ended up feeling disheartened and hesitant, but Xian didn't seem to show any signs of that. Still, it meant that there was something he believed in. This place was worn out. Anything normal that came here would wear out two people, objects, and everything else. So when someone exuded such raw energy in this worn-out world, they stood out. Hence, the old man smiled as he watched Xian. Just watching him rummage through the junk while grumbling exuded a lively energy. His determination never to incur any losses was rather endearing. At that moment, Xian pulled something out from the miscellaneous items. What's this? What he held out to the old man was a very small hourglass. An hourglass? No shit, that's not what I'm asking. Why is this here? No one took it, so it's left here, the old man said nonchalantly. His words were true. He had obtained that hourglass a long time ago from a caravan entering Neo Seoul. He bought it along with other items, but it ended up being useless, so he stashed it away among the junk items. Even in a world that had gone to ruins, there was no one who would bother carrying around an hourglass. It was nothing more than a decoration. In today's world, only the high-ups in Neo Seoul would spend money on such decorations, and such people never set foot in this place. How about choosing another item instead? HMPH. Even if I search further, I don't think I'll find anything more intact than this. Don't regret it. Fine. Xian left the shop with the hourglass in hand. Hee, stop by again sometime. I think we might cross paths often. That's an unfortunate thought. Xian, visibly annoyed, started to leave. The old man continued to watch Xian with a smile on his face. Then Xian turned back and asked the old man, "What's your name?" "Klexi." "Then I'll call you Old Man Klexi. Let's not see each other again." Xian straight walked out of the shop. The old man chuckled while watching Xian walk away. "I can't do that. It seems there's still a lot more left to peel off and eat up. Heh. If a sucker bites the bait, they'll be sucked completely dry to down the bones. That was the law of this magic stone mines. And Klexi was more familiar with the rules of this magic stone mines city than anyone else. Xian looked down at the hourglass in his hand. What is this? Choosing the hourglass was not a hasty decision or a coincidence on his part. Since entering the room full of junk items, he felt a strange attraction. The origin of that attraction was this hourglass. It was filled with intricate patterns, smaller than the palm of his hand. Had the world not fallen apart, it would have caught the interest of many collectors. Xian turned the hourglass, as the fine sand trickled down, about 10 minutes. This was the time it would take for it to completely fall to the other side after flipping it. A strange vitality surged through Xian. What's this really? Is this item related to my awakening? He flipped the hourglass again. Once more the sand particles fell. He noticed the sand was unusually fine and redder than the sand from the desert that filled the world. He had never seen such sand before. Xian wondered if, by any chance, using his abilities on the hourglass would yield any reaction, assuming it truly had a connection to him. Move. He commanded the red sand inside the hourglass, but it merely continued to fall without response. Again, he concentrated, attempting to manipulate the red sand, yet the outcome remained the same. What the hell, was I mistaken? Xian angrily stowed the hourglass in his pocket. Regardless, it was something he exchanged for the precious magic stone. He couldn't just throw it away just because it didn't move as he wanted. Xian thought that the day had started off to a really unlucky start, but the worst was yet to come. When he returned to his lodgings, a man was waiting for him. A towering figure with a rugged appearance, scars littered his bare torso, evidence of a rough life lived. Their eyes met and the man spoke. "You the rookie who came in yesterday?" "Yes, but who are you?" "Fuck you bastard. Why weren't you at the mine this morning? What's the matter?" "If you came to work, you should have sprinted to the mine. Why did I have to come looking for you here? Fucking bastard." The man's name was Park Manho. He was an E-rank awakened in charge of the mines. The Magic Stone Mines City operated under two main systems, the core facility being the mines and the security force operating and defending the city where the mine was located. Park Manho was responsible for the operation of the mines, placing miners in the tunnel and ensuring complete control over the magic stones. He was one of the 5 most influential people in the mining city. Xian tried to explain, "Because no one called me." "This bastard is funny. Who's gonna call for you? If you came to work, you should have known to come by yourself." Still, Park Manho had deep roots in the mining city. He had met many people and knew how to efficiently handle them. Handling a rookie like Xian was child's play to him. No, it wasn't just him. Everyone in this magic stone mines was the same. They were a swarm of piranhas targeting prey that fell into the water. Once a decent prey falls, they would rush in together, ready to gnaw it down to the bone. To them, rookies like Xian were easy prey. Xian realized this fact too. Everyone from Old Man Klexi to Park Manho was steeped in greed. The problem was there was no way to break free from their grasp. He couldn't reveal his awakened status publicly, nor could he defy Park Manho's orders. Above all, he wasn't given time to assert himself. Everyone was pushing against him relentlessly. Xian felt thoroughly trapped. Xian wanted nothing more than to resist going into the mines, but he knew very well that it was impossible. Once inside the mine city, he couldn't defy Park Manho. Moreover, Park was an E-rank awakened. The insignia on his wrist indicated Park's status as an awakened, and he was also from the martial arts category. Common as it might be, one couldn't casually challenge someone from the martial arts category. The ones most efficient in dealing with their own powers were the martial arts category. The current Xian was no match for this. Damn it. Just the person in charge of the mines had came to visit me personally. Had he arrived safely on the bus yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. With many mining applicants, one missing wouldn't have stood out. But unfortunately, everyone had fallen prey to the sandworm and only Xian had made it in. Not standing out would be even more suspicious now. Yet when Xian hesitated to follow, Park's expression changed. This bastard. Thud, Park Manho punched Xian. Xian cried out, falling backward. Park Manho ruthlessly stomped on him. You bastard. Didn't I tell you to follow? Thud, thud. Xian was beaten without even being able to scream. Perhaps due to his awakening, the pain wasn't as severe as anticipated. He felt like he could retaliate, yet Xian restrained himself. It wasn't yet the time to rebel. It was time to endure and build strength. Revenge could come later, it wouldn't be too late by then. Xian curled up like a shrimp, enduring Park Manho's violence. As the anger somewhat subsided, Park Manho halted his beating. Make another fuss or disobey me again and you'll die for real. Got it, yes. Ignoring Xian's response, Park Manho moved on. Struggling to get up, he silently followed behind. Grrr. Xian gritted his teeth. His face was a mess and there were bruises all over his body. Because he was awakened, he managed to endure, otherwise he might have lain incapacitated for days. Glaring at Park Manho's back, Xian thought, I don't know about the others, but I will definitely kill you. Park Manho paid no attention to Xian's wounds. In the mines, miners were nothing more than expendable goods. When worn out or broken, they could be discarded at any time. There was no reason to care about an expendable goods' well-being. Park Manho arrived at the entrance tunnels leading to the mine shafts with Xian. A miner was waiting at the entrance. Park Manho instructed him, give this guy some equipment. Understood. The miner quickly handed Xian a pickaxe, a helmet with a lamp, and a backpack filled with a few days' rations. Park Manho said, the cost of the pickaxe and food will be deducted from your wages. Put the magic stones in that backpack when you collect them. That's it, you're not going to teach me how to mine the magic stones. Damn it, do I need to teach you how to use a pickaxe? Just hit it against the walls, that's it. Once again, Park Manho's voice rose. The miner who handed Xian the tools got scared and backed away. Park Manho was known as the Tyrant of the Tunnels. He would resort to violence for the slightest mistake. That's why all the miners were afraid of him. Xian felt bewildered. It was absurd to just push people into a mineshaft without even teaching them the basics. It was practically akin to sending him to his death. Hey, throw this bastard into the 972nd tunnel. The 972nd tunnel. Quit the blabber and throw him in. Yes, got it. As Park Manho's voice grew louder, the miner quickly responded. He grabbed Xian's hand, pulling him along. Hey, let's go. Yes, yes. And so Xian entered the tunnels unprepared. Park Manho shouted from behind. You bastard, don't even think of coming out before you dig up some magic stones. Remember what I said. Xian felt something welling up in his chest. That son of a bitch is really. He vowed to exact revenge on Park Manho as soon as he gained the power to do so. Xian now understood the dynamics of the magic stone mines clearly. There was no one on his side here. If one appeared weak, they'd be devoured. Everyone had to be considered a threat and be on guard at all times. Xian blamed himself for momentarily losing his resolve after arriving at the magic stone mines. Xian strengthened his resolve and walked down the tunnel. Despite being at the beginning, the tunnel was incredibly narrow. As the tunnel was dug by human power without the help of machinery, it was bound to be narrow. At that moment, the miner spoke up. Consider yourself lucky, because you got caught when the captain was in a bad mood. What do you mean? The captain lost all his money at the gambling den. Is there a gambling den here? What isn't here? From gambling to prostitutes, alcohol, and drugs, there's nothing missing. Speaking from experience, it's best not to get involved. You end up working hard to make others happy. The miner had been here for 5 years. All those who came with him had either become crippled or lost their lives. No matter how strong one's will was, if they were to be swayed by the atmosphere, it would crumble in an instant. Still, if you want to save up and go out of here, stay alert. What kind of place is the 972nd tunnel? Go and find out. The miner rambled on. Instinctively, Xian knew the tunnel he was assigned to was not an ordinary place. Damn it. For a moment he thought about running away, but then gave up. The desert stretched endlessly around the mining city. It was clear that if he tried to escape hastily, he would end up dehydrated under the sun and die. The most important thing I need to do is to develop my abilities. Things had happened so quickly he hadn't even confirmed the extent of his abilities. If he was left alone, he had to ascertain his capabilities first. That would enable him to plan ahead. Countless crossroads appeared in front of Xian. The miner taught Xian how to distinguish between forks in the road. If you look closely, you will see an arrow engraved at the fork in the road. Red arrows indicate going deeper underground, while blue arrows show the way up to the surface. When you exit, always follow the blue arrows. Got it? Yes. Perceived distances suggested he'd descended several hundred meters at least. Only then did the guiding miner stop. This is the 972nd tunnel. Xian looked towards the tunnel the miner pointed to. The thick darkness inside seemed to beckon him to enter. All you have to do is go in there and start working. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. 4 people have already suffered misfortune inside. Be cautious. Suffered misfortune. It means they died. What? We don't know how they died. Since everyone assigned here has died, no one wants to enter the 972nd tunnel. That's why the captain put a newcomer like you in there. Fuck, Xian looked at the miner incredulously. The miner looked back at Xian with an expression of understanding. He, too, felt guilty about putting Xian in there, but there was nothing he could do. He was just a mere miner who had to do as he was told. I hope you come out safe and alive. With those words, the miner headed toward his tunnel. Xian, left alone, gazed at the 972nd tunnel. Everyone that went in there died. Did he send me to this place on purpose, just because he wasn't in a good mood? Park Manho, you will definitely die by my hands, I swear. TLN, I know the MC is really getting pushed around RN, but trust me, the comeback arc will go hard. It was incredibly dark inside the 972nd tunnel. The light from the hat alone was not enough to completely illuminate the darkness of the tunnel. Xian stood facing the wall at the end of the tunnel. Marks from pickaxe strikes were still visible. They were traces left by the people who had entered before Xian. It seemed like a vivid image of miners laboring tirelessly in the sunless underground to dig through solid rock for precious stones. 4 miners had met their end in this place. Why? Miners wouldn't have died without a reason. There had to be something that led them to their demise in this place. There was no such thing as an effect without a cause. Xian propped the pickaxe against the wall and began scrutinizing the interior of the tunnel. The mana concentration here is thick, but there was a significant accumulation of mana inside the tunnel. If it had been before he awakened, Xian might not have noticed. Why is mana gathering only here? He recalled stories of the side effects prolonged exposure to mana had on ordinary individuals. From cellular necrosis due to mana oversaturation to rapid organ aging, the side effects were numerous and severe. If what he sensed was true, it was evident that the miners died due to the mana in this place. Park Manho was also an awakened individual, so if he had entered here, he would have surely sensed the excessive concentration of mana, but he had been immersed in gambling and hadn't entered the tunnel for a long time. That was undoubtedly why he hadn't noticed. The issue was why mana concentrated only in this place. Xian glanced at the tunnel's wall. At this moment, the wall was the only suspicious point. Xian grasped the pickaxe and struck the inner wall of the tunnel. Clang, bang. Pickaxe struck the wall and sparks flew everywhere. With each swing of the pickaxe, rocks crumbled weakly. Thud, the pickaxe felt notably stuck at one point. What's this? Furrowing his brows in puzzlement, Xian struck the wall forcefully again. Crash, the wall collapsed with a loud noise. In its place appeared an elliptical space, eerily dark and alien, much like the throat of a beast. What in the swish? In an instant, a powerful force pulled Xian. Before Xian could resist, he was sucked into the dark space. Arg, the moment he entered the dark space, an enormous amount of pressure engulfed him. Pain struck him as if his whole body was being crushed. His mind went blank, pain overtook him, and he could not continue thinking. All he wanted to do was get out of this moment quickly. Fortunately, that moment came swiftly. Boom, the dark space expelled Xian. He tumbled on the ground a few times before swiftly getting back up. What did this hellish landscape? Just a moment ago, he was undoubtedly deep underground in the tunnel. Yet now an entirely different scene unfolded before his eyes. In the distance loomed a colossal mountain. Like obsidian, the black mountain spewed dark smoke and viscous lava. The sky was thick with volcanic ash, and rivers of molten lava flowed across the land. All vegetation had turned to ash, and the air was laden with the scent of sulfur. The intense heat from the solidified lava on the ground was overpowering. The heat of a desert paled in comparison. In an instant, Xian's face reddened, sweat pouring down like rain. His clothes were drenched with sweat in no time. A dungeon. Xian glanced at the entrance of the dungeon that had expelled him. As if its duty was fulfilled, the entrance was rapidly closing, leaving no trace behind. Shit, no, Xian rushed toward it, but it was completely shut, leaving no trace of its existence. This is insane. Xian scratched his head repeatedly. Entering the dungeon was one thing, but he never expected to be so defenseless when he entered. Even in Neo Soul, when reading dungeons, everyone always prepared meticulously, assessing the dungeon's scale to estimate its rank. Forming a team of awakened individuals according glyphos were the usual steps. Even with such thorough preparation, dungeons were places where significant casualties occurred, so arriving unprepared in such a place was both bewildering and absurd. What a perfectly unlucky day. How could someone's luck be this terrible? It was beyond ridiculous, bordering on mind-boggling. From being swindled by old man Klexi for a cheap deal on the Mana Stone to his fateful connection with Park Manho, and now being abruptly dragged into the dungeon, everything was just perfect. It all seemed orchestrated as if a divine force was controlling his fate itself. Xian reached into his pocket and retrieved the hourglass he had tucked away. Is this the only thing I have? Fiddling with the hourglass brought a bit of calm to his mind. Only then could he think rationally. First, I need to check if my abilities work within this dungeon. Xian bent down, sweeping his hand across the ground. Black granules clung to his hand. It was volcanic ash. As he exerted his dominance, the sand in his hand slowly levitated into the air. Thankfully, just like sand, the volcanic ash seemed to be under his control. Xian felt relieved. Because if his primary weapon, the manipulation of sand, didn't work here, he would have been in serious trouble. The dungeon was filled with volcanic ash. There are plenty of weapons for him to use. Xian sighed in relief. At least for now, it didn't seem like he'd die immediately. The next thing Xian did was to check his backpack. Fortunately, it contained several days' worth of rations. It was fortunate that nothing had gone bad or damaged as he passed through the dungeon's entrance. This should hold me for a few days. With the food situation settled, the only remaining task was to find the dungeon's exit. The problem was not knowing where the exit was in this vast space. In such cases, there was only one way, to walk around and look for it. There is a high probability that it will be near that volcano, right? From anyone's perspective, it was evident that the center of this dungeon was the volcano, so there had to be a clue to escaping the dungeon near the volcano. Phew. Xian took a deep breath. His throat felt scratchy. It was the volcanic ash suspended in the air, irritating his respiratory tract. If he didn't get out quickly, his lungs would be damaged by the volcanic ash. Xian retrieved a piece of cloth from his backpack. It was a cloth he used as a makeshift mask to prevent inhaling dust when extracting mana stones. Covering his mouth and nose with the cloth alleviated some of the irritation caused by the ash. Let's go. Xian headed towards the volcano. The more he saw, the more astonished he became. He knew dungeons were spaces beyond human understanding, but he never imagined a place as inhospitable as this. The colossal volcano in the distance was no illusion or mirage. It was a real volcano spewing out real lava and flames. The scorching air and the heated ground were confirming that all of this was undeniably real. Sweat poured down like rain. Even though he was awakened, facing this environment for the first time, if an ordinary person had been sucked into the dungeon, they would undoubtedly have perished quickly. There's a way out, right? Xian prided himself on being somewhat resilient, but in the face of such a harsh environment he had never encountered before, he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to move forward. Xian halted. A massive river of molten lava blocked his path. Despite still being at quite a distance, the intense heat made it feel as though his entire body would melt away. The river of lava spanned dozens of meters in width. It was beyond Xian's capabilities to leap across it in one go. Xian searched for a narrower section to navigate through. After ascending for a while, a point with a width of about 10 meters appeared. It seemed like a distance he could attempt to leap. Phew. Xian paused momentarily, taking a deep breath. Physically, he might have been capable of making the jump. However, if he made even the slightest misstep or lost balance in midair, he'd plunge into the river of lava, dissolving into it instantly. He had no choice but to prepare for the jump. Observing the river of lava for a moment, Xian sprinted forward with all his might. Hiya! Right at the edge of the lava river, he leapt with all his might. Xian's body soared through the air, reminiscent of a bird in flight. At that very moment, Xian reached the peak of his jump. Whoosh! Suddenly, something surged through the lava, shooting towards Xian. What? Xian glanced down in terror. A wide-open, gigantic maw, rough, scaly skin soaked in flames, short forelegs attached to a snake-like long body. It was a crocodile, a gigantic crocodile lurking in the river of lava, hunting for prey. Each tooth was as large as a human forearm. If caught by those teeth, Xian's body would be torn apart instantly. There was nowhere to escape in midair. He attempted to use the sand blaster skill, but the sand was too far away. He'd surely lose his life before gathering the sand. Twisting his body in midair while gathering sand instinctively, Xian narrowly evaded the crocodile's attack. However, he lost balance and was plummeting towards the river of lava. The crocodile widened its massive jaws, ready to devour Xian if he couldn't prevent the fall. In that moment, floating sand caught Xian's eye. It was the sand he had gathered a while ago. Instinctively, Xian visualized creating a foothold with the floating sand. His imagination became reality. Underneath his falling body, a platform made of sand materialized. Thud. Without further thought, Xian propelled himself off the sand platform, barely managing to reach the opposite side knot with his feet, but by landing on his back. Erg! Xian groaned from the shock that felt as if his entire body was being shattered, but he didn't even have the time to feel pain from fall. Swoosh! The gigantic crocodile emerged from the river of lava, advancing towards Xian. Shit, such a monster. Xian desperately stepped back, but the crocodile was closing in rapidly. Its short legs were dwarfed compared to the massive body, yet they were thicker than most logs. Naturally, it had an incredibly fast walking speed. Sand blaster. Xian launched the sand blaster. However, the high-pressure sand stream was futile against the giant crocodile and ended up melting before making contact due to the intense heat it emitted, almost equivalent to that of lava. Crazy. Xian widened his eyes. He never expected his attack to be so futilely blocked. The crocodile lunged towards Xian at an unbelievably swift pace. As Xian looked at the wide-open jaws, he found himself unable to react. At that moment, using Sandha, quite an interesting ability you've got. Suddenly, a rough and hoarse voice resonated in the air. Xian involuntarily looked towards the direction the voice came from. Someone pierced through the volcanic ash, descending from the sky at a frightening speed. In the person's hand was a massive sword. With the sword held forth, the person collided directly with the gigantic crocodile. Quang, like a meteor crashing down, an explosive sound erupted, and an immense shockwave swept through the area. The impact caused the lava that had been flowing calmly to splash in all directions. What? Xian covered his ears with both hands, displaying an expression of disbelief. The threatening gigantic crocodile was crushed like tofu. Atop the subdued crocodile was a huge old man. The old man's eyes emitted a gaze so terrifying that it was hard to perceive him as human. The old man asked, "What's your name?" His voice resounded in a menacing tone and reverberated within Xian's stomach. It was more intimidating than the gigantic crocodile itself. Xian couldn't dare to look at the old man. Everything about the old man was frightening. It wasn't merely his size or fierce gaze that caused fear. From the old man there emanated a presence that made people dread. It felt like standing naked in front of a massive desert storm. The terrifying force of nature one couldn't oppose was what the old man portrayed. Unable to respond, trembling, Xian was asked again by the old man, "Can't speak, you fool. If you don't say your name, I'll turn you into a roasted crocodile. I am Xian." Xian, that's a stupid name. Even at the old man's mockery, Xian had no rebuttal. He feared that hastily opposing might bring upon himself the wrath of the old man, much like a crocodile snapping with its jaws. The old man asked again, "So, fool, how did you enter this dungeon? You shouldn't be able to enter through the entrance I came from. That's, if you stutter again, I'll blow your head off." "I entered through an underground tunnel." "Tunnel? Yes, I was working in the magic stone mine when the entrance to a dungeon appeared behind a collapsed wall and dragged me in. Hehe, seems like the trap was triggered." Trap. Occasionally, there are dungeons on the brink of mana oversaturation. To protect themselves, they create another entrance to release mana outward. That's the trap. It lures in living monsters while releasing mana. Such. Hehe, unfortunate luck follows you. Normally, people never encounter the trap until they die. The old man openly ridiculed Xian's misfortune. Xian couldn't retort. He was haunted by the relentless misfortune, as the old man said. Summoning courage, Xian asked the old man, "Who are you? Where are we?" "I am Diodin. Diodin, and from now on this place will be my hunting ground." Hunting ground? Yes, a hunting ground. At Diodin's ominous words, Xian shivered. Felt like more than mere bragging or empty talk. The old man's fierce gaze and the storm-like madness emanating from him spoke nothing but truth. And then it happened. Wahak. Suddenly, giant crocodiles emerged through the lava. They were monsters called flame crocodiles. The flame crocodiles charged with their huge jaws wide open. Even witnessing the terrifying sight, Diodin chuckled. "Kekek, crayon." As soon as his words ended, a massive sword that was embedded in the ground floated into the air. Diodin grabbed the sword he called crayon. Hwung. Instantly, a burst of light erupted from crayon. The sword's resonance sent ripples throughout the dungeon. Xian's face contorted. His heart pounded violently, not out of excitement, but rather discomfort. The sword's cry uncomfortably scratched at his nerves. Xian wasn't the only one feeling such emotions. Stimulated by the sword's resonance, the flame crocodiles convulsed. Quaa. Not only the flame crocodiles, but beasts from various corners of the volcanic zone emerged. From flying monsters darkening the sky to massive monsters larger than flame crocodiles, all charged toward Diodin. Crayon's resonance had agitated every monster in the dungeon. Unable to believe what was happening, Xian couldn't close his agape mouth. This is insane. The real madness happened next. Diodin, wielding crayon, dashed toward the monsters. Swoosh. The massive bodies of the flame crocodiles were torn asunder. The tough, resilient flesh of the monsters was sliced like parchment. It wasn't just the flame crocodiles. Various unknown monsters were ruthlessly cut down. Quagagak, Diodin was like a storm. Swept away by the massive storm, the monsters were sent flying. The force of the flowing lava on the ground, the volcanic debris filling the air, all were swept away by the storm called Diodin. What on earth is that rank? It was a staggering display of power, seemingly without the use of any specific skills. He relied on nothing but the inherent strength of a human and a greatsword named Crayon to slaughter the monsters. Before long, Diodin was surrounded by piles of dead monsters. Ha ha ha! Diodin's maniacal laughter echoed within the dungeon. Swinging Crayon, soaked in the monster's blood and flesh, he appeared nothing like a human anymore. He was something only disguised as a human. Xian was overwhelmed by Diodin's madness. He couldn't move a finger or even take a deep breath. Thud, the rhinoceros-like monster was the last one standing. No monster remained on the ground. Diodin had single-handedly decimated the horde of monsters, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Gulp, Unknowingly, Xian swallowed dry saliva, and then it happened. Quah! Suddenly, a roar erupted from the volcano's peak. At the sound of the roar, Xian's mind went blank. Struggling to hold on to his senses, he saw a colossal monster emerging from the volcano's summit. The majesty of the gigantic monster, reminiscent of a dragon from legends, left Xian frozen in awe. Dioden smiled as he looked at the monster. "You're finally here." Crimson Drake, wrapped in crimson scales from head to tail, its body stretched 30 meters long, with wings even longer when fully extended. That's not a dragon. Xian trembled at the presence of the drake, something he had never seen before in his life. The crimson aura surrounding the crimson drake's body contrasted starkly against its emergence from the lava. Monsters of B rank and above also possessed unique traits akin to humans. Red indicates prowess in physical combat, while blue signifies mastery in magical abilities. So, a B rank or above monster with a blue aura implies proficiency in magic within its domain. The crimson drake that appeared now was a monstrous entity of B rank or higher with a mastery in magic. Dioden, tightening his grip on Crayon, spoke. "That bastard is the final boss of this dungeon." Even facing the dungeon's ultimate boss, Dioden showed no hint of intimidation. Instead, he seemed rather delighted, flashing a maniacal smile. Xian couldn't fathom Dioden's demeanor. He wondered whether everyone who became a high-ranking awakened would become crazy like that, or whether only crazy individuals could become a high-ranking awakened. Quah! The crimson drake flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Its target, Dioden. The crimson drake flew towards Dioden at a terrifying speed. Even before the drake arrived, a sharp wind swept through the air. Bending his knees slightly, Dioden spoke. "Fool, yes, survive on your own, that's." In that moment, Dioden propelled himself off the ground. Swoosh! It's surprising enough for a person to fly, but there was even a sonic boom. Dioden broke through the sound barrier, instantly appearing in front of the crimson drake. Quang! The collision between the colossal monster and the diminutive human reverberated through the air. The aftermath shook the dungeon to its core. The previously serene lava surged like a tidal wave, spewing in all directions, and the volcano belched out more intense black smoke. The corpses of the monsters Dioden had slain melted into the lava. The protective aura from the volcano's heat vanished upon their deaths. Lava surged toward Xian. Damn it! He hastily maneuvered to evade the lava, but it followed him relentlessly. Continuing on this path, he'd dissolve into the lava just like the other monsters. Kaboom! Quang! Amidst this chaos, Dioden and the crimson drake fiercely battled in the air. The problem arose when Dioden's deflection of the drake's breath landed dangerously close to Xian. Quang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, lava splashed, and Xian had to bear the brunt of it. Xian darted around frantically, resembling a madman. With the lava's unpredictable surges and the urgency of the situation, he couldn't even begin to think about how to use his abilities. To survive, he needed to distance himself from the area where Dioden and the crimson drake fought. Xian leaped across the lava, running across black volcanic rocks. Suddenly, the rock he stepped on crumbled, revealing molten lava underneath. If he fell, it would be the end. Instinctively, Xian gathered the surrounding sand. Just as he had evaded the onslaught of the flame crocodiles, he created a sand platform. Continuing to create these sand platforms quickly depleted his mana. Nevertheless, he managed to land on solid volcanic rock just before his mana ran out entirely. Huff, huff, kneeling on the volcanic rock, Xian gasped for breath. His heart felt like it might burst, and a metallic taste rose in his lungs. It was the aftermath of expanding everything in a single moment. Then it happened. Rumble, the entire dungeon shook violently. Looking towards the origin, Xian saw that Dioden and the Crimson Drake's fight was reaching its peak. It's over. Amidst Dioden's manic exclamation, an enormous force gathered within Crayon. In Xian's eyes, Crayon seemed to have doubled in size for a moment. Dioden hurled Crayon towards the Crimson Drake. Swoosh! Crayon flew like a meteor, piercing straight through the Crimson Drake's chest. Quah! The Crimson Drake let out a pitiful scream as it plummeted. Thud! The colossal monster, over 30 meters long, crashed onto the lava terrain. Devoid of strength, the drake's body sprawled across the ground. Dioden descended upon the motionless drake. Though the Crimson Drake was still gasping, its breaths labored as it looked up at Dioden. Glancing down at the Crimson Drake, Dioden spoke. "I scoured the desert for a year to catch you, to imbue Crayon with your heart, so die gracefully." Dioden lifted Crayon high into the air and plunged it into the Crimson Drake's heart. Whoosh! Quaar! The pain from Crayon piercing its heart caused the Crimson Drake to convulse. However, its last convulsions were feeble. Crayon, embedded in the Crimson Drake's heart, glowed red, filled with an enormous amount of fiery mana, typical of a final boss of a dungeon. Crayon absorbed the fiery mana of the Crimson Drake, heating up intensely, almost as if it might melt away. At the peak of the heat, Crayon suddenly underwent a transformation. Clank, clank, heh! Dioden expressed satisfaction at Crayon's transformation. Crayon, now reassembled, grew larger and took on a sharper form. It's about time. The dungeon's origin was the final boss. Without its core, the dungeon couldn't maintain its form and faced annihilation. A crimson portal appeared before the Crimson Drake's remains. It was the exit from the dungeon. Just before stepping into the portal, Diodin turned to look at Xian. "Aren't you leaving, you fool?" Xian hurriedly followed Diodin into the portal. Despite the immense pressure crushing him once more, Xian didn't lose his grip, having experienced it once before. Whereas they were in the midst of a scorching desert with the sun beating down intensely. Just moments ago, they were in the midst of an erupting volcano, and yet the surroundings had magically transformed. As Xian scanned the area, all he could see was blazing hot sand in every direction, without any discernible landmarks. Xian asked Diodin, "Where are we?" Swoosh. Instead of answering, Diodin suddenly grabbed Xian's wrist, twisting it. "Why are you?" "I don't see the rank insignia on your wrist, but I definitely saw you manipulating sand." Xian grunted in pain as his wrist felt like it was being crushed in a giant press. The agony was unbearable. He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. Xian now understood the saying, "When it hurts so much that you can't even scream." Diodin released his grip, remarking, "Well, there are a lot of Awaken, so it wouldn't be that strange if there was a special case like you." Only then did Xian let out a groan he had been suppressing. Still, the pain did not go away. Losing control momentarily, Xian exclaimed, "You damn old man, you almost broke my arm. You really are as weak as you're stupid. Sand Blaster." Furious, Xian activated his Sand Blaster skill. The high-pressure sand blast hit Diodin's chest fiercely, yet it elicited no reaction from him. Diodin laughed, brushing off the sand from his chest. "It's certain you've awakened sand manipulating abilities. Hee, so what? Do you have something to add? From now on, you're coming with me, fool. My name's Xian, not fool, you damn old man. If you're weak, you're a fool. If you say one more word, I'll rip your mouth apart." Tusk. Xian involuntarily clamped his mouth shut. Diodin was a monster who had hunted the dungeon's final boss, the Crimson Drake. He was beyond Xian's comprehension. Even though he lost control momentarily, Xian realized he couldn't have been Diodin's opponent from the start. Xian was utterly insignificant in Diodin's eyes, a feeble existence easily crushed with a single finger. Diodin glanced at Crayon, murmuring to himself, "Him, it seems to be barely at F rank now. It'll take a while for it to become useful. I just have to be harsh with him. If he doesn't die, he will become stronger." The sight of him muttering to himself while looking at Crayon didn't look normal at all. "I think I was really caught by a crazy old man. It was a desert with nowhere to hide. He couldn't even dream of running away." Until he gained strength, Xian had no choice but to accompany Diodin. Diodin spoke. "Yes," Xian sighed and followed Diodin. "Being powerless is a crime, a crime." Diodin seemed impervious to the heat of the scorching desert. Despite walking on the shadeless sands, he showed no signs of fatigue or discomfort from the heat. On the other hand, Xian, who was following him, was on the verge of collapse. The sinking sand, searing hot under the blazing sun, drained his stamina. His entire body had been drenched in sweat for a while now. Pant, pant. His breathing became labored and his steps slowed down. That's when. Seems like there's no one more foolish. Not even utilizing 1% of the ability you possess. What do you mean? You gained the ability to manipulate sand, didn't you? And just use the sand. Why bother walking so hard? Is it as easy as it sounds? I barely awakened a couple of days ago. What's that supposed to mean? Really?" Xian was furious. Then Diodin stopped, turning back. His face held a look of disdain as he looked at Xian. That look made Xian emotional once again. "I'm F rank, not a high-level Awaken like you. That's why you're a fool. What does it matter if you're F rank or S rank? Who's born in S rank from the start? Of course, there might be such a person, blessed from birth. But just because you're not blessed, are you going to give up? You too will be seen as blessed enough in the eyes of others. So quit whining and start thinking about how to utilize your abilities. What does it matter if your body's intact but your mind is full of shit? Can you really stop calling me a fool? If you don't want to be called a fool, you should first break your stubborn head. Until then, you're a fool among fools." In the end, Xian had to shut his mouth without getting a word in edgewise. As Diodin turned away, he said, "It's your ability. You should know best. Figure out how to grow it and how to utilize it best. What if I can't figure it out? You'll die." "What? Either I'll kill you or that son will. One of the two." With that, Diodin resumed walking. In his wake lay 2 lines of imprints stretching far. Xian glared at Diodin's back. "Fool wants to shatter my stubborn head." Something deep inside him began to boil up. It was anger. Anger towards Diodin and anger towards himself. Both angers surged fiercely within him. Xian gritted his teeth. "Yeah, I'll do it for you. I will never let you call me a fool again." With determination, Xian followed Diodin, pondering. "All I have is the ability to manipulate sand, so I need to use the sand." He had awakened as a sand manipulator, but hadn't grasped the extent of his abilities. He'd merely used them improvisationally to escape dire situations. He needed to understand his limitations this time. He had to intensely think about how far he could go with it. Xian moved his mana, and immediately, sand from the area started gravitating toward him. Within about 5 meters in diameter from me, The closer the sand was, the quicker it moved, while the farther sand took longer. It was movable but sluggish, another issue he needed to contemplate. But Xian pushed this concern aside. There was something more pressing to address. Squelch, squelch, sinking sand up to his ankles was the problem. Every time he lifted his foot, it drained an enormous amount of his strength. If he didn't solve this, Xian would undoubtedly be stranded in the desert. What if I compact the sand under my feet? It was a method he'd used while crossing the lava river. Xian promptly solidified the sand beneath his feet. Walking became much easier. It felt like walking on paved ground, effortless. But there was a problem. Mana consumption was severe. Each time he solidified the ground, his mana was depleted rapidly. At this rate, Xian foresaw total depletion of his mana after a few dozen meters. Xian abandoned this method. The vision of what might happen after his mana completely depleted was crystal clear. Either be baked in the sun and turn into a mummy, or before that, end up becoming food for the monsters. Just the thought was terrifying. Xian contemplated his next approach. My mana pool isn't large yet. I can't sustain this reckless consumption in the desert, so I have to think of an efficient way to reduce mana consumption. Xian's next idea was to concentrate mana on both legs. Just focusing mana considerably lightened his steps and significantly reduced stamina consumption. However, Xian had to discard this method as well. While immediately effective, it didn't align with his ability manipulating sand. He was a sand manipulator, so he needed to polish his sand manipulating skills. It might be tough now, but for the future it was inevitable. Thirdly, Xian opted to manipulate the sand differently, moving the sand that directly touched the soles of his feet, about 1 centimeter in thickness across the size of my foot. Xian concentrated. Focusing mana narrowly was more challenging than using it broadly. Excessive concentration disrupted the sand's coherence, causing it to scatter when moved. Each time Xian lost control and ended up flat on the sandy ground. Fortunately, the soft sand prevented injury, but he had to spit sand out of his mouth. Fatu, Xian stood up, spitting out sand. With no water to drink, his mouth felt parched, now even drier due to the sand. Exhaustion was evident on Xian's face. In the distance, Dioden could be seen. Dioden hadn't once glanced back. He cared little about Xian's survival. This sight infuriated Xian even more. Who's responsible for me being in this state? Anger surged once again. If it weren't for Dioden, Xian might have been resting at the magic stone mines by now. Amidst the difficulty and pain, resentment and anger towards Dioden filled Xian, clouding rational judgment. Xian sensed he was losing his grip on sanity. He realized he had to find a solution quickly, otherwise he'd undoubtedly lose his mind. Again. Xian refocused on the sand under his feet. The sand he commanded began to move slowly, like the wheels of a train on rails, yet it was excruciatingly slow. Since he wasn't yet accustomed to handling mana, concentrating on a confined area was tougher than using dominion broadly. When his focus wavered, the sand lost its coherence and scattered. Each time, Xian crashed backward onto the ground. Despite growing fatigue, Xian didn't give up. He repeatedly focused on the sand beneath his feet. His efforts didn't go in vain. He gradually became more adept at manipulating the sand. The sand carrying Xian moved much more smoothly. In a way, it seemed like the sand itself was moving him, but it was the manifestation of Xian's relentless efforts. He fell countless times and contemplated, making this movement possible. However, there was still considerable mana wastage. At this rate, he couldn't last long. Xian concentrated harder, trying to efficiently use mana. As a result, his mana barely held up, and he could move comfortably across the sand. Dioden, without even looking back, noticed Xian's progress. Mana fluctuations, air movements, even Xian's breathing gave him a wealth of information. He could tell what Xian's situation was right now without even having to look. He muttered, "You've become a somewhat useful fool," though by his standards, Xian still fell short. Xian's stamina had reached its limit. He no longer had any mana left to manipulate, as he inherently possessed a limited quantity of it, despite conserving it for operation. The sand beneath his feet no longer moved as he wanted. Xian had never pushed himself to such extreme limits before. Though Xian seemed on the verge of collapsing from behind, Dioden hadn't paused or looked back once. Not wanting to show any weakness to Dioden, Xian gritted his teeth and persisted, but now he was truly at his limits. That damn old man, Xian's legs gave out, leaving him sprawled in the sand. As he panted, buried in the sand, he sensed someone approaching from behind. It was Dioden. He finally raised his head and saw Dioden looking down at him with a pitiful expression. "Useless bastard. I ended up wasting my time needlessly because of an idiot like you." Sitting down next to Xian, he retrieved 2 pieces of jerky. One he put in his mouth, tossing the other to Xian, indicating he should get up and eat it himself. But right now, Xian didn't even have the strength to get up. He hadn't taken a sip of water all day, leaving his mouth parched. Eating the jerky in this state was a challenge itself. Without recuperating his strength, he risked succumbing to the harshness of the environment. Dioden was aware of this fact. Still, he neglected Xian. Chewing on the jerky, Diodin spoke. The old world used to be peaceful. Even if one was a little weak, survival wasn't an issue. It was a world where common sense prevailed and showing kindness to others wasn't odd. But as you know, the world has changed. It has turned into survival of the fittest. If you're weak, you're preyed upon, and only the survivors monopolize everything. It hurts, it's tough, then give up. It's easier when you're dead. Xian gritted his teeth at his harsh words. Although he hadn't lived for very long, he met many people, but none of them spoke as bitterly as Dayton. It felt like a blade piercing his heart. If you want it easier, just sprawl out. But if you want to live, even through excruciating pain, get up on your own. You fool. With that, Diodin fell silent. Ignoring Xian, he chewed on the jerky. Diodin hadn't drunk water all day either, which is why he didn't hastily consume the jerky, preventing dryness in his mouth. He kept himself from getting thirsty by chewing slowly with saliva. Before long, the sun was setting. The desert's temperature dropped rapidly after dark. If one didn't keep warm, hypothermia could lead to death. Xian was aware of this fact. I won't die. I can't die. Xian crawled on the ground, wriggling forward like a worm. After several attempts, he was finally within reach of the jerky. Xian opened his mouth and stuffed the beef jerky into his mouth. Even though sand clung to the jerky, he didn't care. He slowly chewed, despite the discomfort of no saliva, yet he persisted. After a long time, he managed to swallow. As the jerky entered his stomach, some vigor returned to his body. As he was pushing away, Xian sat up. Then Dayton threw another piece of jerky. Little by little, he felt vitality returning to my body. At the same time, mana also filled up. Dayton spoke as if he could see through Xian's physical condition. The body and mana are not separate. Only when the body is strong can mana flow in easily. So if you want to become strong, you must not stop training your body even for a moment. Xian nodded his head without speaking a word, because he felt it in his core. While he was down, he tried to gather mana. However, mana did not come back easily to the exhausted body. If he hadn't recovered his stamina by eating the jerky, his mana would still be crawling on the floor. Once his mana had reached a certain level, it finally seemed like he would survive. Only then did Xian let out a sigh of relief. After overcoming the danger of death, the world seemed different again. In the darkening sky of the desert, countless stars shone brightly, resembling a blanket of light. Xian gazed blankly at the spectacle. He hadn't had the leisure to witness such a sight back in Neo Seoul. He hadn't even thought the stars were so beautiful. But having teetered on the brink of death and now back among the living, he felt contemplative. Diodin's voice snapped Xian out of his reverie. Friend, there was no one else here besides Diodin and himself. Naturally, there was no one he could call a friend. Xian cautiously looked at Diodin. The recipient of Diodin's conversation was none other than his sword, Crayon. Is he insane, or is that sword an ego sword? The sight of him having a conversation with Crayon placed in front of his feet was far from normal. Diodin continued conversing with his sword, seemingly oblivious or indifferent to Xian's gaze. Yeah, that's a good spot. We haven't captured the boss there yet. After finishing the conversation, Diodin looked at Xian. For a moment, Xian felt an inexplicable chill. No matter whether he awakened or not, enduring the cold of the desert was never easy for him. Due to this, Xian spent the night shivering from the cold, sleepless. In contrast, Diodin enjoyed a comfortable slumber in a relaxed posture. He was sleeping so comfortably that Xian felt an urge to punch him in the face. As the sun rose, Diodin also woke up. The first thing he did after waking was to squeeze the dew from his clothes and drink it. That's when Xian realized the reason behind Diodin's choice to spread out his clothes while sleeping. Belatedly, Xian also drank the dew from his clothes. However, compared to the dew on Diodin's clothes, there was significantly less. If only he'd share this knowledge. Xian felt an unwarranted resentment towards Diodin, and he realized something. Everything about Diodin was geared towards survival. Even the smallest actions were meant for survival. Xian made a resolution. I have to learn everything from him. Every little thing, by mimicking every action of Diodin. Someday Xian believed he could become as strong as, if not stronger than him. Drip, Xian squeezed every drop of dew from his clothes and drank it all. Only then did his thirst completely quench. Let's go, Diodin got up and said. Xian nodded, knowing there was no point in asking where they were going. Diodin wouldn't bother answering. Though Xian had only been with Diodin for a day, he now had a rough idea of what kind of person he was. Incredibly self-centered and unkind. He wouldn't kindly offer help or consider others. He made Xian accompany him, but he had the mindset to make him survive on his own. To survive under such a person, Xian had to be quick-witted. Before he knew it, Diodin was already quite far ahead. Thankfully, his mana had fully recovered overnight. Xian unleashed the skill he had realized yesterday. He named his newly acquired skill, Sand Stride. Mana management remained his top concern. Having nearly faced death due to mana exhaustion the previous day, Xian realized the importance of mana management. If only there were a way to replenish mana as much as I expend it. Diodin might know, but it was obvious that he wouldn't answer even if he asked. Ultimately, Xian had to figure it out or realize it himself, just as he had done until now. As Xian walked through the sand using sand stride, he continued to think about ways to improve. Though the sun had recently risen, the desert sands were scorching hot, emanating intense heat from the ground and the blazing sun above. Nevertheless, Xian gritted his teeth and endured it. Endurance brought patience, and with that, the sand stride became much smoother and natural. As they walked all day, the sun eventually set. Only then did Dioden stop, and Xian could catch a breath. Thankfully, this time, his mana didn't deplete. However, exhaustion was evident on Xian's face. Managing mana while executing sand stride all day pushed his body and mind to its limit. He felt like he could collapse from exhaustion at any moment, but Xian forced himself to endure. At that moment, Dioden tossed him a piece of jerky. This time, he didn't have to embarrass himself by picking it up with his mouth. Xian held the jerky in his hand and tore it into small pieces. Chewing slowly, he thoroughly moistened the jerky before swallowing. He had no choice but to increase the amount of time he spent eating naturally. When Xian was halfway through the jerky, he glanced briefly at Dioden. He thought he had been eating slowly enough, yet Dioden had only consumed about a third. He had much more left than Xian. Somehow, a sense of defeat washed over Xian, and he bit his lip. He deliberately chewed the jerky slower than Dioden. So slow that it took almost 30 minutes to eat a single piece. I'm still hungry, though. Xian, who was not yet finished growing, found himself barely satisfied after consuming just one piece of jerky. When he turned around after eating, he'd be hungry again, yet he couldn't ask Dioden for more jerky. His pride wouldn't allow it. Xian decided to sleep on his hungry stomach, but before that, there was something he had to do. Xian removed the clothes he was wearing and spread them on the ground. It was to gather enough the morning dew. The next task was to make a resting place. The cold of the desert was no big deal to Dioden, who possessed abilities that Xian could not dare imagine. But for Xian, it was a matter of survival. His solution was to create a bunker. Fortunately, he still had some mana left. As Xian exerted control, the sand moved on its own. A pit large enough for one person was formed. Xian entered the pit he had created. Then, using the sand again, he covered the pit. Desert sand doesn't clump together due to lack of cohesion. Normally, covering it like this would cause an immediate collapse. However, the sand held firm like a roof made of wood. This was because Xian had increased the sand's cohesion. Mana was consumed when creating the bunker, but once it was completed, there was no need to use mana anymore. Phew. After completing the bunker, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He regretted not having slept like this last night, but being able to rest comfortably tonight was some consolation. Suddenly, he thought of Dioden. Should he now ask Dioden to come in? But he immediately shook his head. After all, there was no one to hear even if he spoke. If he couldn't bear it, surely Dioden would crawl in on his own. Let it be. With that thought, Xian fell asleep. Outside, the temperature was dropping rapidly, but inside the bunker, it was quite warm. He could sleep much more comfortably than the previous night when he had slept restlessly. Xian opened his eyes due to an odd sensation. He felt a faint vibration through the sand. What's this? Xian got up and pressed his hand to the ground. The vibration grew stronger. Xian emerged from the bunker to find Dioden. Dioden was already up. He was looking straight ahead with crayon pinned to the floor. Xian followed his gaze. All he could see was dense darkness. It was the darkest hour just before sunrise. It was impossible to discern anything, but that was a story for ordinary people. Dioden's vision surpassed the darkness, seeing beyond it. Thud, 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 the vibrations grew stronger. Xian's pupils trembled. Dozens, no, at least hundreds. Dioden spoke. Survive on your own, you idiot, he. His face, sporting a crazed grin, seemed oddly excited, like a mischievous child anticipating fireworks, but Xian couldn't smile. He knew Dioden truly wouldn't help. That made him even more frustrated. All right, I will definitely survive. The vibrations intensified, and finally, through the darkness, they revealed themselves. Hundreds of pairs of eyes rapidly approached Dioden and Xian. Dioden said, "It's a pack of giant horned hyenas. They are nocturnal monsters that don't even leave a single bone behind, so you better be careful not to get caught in their teeth. By the time you come to your senses, you'll find yourself torn to shreds inside their bellies. He. This crazy old man." The giant horned hyenas lived and hunted in packs. The leader of the pack would be a female, larger and stronger than the males. It even spots mane like fur around its neck, akin to a lion. Standing over 2 meters tall from front paw to shoulder and reaching up to 5 meters in length from head to tail, it's a monstrous creature. They live in packs ranging from tens to hundreds, and a considerable number of them are offspring born to the dominant female. An alpha society centered around the maternal line. Naturally, all giant horned hyenas obey the commands of the dominant female. They are nocturnal creatures. Having adapted to survive in the scorching desert, they've become active during the natural nights. The giant horned hyenas charged forward with terrifying force. As creatures that hunt in enormous groups, they lack both fear and caution. In the face of a large-scale assault, ordinary individuals or awakened beings are swept away in no time. While most giant horned hyenas targeted the large Dioden, some rushed towards Xian. Damn it, Xian quickly unleashed the sand blaster. Swoosh, high-pressure sand flew, smashing the head of the lead giant horned hyena. Even with their comrade dying right in front of them, the others paid it no heed. Wah! Xian fired the sand blaster repeatedly. The power of the sand blaster was impressive. It took down one by one with each shot. The problem was, with so many giant horned hyenas, taking them down one by one wouldn't help escape this danger. Xian thought desperately as he fired the sand blaster. Taking them down one by one won't do. I need to take down at least 5 or more at once. That way I can somewhat balance it out. The problem was mana. He needed to efficiently manage mana while using the sand blaster multiple times. Can I do it? No, it was something he had to do. There was time for hesitation or deliberation. Xian waved his hand. Then 5 strands of sand emerged from the desert, flying towards the giant horned hyenas. Crack! With screams, 5 of them fell to the ground. Each had only a coin-sized hole in their heads. He divided one sand blaster into 5. It was to manage mana, but to maximize its power, he condensed the divided sand blaster into a thin but potent force. So instead of exploding, it pierced holes through their heads. It was difficult at first, but it became easier the second time. Once he walked the path he had already cleared, it was easier. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Successive sand blasters were released. 5 sand blasters pierced the heads of 5 giant horned hyenas at once. It seemed he endured it for a while. Finally, Xian had a moment to glance at Diodon. Xian turned his head in Diodon's direction and his eyes widened. Insane, kekek, more. Diodon wielded crayon, emitting a maniacal laughter. Around him lay more than 100 dead giant horned hyenas. He wasn't using any special skill like Xian. He merely swung crayon and swung again. Each time, several giant horned hyenas were cut down. Blood sprayed, flesh flew. The already crimson desert sands were further stained red. Quack! Occasionally, a giant horned hyena managed to bite Diodon's arms or calves, but their teeth couldn't pierce Diodon's flesh. His body was harder than steel. Instead, the giant horned hyena's teeth shattered. Kekek, that tickles. Diodon grabbed the head of a giant horned hyena, biting his thigh, and crushed it with his hand. Snap! The sturdy skull of the giant horned hyena crumbled like a biscuit. He threw the giant horned hyena he caught in his hand toward the others. Swoosh! Crash! The giant horned hyenas crashed together, rolling on the ground. Legs bent abnormally, bellies torn open, internal organs spilling out. Diodon ruthlessly slaughtered the giant horned hyenas. None dared to fight against Diodon. Seeing the situation, the alpha female, who had only been watching, stepped forward. A blue field of energy enveloped her entire body. That meant she was at least a B rank or higher and had magic-related abilities. Zap! Sparks erupted from the horns on the alpha female's head. It seemed she knew how to use lightning magic from the world of magic. Flash! At that moment, a bolt lightning was shot from her horn. The lightning bolt split the space and arrived in front of Diodon in an instant. Kekek! Diodon, as if catching a fly, waved his hand and caught the lightning bolt. The lightning that had illuminated the night sky vanished within his palm. Only then did an intense sense of danger come over the alpha female. They realized this adversary was entirely different from any they'd hunted before. Woo! The alpha female roared, commanding a retreat. There was nothing more foolish than struggling against an overwhelming enemy. Half of the pack has already been wiped out. The survival of the group could no longer be guaranteed if more perished. The alpha female's judgment was astute. The problem was that Diodon had no intention of letting the giant horned hyenas flee. Everyone scatter, shriek. Diodon hurled crayon. Spinning at a fearsome speed, crayon cut through everything in its path. The mournful cries of the giant horned hyenas resonated through the night sky. The scene of carnage froze Xian, yet Diodon's actions were not over. Thud! Diodon drove the desert hard and soared into the air. Crayon, which had slaughtered numerous giant horned hyenas, flew towards Diodon. As Diodon caught Crayon, he pounced on straight toward the alpha female. Falling like a meteor, Diodon's impact was as tremendous as a meteor striking the ground. Crash! Quiek! Amidst the alpha female's desperate screams, the sands erupted in all directions. After a while, the sands that had risen like a wave settled, revealing the aftermath. The alpha female had been utterly defeated, mangled beyond recognition. Only the horn attached to her head remained intact. Diodon was standing over the corpse of the alpha female. Even after such an intense battle, there was not a hint of fatigue on Diodon's face. In fact, he seemed rather invigorated, smiling as if feeling refreshed. It didn't look like the same person at all. Xian was frozen. He didn't dare to breathe even loudly. He was simply overwhelmed by Diodon's power. Is he truly human? He doesn't seem to have used any special skills. When one awakens, they acquire unique skills. The time when an awakened individual exhibits their utmost power is when they unfold their unique skills. Naturally, facing a formidable creature like the alpha female exhibiting skills would have been more effective, but Diodon outright denied such common sense. He had crushed the female leader to death solely with his own power, without using any skills. Xian shivered. He couldn't believe a human could possess such strength. No awakened individual in Neo Soul would be able to exert this kind of power with their own strength alone. At that moment, Diodin turned his head and looked at Xian. Kekek, you managed to survive. Xian could only nod his head, not daring to answer. After laughing wryly, Diodin collected the horn from the alpha female. The horns of giant horned hyenas are quite useful. They even have the properties of lightning. If you refine it well, they could become excellent weapons. He looked at the horn for a moment and then stretched out his hand in the air. Then the horn in his hand disappeared as if it were a lie. A spatial ability. He isn't from the martial arts category, but the magic category. Xian was astonished. Until now, Diodin had shown a fighting style from the martial arts category. Yet he had just used a spatial ability that only a tiny fraction of awakened individuals from the magic category could use. His understanding was completely shattered. On one hand, he was puzzled. Did Diodin, who already possessed a weapon like Crayon, need another one? But Xian didn't dare to ask. Diodin sheathed Crayon and drew a small dagger instead. He threw a dagger to Xian, saying, "From now on, find your own food." What? The majority of a giant horned hyena's muscles are toxic, except for the flesh on their side. It's safe to dry and consume from there. Swish. Diodin skillfully cut out a portion of the giant horned hyena's side flesh. It wasn't a large amount, barely the size of an adult's palm. Xian had been observing where Diodin was cutting and followed suit. Knowing Diodin wouldn't explain further, Xian followed suit as best he could. He realized that the jerky he had eaten was actually meat from a monster like this. He hunts these monsters for the jerky. He had no particular objection. He had grown up in a slum where food was scarce. If it was edible, he would consume it without hesitation as it aided survival. Xian mimicked Diodin cautiously. Diodin skillfully cut just enough meat to last for a few days, because if he ran out, he could just hunt again. Xian was different. He wasn't as strong as Diodin, so he had to prepare thoroughly. Securing as much meat as possible would be advantageous if possible. Xian had secured nearly 30 pieces of meat. Although he wished to cut more, there was no place to store it, so he stopped at this point. He wrapped the meat in his outerwear, fashioned it into a bundle, and slung it over his shoulders. "Keek, you're quite resourceful," Diodin chuckled. Even after pushing himself for 2 days, it was quite an accomplishment. But he was still far from finished. To truly be useful, he needed to toil for much longer, and that too very harshly. Diodin said, "If you've got everything, let's leave, before the others catch the scent of blood and come." It wasn't out of fear, but merely out of inconvenience that he wanted to leave. Nodding, Xian followed Diodin. He too didn't want to linger any longer in this place reeking of blood. The sun was already rising. The carnage revealed under the sunlight was even more gruesome. Monsters that had already caught the scent of corpses were prowling the skies, and more monsters would gather for their feast. That was the law of the desert. The strong preyed upon the weak, and the dead became food for others. No being could escape this law. Following Diodin, Xian was gradually grasping these laws of the desert. As usual, Diodin paid Xian no heed and went ahead. Xian pushed himself to keep up, using sand stride. Given the extensive use of mana during the battle last night, he expected it to be challenging to use sand stride, but surprisingly, it wasn't as tough as he thought. There was more mana left than anticipated, and controlling it was much smoother. It must be because of the battle last night. The experience of making life and death decisions in combat, pushing his mana to its limits, had clearly led to a significant improvement. "I've become stronger. I'll only grow stronger in the future." Xian looked at Diodin's back as he walked ahead. He couldn't understand why Diodin was taking him along, but one thing was clear, just following him would undoubtedly make Xian stronger. As long as he survived, that is. Xian diligently trailed after him. "It's good," Xian thought as he chewed on the jerky. It was jerky from a giant horned hyena. The desert was devoid of almost any moisture. The meat, wrapped in cloth, had lost all its moisture and shrunk, becoming edible jerky. The slight odor was a flaw, but it was bearable enough to eat. The important thing was not having to worry about an empty stomach anymore. There was plenty of jerky, and Xian nibbled on it whenever he felt hungry. It wasn't a lavish meal, but it provided enough nutrients for his growth. The only thing that was lacking was drinking water. Since he quenched his thirst with dew every morning, he had no choice but to suffer from thirst for the rest of the day. At first, not being able to drink water all day was agonizing, but with time, he learned to conserve every drop of moisture. Xian refrained from speaking to conserve moisture expelled through sweat, even restricting upper body movements when walking through the sand. Eventually, even leg movements were minimized. Because of this, when viewed from a distance, it looked as if the sand itself was carrying him around even though he was staying still. Later, Diodin grumbled. "The idiot has managed to acquire some useful skills. While some struggle, he strolls through the desert comfortably." In the desert, Xian's abilities were absolute. Despite his low rank since awakening, if he gradually realizes his potential, it would grant him absolute power in the desert. Diodin trudged along as he thought the world was terribly unfair. What he didn't know was that Xian was thinking the same thing when he saw him. Xian glanced up at the sky. Humidity? Is there a water source nearby? He sensed a faint moisture in the air. In the past, he wouldn't have noticed, but after awakening and following Diodin for a while, it had heightened his senses drastically. His sharpened senses didn't miss the subtle moisture in the desert air. Xian looked at Diodin. Whether by chance or not, Diodin seemed to head towards a place with strong moisture. Xian smiled bitterly. It can't be a coincidence. There's no way that monster wouldn't know what I noticed. The term monster wasn't enough to describe Diodin. Diodin's power was beyond imagination, to the point where it was even doubtful whether he was a human. Xian wondered how much more Diodin was capable of, perhaps suspecting that even the skills he had displayed so far might be just the tip of the iceberg. I really want to know what the limitations of that monster are. Soon, a massive sand dune appeared. The sand swirled away like waves in the wind. It's a recently formed dune. The desert always seemed unchanged, but in reality it's constantly shifting and changing. After struggling to climb over the colossal sand dune, a breathtaking sight unfolded. A vast pond filled with water. It was undoubtedly an oasis. Ah, Xian exclaimed. Thinking that he could drink as much water as he wanted, he ran to the oasis without hesitation. He had been good at holding back his thirst until now, but when he saw the sight full of water, he lost all control. Tusk. Diodin clicked his tongue, watching Xian rush recklessly towards the oasis. Xian reached the oasis in no time. He put his head into the water and drank it like crazy. As the water rushed into his mouth, it brought him overwhelming happiness. As he was mindlessly drinking the water, a faint glimmer caught Xian's eye underwater. A spherical shape was softly emitting light like a lamp from the depths. Forgetting that he had plunged his head into the water, Xian stared at the spherical light source. Xian stared blankly as the spherical light source got closer. His eyes were out of focus, as if he had been possessed. As the light drew closer to his face, Diodin snapped, "Snap out of it, you idiot." With a curse, Diodin grabbed Xian's back and pulled him away. Unable to resist Diodin's power, Xian fell backwards, and then it happened. Swoosh! Suddenly, something enormous pierced through the water. A massive monster with a body that could engulf even a giant horned hyena in one bite, an oversized mouth occupying more than half of its frame, and an antenna-like thorn on its forehead with a round, sizable flesh attached. What Xian mistook for a light source earlier was that rounded flesh emitting a faint light. Diodin explained, "It's a sand angler. It lures its prey with the light on its forehead and devours them." Ah. Xian, who had narrowly escaped with his life, looked at the sand angler sinking back into the pond, his expression dazed. Had Diodin not saved him, he would have been swallowed whole. Diodin took out crayon and said, "Fools like you get reckless once they've started to adapt a bit. Do you understand, you idiot?" Answer, yes. Diodin didn't wait for Xian's response. His body had already shot out onto the surface of the water. He swung crayon towards the sand angler that was trying to dive below the surface. Boom! As crayon swung down, a column of water shot up as if a bomb had exploded. Frightened, the sand angler attempted to flee deeper into the water, but Diodin wouldn't allow it. Diodin led with crayon, diving into the water. Swoosh! Like a torpedo, Diodin shot forward at a terrifying speed. The sand angler, giving up on escaping, turned its body, attempting to devour Diodin. But that was the sand angler's downfall. Splash! Crayon and Diodin pierced straight through the sand angler. The enormous monster ceased to move, floating lifelessly above the water. Diodin grabbed its tail and walked out of the oasis. Thud! Diodin threw the sand angler's massive body under Xian's feet. Whoa! Xian took a step back in surprise. It felt as if the sand angler could still strike at any moment. Even in death, the sand angler's awe remained. It was unbelievable that such an enormous monster lived in an oasis. As Diodin inserted crayon into the monster's body, he said, "Consider this monster as the inhabitant of oases occasionally found in deserts. It lures in fools like you with the light on its forehead and devours them in a single gulp. So don't stick your head into an oasis you see in the desert so carelessly. You empty-headed bastard." "Yes, guilt-ridden," Xian responded weakly. "Skin it? What, are you deaf?" I said, "Skin it. The sand angler is a C-rank monster. Its skin is soft and flexible, perfect for making robes. So cut it up and make a robe. Do you by any chance need a robe? Not for me, idiot. It's for you. How is your intelligence deteriorating more and more? It's not like you've been cursed with petrification magic on your head." Oh, finally understanding Diodin's intention, Xian quickly flipped the sand angler. The back had numerous brownish, uneven protrusions, while the belly was black and smooth. However, it was incredibly tough. Even a dagger didn't penetrate easily. In the end, Xian infused mana into the dagger and managed to cut the skin. Huff, huff, Xian's whole body was drenched in sweat. But the job wasn't done yet. He still had to make the robe. There was no needle. Even if there were, it wouldn't fit the sand angler's massive skin. After thinking for a while, Xian crafted a needle-like tool from one of the sand angler's bones. For the thread, he thinly sliced the sand angler's back shell. Fortunately, Xian was very dexterous. It was his first attempt at making a robe, but after struggling for half a day, he managed to create something reasonably similar. While Xian crafted the robe, Diodin dismantled the sand angler's carcass. Every part of the sand angler's flesh was useful. There was barely any poison in the monster meat, and it tasted quite good. Among them, the best part, the gallbladder, was currently in Diodon's hands. He threw the palm-sized gallbladder to Xian. Eat it. Huh, are you telling me to eat it raw? Xian looked bewildered. Yes, it's the best thing for weaklings like you, so eat every bit of it. If you don't eat it, I'll force it down myself. I'll eat it. Xian knew Diodon always meant what he said. With a deeply furrowed brow, he bit into the sand angler's gallbladder, using every bit of effort, fearing someone might accuse him of not eating it thoroughly. Damn it. Xian was exasperated, having exhausted all his pride. The fortunate thing was that there was no need to chew the gallbladder. Once Xian took a bite and put it in his mouth, it melted and went down his throat. Yet he didn't feel satiated. Even after consuming the entire gallbladder of an enormous sand angler, Xian's stomach remained unchanged. It's fascinating. Xian, murmuring to himself, suddenly wore a different expression. He felt an intense surge of heat suddenly processing in his stomach. In unbearable agony he hadn't imagined, Xian collapsed, rolling around on the ground. HMPH. Diodon ignored Xian's plight and expertly cut up the sand angler's meat. Sizzle. Flames erupted from his hands, cooking the meat to perfection in an instant. Chewing on the well-cooked sand angler, Diodon glanced at the oasis. This too will disappear soon. Desert oases are like illusions. They appear one day and disappear the next, relocating to random places through desert mirages. Humans cannot predict these changes. Although the ruler of the oasis, the sand angler, had died, another would surely appear. Sand anglers always lay eggs in the oases they inhabit. When the ruler of an oasis dies, new sand angler offspring are born automatically. Thus, the cycle of life never ceases. But to grow as large as the sand angler Diodon had captured would take at least 100 years. Meanwhile, Xian was still screaming in pain, rolling on the ground. Diodon muttered, sneering at his pitiful state. You idiot. It was already the next morning when Xian regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, Xian was surprised. A vitality he had never felt before coursed through his entire body. But that wasn't all. His body was full of muscles. The muscles weren't as bulky as balloons. Xian's original physique had been rather thin. Yet now his previously thin body had transformed entirely into muscles. Every single muscle was as defined and tough as interwoven wires. Xian was speechless at the change in himself. Looking beside him, he saw Diodon sitting and eating the sand angler's meat. He asked, "What happened to me? Seems like your body took the medicine well. Is the sand angler's gallbladder a medicine then? It's a rare and valuable medicine. There's nothing better for strengthening muscles and bones. HMPH, carrying around a weakling like you, what else could I do? Eat this and get ready to leave." Diodon tossed a piece of meat to Xian. First, Xian wore the robe he made yesterday. The moment he put it on, he felt a chilling sensation. Sand angler's skin was perfectly insulated against the desert heat and radiated cold. Whoa, Xian exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected efficacy. Diodon said, "We will stay here for a while and eat the sand angler meat. Are you saying we should eat it all? Meat with this much nutrition is hard to find in the desert, so we have to eat everything. All right." Xian nodded. Now, even if Diodon lied about a beanstalk growing in the desert, Xian might believe it. Xian ate the sand angler with Diodon. It took just 4 days for the enormous sand angler to disappear, leaving only bones behind. They consumed every bit of it except the bones. At that moment, the oasis disappeared as if it had all been a lie. Without a trace of regret, the two left the oasis behind. The sandstorm blew in. The desert wind was incredibly dry and carried sand, leaving significant scars on the skin even with brief exposure. It had nothing to do with Xian. Sand couldn't harm him. It was like his own body. Although the area he could control was limited, it was enough to shield himself in the desert. The scorching sun and the night's chill were mitigated by the robe he wore. Made from the hide of a sand angler, the robe was thin, lightweight, and possessed exceptional insulation. During the day, it blocked heat, keeping him cool, and at night, it prevented his body heat from escaping. It conserved his energy. Walking alongside Diodon, Xian glanced around suddenly. All he saw was sand in every direction. No terrain features or structures were visible to use as landmarks. Standing amidst the vast desert, one realized how insignificant humans were. Xian looked ahead at Diodon, who continued walking without resting or looking back, always moving forward. Without a clear goal, one couldn't walk straight like that in the desert. Only those with a clear purpose could march in a straight line like that. Despite several days of traveling together, Diodon never spoke of his goals or past. When the sun set for rest, he always placed Crayon in front for conversation. Initially, Xian thought such behavior was that of a crazy old man, as conversing with a sword made no sense to him. He knew of the existence of the ego sword, but believed true ego swords were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent in Neo Soul. Hence, he didn't believe Diodon's sword was a real ego sword. However, with this routine repeating daily, Xian now believed that Diodon indeed conversed with the sword. When in the throes of the desert's madness, Diodon's face softened as he conversed with Crayon. Occasionally, his eyes gleamed with profound emotion. Yet when the sun rose and they traversed the desert, his eyes returned with a stern, fierce look. His eyes harbored immense madness and rage, as if capable of tearing apart the entire world. Xian didn't know what made Dioden like that, but today he was once again pushing forward against the harsh desert sands. Chewing on jerky, Xian followed behind Dioden. After consuming the sand angler's gallbladder and meat, Xian's body underwent a significant transformation. All excess fat vanished, replaced by a muscular physique. No matter how long he walked, he didn't tire, unaware of the arduous trek. If it weren't for Dioden, Xian wouldn't have known of the existence of the sand angler or its effects on the body. Who is he? What circumstances drive him to cross this desert alone? And why am I tagging along? Questions endlessly plagued Xian. The best way to satisfy his curiosity would be to ask Dioden. However, the feasibility of that was almost non-existent. There's nothing straightforward about this. Gulp. Swallowing the jerky he had been chewing for a while, Xian's mouth felt dry. He rummaged inside the robe and retrieved a leather pouch filled with water. This, too, was made from the sand angler's hide. Lightweight and flexible, it could hold a considerable amount of water. Xian had filled it to the brim before the oasis disappeared. He only drank sparingly when absolutely necessary. Sigh. With just a sip of water, he quenched his thirst. As he secured the leather pouch back to his waist, TSSSH, a subtle movement caught his senses from deep within the sand. Xian concentrated on his senses. There were a total of 10 entities detected by his senses. They were coming at him from all sides. Within a radius of 10 meters from Xian, movements were detected. This was proof that his senses had extended to 10 meters, but he couldn't simply rejoice at the heightened perception. It was time to prepare rather than revel. The creatures, though slow, were steadily closing in on him, forming an encircling trap ready to spring forth. Armor like glistening titanium shells, sturdy pincers split into 2, 6 legs, and a pair of antennae. The creatures were ants. However, unlike regular ants, they were much larger than humans. They were called wolf ants. They moved in packs like wolves, reflecting their ferocity and roughness. In the desert, wolf ants posed the most significant threat to caravans crossing through. Once a single wolf ant appeared in the vicinity, it was assumed that there was a nest nearby a typical anthill. Anthills housed hundreds, if not thousands, of ants and larvae. Once prey was caught, they'd drag it to the anthill, feeding the queen and the larvae. What made the wolf ants fearsome was their venom injected when they bit. The frightening aspect of this venom was that while the body became immobilized, the mind remained intact. Those bitten by wolf ants had to endure the sensation of being devoured alive while in full consciousness. That's why in the desert, encountering wolf ants often led to suggestions of opting for suicide instead. Xian had heard endless tales about wolf ants while in the slums. That's why the moment he saw them, he recognized their identity. Thud, the wolf ants clashed their teeth as they approached Xian. Their mineral-like eyes and shells reflected the sunlight, blurring the vision. Unperturbed, Xian unleashed his sand blaster. Shoosh! 5 jets of the sand blaster surged towards the heads of the wolf ants. They staggered from the impact, but unlike the giant horned hyenas, their heads remained intact. One terrifying aspect of wolf ants was their defensive capabilities to repel most attacks with their titanium-like shells. Their defense was so potent that attacks from D rank awakened or below hardly affected them. That's why those of D rank or lower awakening would opt to flee upon encountering wolf ants. Unaware of this fact, Xian attacked the wolf ants. Enraged by Xian's assault, the wolf ants charged with even fiercer determination. Wah! Xian retreated while continuously unleashing the sand blaster. Quackwackwung. The sand blaster relentlessly struck the heads of the wolf ants. Despite receiving significant shocks, they still stood strong. Xian felt there was no winning this way. Quickly stepping back, he simultaneously aimed the sand blaster at one of them, targeting only a single one. Boom! Finally, the targeted wolf ant's head exploded. Good, Xian clenched his fists, unleashing the sand blaster in rapid succession. Bang, boom. With each eruption of the sand blaster, the heads of the wolf ants exploded like fireworks. While traveling with Dioden, the sand blaster's power had increased exponentially. It bridged the gap in levels enough to deal substantial damage. Xian gained confidence in the sand blaster's effectiveness. That's when it happened. Keek! Suddenly, one of the wolf ants emitted a bizarre high-frequency sound. It seemed as if it was screaming in terror, just as fearful as Xian. Noisy, Xian launched the sand blaster at the head of the wolf ant, emitting the high-frequency sound. Boom. Once again, the wolf ant's head shattered into pieces. Now only 3 wolf ants remained. Xian thought he had to finish this quickly and catch up with Dioden. That's when the unexpected occurred. TSSS. Suddenly, Xian sensed numerous creatures approaching. What startled, before Xian could react, the wolf ants thrust their heads out through the sand. Their numbers exceeded 100. Insane. Xian was astonished by the unimaginable numbers. Only now did Xian realize that the high-frequency sound the wolf ants released earlier was a call-out to its comrades. The wolf ants closed in on Xian, completely surrounding him. Kakakaka! The wolf ants emitted an eerie sound of cacophony that exploded into the air. They swiftly charged towards Xion. Fuck! Xion swiftly maneuvered with sand strides, narrowly avoiding the wolf ants' attacks. Thud, thwack. In a hair's breadth escape, Xion dodged the pincers of a wolf ant and unleashed the sand blaster at its head. Xion was covered in the flesh and blood of the wolf ant. Seeing this, the other wolf ants attacked with even more ferocity. Yeah! Xion fought back against the wolf ants, screaming. In the heat of battle, Xion suddenly noticed an old man sitting atop a high sand dune. It was Dioden. He observed the struggle between Xion and the wolf ants with Crayon sitting beside him. Wolf ants have a habit of flocking together when one of their kind is attacked. One should not assume that the attacking wolf ants were all there were. Even now, as they fought, they emitted their distinct high-frequency calls, calling for reinforcements. Soon, the rest of them would arrive. Indeed, Dioden sensed a swarm of wolf ants approaching rapidly from this direction. There seemed to be an anthill nest nearby. Boom, bang, Xion exerted all his strength, unleashing the sand blaster. Each blast caused the heads of the wolf ants to explode. It's not enough. It's far from sufficient. Dioden expressed dissatisfaction. Xion had awakened a rare ability in this world, sand manipulation, a blessing that was unparalleled in this predominantly desert world. However, Xion failed to realize how extensive his potential was, how high its utility could reach. Such things needed to be discovered through personal experience. The world judged an awakened strength based on their insignias. Whether they belonged to the martial arts category, the magic category, were weaker than D rank, and so forth, S rank being the pinnacle. Merely appearing that way dictated the hierarchy and determined one's potential. When awakened individuals acquired skills, they were guided not to realize their own utility or growth direction, but were pushed towards a standardized, safe path of development. Thus, they couldn't fully utilize their potential. One had to collide with adversity, cross the boundaries of life and death, realize their shortcomings, and then ponder on how to fill those gaps. That, according to Dioden, was the correct path for an awakened's growth, but the powerful figures in Neo Soul disagreed. Dioden's approach took too much time and wasn't efficient enough. Hence, the influential figures in Neo Soul looked down on him. You hard-headed idiots. They're so engrossed in power struggles they don't even realize the state the world is in. 100 years had passed since the sixth extinction. Most survivors perished, and only a few remained. Dioden was one of the very few survivors who remembered the horrors of that time. He witnessed firsthand how the sixth mass extinction began, how many people suffered and perished in despair. While civilization crumbled overnight, the transmogrified monsters ravaged the earth. No one knew the immense anger he felt as he helplessly watched his family and friends become mere prey for the monsters, fading away. Fortunately, awakening and surviving until this moment, Dioden never once forgot the horrors of that time. Some told Dioden to forgive himself. Nonsense. How could he forgive himself? Even after 100 years, he couldn't forgive himself for watching helplessly as his wife died. While he called everyone else an idiot, in truth, the biggest idiot was himself. With a mad gleam in his eyes, Dioden watched Xion. Xion engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf ants, dodging with sand strides and attacking with the sand blaster. A standardized approach. Xion might believe it's his best, but he hadn't reached Dioden's expectations yet. Prove your worth by surviving on your own, you idiot. Arg! Xion let out a groan. There was a deep wound on his arm, the result of being bitten by the jaws of a wolf ant. He hastily pulled his arm away, but it left a deep gash. If his body wasn't strengthened by eating the gallbladder and meat of the sand angler, his arm might have been torn off completely. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. He had to act quickly. Wasting time could lead to permanent disability, but there was no leisurely time for treatment. Thud, thud. Xion avoided the wolf ant's fangs and fired the sand blaster. Boom, boom, the heads of the wolf ants exploded. The sand blaster was powerful, and the wolf ants were no match. The problem was their sheer number. No matter how many he killed, there seemed to be no end to them. Even though he reduced their numbers, they somehow filled the gaps. The onslaught of the giant horned hyenas was formidable, but it couldn't compare to the wolf ants. The wolf ants relentlessly attacked Xion without tiring. Dodging with sand strides also had its limits. Xion was already surrounded by the wolf ants. If he continued like this, he would undoubtedly become prey to the relentless assault of the wolf ants. Xion hurriedly checked his mana. There wasn't much mana left. If he ran out of mana, there wouldn't even be a chance to continue the adventure. The only opportunity for the adventure was now. I need something stronger and faster than the sand blaster, and it has to consume less mana. Think of a way. The key was imagination. There was no leisure to think calmly in such a life-threatening situation, but he had to imagine an advanced version of the sand blaster. The sand blaster was a skill that shot sand at high pressure, a technique that inflicted damage on enemies with the force of sand. Suddenly, a question arose. Is it necessary to compress the air? His ability was control over sand. He could move sand without necessarily shooting it with air. Most universal skill among magic category awakened was the magic missile. If I apply that, there seemed to be a possibility. No, even if the possibility was slim, he had to make it work. His life was at stake. Even if there was only a one chance, he had to take the risk. Xian used up all his remaining mana, and he imagined, concentrating sand. Swoo! Instantly the sands around him rose into the air and coalesced into adult arm-sized clumps. Dozens of sand missiles formed. Go. At Xian's command, dozens of sand missiles flew toward the wolf ants. Swoosh, swoosh, boom, holes the size of adult arms pierced the bodies of the wolf ants. Several wolf ants died with their fluids spilling out. There were no wolf ants left standing in the area. Xian, with bloodshot eyes, looked around. There were no wolf ants left in the vicinity. They had all been swept away by the sand missiles. Ha ha! Xian laughed wearily and knelt down. Pouring out all his mana had brought extreme exhaustion. He had done everything he could. There wasn't even a flicker of strength left in his fingers. That's when it happened. SSSSH, the sound of sand trickling down rang out. As Xian looked up, a glint of despair flashed in his eyes. Oh fuck, digging through the sand, a wolf ant was revealing itself. However, it was several times larger than the other wolf ants. On its titanium-like shell, a faint reddish hue made it appear even more extraordinary. At that moment, its identity became clear. Is that the queen? As all her subordinates perished, the queen finally made her appearance. Around the queen, more wolf ants emerged. They were the soldier wolf ants. It was twice the size of regular wolf ants, with jaw strength exceeding 3 times. Once caught in its jaws, there was no escape. For every queen wolf ant, there were 20 soldier ants. Compared to the wolf ants Xian had taken down, they were few in number, yet their threat level was several times higher. The queen wolf ant approached Xian, flanked by her soldier ants. Her mineral-like eyes bore a young rage, directed squarely at Xian. Her rage must have been immense for the queen to break taboo and travel this far. While the queen wolf ant was only at a C rank level, her danger level was at least B rank or higher, considering her ability to trample countless wolf ants under her feet. Keek, the queen let out a screech, and the soldier wolf ants approached Xian. Despite the approach of the soldier ants, Diodin didn't make a move. The old man is like a dog. That was the moment. Quack, one of the soldier wolf ant bit Xian on the waist. Severe pain made his entire body stiff as a board, yet his mind remained clear. The queen ant began digging through the sand, followed by the soldier ants. Even the soldier wolf ant that had bitten Xian also dug into the sand, dragging him along. Xian's distorted from the pressure of the sand pressing down on his entire body. He had no idea how deep underground they were. Suddenly, the pressure dissipated, revealing a massive cave. They had entered the wolf ant's stronghold, the anthill. The anthill's walls were made of sand, hardened by the saliva of the wolf ants, making them unyielding. The anthill was more complex than a maze. Even a human with an excellent sense of direction would get lost once inside the anthill. Queen and her soldier ants led Xian deeper into the anthill. They arrived at a place teeming with numerous larvae and eggs. Queen's nursery. Bones of devoured prey lay scattered in the nursery. Kakaka, the queen wolf ant stood in the center of the nursery, emitting eerie sounds. Immediately, wolf ant larvae emerged from various spots on the walls. They were much smaller than regular wolf ants, and their shells were transparent. Over hundreds of larvae crowded the walls and floor, advancing toward. The soldier wolf ant that had been biting Xian finally opened its jaws. Thud, Xian fell helplessly to the ground. The paralyzing poison spread, rendering him unable to move a single finger. The larvae looked at the helpless Xian, moving their antennae eagerly. It seemed like they were rejoicing over their imminent meal. Crunch, crunch, the larvae tore apart his robe and sank their teeth into Xian's body. He couldn't even scream and opened his eyes wide. The realization that he was being eaten alive sent a moment of panic through his brain. Xian let out a silent roar. The rank insignia on his wrist suddenly shimmered. A deep orange glow emanated from the second line. It was evidence he had advanced to E rank. In the face of impending death, he unknowingly unleashed his potential. Upon reaching E rank, the abnormal state was lifted. The paralysis ceased, and his mana was fully restored. At that moment, Xian shouted, "Die." A plethora of sand missiles flooded the anthill at his command. Keek, amid the queen wolf ant's wail-like cry, Xian disregarded her and unleashed the sand missiles. Boom, 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 the sand missiles obliterated the larvae. They burst and tore apart like snacks being crushed. Seeing this, the soldier wolf ants rushed forward. Xian launched sand missiles at the soldier ants as well. The soldier wolf ants hit by the sand missiles began to die off. The difference in abilities between F rank and E rank was enormous. Just one rank advancement drastically amplified the power of the sand missiles. The soldier wolf ants' legs were shattered, their heads exploded, rendering them helpless. Now only the queen wolf ant remained in the nursery. Xian launched sand missiles at the queen wolf ant. Boom! However, Xian's attack did not work on the queen wolf ant. Her shell strength surpassed even the soldier wolf ants. Her titanium-like shell could neutralize attacks imbued with aura. Moreover, it also had an aura barrier, hence Xian's attack had no effect. Keik. Enraged by the deaths of the larvae and soldier ants, the queen wolf ant let out a high-frequency sound. The high-frequency sound waves hit the wall and were amplified. Screaming, Xian collapsed, blood streaming from his ears. His eardrums ruptured, and his brain was concussed from the high frequency. The queen wolf ant possessed a skill akin to that of a boss. Attacking utilizing high-frequency sound waves was the queen's skill. With bloodshot eyes, Xian gazed at the approaching queen wolf ant, her forms overlapping. The queen moved her antennae as if boasting her victory. Yeah, you won, fuck you. Xian lifted his middle finger with difficulty. The queen wolf ant plunged her teeth, ready to strike. Xian shut his eyes, awaiting death. That was the moment. Swish! Suddenly, a gust blew into the anthill. The queen wolf ant's head flew into the air, leaving her body intact. It felt surreal, body remaining while the head soared. Xian was completely covered in the bodily fluids that spewed out from the body of the queen's torso. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Come to your senses, you idiot. How long are you going to stay dazed? The voice belonged to none other than Diodin. He had severed the queen wolf ant's head and rescued Xian. Diodin glanced at the corpses of the larvae and soldier wolf ants and spoke. Still, you're not entirely useless. Xian had proven his worth through his own strength. Although he appeared powerless in front of the queen wolf ant, any other awakened in his place would likely have been the same. The queen wolf ant was a high-level monster that even a high-ranking awakened would struggle against. The crucial point was Xian's refusal to give up, ultimately advancing in rank. In times of crisis, human nature emerged. Some gave up at the slightest difficulty, while others persisted relentlessly. Xian belonged to the latter. He deserved to live. That was the moment. Kiik, sounds of wolf ants' wails echoed through the anthill. It was the approaching wolf ants, aware of their queen's demise. Hey, Diodin let out his characteristic rough laughter, his eyes gleaming with madness. He spoke. Get up. How long will you sit there? Your enemies are still around. Do you plan to just sit and die? Get up. Even if you're going to die, die fighting. Shit, Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't want to appear foolish in front of Diodin anymore, even if he did die. You damn old bastard. He stood up, cursing Diodin in his heart. Kiik, the anthill filled with charging wolf ants. Arg, Xian screamed, unleashing sand missiles. There were no bystanders in the anthill. Only wolf ants, monsters in human form, and a madman unleashing his skills, devoid of any reason. Huk, Xian sat against the wall, panting heavily. He had expelled everything. Mana, physical energy, everything had bottomed out. He felt utterly exhausted, not a speck of strength left in him. Meanwhile, Diodin showed no signs of fatigue, not a hint of exhaustion in him, not even a single heavy breath. Once again, Xian realized just how inhuman Diodin truly was. Xian had killed quite a lot of the wolf ants within the anthill, but compared to Diodin, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Despite dispatching most of the wolf ants within the anthill, he continued to rummage through the sandpit without a trace of weariness. Xian wondered what this human was up to, engaging in such futile activities. Thud, Diodin tore out the stone slab where the queen wolf ant usually rested. The massive slab was torn out like a piece of paper. Hidden under the stone slab was an egg the size of an adult's fist. Kiik, Diodin lifted the egg and looked at it. A faint light emanated from the egg. That's it. What do you mean? Eat this. What? Diodin tossed the egg to Xian. Xian, with a puzzled expression, caught the egg. Why are you asking me to eat this? It's the queen wolf ant's egg. That's not what I'm asking. It's not just any ordinary egg. It's the egg that will become the next queen. The essence of the queen wolf ant is infused within this. Is this like the sand angler's gallbladder? It's better than that. Eat it. Xian hesitated for a moment while holding the egg, but soon he closed his eyes tightly and brought the egg to his mouth. As he cracked the shell, the egg's contents flowed out and into Xian's mouth. As it traversed his esophagus, Xian felt an intense heat as if his entire body were aflame. Arg, screaming in agony, Xian writhed on the ground. The pain from consuming the sand angler's bile was child's play compared to this. It felt as if a sharp dagger kept piercing through his belly continuously. It wasn't a pain one could endure while in their right mind. Diodin simply watched Xian writhing in agony without offering any help. If you want to survive in this crazy world, you better get used to pain. It was the pain required to become stronger. This pain couldn't even qualify as true agony, at least not by Diodin's standards. Leaving Xian to his suffering, Diodin approached the carcass of the queen wolf ant. With a smooth, precise cut where the neck and torso met, the carcass remained pristine without a single wound. Acquiring such an intact queen wolf ant carcass wasn't easy. There was no waste in the queen wolf ant's carcass. A pair of antennae served as the best items for detecting ghost-type curses, and its 6 legs were excellent for crafting weapons. Not only that, thud, Diodin reached into the queen wolf ant's torso and retrieved a fist-sized stone. It was a magic stone. Not just any magic stones, but one of remarkably high purity. As the queen of a group, she possessed a magic stone. Magic stones could not only be mined in magic stone mines. Sometimes, among the monsters, there are those who possess magic stones like this. Occasionally, these stones held a much higher purity than those mined, even containing the creature's essence, making them incredibly versatile. The titanium-like shell could be used to make top-quality armor, and its innards could also be used as various materials. Diodin summoned his spatial subspace and stored the entire queen wolf ant's carcass. Xian's agony was far from over. He was whimpering, his body curled up like a shrimp, as if he didn't even have the strength to scream anymore. Looking at it, it seemed like it would take a long time for him to digest the queen wolf ant's eggs. Thud. Diodin drove Crayon into the ground and sat down. Tempered with the heart of the flame drake, Crayon exuded an even more intense aura. Additionally, there was a faint crimson glow on the blade, but such external changes were of little importance to Diodin. What truly mattered was Crayon's essence. Friend. As if responding, Crayon hummed its response. The humming persisted for a while, and Diodin listened attentively. After some time, Diodin spoke up. Right, I know too, but there's no helping it. If one is weak, they'll perish. It's their destiny. Don't you know? We don't have much time left. We absolutely need him. Yes, you're right, but... The conversation between the human and the sword continued for quite some time. Xian sighed and opened his eyes. His whole body ached as if it had been pounded with a hammer. The lack of strength in his limbs was undoubtedly a repercussion from consuming the queen wolf ant's egg yesterday. Having felt piercing pain in his abdomen throughout the night, it was no wonder his limbs lacked vigor. Xian checked his mana and was astonished. The mana had increased at least threefold. What? Now your mana manipulation and premature ejaculation should have improved. Suddenly, Diodin's voice echoed. Turning his head, Xian saw Diodin rising from his spot, storing Crayon. Did the egg I consumed increase my mana? That's correct. Some creatures' eggs have the effect of boosting mana. Not every egg has that effect, only special ones like the one you consumed. If you've rested enough, get up. How long do you plan to laze around? Yes, all right, I'll get up. Grasping his aching legs, Xian got to his feet. He knew Diodin wouldn't consider his condition, no matter how much he complained. It was better for his mental health to grit his teeth and stand up despite the pain. With Diodin's aid, even though the increase in mana was substantial, this level of pain was nothing. Xian followed Diodin out of the anthill. Phew, he hadn't anticipated the scorching sun to be so welcoming. While Xian relished the sunlight and fresh air, Diodin was already striding off into the distance. Xian hastily used sand stride and followed behind Diodin. Swoosh. His body slid forward on the sand's surface. With an ample supply of mana, he could manipulate the sand freely without necessarily moving his legs. Xian adjusted his robe. Despite the holes and tears that had appeared on the robe's surface during the battle with the wolf ants, over time, it gradually restored itself to its original state. The inherent regeneration of the sand angler hide within the robe had kicked in, and after half a day, the robe returned unblemished. Its ability to block heat remained intact. As the robe's sand walking ability combined with his mana, traversing the desert no longer felt as arduous. Xian took out a piece of jerky and chewed it slowly. Where is his final destination? In this vast desert, he couldn't help but wonder what Diodin sought where he was headed. Had they not been traveling together from the start, he might not have been curious, but now he felt compelled to accompany him just to discover his true destination. That's when it happened. A fierce sandstorm swept in. The intense wind carried a deluge of sand that enveloped the entire area. Xian pressed his robe tightly, squinting. Ordinary people might have lost their direction or had their vision impaired by the sandstorm, but for Xian it caused only slight discomfort without hindering his senses. With a surge in mana, his perception range expanded significantly. He could sense Diodin walking on the sand several meters ahead. Each step he took resonated distinctly within Xian's awareness. It was as if the sand grains themselves were relaying information about Diodin. This is what it feels like to advance in rank, Xian thought, looking at his rank insignia. 2 lines were shining brightly. The deep orange hue proved his status as an E-rank awakened, but that was merely what was visible on the surface. In reality, he was much stronger than the typical E-rank, with a considerable amount of mana. Because of this, Xian could progress rapidly. He could also elevate his abilities without being restricted by common sense or preconceptions. The key is imagination. He keenly felt this during battles with the wolf ants. Fighting solely with predetermined skills was foolish. Even with the same skills, the way they were applied made a significant difference in their effectiveness. To imagine endlessly and manifest it into realitithas, to Xian, was the true essence of strength. The fact that he would have never realized this if not for Diodin's relentless push was also true. Still, it doesn't change the fact that he's a damn old bastard. He always pushed Xian to his limits, expecting him to survive on his own. If he couldn't meet those expectations, he would be mercilessly discarded. Although now being discarded didn't matter anymore, Xian still wanted to follow through. It was because of his belief that by sticking with Diodin till the end, he could become even stronger. He didn't want to struggle with exhaustion or be chased due to weakness anymore. He didn't know where this path led, but by following Diodin, he believed he could eventually attain a strength similar to his. Lost in thought, he walked until suddenly, the sandstorm passed and his vision cleared. He could see Diodon's back in the distance. He remained focused on the path ahead. Despite sand piling up on his head and shoulders, he walked without brushing it off. Then abruptly, Diodon, who had been walking ahead, stopped. What is he doing? There was still plenty of time before sunset. It wasn't time for Diodon to rest yet. Approaching Diodon's side, Xian stood there, but Diodon didn't react, continuing to gaze ahead. Naturally, Xian's gaze followed to where he was looking. What's there? Xian's eyes widened as he saw something massive moving on the horizon where the sky met the desert. Thud, thud. The moment Xian confirmed the identity of the huge entity approaching with a thudding sound, he almost screamed. It was a gigantic tortoise. What set it apart from a regular tortoise was its size, thousands of times larger, and its shell shaped like a fortress. Moreover, it bore the blue hue of a B rank or higher. That's what is it. The moving fortress Archelon. Archelon, yeah, it's a tortoise-shaped monster. It's only a B rank, but its defensive capabilities are on par with a ranks or higher. That's why people transform their shells into fortresses and ride them around. Are you saying that humans can tame and ride such a huge monster? Xian's face was full of disbelief. It was an utterly unbelievable story. However, seeing the tortoise-shaped Misu carrying a fortress on its back made it impossible not to believe. Archelon was heading straight toward Xian and Diodon. Though it seemed to be walking slowly, its colossal size made it reach them quickly. As Xian observed it up close, Archelon appeared even more overwhelming. It was almost the size of an entire village. The notion of humans riding such massive monsters was hard to believe. Thud, finally, Archelon halted right in front of the two. The fortress's gate opened, revealing someone inside. It was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He lifted his glasses with his index finger and looked at Diodon. I had my doubts from a distance, but it's really you, Diodon. An old man descended down the stairs. He was of small stature, barely half the size of Diodon. The old man looked up at Diodon with wistful eyes. So you're still alive. Diodon, looks like you've lost more teeth, Pavelsa. You're abnormal, still fussing over living past 100. The old man called Pavelsa grumbled. He had lost almost all of his teeth and had only a few left. In contrast, Diodon was still alive and well. In many ways, they were incomparable. Diodon asked Pavelsa. What brings you here? This isn't your territory. Scavengers have been running rampant here. Didn't you sweep them away last time? Just because you sweep them once doesn't mean those pests vanish. New ones showed up this time, more vicious than ever. There's no point in getting involved, it'll only give us a headache. HMPH, seems like someone's scared of scavengers, spinning tales of running away. I'm not you. There's no need to willingly get tangled in troublesome matters. We call that a wise choice. Just living to talk. Diodon chuckled. Despite his ridicule, Pavelsa didn't seem embarrassed by his laughter. While not as strong as Diodon, he too had survived the era of destruction for a long time, possessing resilience and experience. Though most of the world had turned into desert, there were still lands habitable for humans. There were rocky mines akin to jade quarries and small oases. Despite the harsh environment, humans adapted and continued their lives there. Not as secure as Neo Sol and not a gathering place for many, yet they persevered. Scavengers targeted these survivors, which led Pavelsa to move here. His gaze turned towards Xian, standing beside Diodon. Haven't seen this one before. A subordinate, just a companion, a person like you with someone tagging along. Heaven and earth will be flipped. Enough nonsense, let's go inside. There are items to trade. I wouldn't let just anyone in, but I'm doing it because it's you. Stop with the theatrics and guide us in. HMPH, Pavelsa snorted and ascended the stairs. Diodon followed, and lastly, Xian climbed up. Before climbing, Xian glanced at Archelon's face. Coincidentally, Archelon was looking at him too. The face was as big as a large house. The size of the pupils was larger than that of Xian himself. It was truly a frightening size. Xian's image reflected in its colossal pupils. Yet, Archelon seemed uninterested, swiftly turning its head forward. Taming a monster like this and casually riding it around. Crazy. He knew that there were tamers among the Awakened, but the tale of someone taming such a colossal monster was unheard of. Nonetheless, it was still too early to be surprised. Inside Archelon's shell, an unimaginable sight unfolded. The interior was hollow and vast, a whole village nestled within. Although there weren't many, there were still people roaming the streets. What in the world? They're a tribe, a bloodline, you mean? Yeah. They are all descendants of Pavelsa. Xian was more surprised by Diodon's words. In a world where surviving was a challenge and raising children safely was uncertain, leading such a large family was nearly impossible. Diodon spoke. This is possible because Archelon protects them from external threats. I guess so. Xian nodded. The desert housed numerous monsters, some as huge as the sandworms. However, none could compare to Archelon. Furthermore, Archelon boasted the strongest defense. The colossal shell on its back was so resilient that no monster's fang could pierce it. Hence, most monsters dared not provoke Archelon. Inside Archelon's shell, Pavelsa's descendants flourished. They call themselves the Mo tribe after Pavelsa's last name. Mo tribe, yeah, they are mindless idiots who think they are chosen, but in reality, they're nothing without Archelon. To Diodin, the Mo tribe living in the Iron Fortress appeared as nothing more than a sandcastle that could collapse at any time. The reason Archelon protected them was because of the powerful tamer named Pavelsa. After Pavelsa's death, it was uncertain whether Archelon would still protect the Mo tribe. This is because a tamed monster pledged loyalty only to its master. Pavelsa took the two of them to his house. He said as he sat down on a chair, "Where should we start? Anywhere." Diodin retorted coldly and brought out various items he had collected in the subspace storage over time. The horn of a giant horned hyena leader, the carcass of a queen wolf ant, and corpses of monsters he had hunted even before meeting Xion were laid out one by one. All the items Diodin presented were rare items that came from bosses. These were all items that could not be obtained easily. Depending on how they were processed, their power varied significantly. In the hands of a skilled craftsman, they turned into treasures, while in the hands of an unskilled individual, their value plummeted. Pavelsa scrutinized the items Diodin presented through his sharp gaze behind the spectacles. Each item was of supreme quality, flawless and impeccable. As expected, they're all impressive. There is no need for official affairs, so tell me how much you will pay for them. Will you take payment in magic stones? You must be out of your mind since you become old. Why would I need magic stones? True, you can't even enter Neo Soul, so I suppose you have no need for magic stones. Magic stones were the most crucial currency of this era. Consequently, all transactions in Neo Soul were based on magic stones. However, for some reason, Diodin couldn't enter Neo Soul, hence preferring tangible goods over magic stones. Pavelsa inquired, "So what do you want? A breastplate made from the carcass of the queen wolf ant and a subspace artifact. Do you need a breastplate? And don't you already have a subspace artifact? I won't be the one using them." Then is it for this young lad? Pavelsa finally looked at Xion with an intriguing expression. He had known Diodin for a long time, but this was the first time he was doing something for someone else. If Diodin was paying this much attention to someone, they couldn't be ordinary. He seems to be quite a useful lad. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me if you can do it. After a moment of contemplation, Pavelsa called someone, Kylie. Shortly after, a woman who looked to be about 20 years old entered the house. She had sun-kissed brown skin, blue eyes, and emanated a resilient vitality akin to cactus blooming alone in the desert. "You called Grandpa. Remember the subspace bracelet I made before? I don't have the bracelet, but there's another gauntlet. It's a great artifact since the enchantment worked exceptionally well. Give that gauntlet to this lad here. That precious artifact." Kylie seemed surprised. She was a rare and highly skilled enchanter. She could bestow properties or special abilities onto items. However, not all enchantments succeeded. The success rate barely exceeded 30, and only a small fraction of those turned into proper artifacts. Although there were enchanters in Neo Soul, most used methods combined with science. Pure enchanters were not so common, and among them, Kylie could be considered the very best. The artifact Pavelsa mentioned was her masterpiece, a gauntlet with top-grade subspace properties that exceeded 10 meters in length, width, and height. It was larger than an average warehouse and held substantial value. It was surprising to hand over such a precious item to a boy he had just met. Pavelsa's words are not yet finished. "And tell Noel to make a breastplate for this lad using the shell of this queen wolf ant." You want her to make a breastplate too? Yes. Noel was Pavelsa's youngest son and a remarkable blacksmith. His crafted items, and enchanted by Kylie, were sold at high prices, and that was how the Mo tribe survived, by buying potentially itemized goods from the desert, processing and selling them for profit in Neo Soul or to caravans. This resulted in Archelon's interior being full of valuable items and provisions. Kylie glanced at Xion with a meaningful gaze. Does he possess any special abilities? Her grandfather Pavelsa had a very prickly personality. If one didn't have abilities, he didn't entertain them at all. At that moment, Diodin spoke up. Did that brat become an enchanter? Oh, hello, long time no see. Only then did Kylie realize Diodin was there and hastily greeted him. So you've awakened as an enchanter, quite a useful skill you've acquired. There was a faint fear in Kylie's eyes as she looked at Diodin. She knew well just how powerful the old man before her was. The memory of Diodin tearing apart a massive monster in front of her when she was much younger still haunted her as a trauma. Kylie felt uncomfortable being in the same space as Diodin any longer. She hurriedly spoke to Xion. "Come with me. I'll give you the gauntlet." Yes, Xion followed Kylie, his joyful expression not concealed. He had no idea how envious he was whenever Diodin used the subspace. Secretly, he wished he had something like that himself. The fact that he could get it for free made him happier than he realized. Kylie asked Xion, "What's your relationship with that old monster?" "Pardon, Diodin." "Oh, we just happened to meet and are traveling together. Just happened to meet him." Kylie frowned slightly. She didn't quite believe Xion's words, but probing further seemed pointless. Kylie took Xion to her workshop. Various items she had crafted hung on the walls of her workspace. Xion couldn't help but marvel. The presence emitted by the items overwhelmed him. Wow, he inadvertently let out a gasp. Kylie looked pleased at his reaction. I've worked on all of these. How is it? Incredible. Are these all artifacts? That's right. It can be said to be the best, except for the ones excavated from dungeons. Sometimes, items excavated from dungeons triggered phenomena due to their excessively potent power. Artifacts excavated from dungeons were known to possess extraordinarily special abilities. Kylie's goal was to create artifacts as significant as those excavated from dungeons. She picked up the gauntlet hanging on the wall. The gauntlet covered the back of the hand and the forearm. I made this using the exoskeleton of an ironclad starfish mixed with adamantium. It's a dual composite structure, excelling in resilience, protection, and attack power. Besides the subspace function I mentioned earlier, it also has a self-recovery function. Self-recovery, so it automatically heals. Yes, as long as it's not completely destroyed, it will regenerate. Oh wow, isn't it impressive? That's not all. Possibly due to the ironclad starfish, the gauntlet has a fire attribute. Currently, it only emits a faint flame, but its power will vary based on what you attach to it. She pointed to a rounded part on the back of the gauntlet, designed for attachment. An artifact with a fire attribute. Yes, it's best to attach something powerful. Once attached, it can't be replaced. Frankly, this gauntlet is almost a product of chance. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to recreate it. I'll keep that in mind. But is it okay to just give me something like this? Grandfather told me to give it to you. Kylie handed the gauntlet to Xian. He immediately put the gauntlet on his right hand. Initially, it was a little loose, but once it was fully put on, it automatically shrunk to perfect fit. Xian moved his hand around, feeling as if he wore nothing. His wrist and finger movements were free. A faint heat emanated from the gauntlet. Kylie asked, "How is it?" "It's great." Heh. Kylie crossed her arms, wearing a proud expression. Just then, boom, suddenly the alarm-like wail of Archelon echoed. From her extensive experience, Kylie knew it was a warning. She rushed out of the house and looked outside. In the distance, an enormous cloud of dust was rising. Her complexion turned pale. It's the scavengers. The sixth great extinction completely changed the world's climate. Most of the land turned into deserts, leading to the extinction of many life forms. Even those who barely survived eventually fell prey to the monsters that emerged. Consequently, a significant portion of existing life forms became extinct, yet some species managed to survive. One such species was the Bactrian camel. As creatures that originally lived in the desert, they persisted through the cataclysmic event. Not only did they survive, but also evolved into formidable F-rank monsters. Their necks bore evolutionary markers in the form of a mane. Each strand of the mane exhibited a resilience akin to sturdy wire. The Bactrian camel utilized these spine-like mane as a means of defense, launching them when threatened. The utility of these spines extended beyond defense. They acted as a sort of radar, enabling the detection of other monsters from a distance. Scavengers traversed the desert riding on the Bactrian camels. These camels were unparalleled as a mode of transportation. Dozens of scavengers rode the Bactrian camels, heading towards Archelon. Though the distance was still considerable, it would soon shrink. Pavelsa clicked his tongue. These persistent bastards, they've managed to chase us this far. Of all the groups, it had to be the notorious Black Shark Group. Black Shark Group, they're a group whose power has suddenly increased tremendously. Their leader is a D-rank awakened. D-rank, for a leader of a scavenger group, that's quite a high rank. With that level of skill, he could easily enter Neo Soul, but for some reason he chose to remain as the leader of the scavengers. Pavelsa furrowed his brow deeply. At that moment, Xian and Kylie entered. Scavengers, we saw it too. Shall we move Archelon? We should, but they'll just follow again. Should we fight? Kylie asked cautiously. I'll handle this. The one who answered was Diodin. Pavelsa wasn't surprised. He had expected this kind of response from Diodin. Diodin spoke to Xian. You take care of the scavengers, me. Since you've received the treasure, it's time to pay the price. Hearing Diodin's words, Xian bit his lip. He had fought monsters several times, but facing humans would be a first. Naturally, hesitation crept in. Seeing this, Diodin sneered at Xian. If you're scared, just back off. What would happen if I do? What do you think? Diodin's eyes as he gazed at Xian, there was madness. Even without a response, it seemed clear. I'll fight. Good choice. Xian went outside the Archelon. Watching Xian, who walked alone towards the scavenger group, Pavelsa commented, Are you really going to let that lad fight the scavengers alone? It's risky. If he can't handle that much, he might as well perish. Ha, still as reckless as ever. Pavelsa shook his head vehemently. Despite not having seen him for a long time, Diodin hadn't changed a bit. His fierceness drove everyone away, leaving him alone. With folded arms, Diodin observed Xian's departing figure. Crayon remained untouched. It was evident he had no intention of intervening, but Pavelsa knew that this displayed Diodin's utmost confidence. Pavelsa looked at Xian with an expression of interest. What potential do you hold, young lad? That fucking old dog. Xian cursed at Diodin, watching the scavenger group rapidly closing in. He had anticipated a day when he would have to fight humans, but never expected it to be today. Fortunately, his physical condition was good, and he had the gauntlet he received from Kylie. Plus, he had recently ascended to an E rank awakened. As there was still some distance left, Xian calmly surveyed the surroundings. He had learned this from following Diodon. The basics of battle started with observing the environment and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of opponents. Once you had these basic details, the next step was to let your imagination roam. Based on the information gathered, envision how to efficiently strategize an attack. The crucial aspect was the detailed imagination. My weapon is the sand. The entire desert is my weapon. Although his control over it was still weak and he could only move the sand around him, with that alone, he could exert tremendous power in the desert. Xian clenched his fist, observing the scavenger group rapidly approaching. Roughly counted, there seemed to be more than 40 people. Xian, draped in a robe with only his eyes visible under a cloth wrapped around his face, stood amidst the approaching scavenger group. The man at the forefront exuded an unusually intense aura of aggression. He was a large man, almost a head taller than the rest, and was riding a camel with his arms crossed. There were no visible weapons on him. Judging from his physique, demeanor, and attire, he seemed to belong to the martial arts category of awakened, particularly those who didn't wield weapons, an action that cannot be performed unless one has a certain degree of confidence in their own strength. He was Gawain, the leader of the scavenger group. Gawain was a D-rank awakened. Like most martial artists, he possessed incredible physical prowess and skills. His skill was the shockwave, a skill that allows him to generate shockwaves by striking the air with his bare fists. It was a challenging skill to master, and his power was so great that there was no one among the scavenger group that could contend against him. Upon awakening, Gawain rallied the desert wanderers, forming the scavenger group. While most who followed him were ferocious but incompetent, a few were fortunate enough to awaken abilities. Among them were Klein and Mashimoto, who were considered Gawain's right and left arms. Klein and Mashimoto were awakened martial artists like Gawain, each wielding a scimitar and katana as their primary weapons. They were a rank lower E rank compared to Gawain but were reputed to be more brutal than him. A grotesque smirk formed on Gawain's ruthless face. Finally caught up. Hee. The Archelon, ridden by the Mott tribe in the desert, was known as a treasure trove. Rumors circulated about the treasure piled within its shell, likening it to a mountain. TLN changed from Mo tribe to Mott tribe. Hence, Gawain also set his sights on the Archelon. Although concerned about the massive turtle-like creature, known for its gentle nature and formidable defense but lack of significant attack capabilities, Gawain figured that attacking the people without provoking the Archelon would suffice. Raising his fist, Gawain shouted, "Don't touch the Archelon, kill all the others." "The treasure inside belongs to us," Kahaha, Wua the scavengers roared. As they neared the Archelon, someone stood in their path. It was Xian. Gawain furrowed his brow. What's this now? A man standing between the Archelon and the scavengers. Judging from the aura he extruded, he clearly intended to confront them. Arrogant, crush him. Gawain's command prompted the scavengers to accelerate. In an instant, Xian and the scavengers were close. The distance between them was now 10 meters. At that moment, Xian took off his robe's hood and raised his head. The gazes of Xian and Gawain met in the air. The moment their gazes met, Gawain felt an inexplicable unease. But it was too late to halt the camels charging forward. Then it happened. Kuong. Suddenly, the sand in front of Xian collapsed. The cascading sand swiftly formed a deep trench in an instant. Utilizing his control over the sand, Xian created a sand pit ahead. Although it was only about 10 meters wide and merely a meter deep, it was enough to disrupt the charging Bactrian camels. Kughaing. Arg. The camels and the scavengers screamed as they plunged headfirst into the sand pit. What's this? This is insane. The camels Gawain, Klein, and Mashimoto were riding were the first to crash headlong into the sand pit. Yet, as awakened, they propelled themselves mid-air, using the camels' backs as leverage. After landing on the opposite side of the sand pit, they turned to look back. What's happening? Unbelievable. My God. The entire scavenger group, except for them, were stuck in the sand pit. The issue was the injuries they sustained, broken limbs and necks from the heavy camels crashing down. A few subordinates managed to struggle out of the sand pit, but either dazed or incapacitated, they sat collapsed on the ground and could not do anything. Gawain shouted at Xian, "You coward. You dug this sand pit in advance. No need for words, Captain. A guy like that needs his head to be plucked off from his neck." Mashimoto, wielding his katana, charged at Xian. His katana emitted a crimson Auron-injected aura. This surge instantly increased the cutting power of the katana several times over. Mashimoto swung his katana with the intent to sever Xian's head in a single stroke. Swoosh! The katana sliced through the air, swiftly reaching Xian's neck. But it failed to fulfill its goal, halted by a sudden wall of sand that surged upward unexpectedly, striking only the sand wall instead of Xian's targeted neck. Crash! Struck by the aura-infused blow, the sand wall burst, disorienting Mashimoto's view. Thus he became unable to see. Amidst the scattering sand missiles were interspersed. Womb, a sand missile pierced Mashimoto's head. Mashimoto. Enraged by his comrade's demise, Klain charged at Xian. His scimitar also harbored a similar red aura. Ha! Xian took a deep breath. Everything had gone according to the plan he envisioned so far. By creating the sand pit to cripple the enemy's mobility and inflict maximum damage, he aimed to eliminate the leadership amidst the chaos. That was Xian's plan. It had gone perfectly until now. However, failing to execute the final act could ruin all his efforts. Xian raised his hand. Instantly, 5 strands of sand rose around them like creeping vines. Xian hurled the sand strands toward Klain. It was a sand blaster. Klain chuckled, "Ha, I'll cut this down in one stride." Rumble as he swung his sword, the sand blaster exploded entirely. In the moment Klain attempted to sever Xian's neck, a warning came from Gawain. "Watch out below you." Klain glanced downward. At that instant, a condensed strand of sand shot up like a spear. It was a sand missile. The speed was so fast that Klain couldn't even think of dodging. Boom! The sand missile pierced straight through Klain's lower abdomen. "Arg, you coward." Glaring at Xian with an indignant expression, Klain collapsed, just like Mashimoto losing his life. This bastard, Gawain, who lost his strongest subordinates in an instant, rushed forward. Xian met Gawain's gaze with cold eyes. The showdown had begun. It was time to draw the final stroke of the dragon he had envisioned. Aura was emanating from Gawain's clenched fists. His aura was more intense and splendid than that of Klain or Mashimoto. It was proof that his rank was higher than theirs. His rank surpassed even Xian's. Purely in terms of ability, Xian couldn't possibly defeat him. But this was the desert, and the entire desert was Xian's stage and canvas. Here he could paint any picture he desired. Swoosh! Walls of sand suddenly rose from all directions, shielding Xian, yet they shattered under Gawain's fists. Unfazed, Xian countered with sand missiles. It was the same technique he used to eliminate Klain. No way. Gawain sung his fist, shattering the sand missiles. He had observed Xian's attack strategy while witnessing Klain's demise. Surrender. Gawain, having neutralized the sand missiles, closed in on Xian. He swung a massive fist towards him. HMPH. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Xian vanished from Gawain's sight. A massive pit formed beneath Xian, swiftly sucking him in. The suddenness left Gawain bewildered. Xian fired sand missiles from under Gawain's feet. Boom! The explosions caused Gawain to stagger. GRR. That allowed him to withstand the indiscriminate sand missile bombardment to an extent. However, he knew that continually enduring such a barrage would cost him his life without a chance to retaliate. Gawain gritted his teeth. "Don't underestimate me." "Arg," he roared, slamming his fist into the ground. Crack. A shockwave, his skill shockwave, erupted, flipping the entire area's sand upside down. Even the pit where Xian was hiding couldn't escape the shockwave. Arg, Xian's brain was concussed by the shockwave. Blood vessels burst in his eyes and eardrums. Caught off guard by Gawain's unexpected retaliation, Xian staggered. Not missing a beat, Gawain leaped into the pit. "It's over, you brat." He unleashed a shockwave towards Xian. A direct hit would be fatal for Xian. Yeah. At that moment, sand surrounding them poured into the pit along with Xian. The mound of sand surged like a wave, engulfing Gawain and Xian. The sand's impact canceled Gawain's shockwave. Gawain, who was suddenly buried alive in the sand, quickly came to his senses. A vast amount of sand pressed against his body. He first checked for Xian's presence in the surroundings, yet he felt no sign of Xian anywhere. It was evident that Xian had escaped the sand pit, that little rat. Gawain trembled, struggling to stand. Boom! As he unleashed shockwave, the immense amount of sand covering him exploded. Gawain, preparing for Xian's next attack, was wary above the sand pit. Puff! Suddenly, an immense pain struck his lower body. What with disbelief, he looked down. A dozen thorns were piercing through his lower body and abdomen. They were thorns made of sand. He had only anticipated attacks from above, neglecting any preparation for attacks while inside the pit. He had assumed Xian had already escaped. That was when, suddenly, Xian rose from the pit's floor. "Erg, you," Gawain spat blood, staring at Xian. He truly hadn't expected Xian to deceive his senses and hide within the pit. That made it even more shocking. The ability to manipulate sand so freely was a power possessed by only one. Could it be a sand mage? Yes, crazy bastard to awaken such a deceitful ability. Arg, Gawain spat blood once more. At that moment, Xian asserted dominance. Consequently, the sand thorns that had pierced Gawain's body collapsed, turning back into grains of sand. With the sand thorns that supported his body gone, Gawain crumbled too, never to move again. Phew, a relieved Xian finally sat down on the ground. In truth, the last skill Xian used to attack Gawain was an improvisation. It was a spur-of-the-moment method that occurred when his life was at stake. There was no guarantee this gamble would work, but he trusted his instincts. Instead of escaping the pit, he hid under Gawain, concealing his presence within the sand. If Gawain had noticed even a bit, it would have been over. A direct hit from the shockwave at such close range would have instantly taken Xian's life. Huff, huff, Xian gasped for breath. "You bastard, I'm dead." Scavengers, emerging from the pit, launched a joint attack. Xian, taken aback, looked just as their weapons were about to hit him. There was no time to evade. At that moment, Xian contemplated death. Swoosh, an intangible force swept over Xian's head. Boom, the scavengers attacking Xian staggered and fell under the force. Their spilled blood covered Xian. Spitting out their blood, Xian only grimaced. At that moment, Diodon's voice reached his ears. You let your guard down when there are still enemies left. Xian lowered his head deeply. He had no words, even if he was cursed out. You still have a long way to go, you idiot. Diodon's words felt like a dagger to Xian's chest. Diodon wielded Crayon. Using Crayon, he shot out a sword energy, swiftly eliminating all the enemies attacking Xian. Diodon's prowess in hurling Crayon dozens of meters away was truly impressive. However, Pavlsa was astonished not by Diodon but by Xian. Good lord, an awakened who can manipulate sand. While wandering the desert for many years and encountering numerous awakened, Pavlsa had never encountered a sand awakened. It was beyond his imagination. Pavlsa glanced at Diodon. Diodon still wore an unsatisfied expression. Diodon wasn't pleased that Xian, by making a mistake at the end, had caused the crisis. Seems like that monster I heard about is indeed accompanying him. Now, Diodon seemed to understand why Xian was traveling with Diodon. In a desertified world, the most powerful entity was undoubtedly a sand mage. Although Xian's abilities weren't as strong as expected, the potential for growth was limitless. After dealing with all the scavengers, Xian walked unsteadily towards the Archelon. His face showed signs of exhaustion. For this one battle, Xian had given everything he had. Imagination mana, every drop of physical energy had been squeezed out. Fighting with monsters was tough, but battling humans was tougher. Phew, exhaling heavily, Xian ascended the Archelon. Good job, you did well. Pavlsa and Kylie greeted him, but Diodon was nowhere to be seen. Where's Diodon? He went inside. He said that his eyes were about to rot. As Xian sighed, Pavlsa chuckled and said, his standards are just too high, you fought well. Yes, you've worked hard, go in and rest. He nodded to Kylie. Kylie approached Xian. Let's go, I will guide you to your quarters. Xian followed Kylie without hesitation. She led him to a small room tucked away in a corner. Rest here, I'll bring you something simple to eat. Yes, Kylie left Xian alone and stepped out. Xian sat on a bed made of stone, staring at his hands. Rattle. His hands were shaking as if he had a tremor. Today he killed numerous people. Though they were scavengers, they were undoubtedly people just like him. Taking the lives of those like himself caused significant mental anguish. While he had killed before, it felt different now. Back then, it was survival amidst a struggle, unintentionally causing deaths. Now it was a systematic plan resulting in countless deaths. The guilt was immense. Still, I have to get over this, right? Xian steadied his trembling emotions. He couldn't keep blaming himself forever. In this harsh world, one had to shed guilt to survive. Although momentarily shaken, Xian understood the laws of such a world long ago. His trembling hands rapidly calmed down. Now he had a moment to reflect on the recent battle with the scavengers. Pavlsa entered the room where Diodon was resting in without knocking. Diodon was staring fixedly at Crayon, placed on his knees. Pavlsa spoke up. Crayon has changed. I infused it with the heart of a flame drake. You granted Crayon the fire attribute. That's quite the experiment. For 100 years, I've never forgotten my goal, not for a single moment. Phew, 100 years is plenty of time to forget everything. Pavlsa sighed. His face darkened with a deep shadow. He felt ashamed. He had buried memories of that day, dismissing it as an unavoidable event, a catastrophe beyond human capacity to handle. Instead, he focused solely on the protection and prosperity of the Mott tribe. Even while he was living only for his tribe's welfare, Diodon lived for a single purpose. Such dedication wasn't something anyone could do. At least among the people Pavlsa knew, Diodon was the only one. That's why he seemed foolish yet admirable. Pavlsa said, give me Crayon. In its current state, using Crayon might harm it. I'll get the kids to stabilize it. The heart of the flame drake contained tremendous fiery power, akin to a living furnace. Absorbing such flames had pushed Crayon's tolerance to its limits. Without stabilizing it now, its strength would significantly diminish. Diodon handed Crayon to Pavlsa. The moment he received it, Pavlsa staggered. Crayon's weight was enormous. This sword bore the weight of Diodon's entire life. The man who had lived 100 years with this sword, pursuing one and one goal only, that man was Diodon. The Mott tribe aboard the Archelon possessed exceptional abilities in crafting and enhancing items. They are talented individuals who would receive great treatment if they entered Neo Soul. These same talented individuals were given the order to stabilize Crayon. Not only did these skilled individuals meticulously disassemble Crayon, but they also repaired damaged parts, making it appear as good as new. Kylie attempted to add another enchantment to Crayon, but the sword already had numerous enchantments, rendering it impossible to add any more. With an incredulous expression, Kylie asked Pavlsa, what on earth is this sword? I've never seen anything like it. Are you sure it was created by humans? Crayon is a masterpiece born from one man's persistence and dedication. Are you sure it was really made by a human? Yes. Who exactly? Crayon. What? Crayon forged this sword. So the sword is named after the person who created it. That's correct. Why? Nuff, I cannot reveal more than that. Ah, Kylie wore a disappointed expression as Pavelsa firmly drew the line. Pavelsa stored Crayon in the scabbard and headed towards Diodon. Diodon was already prepared to depart, accompanied by Xion. Pavelsa said as he handed over Crayon, "It has been refurbished to be as good as new." Diodon's expression of gratitude caught Pavelsa off guard, because he believed everyone in the world was not worthy, including himself, to be treated well. Naturally, this also included Pavelsa. For Pavelsa, it was an unprecedented event. Pavelsa cautiously said, "You speak as if we will never meet again." "Probably. I doubt we'll meet again while we're alive." Diodon chuckled as he rose to his feet. Pavelsa, overwhelmed by his aura, found himself unable to say anything for a moment. For him, being rendered speechless was indeed a rare occurrence. While gazing at Diodon for a moment, Pavelsa instructed Kylie to bring some items. Items essential for surviving in the desert, such as a tent that concealed presents from monsters, a dagger with enhanced cutting power, a large jar for carrying water, and magic stones that could be used as a substitute for currency. Take them. They might not be of much help, but someday you might find them useful. Diodon, glancing at the items for a moment, told Xion, "I don't need them, so you carry them all in your subspace artifact." "Yes." Xion infused mana into his gauntlet, activating the subspace artifact. The items lying around were all swallowed up by the subspace artifact. Xion looked at his gauntlet with an amazed expression. At that moment, Kylie spoke up, "Oh, this too." She held out the breastplate made from the queen wolf ant's carcass and presented it to Diodon. It was an item designed to perfectly protect the chest and abdomen while allowing movement without any discomfort. Even though she couldn't enchant it due to time constraints, the armor made from the queen wolf ant's carcass provided formidable defense. Diodon said, "Give that to him." "Right, this was for Xion. Yes, I still can't protect myself like an idiot, so I'll just have to carry this armor around." "Haha, all right." Kylie handed Xion the breastplate without any further questions. Here, Xion took the breastplate. As Diodon had said, he did not yet have the abilities necessary to survive. He needed all the protection he could get until he was strong enough. In particular, he could have really used this protective gear during his fight with the scavengers. Xion wore the armor beneath his robe. Just by wearing the armor, he felt significantly more secure. Diodon said, "Let's go." "Yes," Xion replied, and they both disembarked from Archelon. Pavelsa and Kylie watched the two figures depart. Both of them walked away without looking back. By the time they disappeared from view, Kylie asked Pavelsa, "Grandpa, why do you go so far for him? Did you find some weakness in him, perhaps?" The Pavelsa she knew was not someone who would go to such lengths to help and care for someone. The most important thing to Pavelsa was his tribe. She couldn't fathom why Pavelsa, who saw everyone else as tools to be used, would extend such generosity towards Diodon. Pavelsa's answer was straightforward. "I and the world are indebted to him." Indebted. "How so?" "Everyone, including me, has been avoiding the truth and living cowardly lives. But he's different." "What do you mean?" "He's the only one facing the truth and moving forward, for 100 years. Regardless of his situation, how could you not respect such a man? He's the only person I respect and fear." "I don't understand what Grandpa is saying." "You don't need to. It's a truth I don't want you to know. But promise me one thing." "What?" "Xion is the one Diodon chose to be his companion. If you ever see him again, please help him. It's the only way we can somewhat repay our debt to Diodon." The atmosphere around Pavelsa was so heavy that Kylie didn't dare to ask any more questions. Diodon and Xion, having left Archelon and headed eastward, Diodon hadn't disclosed their destination to Xion, simply striding forward silently. Xion didn't inquire either. Now he just mechanically followed Diodon. Despite walking through the desert all day, he didn't feel tired at all. The sand itself propelled Xion forward, leaving him only the task of managing his mana to ensure it didn't deplete, a task quite challenging but now familiar. Mana was an amazing phenomena, and the more one used it, the more its capacity increased, an intriguing discovery for Xion. Hence, during rest times, he made it a habit to deplete mana to the bottom. He constantly used his skills like the Sand Blaster, Sand Missile, and Sand Manipulation to increase their proficiency. The fight against the scavengers was a major turning point for Xion that made him realize his infinite potential. He constantly replayed the fight against the scavengers, checking for any mistakes he made, and thought about how to use the sand more efficiently. As he trained with sand day and night, his skills improved dramatically. Walking through the desert, he was frequently attacked by the monsters. Diodon did not lift a finger, and it was up to Xion to deal with the monsters. Now that he had gained quite a lot of experience, Xion faced the monsters without panic. As he continued, he displayed all the tricks he could imagine against the monsters, increasing his skill proficiency. Now, Xion could use sand strides and execute sand blaster and sand missiles at the same time. He also learned many other skills. Observing Xion's progress, Diodon watched with an indifferent expression. Boom, a dozen or so monsters collapsed due to Xion's sand missiles. These were ghost scorpions, hiding in the sand and attacking with venomous stingers. Among the monsters that inhabit the desert, it belonged to the lower ranks. They were extremely dangerous if they were not detected in advance, as they would hide in the sand and then attack by surprise. However, despite their attempt at stealth, they couldn't conceal the minute vibrations carried by the sand particles. Kaboom! As soon as the ghost scorpion emerged through the sand, its head was obliterated. Many more met their end at Xion's hands. The ground was littered with the remains of shattered ghost scorpions. HMPH, Dowden snorted and turned away. Xion still didn't meet his standards. Still, it was worth praising him for not letting his guard down until the end. Now Xion never lets down his guard no matter what. At least now he's not a complete newbie. Feeling prideful that the learning effect was working, Dowden continued walking. After clearing all the ghost scorpions, Xion promptly caught up with him. Despite facing numerous ghost scorpions, Xion's breath didn't even become heavy. He didn't even look happy. Now it had become a natural thing for him to hunt down monsters of this level. Walking alongside Dowden, Xion suddenly exclaimed, spotting a large rock in the distance. Such protruding rocks in a world mostly composed of sand were exceptionally rare and valuable as shelter. This was because monsters that moved beneath the sand, like sandworms, could not approach it. It might have been part of a massive rock formation buried in the sand, similar to the Mana stone mines Xion had worked in. Dioden said, "Seems like something that was buried in the sand has revealed itself. Let's rest here for today." Yes, the two sat down on the large rock. Without a word, they both took out jerky from their pouches. Chewing slowly and sufficiently moistening it with saliva before swallowing, they consumed the high-nutrient jerky made from the meat of a large horned hyena. A single piece provided enough energy for a day, but for Xion, who's still in his growing phase, one piece wasn't enough. He reached for another piece and put it in his mouth, observing his surroundings. Before long, the sun had set, plunging the desert into darkness. It was silent in the desert, surrounded in darkness. Most monsters ceased activity, seeking refuge for sleep. Night in the desert was perilous even for the monsters. Xion had now realized that monsters active at night tended to be stronger. While not a problem for powerful individuals like Dioden, for Xion, it was a matter of survival. The roar of a monster echoed through the darkness. It was the roar of a colossal creature usually active at night. Xion furrowed his brow and looked at the place where the roar came from. It was clear that the sound came far from the rock where the two were resting. As long as the monster didn't approach directly, there seemed little reason to worry. Unconcerned about the monster's roar, Dioden withdrew crayon and drove it firmly into the rock. Thud, the crayon sank into the hard rock, almost like piercing tofu. After placing crayon on the rock, Dioden engaged in conversation with the sword. "My friend." Though a sight witnessed countless times, it still didn't feel familiar, so Xion tuned out Dioden completely, focusing on the gauntlet strapped to his right hand. As someone who wielded sand as a weapon, Xion had never directly swung the gauntlet. Hence, he hadn't truly felt the gauntlet's power. Its most practical feature was the subspace attached to the gauntlet. Xion stored all usable parts from the carcasses of monsters he hunted in this subspace. The subspace was unaffected by passage of time or changes in the environment, allowing items to be stored indefinitely. Moreover, the subspace was like an endless warehouse. Even after storing many items, there was ample space left a remarkably versatile item. Xion caressed the concave part on the back of his hand. By equipping a fire attribute item here, the power can be amplified. The mention of a fire attribute item reminded Dioden of the dungeon where he had defeated the flame Draketh dungeon that had swallowed Xion. All creatures within that dungeon possessed a fire attribute. If only he had known that he would acquire such a gauntlet earlier, he might have searched for useful items there. Tusk. Since there was no use in crying over spilled milk, Xion merely clicked his tongue. That's when it happened. Kua, over here, escaped to that place. The roar of a monster and the desperate voices of people were heard at the same time. Shortly after, 4 figures emerged through the darkness. However, their appearance was peculiar. Their brown skin tanned by the sun, coupled with clothes made from monster hides, somewhat resembled humans, but their pointed ears and violet irises were definitely not human traits, a different race. As the world underwent transformation and monsters emerged, so did other races. Although they appear somewhat similar to humans, they possess entirely different characteristics. They were not an evolution or variation of the existing human race, but an entirely new species. Humans, perplexed by their sudden appearance, referred to them as a different race. Some of these beings were said to reside within Neo-Sol. However, Xion had never seen them. Originally, there were quite a few of them, but a few decades ago, most of them were wiped out due to some incident. The surviving few lived within Neo-Sol, but were strictly restricted from venture outside. Hence, Xion, who had lived in the slums, was not given a chance to see them. This encounter marked Xion's first direct sighting of a different race. Among them, the pointed ears were a symbol of the elves. At first, an elf that suddenly appeared in this world originally had fair skin. However, influenced by the environment of the current world, their skin had now turned a dark brown. The four elves that appeared out of nowhere carried bows and arrows and had swords at their waists. They climbed onto the rocks where Xian and Diodin were, noticing the two. It's humans. Good, throw the humans to us as bait. It will distract them. But how? We'll figure it out later. We just have to survive. Amidst conflicting opinions, the elves aimed their bows at Xian and Diodin, threatening them. Come down from the rock, human. If you don't want to die, descend on your own. I'm sorry, human, move aside. Facing the elves' threats, Xian was left dumbfounded. There's a common perception that elves are a noble race. Their unique appearance and cold demeanor contribute to this image. Xian, too, had some fantasies about the elves, but they were completely shattered at this moment. Then it happened. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps resonated. Even from the sound of the footsteps, it was evident that the creature approaching was huge. Anxious expressions appeared on the faces of the elves. He's getting closer. Quickly, throw the humans as bait to lure him. Damn it, he followed us all the way here. Get down quickly, human. As the elves pulled the bowstrings taut, the bows curved like crescent moons. Instead of responding, Xian looked at Diodin. Ever since the elves appeared, Diodin's atmosphere had been unusual. Even when attacked by the monsters or during the scavengers' assault, Diodin remained indifferent. However, this time a madness was evident in his eyes for the first time. Unaware of this, the elves continued to threaten Diodin. In the tense atmosphere, Xian swallowed his dry saliva. One of the elves, unable to hold back any longer, released the bowstring. Thwack, an arrow was shot right in front of Diodin. However, unlike what the elf expected, the arrow didn't pierce through Diodin's head. Suddenly, Diodin's large hand was gripping the arrow. In disbelief, the elf who shot the arrow widened his eyes. PSSH, the arrow disintegrated into dust in Diodin's hand. What, you elf bastards? Diodin reached out, grabbing the elf's face. His large hand completely covered the elf's face. The elf struggled, trying to free himself from Diodin's grasp, but he couldn't withstand Diodin's overwhelming strength. Witnessing this scene, the other elves shouted, "This guy, release that hand, human." At that moment, crack, the head of the elf held in Diodin's hand was crushed like a cookie. Blood and brain matter splattered. The faces of the elves who tried to save their companions were also covered in blood and flesh. The elves' bodies froze at the horrifying event that happened in an instant. Swish, Diodin retrieved Crayon from where he had placed it on the ground. You lot always behave this way, don't you? You consider human lives as mere means for your survival. That's why the world has come to this state. The darkness around him rippled, caused by the madness he emanated. What? The elves, coming back to their senses, recoiled in fear. They had never encountered anyone like Diodin, emitting such overwhelming murderous aura and madness. Then it happened. Thud, accompanying the heavy footsteps, the creature that drove the elves to flee all the way here appeared. From head to tail, this colossal creature measured over 15 meters. It was a giant lizard. It had two large horns on its head and a club-like tail tip adorned with numerous spikes. With every movement, the black scales covering its entire body rustled with a shhrr sound. The elves feared this colossal lizard, calling it Megalania. Megalania's entire body was covered in a red force field. In human terms, it was a martial artist awakened. This was proof of its immensely formidable physical prowess. Its scales possessed incredible strength and resistance, rendering the elves' primary weapons bows and magic useless against it. Truly, Megalania was a natural enemy of the elves. Therefore, whenever encountering Megalania, the elves opted to flee. But even escaping wasn't easy. Megalania had an exceptional sense of smell, enabling it to track them to the very end. The reason the elves fled toward the rock where Xian and Diodin rested was because of Megalania. SSSSSH. From Megalania's mouth, the distinctively long reptilian tongue extended. Its vertically slit eyes, which had been torn open, fixated on the elves and humans atop the rock. As far as the creature was concerned, there were now two more prey that had appeared. Diodin's gaze turned toward Megalania. How dare an insignificant monster? He swung Crayon horizontally. In that moment, Xian felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world were splitting in half. The elves experienced the same sensation. What they felt wasn't an illusion. Chahak, the 15-meter colossal lizard, was split in two, collapsing onto the desert. The scales with incredible strength, the blue energy field of a B-rank or higher monsternon of these held up against the might of Crayon. Good lord, insane. The elves widened their eyes at the unbelievable sight. Megalania was a B-rank monster. A B-rank monster surpassed a B-rank awakened human in strength. There existed a hierarchy among life forms, and once a monster reached B-rank status, it usually exceeded the size of a residential building. Therefore, hunting a B-rank monster required a team of B-rank awakened humans or specialized hunting squads, and Megalania was on par with any dungeon's boss monsters. Especially in terms of defense, Megalania was exceptional, even among the numerous creatures in the desert. There was compatibility between each living creature, and for elves, they were the worst opponents. It wasn't for nothing that Megalania was known as the natural enemy of elves. Seeing a monster like Megalania succumb to Diodon's sword in such an unreal manner was beyond belief. Who on earth is this guy? One day, elves appeared on Earth as if they had fallen from the sky. Originally, they lived in areas with lush vegetation. Elves were a race unable to survive outside the forests. Hence, when exposed defenselessly to the desert environment, many elves perished. However, the surviving few eventually adapted to the desert and began to proliferate their race. They referred to themselves as desert elves. The desert elves held humans in low regard, regarding them as an inferior race. The reason they tried to use Diodon and Xion as bait for Megalania was because of this. But the humans they unfortunately ran into possessed abilities beyond imagination. Snap, Diodon grabbed the throat of the pensive elf. It seems there's a village around here. Where is it? Grgrkk, swoosh. Diodon emitted an overwhelming murderous aura. Xion, who was nearby, was left dazed to the point where he couldn't regain his senses. The condition of the elves, who faced Diodon's momentum head-on, was even more dire. Especially the elf Diodon caught by the neck was bleeding profusely from all their holes. Diodon asked again, "Where is it? Where's your village? Why do you ask? Answer me." Uninvited guest. The elf caught by the throat kept their mouth shut. They felt a hostile intent from Diodon towards the elves emanating instinctively. They instinctively felt that they shouldn't reveal the village's location. Crack, the elf's neck snapped in an instant. Diodon broke it without a moment's hesitation. Tossing the dead elf aside, Diodon turned to the remaining ones. The devil. The elves, losing their comrades in an instant, collapsed to the ground and urine started flowing. Xion, belatedly regaining his senses, attempted to stop Diodon. "Wait. Just hold on for a moment. Shut your mouth, you idiot. No, what are you doing? Why the elves?" Xion couldn't finish his words. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted as his body was sent flying backward. Diodon's fist had struck him in the abdomen. Xion coughed up blood, writhing on the sand. Ignoring Xion's plight, Diodon approached the remaining elves. "Where's your village?" There's no way I would tell you." "We don't know." They desperately shook their heads. Diodon gazed down at them with eyes ablaze with madness. One of the elves, unable to resist his gaze, inadvertently averted their eyes. At that moment, Diodon grinned, baring his white teeth. There it is. His eyes were fixed precisely where the elf's gaze had darted. The elf hurriedly denied. And no, womb. Before the elf could finish, Diodon swung crayon. KQA, arg, the elves were split into two and perished. Boom. Diodon, who killed all the elves in an instant, launched his body towards the direction where the village was presumed to be. A sonic boom occurred as his speed broke the sound barrier. Xion barely regained his senses due to the sonic boom ringing his eardrums. When he got up, Diodon was already far away, appearing as only a tiny dot in the distance. That old bastard. Xion clasped his chest, yet despite the bone-breaking sensation, his armor, made by Kylie, seemed to have protected him at least. His bones didn't feel broken. Xion knew Diodon always carried a sense of madness, but he had never witnessed such an explosive display from him before. Why does he have such a grudge against these different races? It seemed evident that there was enmity involved to provoke such actions. The bodies of the remaining elves were truly ghastly. It was not only Xion's first time seeing elves, but also his first time witnessing corpses of elves. Shit, his stomach churned. He wasn't used to seeing such corpses yet. Suppressing his urge to curse, Xion gazed in the direction Diodon had vanished. Fucking old bastard. He set off using sand strides. Crossing the desert in the middle of the night was a suicidal act, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Xion tracked Diodon. Tracking Diodon wasn't that difficult. It was because traces left by him were visible everywhere. The corpses of monsters that dominated the desert were scattered all around. All the corpses were either brutally mutilated or shattered into pieces. Diodon had slaughtered every monster in his path. It was truly an overwhelming display of power that defied common sense. Just how strong is he? S-rank. Xion shook his head in amazement. He had never seen an S-rank in action, so he couldn't be sure, but it seemed unlikely that even an S-rank could wield such power. In fact, even S-rank Awakens in Neo Soul were hesitant to venture alone into the distant desert. Venturing alone into a desert far from Neo Soul was a daunting task even for S-rank awakened individuals. Diodon had been doing things that even S-rank awakened individuals dared not attempt for a long time. He traversed the desert alone, confronting numerous monsters. He was not afraid of monsters. Rather, the monsters were afraid of him. This awakened individual was unprecedented, and awakened above even S-rank. I wonder if the leaders of Neo Soul are aware of this. He was genuinely curious, whether the leaders of Neo Soul were aware of Diodon, and if they were, how they were reacting to it. Diodon was a being that transcended common sense in many ways. Then it happened. In Xion's field of vision, smoke rising in the distance caught his eye. A thin column of smoke shot up from where the sky met the horizon. He could know without confirmation. Diodin was there. Xian infused mana to increase his speed. Swoosh, his body glided across the desert as if he was sliding. After running for about 30 minutes, Xian arrived at the oasis. It wasn't the moving oasis he had encountered with the sand angler before, but a fixed oasis in one place. Such locations were devoid of sand anglers, making them ideal for settlements or villages, precisely like the desert elf village. The small village, painstakingly nurtured by the desert elves, lay devastated, with what seemed to be elf remains strewn around. Witnessing the dreadful sight, Xian gasped in disbelief. Insane. Limbs sprawled everywhere resembled debris from toys children had demolished in a fit of anger. All of this was the handiwork of Diodin alone. Xian quickly found Diodin. Finding Diodin wasn't difficult. He was not far from where Xian was. In front of Diodin, a middle-aged man who appeared to be an elf was kneeling with a young girl in his arms. The middle-aged elf was pleading with tears in his eyes. Though the voice couldn't be heard, the atmosphere made it clear that he was begging Diodin to spare the girl's life. The girl still looked very young. Her actual age was unknown, but she appeared to be barely 12 in human age. Xian didn't think Diodin would harm such a young elf. This is because it was a kind of taboo to kill an enemy who had not yet reached adulthood, no matter how much one had a grudge against them. Swoosh. But as if to mock Xian's assumptions, Diodin cut down both the middle-aged elf and the young girl elf with a single strike. The fresh blood splattered from their neck painted Diodin red. The moment Xian witnessed this, the string of reason in Xian's mind suddenly snapped. "Hey, you old bastard." Xian lost his temper and shouted. At that moment, the sand rose like a wave and struck Diodin. A huge amount of sand pressed down on Diodin as if trying to crush him to death. At that moment, a burst of red energy erupted from Diodin's entire body. Quang! The red energy instantly blew away the sand and Xian. Xian groggily regained consciousness. Lying on the ground, the first thing he saw was Diodin's legs. He raised his head and saw Diodin looking down at him. His eyes still glowed with a fierce light. Xian confronted that gaze without averting his eyes. "Killing a child who hasn't grown up yet. Aren't you ashamed, child? But she was still older than you, that." Crack! Instantly, Diodin pressed down on Xian's back with his foot. The sheer weight felt like a colossal rock pressing onto Xian's face, making it flush red. The pressure was so intense that his spine and ribs felt like they would snap, making it impossible to breathe. Groan. The chest plate made of a queen wolf ants exoskeleton sounded as if it would shatter under the immense pressure. Struggling to wriggle out from under Diodin's foot, Xian exerted all his might, yet Diodin's foot remained unmoving. Still struggling, Xian unleashed the sand blaster. Boom! The sand blaster erupted at Diodin. But even directly hitting Diodin with the force that shattered the head of a wolf ant, there was no visible effect on Diodin. Diodin pressed down on Xian's chest even harder. Xian threw up blood. Diodin gazed at Xian, not with the madness seen moments before, but with eyes that seemed oddly subdued, almost impossible to gauge. It seemed unbelievable that this person had slaughtered elves with frenzied eyes just moments ago. Easing the pressure on Xian's chest slightly, Diodin asked, "Do you think I've gone too far? Did you really need to kill? Even the child? Why should I spare the child? Just because she's young? Because that's what others say. That same child will grow up to be an enemy of humanity." Those elf bastards are an incredible race. They ruined others' world in order to survive. Spare such hypocrites just because they're young. Don't be ridiculous. They're worthless insects. I will continue to kill such insects whenever I see them. Do you want to tell me I'm wrong? Do you want to stop me? Then stop me with your strength, not your mouth. Do you understand? You worthless idiot. Diodin removed the foot that was pressing down on Xian's chest. Cough, cough. Xian coughed violently. His eyes were bloodshot. If Diodin had pressed down a little harder, not only the blood vessels in his eyes, but also his heart and internal organs would have exploded. He knew from the beginning that he was no match for Diodin. He never even considered himself a match. Diodin was like a star in the sky, beyond his reach. But now his thoughts had changed. I'll become as strong as Diodin. No, I'll become even stronger than him. He wanted to speak with strength, not grovel like a dog. For the first time in his life, he had a clear goal. The target was Diodin. Xian made it his goal to become stronger than him. Xian scoured the elf village. He was wondering if there might be any survivors. However, not a single elf survived Diodin's hands. Diodin hadn't spared a single living being in the elf village. Seeing over 100 elves reduced to mere pieces of meat made him feel disgusted. At the same time, a question arose. He remembered Diodin's words. They ruined others' world in order to survive. So does that mean the elves are responsible for the world becoming like this? If that was the case, Diodin's anger made sense. Xian was born after the world had already been destroyed. That's why he knew nothing about the world before. Most people living in Neo-Sol were the same. Though it was recorded, they didn't experience how vibrant and abundant the world once was. But Diodin was born into the world before the Great Cataclysm. During those times, and even as the world crumbled, he watched everything unfold. The sense of loss and anger he might have felt throughout that process could have been somewhat expected. Phew, Xian let out a sigh. Dioden was alone in a remote place outside the elf village. Staying even momentarily within the elf village was horrific for him. To Dioden, even breathing the same air that the elves was no different from torture. Xian surveyed the elf village. The elves' houses were mud houses made of hardened sand. It may have been an inevitable choice due to the nature of the desert, where no special building materials could be obtained. The presence of the oasis nearby had been their sole means of survival until now. Without it, the elves would have perished long ago. Xian entered one of the relatively intact houses. The interior was remarkably simple, only containing items necessary for daily life. However, the items didn't resemble what Xian had seen in Neo Soul. There was a sense of antiquity, an old-world charm lingering around them. Most likely, these were items originally owned by the elves. Bows, arrows, beautiful jewelry, and robes all caught his eye. Xian looked at the items one by one. It's definitely not something that was made recently. What particularly caught his attention was a very old book. There were unidentifiable letters written within it. It was clearly an item brought from the elves' original world. Xian first stored the books and other items in his subspace artifact. Although they were items he did not need, they would undoubtedly fetch a good price if sold. He gathered all the useful items into subspace. While rummaging around, Xian discovered a small hidden storeroom behind a wall. His face contorted as he looked into the storeroom. All the stored items were clearly human-made. Unlike the elegant elf designs, they displayed practicality in their design and materials. Most of these items were typically made in Neo Soul. The items were stained with blood, presumably of humans. These guys, they must have robbed passersby. There was no way the elves, who are hostile towards humans, would have paid a fair price for the item. It was evident they attacked and looted the humans passing by. Moments ago, Xian might have felt some remorse for the slain elves at Dioden's hands, but even that feeling had now vanished. They were scavengers, only in a different skin. They'd killed people and taken their belongings. There was no chance they spared lives to maintain secrecy. Judging by the quantity of items, the number of people they killed seemed to be enormous. They've killed so many. Xian shook his head, thoroughly searching the storeroom in case there might be something useful. However, the elves had used up all the useful items, and all that was left was miscellaneous. Taking useless items would just burden him. Xian gave up and walked out of the house. He raised his control over the sand. Shoosh. Suddenly, the sands in the area shifted, covering the entire village. Destroyed houses and the corpses of the elves were all buried and vanished beneath the sand. In a matter of moments, what was once a fairly large village became a grave. There were no traces left behind. Unlike regular soil, desert sand doesn't leave any traces even if they were moved or covered. Now, even if someone stumbled upon the oasis, they wouldn't know that elves had once lived there. Xian filled his water pouch with water from the oasis and walked toward Dioden's direction. The long night had passed, and the sun was already shining on the desert. Dioden continued ahead without a word, and Xian silently followed behind. Even after the incident with the elves, the dynamic between Dioden and Xian hadn't changed. They hadn't been particularly close to begin with, so the grim atmosphere wasn't so unfamiliar. Dioden walked ahead with Xian trailing behind. Sometimes they'd go the whole day without saying a word. Now Dioden didn't offer advice to Xian anymore. It was a silent acknowledgement that he'd done enough and that Xian should figure things out on his own. Xian, in turn, didn't ask Dioden for anything. He pondered over how to better utilize his abilities, contemplating myriad ways to manipulate sand and occasionally testing himself against the sporadic attacks from low-ranking monsters. Now, the low-ranking monsters were no longer a match for Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The heads of the low-ranking monsters exploded one after another under Xian's sand missiles, brains and blood splattering on the desert floor. Xian briefly glanced at the corpses of the monsters before resuming his stride. Dioden was far ahead, already walking. Even knowing Xian was fighting the monsters, he didn't spare a glance. Even Dioden knew now. There was no chance Xian would die at the hands of some low-rank monsters. Now Xian never let his guard down, a testament to the rigorous training from Dioden. Then it happened. Dioden, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Xian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Though they had spent a considerable amount of time together, this was the first time Dioden had stopped even before sunset. Dioden muttered, "It should have been around here." He looked around for a moment before retrieving something from his pocket. It was a compass about the size of a child's palm. It wasn't any regular compass. It was an item crafted by the fusion of Neo Soul's science and magic, serving as a sort of location marker, storing places it had been to before. He had visited this place decades ago, so memories were quite faint. The needle of the compass spun a few times before pointing in a direction. Dioden walked in the direction the needle indicated. After a while, Dioden finally stopped. "This is it." Thud. He closed the compass and put it back in his pocket. Xian approached his side. "What's here?" No matter how much he looked around, it was the same desert landscape. It looked identical to the terrain they had passed through. Dioden said with a disappointed expression. Don't you feel it? What do you mean? You still have a long way to go. For a moment, anger welled up deep within Xian's chest at Dioden's dismissive tone, but soon he quelled his anger and calmly surveyed the surroundings. If Dioden was saying it like that, there had to be something nearby, but no matter how much he looked, nothing stood out. Could it be under the sand? Xian exerted dominance and connected with the sand. 10 meters, 20 meters, nothing. Still, Xian persisted, using his dominance to delve into the sand. 70 meters, 80 meters, and finally at 100 meters he felt something. What's this? There was unmistakably something foreign within the sand. Dioden asked. Did you find it? Yes, how deep? About 100 meters underground. Deeper than I thought. Looks like more sand has piled up over time. Back when he discovered this place, it hadn't been this deep. It was evident that the sand had piled higher over the years. Dig. All right, Xian responded and began to manipulate the sand. Swoosh, the piled sand streamed down to the sides like a hill. Xian pushed the streaming sand further away. Thick beads of sweat formed on his face. It was exhausting due to the heavy mana consumption. 100 meters underground, digging out all the sand and piling it up would form a massive mountain. Naturally, digging it out all at once was out of the question. Xian gradually dug out the sand, little by little. Dioden didn't rush Xian. He knew just how difficult this task was. Sand lacked cohesion, so as soon as one digs it up, the surrounding sand would collapse and fill up the space again. For Xian, having the ability to manipulate sand made progress possible, but if an ordinary person tried to dig through the sand, it might be impossible even after 100 years. There was nothing Dioden could do to help. He sat at a distance, waiting for Xian to finish his task. Digging up the sand took almost 3 days. When mana depleted, he rested, and when it recovered, he resumed digging. After being pushed to his limit, Xian finally reached the point 100 meters underground. Furrowing his brows, Xian found a stone structure underground that didn't fit the desert's landscape specifically, a stone door. It was peculiar to find such large stones deep in the desert, let alone in the shape of a door. Dioden approached Xian. You found it. What is this? A dungeon. A dungeon, so this door leads to a dungeon. That's what I suspect. You're not sure. I stumbled upon this place by chance decades ago. Before I could enter, it vanished beneath the sand. Is there a reason you've come back, to become stronger? You're saying you'll be able to become stronger in there. Xian was bewildered. Dioden, who tore apart B-rank monsters like pieces of paper, had estimated abilities far surpassing S-rank. Yet to seek out a dungeon discovered long ago just to become stronger, it seemed like a complete absence of conscience. With Xian's common sense, he could not understand Dioden's actions. No, he gave up trying to understand. He knew he wasn't someone Dioden would listen to. Dioden briefly touched the stone door. The surface was inscribed with inscrutable characters. They were characters he had seen somewhere before. Xian thought of the elves' books he had stored away in his subspace. The meaning was unknown, but they were definitely the same characters as written in the book. Is it related to the elves? At that moment, Dioden touched the stone door. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from it, and the door swung wide open. Without a word, Dioden entered the stone door, not instructing Xian to follow nor asking him to stay outside. His action indicated that it was entirely up to Xian's decision. Yeah, why die once when you can die twice? Even the already formidable Dioden sought out an unknown dungeon to become even stronger. There was no reason for Xian, who had already decided to become stronger, to hesitate. Before the door closed, he hurried inside. Thud! Immediately after he entered, the stone door closed behind him. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, Xian felt as if he had plummeted from thin air. But having experienced entering a dungeon at the magic stone mines before, he quickly adapted. He swiftly regained his composure and surveyed the surroundings. Gigantic stone pillars supported an immensely high ceiling. On the stone walls were the same characters he saw on the stone door, accompanied by depictions praising some deity-like figure. A temple, something similar. Judging by the ambience and size, it was evidently a temple dedicated to some deity. The existence of a dungeon made of stone buildings wasn't something he'd heard of, but nothing seemed out of place. After all, dungeons themselves were places beyond human comprehension. Xian suddenly realized that Dioden was nowhere to be seen. Did Dioden land in a different location? Just because there was a single entrance to the dungeon didn't mean everyone entered the same place. Sometimes they started from completely different areas. I guess I'll meet him at the boss room. That too was a fact Dioden had shared. To meet up with Dioden, he had to hurry to where the boss was. The issue was which passage to take. There were 4 passages within the dungeon, and Xian couldn't discern which one led to the boss. Tusk, Xian clicked his tongue. There was no information or markers to rely on a basis for a rational judgment. It was the situation Xian detested the most, but he couldn't stay here indefinitely. At this moment, Dioden would likely be advancing towards the boss. There was no time to hesitate. I'll take the smallest passage. Among the 4 passages, Xian chose the one with the smallest entrance for a specific reason. If the passage is larger, there's a higher chance of encountering bigger monsters. Indeed, larger monsters tended to be stronger. so he opted for the narrowest passage, presuming smaller monsters would emerge from it. Xian entered the narrow passage without hesitation. The passage was incredibly dark. There wasn't even a flicker of light, let alone a torch. He had to rely solely on his senses to navigate through the pitch-black corridor. Phew, when he entered the underground of the magic stone mines, it hadn't been this dark. It felt like the temple itself rejected external light. In this situation, his eyes were of no help. Even when he focused mana into his eyes, nothing became visible. I'll abandon sight. Xian discarded the futile attempt and focused solely on his hearing, smell, and touch. Whoosh, he felt a slight breeze. In a confined space like this, the air remained still. The wind blowing meant that there was a connected space somewhere. Xian thought as he walked towards where the wind blew. A dungeon in the form of a temple. Why would such a dungeon even exist? Despite becoming an awakened a while ago, he still had no idea about the origin or principles behind dungeon creation. He had asked Diodin, but he remained tight-lipped. Judging by Diodin's demeanor, he seemed to know something but refused to share. Could the creation of dungeons be related to the destruction of Earth? It was mere speculation, there was no certainty at present. Then suddenly, thud, thud, a dull sound echoed out of nowhere. It was undoubtedly the sound of something heavy moving. Xian halted, listening intently. Thud, 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 the heavy sound persisted. What? In truth, the conclusion was already evident. In a temple-like dungeon, the only things capable of movement were monsters. Xian heightened his dominion, preparing for a potential battle. What? A look of frustration appeared on Xian's face as he moved his mana for a while. There was absolutely no sense of sand nearby. He was a sand mage. Without sand, he was just an ordinary human. There's not even a speck of sand. Within his dominion's reach, he couldn't sense a single grain of sand. It was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, leaving Xian understandably flustered. This is insane. Thud, thud, thump. At that moment, the heavy footsteps approached closer. Then in the darkness, countless eyes appeared. Xian staggered backward. However, eyes also emerged from the passage he had just passed, their silhouettes revealed in the dim glow illuminating the darkness. The owners of those eyes had the same form as humans. The only difference was that their bodies were made of stone. Their stature was similar to Xian's, but they were much bulkier and rugged. There was only one type of monster like that: golems. They were stone golems, the worst opponent for Xian. Even if he could use sand as usual, he couldn't be confident of his victory. Now dozens of them surround Xian. Shit. Diodin revealed his white teeth as he laughed. The moment he entered this place, he knew. The guardians of this temple were golems. Even though he didn't know who the owner of the temple was, using golems as guardians was not that strange. The temple is a place that worships someone with divine significance. If someone is revered as divine, they could be considered a god in themselves. A god. Diodin's eyes sparkled with madness. Having traveled the desert for over 100 years, conquering numerous dungeons and defeating many S-rank monsters as known by the world, he had never entered a dungeon where a god resided. If there truly was a god here, it was a golden opportunity. An opportunity to kill a god, hee-hee. A maniacal laughter escaped his lips. Sighing, at that moment something blocked his way. A massive creature made of stone. It was a golem. The golem, as large as a giant boulder, had eyes that glowed ominously. Diodin couldn't decipher what those eyes were trying to convey. Come at me, you rock-headed bastard. Diodin drew out his weapon, crayon. Thud, thud. At that moment, other golems joined behind the giant golem. Diodin's eyes filled with a crazed intensity. Black energy barriers covered their bodies. It was reminiscent of the characteristics of humans merged with machines. Keh, I wonder if that kid can survive this. From the moment he entered the dungeon, Diodin knew. This is a dungeon that had the worst compatibility with Xian's abilities. Inside the temple dedicated to a god, there was not a speck of dust or grain of sand. It had clearly been kept clean with cleansing magic. It was a terrible environment for a sand mage like Xian. Unable to use sand, he had to face the golems with his true power alone. It was a truly desperate situation, but he needed to get used to such fights. Although most of the world had turned into a desert, there were still places untouched, Neo Seoul being a prime example. Protected by energy barriers, the city beyond the high walls was almost devoid of dust or sand. It was an environment similar to this temple. To survive in such an environment, Xian had to learn how to fight without sand. If you can't survive without a bit of sand, you don't deserve to live. Either overcome the limitations of a sand mage, or fail to overcome them and die in the hands of the golems. Xian had only two options. Diodin had never thought of helping him. Xian needed to become strong enough to survive on his own. That was the minimum condition for Diodin to keep him around. Try your best to survive, you idiot. Why did I follow that old bastard? Xian rolled his body quickly, muttering to himself. Bang! The spot where he was just moments ago was struck by a golem's fist. If he had been a little late in dodging, he would have turned into minced meat. Thud, whir, golems were closing in on Xian. Dozens of golems perceived Xian as an enemy. If the golem's movements had been a little more natural and agile, Xian's life would have ended long ago. However, he couldn't keep avoiding forever. No matter how much Xian awakened and gained physical strength far superior to that of ordinary people, as long as he was human, there was bound to be a limit. Once his stamina ran out, only a dreadful death awaited him. Before that, he needed to find a way. What weapons do I have other than sand? Xian quickly checked his equipment. First, the gauntlet on his right hand, and the weapons of the elves stowed in the subspace. He excluded the weapons of the elves for now. Xian didn't know how to use a bow, and it was not suitable to use in a situation where so many monsters were crowded into such a narrow space. It was the same with the daggers. He didn't know how sharp the elves' daggers were, but he doubted they could cut through stone golems. In the end, Xian was left with only the gauntlet that Kylie had made for him. Well, there was only one choice in the first place. It's good that I don't have to think about it. Xian clenched the fist wearing the gauntlet. If there was only one choice from the start, he had to make the best of what was given. Xian dodged the golem's attack, striking its torso. Bam! With a loud boom, the massive body of the golem trembled. However, despite a few specks of dust falling, the golem remained intact. Even after striking the golem's body multiple times, the outcome remained the same. With ordinary attacks, he was unable to properly hit the golem's body. Normal attacks won't work. The pain from wearing the gauntlet was excruciating. No matter how well the gauntlet was worn, it couldn't completely mitigate the impact of striking a rock-like surface. Xian realized that he couldn't fully utilize the potential of the gauntlet. When someone realizes the problem, only then can they correct it. If I concentrate the mana, I can increase its destructive power. While contemplating, the golem's fist narrowly missed his head by a few inches. It was a moment where his head could have been crushed, yet Xian kept his composure intact. Having accumulated numerous experiences while following Diodon had taught him how to maintain rationality and calmness in any situation. Concentrating calmly, Xian focused mana into the gauntlet. Whoosh, huh! At that moment, a strong resonance erupted from the gauntlet. Initially puzzled by the unexpected turn, Xian soon grasped what was happening. This was the intended function of the gauntlet. Crafted from the skeleton of an ironclad starfish in adamantium, the gauntlet was optimized for condensing and amplifying mana. Had Xian been a martial arts awakened, he would have noticed this a long time ago. Now that I know, it's not too late. Xian dodged the golem's attack and struck its torso. Boom! With a loud explosion, the golem's torso burst open. Even with half its torso flying off, the golem paid no heed and continued attacking Xian. This was possible because it was an artificial life form that could not feel pain. In such cases, finding and destroying the core was imperative. The problem was not knowing the exact location of the core. However, Xian simplified it. He held onto one golem and ruthlessly pounded it as much as he could. Boom, boom. With loud explosions, the golem's shoulders flew off, followed by its arms and legs. In the process of escalating the destruction in a short span, mana consumption was extreme, but there was no other choice. Eventually, Xian found the core. A bluish light emanated from the neck of the decapitated golem, where a magic stone the size of a fingernail was pulsating with powerful mana. It was undoubtedly the golem's core. Crack! Without mercy, Xian shattered the core. Instantly, the constantly moving golem stopped. Now that he had identified the weakness, it was time to attack effectively. Dodge the golem's attack, decapitate its head, and then destroy the core in its neck. Easier said than done. Executing it would be far from easy. Anticipating and evading the golem's attack, the mental calculations, the motor skills supporting it, and mana manipulation all had to align in a split second. The issue was accomplishing all of this in an instant. Boom! Xian's fist struck the golem's head, shattering it into pieces. The moment Xian was about to destroy the core, another golem attacked. Thud. Xian groaned as he tumbled to the ground. The pain from the blow felt like his waist was broken, but he didn't have the luxury of time to groan over the pain. The golems unleashed a barrage of punches. Thud, thud. Rolling on the ground, Xian narrowly evaded the golem's assaults. He took a moment to catch his breath. My movements are too big. I need to trim the excess and keep it concise. He identified his shortcomings in real time. The reason why the golem was allowed to strike a moment ago was because the motion to destroy the core was too extensive. Huff, huff. After catching his breath for a moment, Xian leaped back into the midst of the golems. One of the golems charged straight at him. Its bulky stone body was akin to a massive weapon in itself. Hitting the golem with an unprotected part of his body would likely shatter his bones and tear off the muscles. Xian narrowly avoided the golem's attack and hooked its leg. However, causing it to stumble didn't make it fall. He struck the struggling golem's head with his gauntlet-clad fist. Crack! The golem's head shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. He then struck the exposed core in the neck area with his fist. Only then did the golem's movement cease. The time taken so far was merely a breath. It was within the brief span of time that Xian caught his breath. However, another wave of golem attacks poured in. Bang. Rolling and evading their attacks wasn't something he learned, it was instinctual. This instinct saved him from the golem's encirclement. Xian targeted the outermost golem, attacking its knee joint to disable its mobility or tripping it over. repeatedly decapitating the immobilized golems and destroying their core in the neck. His movements became more concise and effective as the battle continued. Fighting the golems taught Xian how to utilize the gauntlet efficiently. While he couldn't wield martial arts like the awakened martial artists, he grasped how to use the gauntlet effectively. Thud, the remnants of the last golem fell. Ha! Xian panted heavily, his entire body was drenched in sweat. The battle with the golems had pushed his body to its limit. His legs trembled and he struggled for breath, bearing wounds from the golems' attacks. Despite minimizing the impact, the pain was excruciating. However, there was no time to sit and rest, to acknowledge the pain or exhaustion. Even now, Dioden would still be advancing, and resting now would only widen the gap between them. Xian retrieved a piece of jerky from his pack and slowly chewed on it, restoring some of his energy. All right, let's go. Xian resumed his stride. His eyes had fully adapted to the darkness by now. No longer did he need to fumble around like when he first entered the passage. Facing the golems had boosted Xian's confidence. Golems were undoubtedly fearsome opponents. Unlike organic life forms, they had no fear and their destructive power was enormous. However, their movements were sluggish and they had no creativity. With a little level-headed thinking, anyone could figure out their weaknesses. If all the golems were at this level, he felt confident in handling them. Could I possibly have a knack for martial arts? Xian chuckled for a moment. Thud, thud. Once again, the heavy footsteps reverberated. Xian wiped away his amusement and assumed a combat stance. Come at me, I'll bring you all down. At that moment, the golems appeared from the darkness. However, these golems looked different from before. Their upper body resembled a human with a horse-like lower body. Centaur golems. The golems looked exactly like centaurs. Thud, 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 they charged at full speed, resembling an ancient cavalry charge. Shit, this is unfair. Xian wanted to punch himself in the mouth for speaking too early. Golems, much stronger and faster than the ones before, charged at him like a storm. Crazy ha. When pain becomes unbearable or verges on madness, laughter bubbles up. At this moment, Xian's condition was exactly that. His face was scattered and torn, blood flowing from various wounds all over his body. Fortunately, the breastplate made from the carcass of the queen wolf ant and the robe crafted from the sand angler's hide provided some protection, limiting the damage. If he lacked either one, Xian's life would likely have been cut short. As the pain reached a manageable level, breathing became easier for Xian. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. Broken rock debris filled the dark space, remnants of the centaurus golems. Xian had fought with all his might, dodging, throwing punches, evading, and striking again. He repeated this chaotic dance in a daze until he regained his senses and saw the golems resembling centaurus lay defeated. Damn, it hurts like hell. Xian stood up, holding onto his Qing legs. Despite such intense combat, there was no change in Xian's rank insignia. Perhaps it was because he hadn't utilized sand in his attacks. Walking with difficulty, Xian mumbled. Is there no potion that can restore my health if I drink it? Even if such an item existed, it couldn't be in a corridor like this. At least the probability was higher in the place where the statue of the god of this temple was enshrined. Since he didn't know when more formidable foes like the centaurus golems might appear again, Xian cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a massive door appeared before him. It was so huge that it could not even be compared to the door of the passage where the centaurus golems had appeared. Shit! Without even confirming with his eyes, Xian knew there was an enormous golem behind that door. Given his experience, the size of the door was proportional to the size of the golem. However, turning back was not an option. Xian took a moment to take a big breath before summoning his strength to open the door. The space beyond the door was colossal. It was hard to believe such a vast space existed within the temple. It was 100 meters wide and over 30 meters high. In the center of this gigantic space stood a statue. Two enormous horns, reminiscent of a water buffalo, protruded from the head of the statue. The statue, towering over 5 meters, exuded an overwhelming aura. Without confirmation, Xian knew the owner of this room was that statue. The enormous golem seemed unaware of Xian's entrance, showing no signs of movement. Xian's gaze, however, shifted to a small door behind the giant golem. It seemed like the exit. If I dash him before it notices, there might be a chance. Xian thought the golem's movements would be slow, given its colossal size. Normally, golems had limited agility unless specifically designed for it, like the centaurus golems. Thump. Xian kicked off the floor and ran as hard as he could. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength, he dashed towards the door on the other side. He passed the gigantic golem in an instant and was almost in front of the door on the other side, right as a light of joy appeared on Xian's face. Almost there. Bang! Xian's body was thrown backwards with an explosion. Suddenly, the gigantic golem was standing in front of him. Cough, spitting out blood, Xian struggled to lift his head. The massive golem acted like a gatekeeper, blocking off the door. Xian hadn't noticed such a colossal golem moving. It moved so discreetly, not making a single sound. A black aura emanated from the entire body of the colossal golem. The meaning of the black aura was clear: B rank or higher. Even dealing with C rank would be challenging for Xian, let alone B rank. Diodin tore through B rank monsters like they were toys, but that was because Diodin was an awakened beyond standard classifications. Xian was now at E rank, and his main abilities were also forcibly sealed away. Engaging in combat with such a colossal golem in this state was tantamount to suicide. If only he could use sand, the situation might not be so grim. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xian stood up. He knew it was an impossible opponent, but he also couldn't just sit there and wait for death. All right, let's do this. Once dead, twice dead. One thing he learned from Diodin was to never give up, no matter the circumstances. He believed that if he somehow endured, an opportunity would eventually arise. The problem was surviving until that chance came and whether he could seize it when it did. Let's start by finding out where its core is. The first golems he encountered had their cores in the neck, while the Centaurus golems had their cores in the chest. He needed to locate the core hidden somewhere in the colossal golem's body. That's when it happened. Flash, a burst of light erupted from the colossal golem, and suddenly it appeared in front of Xian. What? Xian widened his eyes. Only now did he realize how the colossal golem had attacked him moments ago. It was using a skill called Blink, a skill that allows one to instantly teleport as far as they can see. Desperately, Xian rolled on the floor. Whoosh! At that moment, the colossal golem's fist narrowly missed Xian's head by a hair's breadth. If Xian had reacted a bit slower, that attack would have crushed him like a bug. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Then a human voice emanated from the colossal golem's mouth. Gigarain, exterminate the intruder. Gigarain, is that your name? Xian asked, but the colossal golem Gigarain didn't respond and continued its assault. Once again, a flash of light erupted as Gigarain appeared in front of Xian. But this time, Xian was not left helpless. The moment the flash erupted, he managed to swiftly dodge it by leaping out with his body. Xian had noticed that a flash of light erupted whenever Gigarain was about to use its skill Blink. It wasn't that difficult to dodge once he knew when the blink would be used. As Xian expected, Gigarain appeared where he was just a moment ago. Then, Xian delivered a blow to Gigarain's torso. Wah! Clang, but his attack merely bounced off with a metallic clang. Gigarain's strength surpassed any golem Xian had faced so far. Moreover, not a scratch appeared on its surface, protected by the black aura barrier. Xian despaired. He had no idea how to fight against such a monster. Perhaps this was how the creatures facing Diodin felt. Whoosh. Once more, Gigarain's fist aimed at Xian. The size of that fist was almost as large as Xian himself. If struck squarely, it would be the end for Xian. Xian fell to the ground and managed to dodge Gigarain's fist by lying flat. Immediately after, he rolled his body over and stood up. Infusing a lot of mana into his gauntlet, Xian attacked Gigarain. Quang! But once again, his strike failed to damage Gigarain. Not even a single crumb fell off from its body. It was an insane level of resilience. Quang! Bang! Despite this, Xian continued to attack several times. It was similar to trying to break a rock with an egg. However, Xian still continued his assault, trying to find its weakness in the core. Even though he couldn't locate the core, he found Gigarain's weakness joints at its knees. The enormous weight of Gigarain applied immense pressure on its knee joints with every movement. That's why it used the Blink skill to minimize the stress on its joints. Then it happened. Sizzle, sparks suddenly flew from Gigarain's colossal horns. Xian wasn't sure what it meant. A offensive skill. A B-rank monster having no attack skills was quite odd. Xian sharpened his focus on Gigarain's horns. At that moment, a barrage of lightning bolts shot out from Gigarain's horns. It was a chain lightning, spreading like a net, filling the massive underground chamber. Xian instinctively realized that he couldn't dodge it. In an instant, he covered himself with his robe and crouched down. He had no choice but to trust the defensive power of the robe made from the sand angler's hide. Crackle, 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 the massive chain of lightning struck Xian. Arg! Even though he covered himself with the robe, he felt a tremendous impact and current surging through him. Xian gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Finally, what felt like an eternity came to an end. When he emerged from the attack, Xian's appearance was truly wretched. The robe draped over his body was either burnt or torn, revealing Xian's flesh beneath. Although the robe, made from sand angler's hide, boasted exceptional regeneration, it was useless in the face of shocks that exceeded its limits. The tattered robe completely lost its functionality. Still, sacrificing the robe had saved his life. However, he also couldn't escape unscathed from the tremendous electrical assault. The currents that the robe couldn't absorb or deflect struck him. He endured the pain with nothing but the resilience of an awakened individual's body and willpower. Thud, thud, Gigarain approached Xian. As Xian observed its approach, he couldn't move. Fortunately, he had survived, but his nerves were paralyzed by the electric current. While the paralysis slowly eased, he still couldn't move his body. Shit, Xian cursed inwardly. Gigarain was closing in, moving as if it didn't need to use Blink on a captured prey like Xian. Watching it come closer while being unable to move filled Xian with despair and anger. If only I could use sand. Gathering the last of his mana, he increased his dominance. Despite knowing there was no sand within the temple, he couldn't give up like this. Then it happened. He vaguely sensed something akin to sand. What is this? Clearly, there was not a single grain of sand inside the temple. Still, something akin to sand was reacting. Xian focused on this faint sensation of sand. Unexpectedly, the source of this faint sensation was coming from within his pocket. Inside my pocket, surely, he recalled the hourglass he had obtained by spending a fortune in the magic stone mines. It never responded like this before, but unexpectedly it was reacting at this very moment. While Xian concentrated on the hourglass, Gigarain arrived. Observing Xian for a moment, Gigarain kicked him aside. Quang. With a thunderous sound, Xian's body was flung away, crashing into the opposite wall. Xian's state was dire. Even the chest plate made from the queen wolf ant's carcass shattered into pieces, and Xian's entire body crumpled as if it were run over by a colossal armored vehicle. Yet, against all odds, he somehow clung to life. Thud, thud, Gigarain was approaching Xian to finish him off for good. A handful of sand flowed out of Xian's pocket. When the golem kicked him, the hourglass inside his pocket had shattered, and the sand was spilling out. TSSSS. At that moment, the tiny particles of sand flowing out suddenly began to be absorbed into Xian's pores. In an instant, all the sand particles were absorbed into Xian. It was then that a change occurred within Xian. Thud, thud, in a blink, all his wounds healed, and even the broken bones returned to their original state. Everything was due to the sand, absorbed into Xian's pores. Although no one told him, Xian recognized the identity of the sand absorbed into his body. Exian, the finest particles of sand that exist on Earth. Exian, the greatest weapon for a sand mage. TLN, the hourglass activated at the perfect time. Get it? Elmao. Anyway, looks like it'll give him a temporary boost in power, but I wonder if it can be used again or if it's a one-time use type item. What do you guys think? Exian wasn't an element of Earth. It was something that had crossed over to Earth along with the other beings when the planet underwent such a transformation. However, no one knew of its value, and it was treated as a simple hourglass. The hourglass, unnoticed and ignored by all, found its way into Xian's hands as if guided by destiny. Exian could be stored within the pores of one's body and summoned whenever needed. It was the ultimate weapon, compensating flawlessly for a sand mage's weakness, who are completely rendered powerless when devoid of sand. From the moment Exian was absorbed into him, Xian sensed the latent heat processing within his body. Exian was not able to integrate properly, burdening his body, causing a typical runaway reaction. Without undergoing the proper assimilation process, it led to this runaway reaction. Quickly restoring Xian's body to normal, yet risking collapse if left unchecked. There was only one way to stabilize the overflowing energy, to expel the runaway energy. Xian asserted control, causing Exian, previously absorbed into his pores, to flow out. Exian rippled around Xian's body like a cloud. Each particle felt vividly connected to his nerves. It was at this moment that Gigarain, sensing an unusual atmosphere, launched an attack on Xian. Flash. Once again, a chain of lightning unfolded, filling the room. Despite the intense surge of electricity capable of blinding a human, Xian remained unfazed. He manipulated Exian, creating a small dome around his body, shielding himself. Zap! The chain lightning struck Exian, yet Xian within it remained unaffected by any shock. Sand inherently didn't conduct electricity. Exian, the exclusive weapon of the sand mage, possessed a much greater resistance than ordinary sand. As the chain lightning that filled the room dissipated, Xian released Exian's dome shape. Phew, this is amazing. Xian marveled at Exian's prowess. To be so perfectly protected amidst such intense electrical currents confirmed its potential as a powerful weapon based on its utility. Thud, thud. When chain lightning didn't work, Gigarain charged directly. With Gigarain's colossal body gaining speed, it was a truly terrifying sight, but Xian didn't succumb to fear. He had bravely confronted Gigarain even without using Exian. Having obtained Exian, he couldn't imagine cowering in fear. Thud, Xian propelled himself towards Gigarain. Exian wrapped around Xian's trail like a meteor. A sensation of abundance and vitality filled his body. Take this. Xian extended his fist. In response, Exian followed his fist and spun violently like a drill, exploding into Gigarain. Bang. A thunderous explosion, unlike anything before, rocked Gigarain's massive body, causing it to tremble. Despite the giant's sturdy physique, a significant gash appeared, but it didn't cease its movement. The greatest advantage of a golem was its inability to feel pain. With no fear, it ignored most minor injuries. Xian was well aware of this fact, having faced numerous golems on his way here, learning their weaknesses. Its weak point is its joints, especially the knees. Concentrating intensely, Xian launched Gigarain. He visualized a picture of Exian being condensed into something as thin as a thread. Now it was time to infiltrate Exian into Gigarain's joints, but a challenge still remained. The black barrier enveloping Gigarain's entire body acted as a shielded energy field. It mitigated and blocked both physical and magical attacks to a certain extent. For those who deviated from the standards like Diodon, it would be nothing more than tearing apart a piece of paper, but for a low-rank Awaken like Xion, it was an insurmountable wall. Yet Xion had a plan: focus everything on one point, then rotate it to maximize its destructive power. Xion concentrated all his mana into Exian. Zoom. Exian transformed into a thread-like shape, fiercely rotated, penetrating Gigarain's energy field. Resembling a slender serpent, Exian laboriously traversed the energy field, finally infiltrating Gigarain's knee joint. The golem's joints were vulnerable to sand. Crack, a sound of something splitting echoed from Gigarain's knee joint. Ordinary sand might have not caused much obstruction, but Exian wasn't ordinary sand. It could change its form to practically anything based on Xion's will. Once Exian breached the joint, it coalesced into rough particles. Xion visualized Exian rotating within the golem's joint. High-speed rotation, swoosh. At that moment, Exian rotated at an extremely high speed. The coarse sand particles gnashed at Gigarain's joints. When grinding against the surface of an inherently strong metal, sand is forcefully expelled at a high pressure. The sand blaster's skill worked based on the same principle. Rapidly rotating sand had the worst compatibility with joint areas. The joints sprayed dust and debris. As Exian spun rapidly, rocks were ground out. Despite the joint's abnormality, Gigarain tried to move. Crack. In that moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, Gigarain's body contorted abnormally. The knee joint, unable to withstand the load, finally collapsed. Thud. Gigarain dropped to its knees. The giant golem tried to raise its body, but supporting its massive weight with one leg was not an easy task. Had Gigarain been capable of any foresight, it might have chosen a different approach. However, being an artificial life form that functioned only within predefined parameters, it lacked the improvisation to handle unforeseen circumstances, operating solely as programmed. Xion seized upon this weakness. He injected Exian into the opposite knee joint. Similarly, with high-speed rotation, Gigarain's other knee joint was completely destroyed shortly after. Thud. Gigarain's colossal body toppled to the ground. Yet Xion remained vigilant. High-ranked golems such as Gigarain possess self-recovery capabilities. Although severely impacted at the moment, it would surely attack Xion once again after recovering the damaged parts. Gigarain needed to be completely destroyed before that. I need to find the core quickly. Destroying the core would stop the golem's movements. The problem was locating the core within this massive body. There was only one way to check: using Exian. Xion moved Exian inside through Gigarain's knee joint. Despite being a golem made of stone, it required mana from the core in order to move. Hence, there should be a kind of passage through which mana flowed in, called the mana circuit. It was so subtle that the mana circuit could not be detected using any reasonable method. However, Exian was finer and more potent than the mana circuit. Exian quickly scanned the inside of the Gigarain and was finally able to locate the mana circuit. Xion concentrated his mind and infiltrated Exian into the mana circuit. Then it happened. Boom! With a chilling sound, Gigarain's broken joints began to recover. Shattered fragments and dust began returning to their original places as if time were rewinding. Xion furrowed his brow at this sight. Gigarain's knee was almost fully restored. The creature was slowly rising. A red light emitted from its eyes. Xion presumed it was anger. For an emotionless golem to express anger was impossible, but Gigarain was at least a B-rank monster. It wouldn't be improbable for it to display emotions. He had to end this before the creature's anger turned against him. Xion intensified his use of Exian. Exian went up the mana circuit at high speed. From the knees to the hip axis, reaching the chest, the core still wasn't detected. Meanwhile, Gigarain had fully recovered from its injuries, standing tall again. Boom, the massive golem stood upright. The distance between Gigarain and Xion was barely a meter. Gigarain raised its arms high, intending to crush Xion completely. Xion also saw the impending doom clearly, but he couldn't dodge. If he dodged now, he'll be distracted and all his efforts would have been in vain. Crash. Gigarain struck down both its fists, which were raised high in the sky. Even at this moment, Xion was concentrating with all his might. Found it. As Gigarain's fist was about to crush him, Xion finally located the core using Exian. He attacked the core with Exian. Boom. At that instant, the core exploded and Gigarain's movements ceased. Gigarain's fists halted just above Xion's head. He survived by just a few hair lengths. Xion's legs became weak and he collapsed to the ground. He had done it himself, but he couldn't believe it. Even though he absorbed Exian, the fact that he had taken down a B-rank monster didn't seem real. Did I really defeat this golem? Unbelievable. It was so absurd that he burst out laughing. However, Xion knew. The reason he was able to defeat Gigarain was not due to sheer skill, but was largely due to the difference in compatibility. Displaying such strength against other B-rank monsters would have been impossible. TSSSS, Exian, which had destroyed Gigarain's core, flowed back and was absorbed into Xion's body. As Xion was lying on his back, breathing heavily, suddenly an orange light emitted from his wrist inside the gauntlet. Xian was taken aback and removed the gauntlet to see light emanating from the rank insignia on his wrist. The third line was shining. It was clear that he had advanced to D rank. I've become D rank, pride swelled within him. This achievement was accomplished solely through his own strength without any aid from Dioden. He felt a sense of accomplishment. As he advanced to D rank, his stamina and mana were also fully recovered. Ha, looks like I won't die anytime soon. Xian got up and looked at Gigarain he had defeated. Gigarain remained frozen in the same position as it had attempted to strike him with both fists. The golem with its core destroyed was nothing more than a lump of stone. There was no part of it that Xian could use, unlike the sand angler's hide or the queen wolf ant's carcass. Setting aside his regret, Xian headed towards the door on the opposite side. Now was not the time to worry about the golem he had defeated. He needed to get to Dioden quickly. Fortunately, after Gigarain, no other golems appeared. There was a larger door than the chamber where Gigarain resided. Xian swallowed nervously. If the door is this big, how big will be the thing that's inside? Suddenly, fear came flooding back. However, Xian resisted the feeling of fear and continued. I've already come this far, I can't turn back now. Let's go. Xian exerted his strength to push the massive door. The door opened unbelievably smoothly. Upon glimpsing inside, Xian widened his eyes. The sight that unfolded before him was unbelievable. A massive cluster of light was dissipating. In front of it stood Dioden holding the crayon. Xian didn't need to ask, he knew. The fading light was the owner of this temple. Did he kill the god? A shiver ran down Xian's spine. At that moment, Dioden turned his head towards Xian. You're late, idiot. Gulp. Instead of replying, Xian swallowed his dry saliva. The disappearing black light was slowly being absorbed into crayon. As crayon absorbed the black light, an even more ominous aura emanated from it. Xian asked cautiously, is that the owner of this temple? Dioden replied as he retrieved crayon. It's nothing more than a remnant of a god who has lost its divinity, a mere shadow incapable of wielding even 10% of its original power. So is it really a god? Is it possible to kill a god? I've told you. It's nothing but a shadow that has lost its divine status. But it's not of this earth, it's just a fragment of Curian trapped within this dungeon, barely clinging to existence. Even if it wasn't me, eventually, it would have disappeared on its own. So don't make a fuss about it. Xian sealed his lips at Dioden's words, yet his face still held a glimmer of confusion. The notion of an existing divine being was hard to believe, let alone the mention of a strange word like Curian. Xian thought he understood Dioden to some extent, but now he realized that he knew nothing at all. Dioden's strength surpassed his imagination. He said to Xian, nevertheless, you managed to survive without faltering. There wouldn't have been any sand, I just barely survived. Humph, as long as you didn't die, that's what matters. TSSSH. Finally, the remnants of the divine black light were completely absorbed by crayon. Dioden looked at crayon with a satisfied smile. Now at least the minimum preparation is done. What preparation are you talking about? That's when it happened. Cuckoo. Suddenly the temple began to shake. As the owner of the temple perished, the dungeon itself was collapsing. The gigantic pillars fell powerless and the ceiling was crumbling down. Space was swallowing up the temple itself. The world was vanishing. Dioden observed without a word, but Xian was overwhelmed. Xian witnessed the world collapsing. In that moment, both their bodies were enveloped in a halo of light and disappeared. After a while, the two reappeared right at the entrance of the stone door that had formed the dungeon's entrance. As soon as they were thrown out, the stone door vanished without a trace, as if it never existed. Their venture into the dungeon felt like a distant dream, but it was neither a dream nor an illusion. The Exian absorbed into his body testified to that fact. Absorbing Exian and ascending another rank seemed to massively increase his dominance. Dioden was the first to jump out of the sand pit, 100 meters deep. Xian used sand stride. The sand automatically pushed Xian out of the massive pit. As they emerged from the pit, they were greeted by the dazzling sunlight. Although he didn't know how much time had passed in the dungeon, it was morning in the real world. The flow of time within dungeons varied greatly. In some dungeons, a day in reality turned into 10 days, while in others, time mirrored reality. This made it impossible to know how much time had passed in the real world before checking. However, neither Xian nor Dioden were interested in such matters. What mattered to them was conquering the dungeon hidden deep beneath the desert. In this recent dungeon, Xian had completely absorbed Exian. Now he had acquired a minimum means for self-defense even in places without any sand. Fortunately, Exian, which was running wild, had stabilized after he defeated Gigarain. Now he could use Exian whenever needed. As Xian's level increased, the power of Exian would also rise. He glanced at Dioden. When Xian himself had become this strong, he wondered just how much stronger that old man had become. Godslayer. Xian had slain Gigarain, the guardian deity, while Dioden had slain a god, albeit a weakened god devoid of its divinity. He knew the enormity and grandeur of this achievement. I thought I had caught up with him quite a bit, but I have a long way to go. Nevertheless, Xian wasn't disappointed. Dioden was old, while Xian was young. With plenty of days left to live, he believed he could eventually catch up if he persisted. As he followed Dioden, Xian noticed his personality and mindset gradually resembling him a lot. Dioden continued his pace without resting. Xian also used his sand stride. Without rest, Dioden walked in the direction where the sun was rising. Quietly, Xian followed behind. After walking for several days towards the east, an unfamiliar landscape appeared. Initially, Xian thought it was a hallucination or illusion. That's how much the scene before Xian's eyes surpassed his expectations. Oh my goodness, a forest. He was clearly looking at a vast forest. A huge forest spread out in the middle of the barren desert. It was his first time seeing a forest made of trees after the world had been ruined to this extent, although trees and forests also existed within Neo Seoul. They were shielded perfectly from the arid climate of the outskirts by the barrier, but people in the slums could never witness that scenery because of the high barrier that separated the slums from Neo Seoul. Xian had only heard stories of trees and forests. This was the first time he had seen it firsthand. His pace quickened, even surpassing Dioden, driven by the intense desire to see the trees up close. Yet, the closer Xian got, the more he noticed that something about the forest was strange. There were clusters of trees forming the forest, but there was no vibrancy of green. There were no leaves at all, and the stems and branches were all blackened. It looked vastly different from the image of trees he had heard about as a child. Are these trees? Their charred remains, their shape is the only thing left. Their life as trees ended long ago. Dioden gazed at the charred forest with cold eyes. People call this place the Black Forest. People. Are there people living here? There are fools who stubbornly cling to living here. Dioden spoke curtly and sat beneath a large tree. Though only stems and branches remained, they provided enough shade to shield from the sun. Perhaps due to blocking the scorching sun, a refreshing coolness pervaded within the Black Forest. Whoa, Xian exclaimed involuntarily at the chilling coldness. Other than inside dungeons or underground spaces, he had never experienced such coldness anywhere else before. Xian stared blankly at the Black Forest. Black trees covered the entire sky. He felt a pang of regret, wishing they were real living trees, not charred remains. Then it happened. Whoosh, a faint sound reached Xian's ears. It was the sound of something small flapping its wings. Instinctively, Xian erected a sand barrier right in front of him. Bang! Immediately after, something flew in, colliding with the sand barrier, and exploded. Fortunately, the explosion's range wasn't extensive, and Xian remained unscathed. That's when Dioden spoke up. Don't venture deeper. Inside the Black Forest is the territory of the exploding bees. Exploding bees. Are you saying that the bees explode? That's right. When an intruder enters their territory, they launch themselves at the intruder and self-explode. Xian glanced at the ground. The remnants of the exploding bees were scattered around. From the debris, he could deduce their original size was that of a child's fist. Is the entire area inside the territory of these exploding bees? Yes, as long as you don't cross that line, you'll be fine. Could it be because of these exploding bees that people don't live here? You're quick to catch on, that's right. Wouldn't it solve the issue if we exterminated all the exploding bees? If it were that easy, I would have dealt with it long ago. No matter how many exploding bees you kill, if the queen bee is still alive, they'll reproduce quickly and form another colony. So don't waste your energy on pointless endeavors. Rest here for now. Yes. Dioden's insistence made Xian feel like it wasn't an ordinary nuisance. It felt more like him avoiding out of annoyance rather than fear. Since it was something unrelated to him anyway, Xian sat beneath a tree near Dioden. For now, he just wanted to forget about all of his troubles and enjoy the scenery. Leaning his back against a charred tree, Xian gazed ahead. Unlike the shade provided by the Black Forest, the scorching sun blazed fiercely in the desert, radiating intense heat. Even for Xian, crossing the desert bare-bodied would be madness. I need to get a new robe. Suddenly, Xian remembered that there were extra robes in his subspace. During his encounter at the destroyed elf village, along with a bow, he had packed several items, including robes. Opening the subspace revealed the elves' robes. Xian took out one of the robes and put it on. Although not as good as the robe made from the sand angler's hide, the elves' robes also blocked out the heat to some extent. For now, this robe will do. Though Dioden detested this particular race, he didn't utter a word against Xian using the elves' item. Dioden once again fixed Crayon in place and engaged in a low conversation. Xian had witnessed that sight countless times. At times, he had tried to listen in to understand what Dioden was talking about, but the voice seemed muffled, even blocked. From then on, he gave up eavesdropping. At such times, it was much more beneficial for him to check out his newly acquired abilities. According to his observations outside, using Exian to boost his dominance made controlling the sand much easier. Before, he could only manipulate sand around 10 meters of him, but now it had expanded to dozens of meters. If he continued to grow like this, he felt like he would eventually be able to control all the sand within his sight. I had a hard time since my compatibility with the golems wasn't great. I was lucky to win this time, but I need to research more thoroughly. As Dioden mentioned, the deity of that temple had lost its divinity and become weakened, so it was clear that even the Guardians, Gigarain, had been significantly weakened as well. If Gigarain had been in its optimal state, there's a high chance he would have been defeated even if he used Exian. Reflecting on the battle with Gigarain, Xian figured out the issues. Reflecting on the battle like this was a great help in improving Xian's skills. Blink and Chain Lightning, both were powerful. If I encounter an Awakened who freely uses these two skills, my chances of winning will be very low. The key difference between golems and humans lay in the flexibility of their thinking. Golems followed predetermined actions, while humans could adapt flexibly to situations. Xian was currently specialized in facing monsters in large scales. Following Diodin and consistently dealing with these monsters had honed his skills in that direction. If he ever intended to return to Neo Soul, focusing on developing skills for one-on-one confrontations from now on was the right choice. Absorbed in thought, his consciousness naturally drifted away. Xian sat cross-legged, letting his thoughts engulf him. He didn't realize how much time had passed. When Xian opened his eyes again, dawn was breaking far in the distance. He had spent the entire night sitting there. Xian got up and stretched his legs. His body ached from sitting motionless all night. As Xian relaxed his stiff body, he suddenly looked ahead. There was movement sensed on the sand far away. Thinking it might be the exploding bees, he peered closely and saw an entirely different being, a child. In the distance, a girl who looked to be around 12 years old was lying face down on the sand, looking at Xian and Diodin. That's when Diodin spoke up. A mongrel from the Goya tribe. What? A filthy mixed breed born in a tribe of fools who try to do the impossible. She's grown that much since then. I should have killed her back then. In Diodin's gaze upon the girl, there was a strong sense of contempt. This child is not a mongrel. She'll be the future of this land. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside the girl, speaking calmly. The middle-aged man had a traditional hunter's attire, with a large bow and arrows slung over his back. Even with the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, Diodin didn't show surprise and spoke bluntly. You're still spouting nonsense. Did that bitch tell you that? She passed away not long ago. Sadness filled the middle-aged man's face as he answered, but in Diodin's eyes looking at him, there was still a coldness. She's dead. I should have killed her with my own hands. You haven't changed at all, Diodin. How long will you disdain them, treating them like enemies? It was never their intention for the land to have become like this. Enough, if you blabber any more than that. It won't be just you and your mongrel kid. The entire tribe will die. Diodin's killing intent surged. Seeing his murderous aura, the child jumped up and hid behind the middle-aged man. That's when Xian saw it. The girl's ears were shaped differently from regular people's, an elf. They weren't as sharply pointed as of the elves he had met before, more of an in-between size, perhaps halfway between human and elf. It was then that Xian finally understood what Diodin meant by mixed bred. The girl was unmistakably of a mixed race between human and elf, a child of a human and an elf. Setting aside Diodin's infinite animosity toward elves, the feelings of elves toward humans weren't all that great either. At least that's what Xian had experienced with the elves he'd encountered. It was intriguing to think that such an elf had formed a family with a human. The girl peeked out from behind the middle-aged man, stealing glances at Xian and Diodin. Her expression was full of fear, but there was also curiosity lingering. Then the middle-aged man's gaze turned toward Xian. You're a kid I haven't seen before. Are you his disciple? That idiot. Ha! Diodin let out a mocking laugh. Xian's face crumpled, but he didn't bother to retort. Compared to Diodin, he knew he was really an idiot. The middle-aged man asked Xian, My name is Goduan. What's yours? Xian, are you perhaps of Korean descent? I don't even know who my parents are. My apologies. I didn't mean to stir up any painful memories. I was just glad to meet someone of Korean descent. It's fine. Even in the slums of Neo Seoul, there were quite a few people who questioned his origins. There were quite a few foreigners living in the old Seoul. As the world changed, those unable to return to their homelands settled in Neo Seoul. They tenaciously survived, married Koreans or other foreigners, and had children. The mingling of races became so prevalent that finding someone of pure Korean lineage became challenging. Diodin scoffed at Goduan. Are you still hung up on whether someone is Korean or of foreign descent, yet your own child is a mixed breed with an elf? You haven't changed a bit, still so rough, rude. If people change easily, it won't be long before they perish. Goduan shook his head in response to Diodin's words. It had been years, yet Diodin remained unchanged. Unconcerned about other people's feelings, he spat out harsh words like a dagger. Goduan knew better than anyone why Diodin harbored such hatred towards the different races. He understood his anger, but a century had passed. Among those who had experienced those events, only a few, including Diodin, were still alive. While everyone else buried the memories quietly, Diodin lived with this rage, which was just regrettable. Carefully, Goduan asked, Why have you come here? Are you here to deal with the exploding bees? Why should I deal with the exploding bees? Are you saying you're not? Are you still pursuing that pipe dream? How foolish, it isn't a pipe dream. By just handling the exploding bees, this forest can thrive again. Don't you understand? All I know is one thing. Once a tree is dead, it cannot be brought back to life no matter what you do. Dioden tapped the charred wood with his hand. Thud, the charred wood echoed hollowly. It's not just dead, it's completely charred. Yet you think it can be revived. Because that filthy elf whispered it to you. You believe what a filthy elf says. It'd be better to slit your throat than believe in such nonsense. Goduan clenched his lips in response to Dioden's tirade. Dioden's rage against elves and the other races was too intense to persuade him. Why did you come here if you weren't here to help? I was just passing by and stopped by. The outskirts of the Black Forest offer some shade to rest for a bit. I hope you won't stay long. Our tribe fears you. Do you think I care about those insignificant incest? Of course not, because you're Dioden the Slaughterer. I momentarily forgot that fact. Now that you know, get lost before I sever that mongrel's neck. Don't you know better that you cannot do that? Shall I give it a try, see if it's possible or not, but I'll leave here. May your journey ahead be safe. With a grim expression, Goduan bowed his head. Dioden was someone who, if he wanted to, he would do anything. His madness had swelled over a century, reaching a point where no one could stop him. Goduan took his daughter's hand. In an instant, his figure vanished like a mirage. Xian muttered in surprise, and awakened. He is the leader of his tribe. If he wasn't an awakened, he wouldn't have been able to protect the tribe until now. They are called the Goya tribe since they have the surname Go and they live in the plains. TL, Goya Chinese letter equal Chinese letter, Go plus Chinese letter plains. It was a name given by the elf, Goduan's late wife. That's why it was even more distasteful to him. We'll be leaving in a bit. Get ready. Yes, Xian nodded. He still had much curiosity about the Goya tribe, but it was time to let go of the interest for now, because he had to eat before going on a long journey. Xian took out a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth. He chewed the beef jerky as slowly as he could and pushed it down his throat. It hadn't been long since he had risen, and his mouth felt dry. Nonetheless, Xian chewed the jerky without stopping. Xian finished eating 2 pieces of jerky and even took a sip of water. Without hesitation, he briskly brushed off his hands and stood up. It was time to leave now. Dioden picked up Crayon, which he had placed on the ground. The two of them were ready to leave the Black Forest without any lingering attachments. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful noise erupted from deep within the Black Forest. It was the sound of exploding bees fluttering their wings. Not just 1 or 2, but hundreds, perhaps thousands of them, all fluttering at once. Dioden murmured. Something must have stirred up the exploding bees. The exploding bees were territorial monsters. Moreover, they were fiercely protective of their territories and didn't tolerate other life forms intruding. It was clear that something had recklessly entered the territory of the exploding bees, but Dioden's interest stopped at that. After all, this place was just a brief resting spot. Whatever happened here didn't matter. Let's go. Dioden turned calmly to leave just as Xian began to follow him. Har har. Goduan ran towards them, calling out desperately for someone. Behind him were several men who appeared to be members of his tribe. Arriving in front of the two, Goduan asked Dioden, "Have you seen my daughter, Har? Why ask me about your daughter's whereabouts? She was playing near the bunker and suddenly disappeared." At that moment, members of Goduan's tribe pointed toward the Black Forest. There, the exploding bees are reacting. Goduan's face turned pale at their words. Goduan had hunted all the monsters in the area. He protected his tribe by periodically hunting the nearby monsters. There couldn't possibly be a monster strong enough to provoke the exploding bees. Could Har have gone into the Black Forest? We have to hurry and save her. Har is in danger. The faces of the tribe members showed urgency. The Black Forest, where the exploding bees lived, was one of the most dangerous places on the surface. The exploding bees were a collective life form like ants. In order to repel intruders, they wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct. No matter how powerful a monster was, once they entered the Black Forest, survival couldn't be guaranteed. His daughter had entered that forest alone. He had no idea how to save her. Suddenly, Goduan knelt before Dioden. "Please save my daughter. I will pay any price." Why would I bother saving that mongrel? Didn't we make an oath? A oath. Dioden's face contorted. You owe your life to my father. In return, he requested that you watch over Har until she turns 20. Veins bulged on Goduan's neck, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He was bargaining with his life because there was no hope other than Dioden. Long ago, Dioden had suffered a fatal wound. The one who saved him was Goduan's father. This happened after Goduan had already married an elf. Although Dioden had greater anger towards the different races than anyone else, he could not bring himself to kill the daughter-in-law and granddaughter of his benefactor who had saved his life. To Dioden, who pledged to repay the favor in any way possible, Goduan's father requested that he would be happy as long as he left Har alone until she turned 20. Dioden agreed to this. Har is only 12 now. Your pledge won't end for another 8 years. I promised to watch over her, never said I would protect her. You can only watch over Har if she's alive. Clang, Dioden gritted his teeth. It was a contradiction within the oath. I was tricked by that cunning old fox. Now he realized why Goduan's father had made him make such an oath. He had prepared for a situation like this. Goduan continued, "If Har doesn't survive, you won't be able to watch over her. Am I wrong? Don't force it. Do you think I'll give in to your coercion?" I'll give my life, please save my daughter. That child is the only hope for our tribe and for the people struggling to survive in this area. Goduan's voice was filled with earnest denial. Dioden frowned, looking at Goduan. While Goduan's words bordered on coercion, they were enough to stir conflict within Dioden. Though he'd lived his life by his own rules, Dioden had never lied to another human being, not even once. A look of conflict appeared on his face. Then a voice came to his rescue. I'll go, it was Xian. Having spent a long time with Dioden, he sensed his complicated feelings. If Dioden truly intended to abandon Goduan, he would have left without hesitation. His hesitation indicated an inner conflict. Dioden looked at Xian. Why you? I'm curious about the inside of the Black Forest. Dioden furrowed his brow. The exploding bees were fearsome because they were a collective life form. With an overwhelming number of bees capable of self-destructing en masse, ordinary Awakens couldn't contend with them. This was the reason Goduan had been unsuccessful in exterminating them, despite his extremely strong desire to do so. He hunted with bows and arrows like an elf. While excellent at hunting large monsters, he was overwhelmed against monsters that attack in large swarms like the exploding bees. That was why Goduan had appealed so earnestly to Dioden. In contrast, Xian held the upper hand against large swarms of monsters. Being outnumbered was no problem for him who used sand as his weapon. Dioden asserted bluntly, "Seems like you're confident. I have something I want to test out. I won't stop you if you're going voluntarily. Wait until tomorrow morning. If I don't return by then, you're free to leave. HMPH, I intended to do so even without you saying it. Remember, only until tomorrow morning. Then I'll be back." It was when Xian stepped into the Black Forest. I'll go with him. Goduan followed suit. Xian glanced at him briefly. Are you sure? It's a matter of my daughter's life. How can I just stand by as her father? Understood. Xian nodded. There was no reason to oppose a father's determination to save his daughter. Other tribe members didn't dare venture and they nervously shuffled their feet. They weren't awakened like Goduan. Walking alongside Xian, Goduan said, "It's nothing. Not everyone steps up for others. I won't forget this favor." Xian made a slightly embarrassed expression at Goduan's words. He hadn't come forward purely out of kindness. Upon reaching the D rank, he gained insight into his skills. The best way to test out his skills was to fight an opponent. The exploding bees were the perfect match. That's why he came forward despite no one asking him to. Since he hadn't entered the Black Forest purely out of goodwill, he couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. And then it happened. Buzz, a fierce flapping sound echoed from the front. Goduan's complexion changed entirely. He realized it was the sound of exploding bees flying in. He strung an arrow on his bow, but before he could react, Xian moved swiftly. Crash, sand erupted ahead. Then a thunderous boom resonated. The charging exploding bees exploded upon colliding with the sand wall. Goduan opened his mouth in surprise. My God. Boom, boom, a series of explosions erupted right in front of Xian. The exploding bees hit the sand wall, exploding upon impact. Dozens of exploding bees had already self-destructed, yet Xian and Goduan hadn't suffered a single scratch. The exploding bees couldn't penetrate the sand barrier and exploded outside it. That's why the two of them remained unscathed. This can't be. Goduan couldn't close his gaping mouth. He knew all too well how terrifying and troublesome the exploding bees were. One or two weren't scary at all, he could just shoot them down with arrows. The problem was, he could only carry dozens of arrows at most, but the number of exploding bees in the Black Forest easily exceeded hundreds, even thousands. Exploding bees self-destructed without fear of death. In the face of such overwhelming monsters, Goduan's abilities were utterly useless. The combination between the exploding bees and Goduan was the worst possible match. So he only circled the outskirts of the Black Forest and couldn't muster the courage to venture inside. Unless one was as awakened like Dioden, they shouldn't even dare to think about entering the Black Forest. When he came in with Xian, it was similar to a drowning person grasping for straws, so he didn't have much hope. But now Xian's display of prowess surpassed his wildest imagination. Bang, boom. Like a rainstorm beating against the roof, exploding bees incessantly pounded the sand barrier, detonating fiercely. He almost felt sorry for the exploding bees exploding outside the sand barrier. If the exploding bees were Goduan's worst match, then Xian was the worst match for the exploding bees. There's a reason why that madman Dioden is taking this kid with him. He looked at Xian, forgetting for a moment that his daughter was within the Black Forest. As the commotion settled, Goduan recognized the familiarity of Xian's robe. Is that an elf's robe? How did you know? My wife had something similar to that. I see. Where did you get it? Elves never share their belongings with humans. That. It's Dioden must have massacred an elven village again. Goduan grasped the truth instantly. Xian wore an embarrassed expression, unsure how to justify it. Fortunately, Goduan didn't blame Xian. Carefully, Xian asked, "Do you know why Dioden hates other races so much? Is it true that the earth became like this because of the other races? That it's true." Goduan had no choice but to answer. Wasting time with excuses could delay saving his daughter. So that's why Dioden is filled with such animosity. Not all races were like that. My wife opposed their decision. That's why she was cast out and ended up marrying me. How did the other races bring Earth to this state? Xian couldn't fathom it. He'd heard that Earth was an enormous planet. Neo Sol was said to be just a tiny dot in comparison. Understanding how such a gigantic planet turned into a desert eluded him. I don't know that far either. My wife was also reluctant to explain. She called it their original sin. I'm sorry, I understand. Let's focus on rescuing Har for now. Even in that moment, exploding bees were incessantly self-destructing against the sand barrier. Bang, boom. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Black Forest, the explosions intensified. It signified an onslaught of exploding bees self-destructing in even greater numbers. The solid sand barrier was shaking violently. Whoosh! The sky had turned completely dark. The exploding bees had covered the entire sky. Oh my goodness, Go-Duan's face turned pale. There were dozens of times more exploding bees than he had vaguely estimated. The sheer number of exploding bees residing within the Black Forest was utterly unbelievable. Go-Duan asked Xian, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's time to start seriously reducing their numbers." "Seriously?" "Yes, I have a skill I want to try." Xian subtly smiled. The exploding bees themselves were a weapon, and there were countless such weapons. However, Xian wasn't scared of those exploding bees. "I have enough weapons on my side as well." SHSSSS. As Xian asserted his dominance, sands within dozens of meters of him floated into the air. No matter how numerous the exploding bees were, they couldn't outnumber the sand covering the entire world. Quantity countered quantity in this siege. The only issue lay with mana and dominance. For now, they were sufficient. Xian began to unleash the image he had contemplated and drawn in his mind within the Black Forest. The sands floating in the air gathered around Xian. It resembled a huge cylinder made of sand. The mental image had solidified into reality. All that remained was to pull the trigger. Here it goes. Xian infused mana into the cylinder. Woo! At that moment, the huge sand cylinder spun at a terrifying speed. The sand cylinder drew in everything around it and pulverized it. The exploding bees sucked into the sand cylinder were torn apart at an alarming speed. Bang, 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 bang. The exploding bees inside the huge sand cylinder set off a chain of explosions. It was a spectacle that was hard to believe even when seen with one's own eyes. Xian murmured, "It's a kind of sand mixer, I guess." Hence, the skill's name was Sand Mixer. Its advantage lay in rapidly rotating sand to grind numerous opponents in one fell swoop. The downside was the considerable mana consumption, limiting its prolonged usage. The range was not very wide yet due to his low rank, but as his rank advanced and the amount of mana increased, the power of the skill would be maximized. Once he advances to S rank, conjuring a sandstorm might not just be a dream. Go-Duan stared dumbfounded at the sand mixer. Insane. The pitch-black sky was slowly regaining its true color. He couldn't believe that exploding bees, which had troubled the Goya tribe so much, could be dealt with so effortlessly. Even his wife had never mentioned the existence of such a skill in the world. That meant this skill and capability were appearing for the first time in this world. Already, the flock of exploding bees had decreased by more than half. However, Xian's expression wasn't particularly bright. My mana is running out. Are you saying you don't have enough mana? I think we should stop reducing the number of exploding bees for now. Let's quickly find Har and bring her out. Wait, I'll give you this. With this, it should cover your mana shortage to some extent. What Go-Duan pulled out from his pocket was a necklace emitting a bluish hue. It seemed like it was not an ordinary artifact. It made one feel refreshed just by looking at it. What's this? It's Allura's tear, a keepsake of my wife. It's an artifact she brought from her hometown. It has the effect of restoring the consumed mana to its original amount once a day. For a moment, greed flickered across Xian's face. Are you lending it to me? Or are you giving it to me? I'll give it to you. However, as a condition, reduce the number of exploding bees as much as your mana will allow for today. Fine, please. Go-Duan handed Allura's tear to Xian. Allura's tear was a precious artifact rare even in his wife's homeland. However, it wasn't much needed for Go-Duan, since his skill didn't heavily consume mana. On the other hand, it was an incredible treasure for Xian. Although he was somehow managing his mana now, as he developed his skills, the mana consumption would undoubtedly increase. Having such a treasure meant overstraining a bit wouldn't pose any issue. It was a profitable deal for Go-Duan as well. As Xian reduces the number of exploding bees, the chances of reviving the Black Forest would increase. Rescuing Hao was crucial, but reviving the Black Forest was also important to him. Hence, he handed over Allura's tear to Xian. Xian hung the necklace, Allura's tear, around his neck. Instantly, a refreshing sensation spread from the spot on his chest where the necklace touched, spreading through his body. Great! A broad smile crept onto Xian's lips as if he had gained an extra reservoir of mana. Now he could operate the sand mixer without worrying about mana. Gah! The sand mixer spun at an even more terrifying speed, striking the exploding bees in the area. Bang, bang, bang! A tremendous explosion shook the Black Forest. The staggering number of exploding bees had visibly decreased. It seemed that with just a little more effort, they could eliminate all the exploding bees. That's when. Suddenly the center of the black forest trembled. In an instant, both individuals' expressions changed. It's the boss. Is it the queen? Unable to endure the devastation to its hive, the exploding bee's boss had come forward. The heart of the black forest roiled, and a single exploding bee appeared, but its size surpassed their imagination. From head to the poisonous stinger on its tail, it measured an astounding 7 meters in length. It was the queen bee, the boss of the exploding bees. Countless eggs adorned the queen bee's abdomen, but there was a little girl hanging on one of them. She was Har, Go-Duwan's daughter. Har, why are you there? Among queen bee's eggs, the one Har was hanging from seemed different in shape and light from the rest. It wasn't an egg of the queen bee, but seemed to be mixed with something resembling an egg. Har, Go-Duwan's daughter, was clinging to the object. Release my daughter, monster. Go-Duwan pulled an arrow from his quiver and drew it. Although not particularly effective against the swarm of exploding bees, in one-on-one combat, it changed the narrative. He was an Awakened from the martial arts category and possessed skills specialized in archery. The target of the arrow was the queen bee's head. Explosion arrow. Fing, the arrow flew at an incredible speed and struck the queen bee's head. Quang, the arrow exploded, causing the queen bee's head to slightly recoil. But soon, the queen bee's head returned to its original position. No visible damage had been inflicted. Damn it, Go-Duwan continuously fired arrows. Each of his arrows hit the queen bee's head accurately. Weeing, the queen bee's wing flapping intensified. The repeated attacks by Go-Duwan further fueled the queen bee's rage. Suddenly, the queen bee vanished from Go-Duwan's sight. It was moving at such an incredible speed that it was impossible to follow with the naked eye. Damn it, it's dangerous. Xian was the first to sense the queen bee's movements. He quickly erected a sand barrier in front of Go-Duwan. Quang, with a deafening sound, the sand barrier shattered into pieces, and Go-Duwan was thrown off in the distance. It was a huge impact due to the queen bee's high-speed flight. If Xian hadn't used the sand barrier to dissipate the impact, Go-Duwan might have lost his life. Xian looked at the queen bee and said, "Your opponent is me." Weeing, as if in response, the queen bee's wing flapping intensified even more. Whiz in the eyes of the queen bee, busy with her movements, Xian's figure appeared. The queen bee was aware. She knew that Xian was the one who had dealt a serious blow to her colony. Although she was a queen bee, she possessed intelligence close to that of a human. That's why she wasn't recklessly attacking like Go-Duwan. She was carefully assessing the situation. Xian found it fascinating. Facing a huge monster like the queen bee didn't fill him with great fear. Despite his recent awakening, he had fought numerous other monsters. Those he'd faced were never inferior to the queen bee. In fact, some were even more dangerous. The queen bee's true terror was unleashed when she commanded countless exploding bees, but having lost most of her retinue, she was less menacing now. Xian didn't make that decision because he was conceited. He was incredibly composed at the moment. Skills were the blossoming of talents harbored by those awakened. When conditions, timing, personal effort, and intuition harmonized, evolution occurred. Initially, the awakened had realized and developed their skills in that manner. Yet, as time passed and experience accumulated, a more efficient way of skill development emerged. A sort of formula had been established. Most awakened followed this path because it minimized waste. But this method had a significant drawback. It limited one's thinking due to adhering to a set formula. Believing that the formula was the most efficient way, there seemed little reason to explore alternative methods. However, Xian was different. As the only awakened who could manipulate sand, he walked a path no one had ventured before, prompting him to earnestly seek the optimal way to grow. Of course, the guidance from Diodon played a significant role in this. I have the upper hand in this matchup. The issue now was how to safely rescue Har, suspended on the queen bee's abdomen. Even if he killed the queen bee, it would be futile if he could not save her. This posed a sort of handicap for Xian. He drew a mental picture. When the picture of saving Har was completed, the queen bees grew impatient and attacked. Shing, at nearly the speed of sound, the queen bee's huge body lunged at Xian. In an instant, Xian erected a sand barrier. It was taller and thicker than what he'd previously created. It was evident that the queen bee, about to collide with this thick barrier, would experience significant impact. Yet no impact sound echoed. Just before hitting the sand barrier, the queen bee adjusted her trajectory as if she had anticipated it. She abruptly changed her trajectory after coming to a sudden stop, shooting vertically upward. Swoosh! Hovering high in the air, the queen bee that had been observing Xian descended right upon him. The initial attack was a feint this time. It was the real. But Xian remained unfazed. It was all within his expected range. Shoosh, shoosh, shoosh. The sand around Xian's feet condensed and shot towards the queen bee. It was the sand blaster, projecting sand at high pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The sand blaster consecutively hit the queen bee's body. Each blast wasn't excessively powerful, but enough to slightly destabilize the queen bee's balance. As a result, the queen bee's flight speed slightly diminished. In that moment, Xian maneuvered away from the queen bee's flight path using sand strides. Swoosh, the queen bee narrowly grazed past him. At that instant, Xian launched sand missiles. Bang! With a thunderous noise, a sand missile hit the egg Har was hanging from. Both the egg and Har fell due to the impact. All right, Xian smiled. The thrill of seeing the mental picture he'd drawn becoming a reality exhilarated him. Yet he refrained from celebrating just yet. His mana had bottomed out. It was the price for relentlessly using his skills. Kiik, the queen bee, now stripped of the egg and Har, shrieked in frustration. She flew back to retrieve them, devoid of the malicious cunningness from before. Impatience had overridden her rationale. Quietly murmuring, Xian enacted his plan. Sand Mixer. A flash erupted from Allura's tear hanging around his neck, instantly replenishing his depleted mana. In that moment, an immense amount of sand surged, enveloping the queen bee and rotating at a high speed. Quia, the sand rotated at high speed and gnawed away the queen bee. Kiek, struggling, the queen bee screamed as she attempted to break free from the sand mixer. However, Xian skillfully controlled it, keeping the queen bee entirely contained. The high-speed rotating sand tore off the queen bee's wings and shattered her exoskeleton. Her continuous screams summoned the surviving few exploding bees to save her. Some attacked Xian while others plunged into the sand to rescue the trapped queen bee. In that moment of clarity, Goduan shot arrows to protect Xian. Phew! Explosions ensued around Xian, caused by the exploding bees. Explosions reverberated within the sand continuously. The sound of exploding bees caught in the sand mixer exploding echoed. The blast severely wounded the already weakened queen bee. Loyalty of exploding bees rushing to save her inadvertently inflicted further harm. Boom! Finally, a large hole pierced through the queen bee's head. The sand dug into the hole, gnawed at her brain and internal organs. The sand, spinning at high speed, was now stained blood red. Okay, that's enough. The moment Xian halted the skill. Although he spoke calmly, his face was completely white. His mental power and mana had been completely exhausted. Thud! The sand mixer stopped. The queen bee crashed to the ground. Her condition was truly pitiful. Her head was missing, and traces of sand abrasions marred her body. The wings that enabled her high-speed flight had vanished without a trace. The ultimate end of a mighty creature that had long ruled the Black Forest was far from dignified. Har, with the threat gone, Goduan rushed to his daughter. Dad, Har looked at Goduan while holding onto the egg. Are you okay? I'm fine, Har replied with difficulty. Goduan's gaze shifted to the egg cradled in her arms. Why are you holding the queen bee's egg? Hurry and throw it away. Do you know what this is? What? It's not an egg laid by the queen bee. How do you know that? I just do. What? This child called out to me. The egg called out to you. Yeah, Har nodded. While playing in front of her house, she felt an intense attraction. The egg was calling out to her. Guided by the call, she found herself standing in front of the queen bee. Despite being attacked by exploding bees on the way here, she emerged unscathed. It was because the egg protected her. Goduan looked at the egg Har was holding with a new expression. A faint blue light was emanating from the egg. It had the same shape as an egg, but there was no shell. It seemed as though a condensed blue light had been compressed into a rounded shape. Something came to Goduan's mind. Could this be a spirit's egg? His wife had mentioned it before. She had said that the land was so damaged that spirits couldn't survive in it any longer, hence the absence of spirits. Yet she hoped for the birth of a spirit someday. Goduan asked out of curiosity, how are spirits born? It's the will to exist, guided by the natural elements. When combined with the desires of humans or elves, a spirit is born somewhere. The primordial spirits exist in egg form, nourishing themselves on the wishes of life until they break out of their shells. So it was evident that the egg Har held was born by itself in the queen bee's nest. It deemed that advantageous for survival and called out to Har, because Har is a half-elf. Elves were said to be born with a strong affinity for spirits. Since there were no other elves around, it was evident that the half-elf Har was the one called by the spirit. Right, this is undoubtedly a spirit's egg. A spirit's egg. Does that mean a spirit will be born from this? Xian looked with fascination. It was a world where awakened individuals were dominated. The addition of spirits wouldn't be entirely out of the ordinary. However, Xian had never even heard the word spirit before. Without any hesitation or wariness, Har extended the spirit's egg to Xian. Wanna touch it? Is it okay? Yeah, Xian cautiously reached out to the spirit's egg. For a moment, he felt a strange warmth in his palm. The warmth spread from his hand to his heart. Feeling the odd sensation, Xian withdrew his hand. At that moment, Har smiled and said, "Who? The egg, yeah. Can you hear the egg's voice? Yeah, it's been waiting for someone to hear its voice for a long time, ever since it was born in the queen bee's nest. So it was you. Yeah, it said if you left, it wouldn't have another chance, so it hurriedly called out to me." Har replied with an innocent expression. He didn't think she was lying. At that moment, Goduan took Xian's hand. "It's okay. This is enough," Xian replied, looking at Allura's tear hanging around his neck. The more he looked at it, the more remarkable it seemed. An item that completely replenished mana once a day. It alleviated his mana worries. That alone was a significant gain. Let's go now. If we don't return by morning, Dioden will leave me behind. Why not stay here instead? It'd be 100 times better than following Dioden. I don't know if you're aware of this. Accompanying Dioden on his path is tantamount to self-destruction. I know. Then are you going to stay here? I'll still follow him. Why on earth? I just feel like it. Xian chuckled. That was all he could say for now. Goduan looked at Xian with a slightly pitiful expression, but he didn't try to convince him any further. Even though Xian's abilities were enticing, with the exploding bee threat eliminated, it wasn't necessary. The Black Forest, now rid of the exploding bees, was incredibly quiet. The towering shadows formed by charred trees created an otherworldly scene. At least there was space to escape the sun, making the Black Forest a valuable place. But it wasn't the place for Xian. He belonged on the sands of a desert, basking under the scorching sun. As they exited the Black Forest, Dioden greeted them warmly. "You're late. Idiot, this old dog." Xian responded with a smile. All living beings knew that the vast expanse of sand in the endless desert was a dangerous place. Even the monsters living in the desert were always cautious and alert. There were as many monsters living in the desert as there were grains of sand, and among them many were S-rank, monsters of extreme danger. S-rank monsters usually had their own territories, rarely venturing beyond them unless provoked, but once they did, they could turn the entire desert upside down. Therefore, the desert monsters, whether strong or weak, never let their guard down. The crowned bison was one of those monsters. With a towering height exceeding 3 meters, its head bore horn-like crowns, earning it the name crowned bison. While herbivores by nature, the crowned bison had evolved to become carnivorous in order to survive in a world dominated by deserts where there was no grass. Its prey consisted of small monsters and insects living in the desert, and it constantly roamed, nose to the ground, searching for them. Despite the sun being at its zenith, the crowned bison paid no heed as it searched for food. They needed a lot of food to maintain their huge size. Therefore, they had to wander diligently from morning to evening in order to find prey. Sand began to trickle down, catching the attention of the crowned bison, who looked down at its front hooves. Something felt strange. Swish. Sand was flowing down, and initially it was dismissed as unimportant. However, the speed of the flowing sand increased, and the crowned bison's massive body started sliding down along with it. Sensing an ominous sign, the crowned bison hurriedly tried to escape from the sand. But the more it struggled, the faster the sand poured down, trapping the monster even more. Eventually, the crowned bison tumbled down into the depths of the sand. Thud! With a dull sound, its colossal body crashed onto the ground. The crowned bison shook its head, attempting to rise. However, the sand had solidified, holding the monster in place. The more the crowned bison struggled to break free, the stronger the pressure became. That's when it happened. Pee-whoosh. A sand missile the size of a child's forearm shattered the crowned bison's head. All right, we won't have to worry about food for a while. Someone rose from the nearby sand. It was none other than Xian. All of this was Xian's doing. He lured the crowned bison down from the hill and finished it off with a sand missile, hunting the huge monster in an extremely efficient manner. Xian pulled out a dagger from his pouch and began skinning the crowned bison. Despite its enormous size, there weren't many edible parts for humans. Only a small portion of the chest devoid of corrupted energy was suitable for consumption. Xian carefully cut out the edible portion with the dagger. But it was just a small part of the chest. It was as large as Xian's torso. Xian took the meat and set off across the desert. He arrived at a massive cactus, beneath which Dioden was seated. A huge magic stone was placed in front of Dioden. It was the magic stone of the rank monster Titanoboa, which they had hunted the day before. The Titanoboa was a colossal monster, over 20 meters in length, and as an rank monster, it possessed formidable skills. Yet, Dioden easily hunted it down. Titanoboa carried a magic stone with a powerful aura. Dioden stuck Crayon into the magic stone. Crayon glowed red. It absorbed the energy contained within the magic stone, a phenomenon that occurred when absorbing the energy from a magic stone. As the energy contained in the magic stone was incredibly potent, it took quite some time to absorb. Dioden focused his entire mind on assisting Crayon in absorbing the energy. Xian carefully sat down and began preparing the meat he had brought with him. He sliced the meat into small pieces and spread them out in the shade. Soon, the moisture evaporated and the meat became chewy. It turned into jerky. Xian left one piece of jerky and stored the rest in his subspace. He took the remaining jerky and took a bite, looking at Dioden. It seemed that the absorption of the magic stone was nearing its end, as Crayon emitted an intense heat. It had already been over a month since they left the Black Forest. During this time, Dioden had successfully cleared 2 dungeons. The Titanoboa was the boss of the dungeon they entered yesterday. Despite its intimidating presence as the dungeon master, it proved to be no more than an earthworm in front of Dioden. It's absurd. How can such monsters exist? In Xian's eyes, Dioden looked more like a monster than a human. During the past month, Xian has also grown remarkably. After learning to utilize the sand effectively, he could hunt most monsters with ease. However, even with this newfound ability, he couldn't compare to Diodin. Finally, Crayon had absorbed all the energy from the magic stone. The magic stone that lost all its energy became an ordinary stone. Crack, crack. At that time, Crayon spontaneously started dismantling in midair. Crayon, disassembled into individual parts, hovered around Diodin and then merged back into one. Having evolved once again with the energy absorbed from the magic stone, the evolved Crayon exuded a more formidable aura. However, Diodin's expression didn't reflect satisfaction. It's still not enough. Upon hearing his mutterings, Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. Crayon had undergone multiple evolutions and could now be considered the world's strongest weapon. Yet Diodin deemed it insufficient. What on earth is he trying to defeat with that thing? To an outsider, Diodin might seem like a madman on a rampage, but Xian, who had observed him closely, knew that there was a consistency in his actions. Everything Diodin did was linked to becoming stronger. Whether he improved himself or enhanced Crayon, the objective was the same relentless pursuit of strength. Xian came up with only one conclusion: Diodin was preparing for war. He didn't know who the opponent was, but for Diodin in his current state, it was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. That's why he was striving desperately to become stronger. Damn it, did I make a mistake by deciding to follow him to the end? Xian felt a slight regret, but now there was no turning back from his decision. Xian threw one of the jerky he had made earlier to Diodin, who started chewing it without a word of gratitude. Let's go. Diodin, having finished the jerky, stood up. Xian nodded and swallowed the piece of jerky he was chewing on. Diodin was already ahead, striding into the distance. Xian quickly used sand strides following Diodin. Once again, they were heading eastward. Xian couldn't help but wonder what awaited them at the end. I heard there used to be a sea in this direction. A sea. It was something Xian had only heard of in tales. Very few people had actually seen it. Only someone who lived as long as Diodin could have seen the sea. Unfortunately, those born after that were not given the opportunity to see the sea. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, prompting Xian to adjust his robe. While the robe made by the elves was light and allowed for easy movement, it lacked the protective capabilities of the robe made from the sand angler's hide. Clasping it tightly was necessary to ward off the wind. I wonder if another sand angler will show up. This time he was truly confident that he would not be lured by it and capture it. At that moment, when Xian was grumbling while walking, Diodin, who was walking ahead, suddenly collapsed. Bang! Following that, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the desert. What? Xian quickly dropped to the ground, creating sand barriers around him in anticipation of gunfire. Fortunately, the second gunshot didn't come. Where did that come from? At least within Xian's sensory range, there were no life forms detected. It was evident that someone had sniped from a far distance beyond Xian's reach. Then, from the vast plain in the distance, black shadows emerged. They were human and not just a few. Even a rough count exceeded 100. Riding dune buggies commonly used in the desert, they were speeding towards Xian. Scavengers. Xian focused mana into his eyes. As the approaching humans came into clear view, he recognized familiar faces among them. These guys, it was the party led by Zhang Yongbayam, who had rescued him from the sandworm. Zhang Yongbayam, Aiden, Mountain, and Giselefer of them were riding the same vehicle. About 20 more dune buggies were following behind their vehicle. Xian's attention was drawn to the dune buggy following directly behind Zhang Yongbayam. A man on top of that buggy was holding a massive gun. Judging from the lingering smoke at the gun barrel, it was clear that he was the one who sniped Diodin. Is that a magic gunner? Although extremely rare, among Awakens, some used firearms. Those who succeed in sniping with a 100 accuracy no matter the distance. While ineffective against colossal monsters or monsters with shields, it was a lethal weapon that had an absolute advantage against humans. For the likes of them, Neo Soul had developed guns combining magic and technology. The sniper rifle, which was made to be able to snipe from outside the detection range of an Awakened, had a range of over 10 kilometers. When combined with the keen senses and precision and the eagle eye, which are the characteristics of a magic gunner, it resulted in overwhelming power. Just like now, the sniper who successfully hit Diodin from over 10 kilometers away was revealed to be Leo Palona. Leo belonged to the Numbers, the execution unit directly under the mayor of Neo Soul. The mayor held absolute power, operating an execution unit to eliminate political opponents. Click, I got a bit tense when I was told he was the slaughterer, but it seems like he's not that big of a deal. Leo smiled as he pulled out the cartridge. It was a sniper shot from over 10 kilometers away. No matter how powerful an Awakened was, detecting a bullet flying towards them was impossible. At that moment, Zhang Yongbayam, who was riding in the car in front, shouted, "Don't let your guard down. The opponent is Diodin, a crazy old man. Hee. Why be nervous about an old man who's already dead?" Leo mocked Zhang Yongbayam. He was certain of Diodin's death. Bringing a group of other Awakened as a precaution was embarrassing in Leo's eyes. By the way, there was one more guy. Leo muttered as he reloaded the sniper rifle. Although the sniper rifle was excellent, its drawback was that it could only fire one shot at a time. hence there was a delay between each shot. However, Leo wasn't overly concerned. The distance between him and Xian was still considerable. With that distance, Leo believed he could handle Xian with his sniper rifle alone. Leo aimed at Xian through the scope. Beyond the magical scope, something squirmed and rose. The moment Leo checked the scope's display, he involuntarily muttered, "This can't be. I aimed for the head, didn't I?" The entity wriggling and standing up was the old man Leo had just successfully sniped moments ago. Tsu. White smoke was rising from Diodon's forehead where the bullet had exploded. Hee. Through the scope, Diodon was laughing. Diodon swung his arm backward and then swung it with all his might. Splock, a moment later, a shockwave resounded as it reverberated through the desert. Jang Yang Bayam urgently shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the car Leo was riding exploded. Embedded in the exploding car was a massive greatsword. It was Crayon. Jang Yang Bayam hurriedly searched for Leo. The expression on Jang Yang Bayam's face contorted as he quickly found Leo. Leo was impaled by Crayon, laying sprawled like a frog. There was no need to confirm whether he was dead or alive. It was a definite demise. Jang Yang Bayam's mouth twisted. This monstrous old man. Leo was not someone who should have died like that. In fact, he was the most important figure in the hunt for Diodon. His ability to snipe from a distance was absolute, and even the mayor of Neo Seoul had reluctantly sent him after careful consideration. However, they lost him even before the full-scale battle began. Jang Yang Bayam glared at Diodon. Diodon stood in the middle of the desert, laughing. There was no trace of impact from the bullet anywhere on his body. Not even the specially enchanted bullets for hunting awakened individuals left a mark on him. That's right, it has to be at least this much for the hunt to be enjoyable. 7 other parties besides his own participated in this quest. All of them were experts in hunting awakened individuals. Although there were no S-rank strategic weapons, there were numerous A-rank and B-rank awakened. Numerous awakened parties existed around Neo Seoul and the slums. They found dungeons that posed a threat to Neo Seoul and exterminated them. However, among them, there were those who did not hunt monsters. Rather, they hunted other awakened individuals. It was much easier to earn a large sum of money that way. They were cautious about getting entangled with each other. They knew each other too well. The fact that they gathered for this quest indicated the significant reward involved. It was a mission directly commissioned by the most powerful figure in Neo Seoul, the mayor. "We're going to hunt him down. We can finally claim the head of the slaughterer." Keek, the awakened individuals riding in other sand buggies ignited their fighting spirit. The legends surrounding Diodon were countless. The slaughterer, the madman of the desert, the living catastrophe. There were numerous words used to describe him, but the problem was that all those words were overwhelmingly negative. Yet they were not discouraged, instead, they were excited. Hunting the legendary Diodon presented a golden opportunity. The one who hunted Diodon would take all the glory and become a new legend. "We have to be the first to arrive. Hurry up and step on it. Don't let others snatch it away." The buggies carrying the awakened rushed ahead. "Hey, you bastards," Jang Yang Bayam scowled at them. Even if they joined forces, it was uncertain whether they could be a match, and starting with such arrogance was not a good sign. Aiden spoke. "Captain, let's fall back a bit, damn it. You need to stay calm." These were the words of Aiden, who could be said to be the brains of Jang Yang Bayam's party. Jang Yang Bayam nodded. "Okay, we'll take the rearmost position." Yes, Aiden slightly slowed down their speed, and then other buggies rushed past them. "Old man, surrender your life." The awakened in the lead vehicle leaped toward Diodon. In his hand, a giant axe gleamed. A powerful aura radiated from the axe. When he swung the axe, an axe-shaped energy flew towards Diodon. He believed that with this strike, he could inflict a significant wound on Diodon. Diodon was unarmed. Blocking his skills without a weapon would be impossible. At that moment, Diodon swung his fist. Bang! At that moment, the axe-shaped energy that the awakened shot toward Diodon vanished instantly. "What?" The awakened, who was charging aggressively, widened his eyes. Diodon had disappeared from his sight. Then Diodon reappeared right in front of his nose. It was as if he had teleported through space in the blink of an eye, using the blink skill. Crack! Diodon's large hand covered the awakened's face. The awakened attempted to attack Diodon's torso with the axe, but Diodon was much quicker to tighten the hand holding his face. Splat! The head of the awakened with the axe was crushed like a cookie. His fresh blood and brain matter flowed through between Diodon's fingers. Were these guys sent by Jin Jiam Ho? Jin Jiam Ho was the mayor of Neo Seoul. He was a living giant who had, like Diodon, survived through the turbulent times. He greatly contributed in making Neo Seoul into what it was today, eventually becoming its mayor. The most powerful individual standing at the top of Neo Seoul was none other than Jin Jiam Ho himself. Once a comrade of Diodon, they traveled the same path and were friends. However, the passage of 100 years had separated them, and now they were worse than enemies. "Shut up, monster. Open fire." The awakened individuals jumped out of the buggies, opening fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The skills of the awakened individuals stirred up the desert sands. However, by the time their skills erupted, Diodon was no longer in that spot. he reappeared in the midst of the group of awakened individuals. Crunch. With a punch, Dioden shattered the head of a B-rank awakened. The next victim was a female awakened who used magic. She hadn't even had a chance to unleash the skill she was so proud of, Flame Wind. The last thing she saw was Dioden's eyes filled with madness. Ah no. Bang, in an instant her torso exploded. Quack, everyone don't panic. Monster screams and panicked voices echoed through the desert sky. This can't go on like this. At that moment, an awakened individual named Nojai Guang stepped forward. Flame lance. Several spears of flame manifested in the air. At Nojai Guang's gesture, the spear-like flames flew toward Dioden. Thud, 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 boom. With a deafening explosion, Dioden was engulfed in flames. Seizing the opportunity, the other awakened unleashed their skills one after another. The martial artists unleashed their aura while rushing forward, while the magic users bombarded from a distance. Flames and sand covered the desert. Someone muttered, swallowing dry saliva. That should be enough to kill him, right? That's when it happened. Swoosh. Suddenly, a chilling sonic boom reverberated across the area. Startled, they turned around to see a giant greatsword flying in from afar. It was the crayon that Dioden had thrown. Spinning fiercely, crayon swept through the awakened. Crunch, quah. Everything caught in crayon's path was severed, awakened and weapons alike. Regardless of their rank, A rank, B rank, or C rank, they were torn apart indiscriminately. In an instant, half of the awakened participating in the assault force had died. Oh my goodness, is this a massacre? The faces of the surviving awakened turned pale with horror. Crayon, which had slaughtered the awakened, landed in Dioden's hand. Despite their concerted efforts, Dioden remained unscathed without a single scratch. Heh. Dioden's crazed laughter sent shivers down the spines of the awakened. Now they understood why Dioden was called the living catastrophe and was known as the slaughterer. Dioden was formidable. He wasn't just strong, he was terrifyingly strong. Ranking him seemed meaningless. Now they realized why there were no S-rank awakened in this assault force. Even an S-rank awakened couldn't guarantee their own survival in front of Dioden. It was clear that the mayor of Neo Seoul must have considered this assault force more likely to fail than succeed. But why did he send us? Damn that mayor bastard. They resented Jin Jiam Ho, the mayor who had commissioned this assault force. Dioden, seemingly indifferent to the bewildered assault force, spoke. See that? Being called an idiot by you, it's not an insult to my eyes. The blunt reply came from Xian. They're all people who boast about being something in Neo Seoul, having fun and leisuring around. So what, with your skills, you'd be treated as well as those guys in Neo Seoul. So what? A normal life. Yes, a life just like everyone else. Damn it, are you kidding me? What, do you think I can lead a normal life now? You're talking nonsense, you damn old man. From the moment Xian met Dioden, or rather awakened as a sand mage, a normal life was no longer suitable for him. With a burning desire to become stronger in his heart, how could he just follow them back to Neo Seoul? Returning would only make him a tool for the powerful or be thoroughly dissected. Returning to Neo Seoul for him was just another way of saying death. Dioden laughed. Hee. This idiot has finally lost his mind. Congratulations on becoming a true idiot. Xian raised his middle finger towards Dioden. Hee. Laughing, Dioden leaped into the midst of the awakened. Even while he was unarmed, Xian did not dare to stop Dioden, so there was no way he could stop him with crayon in his hands. Dioden was like a lion charging into a herd of sheep. Crack, with every swing of crayon, the awakened broke, tore apart, and crumbled. In an instant, the desert was bathed in the awakened's crimson blood. Fuck, how can that be a human? It'd be better to retreat, before we become targets for that guy. Jang Yang Bayam's party, with a foreboding heart, fortunately escaped the massacre orchestrated by Dioden. Mountain, with his colossal stature and immense strength, who had been fearless of anything in the world, had a visibly pale face. Aiden and Giselle were no different. Jang Yang Bayam looked at Dioden in disbelief. He wants us to hunt down a guy like that. The mayor must be absolutely insane. There were many tales about Dioden, but this was their first time seeing him in person. He was Jang Yang Bayam and a rank awakened. None of the awakened within Neo Seoul had made him fearful. Perhaps an S-rank awakened might give him some jitters, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dare to put up a fight. However, facing Dioden, who was slaughtering the awakened from a distance, there was simply no courage to confront him. Even from this far away, a chill ran down his spine. Giselle spoke up. Captain, if this continues, we'll also become part of that massacre. Let's get out of here. There was a desperate look on her face. The distance between Dioden and them was 1 kilometer. It might seem far, but to an awakened like Dioden, it was meaningless. If he decided, he could appear there in the blink of an eye. Jang Yang Bayam said, let's head back to Neo Seoul, and never accept any mission from the mayor ever again. Understood, let's go quickly. Aiden swiftly turned the steering wheel. The vehicle moved away from Dioden's location at a high speed. Yet Jang Yang Bayam couldn't take his eyes off the battlefield. Suddenly, his gaze shifted from Dioden's direction to the hooded figure behind him. He couldn't see the face, since the hood was obscuring it. Who's that? If they're accompanying Dioden, they're definitely not an ordinary person. Spare me, please. The last survivor pleaded with Dioden. Her name was Aislinn. As an awakened mage, her specialty was wind-type magic. In Neo Soul, she was nobility. Being in a rank awakened, her arrogance was naturally high. Accustomed to being praised by everyone, she thought of herself as nobility. Her participation in this attack raid was purely of her own volition. To the leaders of Neo Soul, Dioden was a kind of taboo. Everyone sealed their lips as if they were not even allowed to say his name. So she developed animosity against him. Is he really that great? He's nothing but just a relic of the past. She wanted to prove it, that the awakened of this era were much more exceptional, or rather, how exceptional she herself was. That was why she joined the raid to hunt Dioden, but right now she was deeply regretting her decision. Her face was ugly with tears and snot all over, and even urine began to flow from between her crotch. Dioden was terrifying and gruesome. It felt like Dioden was displaying the maximum strength a human could wield. Without even employing proper skills, he slaughtered every awakened who attacked him. He crushed them to death with his bare fists and slashed them in halves with his massive sword. The sight of humans being torn apart, blood gushing like a fountain, left Aislinn in a daze. Due to her nature as a mage-type awakened, she rarely engaged in close combat with monsters or humans. Occasionally casting spells from a safe distance sufficed. Witnessing such a brutal scene up front was a first for her. Dioden, drenched in blood and flesh, didn't resemble a human anymore. Everyone was dead, and she was the only one left alive. Aislinn quickly got down on her knees and begged, I was wrong. Please spare me. She couldn't even muster the courage to resist. Dioden looked down at her with a contemptuous expression. Spare you? Yes, please, I'll do anything if you spare me. Anything. Yes, anything. Then take your own life. What? I don't need you, so it'd be better if you just died on your own. I can't do that. Please spare me. Seeing you here, it's clear what the mayor thinks of me. I've received the message loud and clear. What? At that moment, Dioden swung crayon. A thin red line appeared across Aislinn's neck, a puzzled expression on her face. Then with a thud, her head rolled off her body and onto the ground. HMPH, TLN, this dude is a true advocate for gender equality. Dioden snorted and approached Xian. Xian's face was extremely contorted. Following Dioden, he had witnessed many deaths. Among them were elves who resembled humans, but yet they were not human. That psychological barrier had protected Xian's mind, but not now. Even though they were enemies, the sight of numerous humans turning into gruesome corpses was mentally devastating. It was a psychological shock. Dioden spoke, opening his mouth. Lift your head. Xian looked up. Look, all right. Xian glanced at the corpses around him. That's the value of humans living in this era. They boast about being awakened, but in the end, they're just tools for someone else. Once they're used up, they're discarded. Are you saying they were discarded? Jin Ho has always been adept at manipulation. Who is Jin Ho, the mayor of Neo Soul? Xian widened his eyes at the unexpected answer. Jin Ho is a former bureaucrat and is good at politics. It's evident he sent me a message and got rid of the nuisances at the same time. Are these people the nuisances of Neo Soul? An awakened is a double-edged sword. Those who listen well are a good sword, but those who don't listen are possible threats. So occasionally creating charades like this helps control their numbers. What's the message then? Probably telling me to not even think about returning to Neo Soul, even though I have no intention of returning to that shithole. Haha, Dioden found it amusing, laughing to himself. It had been several decades since he left Neo Soul. During this time, he hadn't set foot there once. For those who lived in the former Republic of Korea and neighboring countries, it was like the last bastion and the strongest fortress that protected them from the monsters. But it held no meaning for Dioden. Rather than growing old peacefully within a safe fortress, he would rather incinerate everything in the harsh desert, leaving no trace behind. That was his journey. Who said I'd become weak-hearted? It's just my first time, that's all. Even that sense of first time shouldn't be felt. That's the only way for you to survive in this hellish world. All right, Xian replied with a firm expression. It was a piece of advice akin to a threat from a man who had lived in the desert for over 100 years, turning flesh and blood. Xian, having engraved Dioden's words in his heart, cautiously asked, leaving that aside, can I salvage? What do you mean? Instead of answering, Xian looked at the corpses of the awakened. They were awakened mobilized to capture Dioden. Most of them were high-rank awakened. Hence, the items they possessed were likely valuable. Dioden chuckled. You're like a damn hyena. Isn't everything valuable in the desert? You should salvage whatever you can. Do as you please. Xian soon began rummaging through the awakened's bodies in search of useful items. He felt no shame in this act, having done far worse in the slums before. For survival, scavenging corpses was an accepted norm for him. After searching for a while, Xian's face twisted slightly. You damn old man. Not only were there no bodies left in one piece, not even the protective equipment were left intact, all destroyed by Dioden. All he salvaged were a few weapons, some rations and water stored in the sand buggies, and a large backpack. It seemed like they had hunted quite a few monsters on their way here. The backpack was filled with magic stones extracted from these monsters. Xian stored everything in his subspace storage and asked, "What about this vehicle? It still seems usable." "It'll break down sooner or later. Leave it. The desert sands corroded machinery. Though it might endure for a while, without maintenance, it would deteriorate and break down. Disposing of it was a wiser choice. Let's move then." The two of them resumed their journey. A sandstorm blew where they left. The desert sand soon buried the bodies and vehicles of the awakened without leaving a trace. Whoosh, the fierce wind scattered sand around. For a while now, the sandstorms had intensified, making it nearly impossible for an average person to even open their eyes. Relentlessly blowing, the storms continued unabated. Fortunately, both Xian and Deo endured, since both of them were out of the ordinary. Others would have likely lost their way and perished by now. Xian found it odd. Even though the desert is a place with an unpredictable climate, it was absolutely not a natural phenomenon for sandstorms to blow nonstop for days like this. He asked Diodon, "Am I mistaken? The sandstorms seem to be getting stronger." "You're not mistaken. They'll only get stronger from here on, even more than now." "Yes." Diodon's response left Xian feeling dumbfounded. The sandstorm was so intense that even for someone awakened as a sand mage like him, it was burdensome. Diodon said, "The area we're passing through used to be the sea." "The sea? You mean the place that's larger than land and full of salt water?" "That's right. Specifically, it was the Pacific Ocean." The Pacific Ocean. The name was entirely new to Xian, yet somehow, even from the word itself, he felt vastness. Do you believe it? That the ocean, which was over 10,000 meters deep at its deepest point and large enough to fit all the land in the world, evaporated and was filled with sand. Diodon stooped and ran his hand through the sand. The sand quickly slipped through his fingers. His eyes brimmed with rage at the ungraspable sand. He still vividly remembered the endless expanse of the blue sea, the seagulls flying above, and the powerful leaps of dolphins. The brilliance of that time irretrievable. Even though a century had passed, his memories remained vivid and had only intensified with time. Thus, his anger and madness might have grown along with them. Xian silently observed Diodon, consumed by rage. It had been 2 months since he had killed all the awakened who had attacked them. They continued to walk east for 2 months, but during this time, Diodon hadn't said a word about his past. Yet somehow, Xian felt he could understand Diodon. For someone like Xian, who was born after the world changed, adapting and living with the current situation was natural. But for someone with clear memories of the past like Diodon, the current world might seem like hell. Hence, Xian could somewhat comprehend his eccentricity and madness. That was not to say he sympathized with him. Diodon was still that stubborn old man, and Xian was learning and honing his skills day by day because of his eccentricity. Then it happened. Xian's senses caught a mysterious presence approaching them. Brrr, brrr, brrr. Vibrations were felt beneath their feet. Xian wordlessly gazed ahead. 50 meters, 30 meters, and 10 meters. Whatever it was, it had stealthily approached beneath the sand, reaching Xian's feet. In an instant, Xian muttered, "Sand mixer." Suddenly, the sands beneath his feet began rotating at a terrifying speed, swirling around like a mixer, centered around where Xian stood. Grrrr. The rotating sands emitted a sound akin to gears grinding. Kie. Suddenly, a scream erupted from within the sand. The hidden presence that had approached stealthily was trapped and torn apart within the swirling sands. The hard shell was worn away, and the sand dug inside finally ground the flesh. Feeling pain for the first time in its life, it struggled to escape. However, the whirlpool of sand created by Xian was trapped and crushed it like an iron wall. The sand beneath Xian's feet turned crimson. It was the blood flowing from the creature trapped within the vortex, dyeing the desert red. Diodon silently watched the spectacle. The monster being ground down under Xian's feet was the feared sandworm, known for its ability to approach stealthily hidden within the sand. This creature struck fear in everyone because of its ability to stealthily approach under the sand. Yet here it was, powerless and being ground down without putting up much of a fight. What a deceitful ability. While following Diodon, Xian's talents were starting to fully bloom. Though still not at its full potential due to his low rank, his skill application and adaptability were unrivaled. Compared to Diodon at the same age, Xian was far stronger. It was an unbelievable accomplishment. Boom, a loud sound erupted from within the sand. Finally, the colossal body of the sandworm burst open, meeting its horrific end. Diodon's eyes gleamed. At this rate, we can start soon. The sandstorm raged fiercely. Despite walking for several days, the sandstorm not only failed to weaken but intensified, whipping more savagely. Xian and Diodon pressed on, braving the onslaught of the sandstorm. Diodon covered his nose and mouth with a cloth. Without doing so, he would inhale sand with every breath. It was a challenging situation for any traveler in the desert, not just Diodon. However, Xian was an exception. Unlike Diodon, Xian walked with his bare face exposed. The flying sand, like fine powder, couldn't affect him at all. It wasn't a conscious effort on Xian's part to protect himself. It was a phenomenon that naturally occurred as his abilities heightened and talents evolved. As his power increased, he seamlessly became attuned to the sand, much like breathing. Despite the limited visibility due to the swirling sandstorm, Xian was aware of the situation beyond several meters, as if he had a bird's-eye view. Xian's heightened senses, something unfamiliar, caught his attention. It wasn't sand, it was a different object. What's this? Xian furrowed his brows in confusion. However, Dioden, as if knowing what was there, walked straight toward it. Before them stood a pillar shaped like a hexahedron. The surface of the black pillar was covered with inscriptions of unintelligible characters. Dioden murmured as he touched the black pillar. I see you again. Have you been here before? I discovered it by chance 30 years ago. It's the first time since then. What is this? I don't know. What? I discovered it by chance. It was literal. At that time, Dioden was much more consumed by anger than he is now. He maintained his senses somewhat now, but back then he had none of that. He was driven by madness and ended up committing a massacre in Neo Seoul, slaughtering the other races within Neo Seoul. People in the slums may not know it, but there were other races living in Neo Seoul as well. Those who were disowned from their own communities for various reasons settled in Neo Seoul. They built their own territories and lived as part of Neo Seoul. Their roles were crucial in achieving the harmony of magic and science in Neo Seoul. However, for some reason, Dioden slaughtered most of them overnight. Not many members of the different races survived. Naturally, Neo Seoul was turned upside down. Dioden gained the nickname Slaughterer due to this incident. A substantial bounty was placed on Dioden, and Neo Seoul went all out to track him down. However, everyone who pursued him lost their lives. Afterward, Dioden wandered the desert until he reached this place where he accidentally discovered the giant pillar emerging from the sand. This pillar is the center of the barrier. Barrier? What kind of barrier are you talking about? Do you think this sandstorm is normal? No matter how much of a desert it may be, can the wind blow this fiercely without a break? Xian looked around. The intense wind blowing relentlessly made it impossible to see even a step ahead. It's definitely not natural. Exactly. It's clear that the barrier is preventing humans from approaching. So should we destroy this pillar to break the barrier? Physical attacks won't work on that pillar. It's the center of the barrier and also a dungeon. A dungeon, that's right. It's one of the reasons I brought you here. Why? You'll find out once you go inside. Dioden infused mana into the massive pillar. Instantly, light began to shine through the inscriptions on the pillar, and soon the entire pillar glowed brightly. The light engulfed Dioden and Xian. A moment later, Xian cautiously opened his eyes. Where is this? All right, it's a desert. Beside him, Dioden responded. Indeed, the landscape unfolding before Xian's eyes was a desert, much like Dioden had said. However, the one stark difference here was the absence of the raging sandstorm. So the environment inside the dungeon is a desert. Yeah, it's entirely identical to the scenery outside. Dioden couldn't fathom how absurd it was when he first entered this place. After finally discovering the dungeon and stepping inside only to find a desert, it made it impossible to discern what differed between the world outside the dungeon and within. What's inside this place? I don't know. What? One thing different from the desert outside in this desert here is that it causes sensory confusion, making it impossible to determine direction. Xian looked up at the sky. However, there was no sight of the sun. Despite feeling the scorching heat similar to the desert outside, the only distinguishing factor between the inside and outside of the dungeon was the presence and absence of the sun. There's definitely something here, but I can't seem to find it. Dioden's intuition was whispering. Whatever was inside was evidently crucial. The problem was, within 7 days, they had to find and destroy the dungeon's core, whether it was a boss or an item. If not, on the 8th day, they'd be teleported outside the dungeon. Despite multiple attempts, he ran out of time on every attempt. No matter how terrifying the adversaries were, they didn't scare Dioden. However, within this mysterious dungeon, he felt powerless. We have to conquer this dungeon. Only then can we advance beyond that barrier. Even the outer barrier rejected Dioden. Simply passing by the black pillar led them to wander in the sandstorm, only to return to their starting point. That's when Dioden realized, unless he conquered this dungeon, there was nowhere for him to move forward. Xian was the only hope to conquer this dungeon. This sand-filled dungeon was the optimal environment for Xian's abilities to shine. If he couldn't find the dungeon's core, no awakened in the world could conquer it. From now on, you lead the way. I'll follow behind. Heavy responsibility on my shoulders. If I find the core, will you stop calling me an idiot? I might just call you a slightly talented idiot. You damn old man. Xian grumbled and took the lead. Though he said so, his expression was more serious than ever. It was a dungeon that not even Dioden, the ruler of the desert, had conquered. Certainly not due to abilities, but perhaps due to compatibility. Yet even so, being entrusted with a dungeon Dioden couldn't solve was subtly exhilarating. Xian exerted his dominance to its limit. With that, his senses extended through the sand. What's this? Xian was taken aback. The range of his extended senses was immense, reaching hundreds of meters. While his abilities had been rapidly expanding recently, they hadn't been this overwhelmingly vast. It seemed likely due to the dungeon's influence. Xian checked Exian while he was at it. The activation level was undoubtedly different inside the dungeon than outside. What is this dungeon? Is it somehow related to being a sand mage? Dioden had mentioned something similar before. Occasionally, dungeons associated with specific awakened classes emerged. For awaken of other classes, conquering such dungeons were several times more challenging than regular ones. Perhaps this dungeon was related to his class as a sand mage, but Xian wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out as I go. Xian used his sand strides and ventured forward. Even though he'd been traveling with Dioden for the past few months, this was the first time he took the lead. Dioden followed, arms crossed, indicating he'd leave all decisions to Xian. Blindly moving forward won't help. We need to determine a direction first. There was no need for a compass. If this truly was a dungeon related to him, the sand would guide him in the direction he needed to go. SSHHH, fine particles of sand flowed out from his entire body, hovering around him. Xian, adorned with Exian, looked like a black phantom. For a moment, Exian floated aimlessly, but soon began to ripple in a specific direction. Following Exian's indication, Xian unleashed his sand strides, and Dioden followed suit. As Xian activated Exian, his senses expanded even further. He could detect the movement of sand, even at a distance of almost a kilometer, though he knew that the heightened senses he felt at the moment would disappear once he left the dungeon. For now, it was quite exhilarating. It felt like he had become a deity of this dungeon. Xian moved forward, savoring the sense of control. He walked for a staggering 2 days. The desert within the dungeon was vast to an unbelievable extent, making the concept of a world inside a dungeon seem implausible. It felt as if he were walking in the outside world rather than a dungeon. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but sand. The terrain lacked distinctive features. There was no element to pinpoint a direction. Not only Dioden but any awakened entering this place would have their senses disrupted, making them wander aimlessly. Xian stopped his sand strides and murmured to himself, "Looks like this is the place." Exian ceased guiding him and floated around his body as if its task were complete. Xian absorbed Exian once again and surveyed his surroundings. The landscape was no different from where he had been walking, but it was different. Dioden sensed nothing unusual, but Xian could feel that something was different, something he could sense on his skin. The flow, color, and particles of the sand, all of it was distinct. Xian took a deep breath, raising his dominance. Swoosh! Instantly, a shockwave occurred beneath his feet, as sand formed a circular wave spreading outward. Dioden observed Xian with an intrigued expression. It seemed as if the sand were alive and moving. As the surrounding sand pushed outwards, Xian's body slowly sank into the ground, already hundreds of meters below. The amount of displaced sand was enormous. Even with all the advanced equipment in Neo Soul, it would be impossible to disperse this much sand in such a short time. A massive cavern appeared hundreds of meters underground. Xian, without hesitation, walked into the cave, with Dioden following behind. Once they concealed themselves in the cave, the sand that had rushed out flowed back, restoring the original landscape. Dioden clicked his tongue. No wonder even after wandering around so much, I couldn't find it. Even with Dioden's capabilities, he couldn't grasp the situation hundreds of meters below the surface. If it weren't for Xian, he wouldn't have found such a space even after entering multiple times. It was undoubtedly a dungeon designed for a sand mage. What could be inside here? Having traversed numerous dungeons until now, including ones with S-rank bosses, none had been a match for Dioden. He had acquired everything useful in dungeons. This dungeon, if indeed designed for a sand mage, would undoubtedly provide something beneficial to Xian. Then it happened. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sand on the cave floor began to rise and clump together. In an instant, the sand formed together into a humanoid. Since it was made of sand, the figure was crude, with all blocky features. Eyes, nose, mouth, fingers, and toes all were rough. Though no one had taught him, the moment Xian saw the sand figure, he recognized its identity. Sand soldier. It was indeed a sand soldier. As if hearing Xian's voice, the sand soldier attacked. The sand soldier's attacks were straightforward. Looking at it from Dioden's level, it'd be enough to make one yawn. But Xian was on his wits' end. The sand control doesn't work. Whether it was because they were the same sand or because of some special force at play, attacks like the sand blaster or sand mixer didn't affect the sand soldier. Instead, the more Xian attacked it using sand, the more it absorbed and grew in size and strength. Xian wore a bewildered expression. Clearly, the sand soldier, like Xian, used sand as its power. Then what about Exian? Xian hastily used Exian to attack the sand soldier. Boom! With Exian infused into his fist, he struck, shattering the sand soldier's shoulders. Previously, it would quickly recover from injuries by absorbing sand, but now it was not regenerating. As expected, they can't absorb Exian. Unlike other sands, Exian seemed to be seamlessly integrated with him. Hence, it was evident that the sand soldier couldn't absorb it. Xian condensed Exian around his gauntlet. Thud, with a single punch the sand soldier shattered into pieces, but there was no time for celebration. Swoosh, a new sand soldier emerged. This time there were two. All right, let's do this. Xian extended his sand strides toward the sand soldiers and applied Exian in his attack. Boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the sand soldiers were destroyed. A perplexed gleam shimmered in Xian's eyes. This time 4 sand soldiers appeared instead. What's this? Every time I defeat them, they double in number, is that it? If his hypothesis was correct, defeating these sand soldiers would inevitably lead to 8 appearing next. His prediction soon turned into reality. Indeed, 8 sand soldiers materialized. The problem lay in the fact that unlike the initial sand soldier, these new ones moved more smoothly and lethally. Ah, they are learning, Diodon exclaimed in admiration. The newly appeared sand soldiers seemed to compensate for the shortcomings of the previous ones, almost as if learning from encounters with Xian. Diodon watched Xian's fight with keen interest, but there was absolutely no intention to intervene. If it was a dungeon for Xian, he'd have to break through it on his own, just like he had done so far. Boom, boom, as the defeated sand soldiers crumbled, more emerged behind them. They attacked Xian with heightened ferocity. Xian bit his lip. All right. Let's see who comes out on top. By this point, his determination surged. He fought the sand soldiers with all his might. They shattered into sand, only to reform into sand soldiers again. It seemed like an endless battle. Both the sand soldiers and Xian were learning. Through the fight, Xian refined the use of Exian, honed his skills, and studied the sand soldiers. Thus, Xian and the sand soldiers rapidly grew stronger, studying each other. There was one difference between Xian and the sand soldiers. It was the presence of Exian. While Xian could employ Exian for diverse attacks, the sand soldiers seemed confined to engaging in close combat. Heya, boom. With a resounding blast, more than a dozen sand soldiers shattered. Xian dashed toward the cavern behind the sand soldiers. Even as he raced along the cave, the sand soldiers kept appearing endlessly, attacking Xian. Xian kept defeating every sand soldier in his path. Eventually, amidst the endless run, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. In the center of the underground chamber stood a grand altar. The altar was adorned with an unidentified cluster of light hovering above it. It was undoubtedly the item that served as the core of this dungeon. Phew, Xian instinctively sensed that there was an item related to himself within that radiant cluster. Humming. At that moment, the cluster emitted an even brighter light, causing intense vibrations. Suddenly, the underground chamber was filled with an overwhelming number of sand soldiers. Roughly estimating, there seemed to be over 1,000. Damn it, Xian's face contorted. He had finally reached his destination only to face more sand soldiers than he had encountered so far. Curses involuntarily spilled from his lips. Then Diodon's voice came from behind. You idiot, are you giving up? Who said I'm giving up? Xian snapped. If he were going to give up, he wouldn't have struggled to come this far. He would have returned to Neo so long ago. Xian took a deep breath. I can do this. No, I will. At that moment, the sand soldiers attacked Xian. Their rush towards him, flooding the enormous underground chamber, resembled a tidal wave. Tiny particles swirled around Xian's entire body as he rotated Exian in a hemisphere while using it. It was an extremely mana-consuming technique. With his current mana, he couldn't sustain it for long. Nevertheless, he used it because he believed in the Allura's Tear, an item that miraculously restored all mana once a day. In that state, Xian hurled himself into the midst of the sand soldiers. Crash! The swirling Exian stormed through the sand soldiers, shredding them apart. The split sand soldiers crumbled into sand. Despite numerous sand soldiers being destroyed, the remaining ones didn't hesitate to assail Xian. Thud, thud, the sand soldiers pounded the spinning Exian with all their might. It seemed as if Exian would shatter at any moment. Each strike dealt a considerable blow to Xian. Blood now trickled from the corners of his mouth. Nonetheless, Xian didn't cease using Exian. When he had annihilated around 300 sand soldiers, Xian's mana depleted entirely. At that moment, the Allura's Tear performed a miracle. Instantly, it replenished all of Xian's mana. The momentarily faltering Exian resumed its fierce rotation once again. Clash. Xian charged forward in a straight line. His target was the altar. To stop Xian, the sand soldiers threw themselves at him. There were far more charging sand soldiers than those splitting away. Consequently, Xian was quickly buried under the sand soldiers, becoming invisible within their midst. As they were made of sand, the sand soldiers felt no fear unlike humans. Even if their arms were torn off or their legs shattered, they relentlessly charged toward their target. Xian, armed with the miraculous item Exian, fared better. But had he been an ordinary Awakened, he might have vanished without a trace, swept away by the wave. Xian fought as if he was on the brink of insanity. Eventually, as his mana became too low to utilize Exian in a storm-like rotation, a significant number of sand soldiers had been eliminated. From then on, it became a close combat confrontation. Using minimal Exian manipulation, Xian engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Thankfully, he had learned unarmed combat during his battles with the golems in a nameless dungeon. It wasn't a formal skill, nor was it structured martial arts, but because Xian had learned it firsthand, it unfolded naturally. Boom, the head of a sand soldier shattered. Without a moment to breathe, Xian struck another sand soldier's torso with his knee. He fought like a beast amidst the sand soldier. Watching the spectacle, Dioden muttered to himself, "What a mess, still not too shabby." One had to maintain such a mindset in such chaos. Without teeth, one should bite with their gums if need be. Having no mana or the inability to use skills and spectate or retreat is tantamount to flaunting one's incompetence. To survive, one must do whatever it takes. Even minimal resistance or struggle is a duty to life. Dioden had lived in such a ruthless world with that mindset. Neo Soul, with its high walls and protection from Awakened, at least had some semblance of rules. But in this wasteland, there was none of that. Surviving was up to oneself. The fight was gradually coming to an end. Boom, the last sand soldier returned to sand. Ha, Xian breathed heavily as if he might collapse at any moment. His body was already in shambles. It was astonishing that he still stood on both legs. He staggered but continued walking towards the altar. The cluster of light on the altar seemed to ripple as if welcoming Xian. Xian reached out his hand towards the cluster of light. In an instant, as if waiting for him, the cluster of light was absorbed into Xian's hand. He didn't react in surprise but accepted the light. Then his battered body was suddenly healed and his depleted mana was replenished. Finally, Xian's breathing steadied. Xian kept his eyes closed for a long time. Dioden silently waited for him to awaken. Phew. Finally, Xian exhaled and opened his eyes. Dioden asked him, "So did you get something useful? Would you like to see?" Xian manipulated his mana. Suddenly, 2 sand soldiers appeared on either side of him. "You can control these sand soldiers now. I just got a grasp of the principle. I can only summon 2 due to my current mana, but as my skills improve, I'll be able to summon more. Soldiers made of sand could be useful in some tactics. It would probably be impossible to summon 1,000 sand soldiers at once like the dungeon. The dungeon was optimally structured for summoning sand soldiers. Outside, summoning just 2 at the same time would be Xian's current limit, as he had to rely solely on his own mana. A tattoo had appeared on Xian's left arm, which hadn't existed before. It was 2 crossed spears rising resembling coiled serpents. It was the cluster of light absorbed by Xian that had transformed into a tattoo. Dioden asked, "Any other information?" "None." Xian shook his head. There was no information about who had created this dungeon or for what purpose. At that moment, crack. Suddenly, the entire underground chamber began to tremble. It was a sign that the dungeon was collapsing. Since Xian had absorbed the core item of the dungeon, it started to collapse. Snap! A crack appeared in the space where the 2 were standing, like a crack in glass. Then the images of the 2 disappeared as if erased with an eraser. A while later, the 2 reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon, now transferred outside. The entrance they had entered had disappeared without a trace. Still, the 2 weren't surprised. Since this was always the end of a dungeon that had been conquered, Dioden looked around and was surprised. The sandstorm has stopped. The barrier is also gone. The dense sandstorm that had obstructed Dioden's path had completely ceased. The barrier had been broken. Now they could finally move forward. "Let's go." Dioden started walking. Xian looked at him with a slightly puzzled expression. After going through so much in the dungeon, it wouldn't hurt to rest for a day. Leaving immediately was ridiculous. "Well, I'm the only one who suffered. He must have plenty of energy since he didn't even lift a finger. Really." Suppressing the urge to yell out, "Damn you, old bastard," Xian followed Dioden. Dioden scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. "The air feels different." "What do you mean?" Xian looked at him puzzled. Dioden didn't respond. Though Xian's expression contorted, he remained indifferent. Explaining everything from start to finish wouldn't aid growth. It's in feeling, questioning, and pondering that one truly grows. Dioden had grown that way and applied his method to Xian as well. Xian had been keeping up well so far, but there was still room for improvement. He needed to ponder more intensely to become much stronger than he was now. Despite being in the heart of the desert, the air remained scorching, yet it carried a dark energy within. Having traversed the desert for a long time, this peculiar sensation was a first for Dioden. After a while, Xian seemed to sense something odd, tilting his head. Dioden thought Xian's reaction wasn't bad. This unfamiliar territory was unlike any Dioden had explored before. While deserts might seem identical, they held distinct characteristics. Some had endless valleys, while others were filled with quicksand where sand flowed like a river. Just by observing these traits, one could roughly guess the location. Yet Dioden swore he'd never encountered a place with these characteristics among the regions he'd roamed. It felt as though the very air was hostile toward humans. Grumble, Crane's scabbard vibrated. Dioden nodded in response. "I know, my friend." Crane's presence prevented Dioden from succumbing to madness, allowing him to maintain his sanity. Crunch, the sand underfoot crumbled finely and dispersed in the wind. Certainly, this sand felt different from any Dioden had trodden before. The desert sand lacked cohesion. It shouldn't crumble with just a bit of pressure, yet this place was different. Everything here was distinct. Without letting his guard down, Dioden continued walking. However, his vigilance faded as nothing eventful happened for several days. Suddenly, an unusual sight caught Dioden's eye. What's that? Far in the distance, a reddish-brown terrain stood out. It was noticeably different from the sandy color of the desert they'd traversed. Having lived in the desert for 100 years, Dioden had never seen a place with this hue. Far beyond the reddish-brown terrain, something towering stood, reminiscent of the castles seen only in storybooks. Castle in the middle of the desert, Dioden's gaze became deeply absorbed. He had seen various colonies, including Neo-Sol Colony, with his own eyes. None of the colonies he'd seen resembled a structure like this castle. There was nothing more to ponder. Dioden set the castle as his destination and started walking towards it. He sensed Xian diligently following behind. Just removing the barrier that had been hindering him was all he needed Xian to do. Yet, Dioden didn't tell Xian to turn back. If they had come this far together, seeing it through to the end together was the right thing to do, just as Xian had said, whatever the outcome might be. After a full day's walk, they finally reached the reddish-brown terrain. The moment their feet touched the reddish-brown ground, thud, suddenly something pierced through the ground, revealing itself. It was an arm. Flesh rot and bones exposed, the arm emerged from the ground and pulled up a body. What surfaced from the reddish-brown terrain was clearly a corpse. A corpse clad in armor. Though the flesh seemed halfway decayed, exposing the bones vividly, somehow the creature was moving, alive. Dioden immediately recognized the identity of the corpse. Is it undead? A phenomenon where corpses would move for some peculiar reason. Despite having heard about it in stories, seeing it firsthand was a first for him. There was not just one undead. Following that, numerous undead burst through the ground. Cloaks and armor fluttering in the wind, swords held in hand, sight resembled medieval knights. Dioden scanned the surroundings, wondering if he had unwittingly entered a dungeon. If it were a dungeon, such occurrences wouldn't be surprising at all. Anything was possible within a dungeon, a fragmented piece of reality, a dimension warped beyond human imagination. However, this wasn't a dungeon. It was undeniably reality, undead rising in reality. Not a dungeon, yet phenomena similar to one. Seems like I've stumbled upon something proper. Dioden grinned. Unknowingly, a glint of his characteristic madness sparkled in his eyes. Come at me, those who haven't found peace. His maniacal shout was the detonator. Roar. The undead knights charged at Dioden in a straight line. Their bodies decayed, yet their former skills hadn't diminished, making the undead knights' movements disturbingly agile when facing Dioden's formidable presence. Clang. Dioden's sword clashed with the undead knights, creating a cacophony of metal. The battle between Dioden and the undead knights was fierce. Displaying skills reminiscent of their former living selves, the undead knights' prowess were remarkable. They managed to keep the fight somewhat equal against the colossal being known as Dioden, but it was only possible because Dioden allowed it. Crack! One of the undead knights was cleaved in half by Dioden's strike. From waist down, the cleaved undead knight collapsed gracelessly. For a regular person, it would have been a fatal blow resulting in immediate death, but the undead knights were already dead. A being that had died once couldn't die again. Slither. The halves of the undead knight's body rejoined seamlessly in an instant. Xian muttered, "This is what being undead means." He was observing but did not directly participate in the battle. It was Dioden's battle. Just like Dioden had watched him in the sand dungeon, it was Xian's turn to observe this time. His role ended with removing the barrier blocking their path. From now on, he had to watch as a bystander, unless Dioden wished otherwise. Hehe. Dioden's maniacal laughter echoed. He seemed genuinely pleased. Despite being deceased, they were also knights, warriors wielding swords. Their once learned swordsmanship was being manifested through their decaying bodies. It had been a very long time since he had engaged in a true sword battle. Dioden faced the undead knights purely with swordsmanship, not using any mana. Still, the undead knights couldn't match him. Slash. Every swing of crayon made the undead knights fall in halves. However, they quickly recovered and charged back at Dioden. Since they were already dead, they felt no fear and experienced no pain. In some ways, they were akin to the sand soldiers that Xian had faced. Another similarity was their numbers. Thud. Thud. More undead knights continued to emerge from the ground. The number of undead knights seemed to easily surpass several hundred at a glance. The undead knights charged madly at Dioden, ignoring Xian's presence nearby and focusing solely on attacking Dioden. Dioden cut through the undead knights, advancing forward towards the distant visible castle. Now it was clearly visible. The castle bore the semblance of a medieval stronghold, yet it wasn't entirely identical. It possessed an elegance and sharpness beyond comparison. The walls were adorned with inscrutable symbols. Although now faded into a deep gray, they must have been vibrant and vivid when they were initially crafted. Strangely, the patterns etched on the walls seemed familiar to Xian. Digging into his memory, Xian soon pulled out a book from the subspacian item he had taken from the elf village Dioden had annihilated. As he flipped through the book, he discovered identical symbols engraved on the castle walls. Is this related to the elves? However, considering it as the elves' architectural design seemed odd. Based on what he had witnessed in the elf village Dioden had annihilated, they lacked the capacity to construct such massive structures. More than anything, the undead knights who were currently obstructing Dioden were all human. If the castle truly had connections to the elves, the undead knights would have been composed of elves, not humans. The undead knights threw themselves at Dioden, yet he was akin to a colossal tsunami, destroying and sweeping away everything blocking his path. Despite the undead knights' bodies being shattered and recovered repeatedly, the outcome remained the same. Dioden crushed and moved forward relentlessly until he finally reached the castle. Bang! He shattered the castle door and stepped inside. Instantly, the undead knights who had been obstructing him ceased their attacks. Xian glanced at the undead knights with a puzzled expression. The undead knights remained motionless, as if all their functions had ceased like a switched-off machine. What's going on? Dioden plunged Crayon into the ground and shouted, "Come forth, the master of this castle." His shout echoed like a storm, shaking the massive structure. Then it happened. As if responding, a bright light emerged from the castle floor. The light turned into lines, sketching a picture on the floor in an instant. The completed picture depicted a circular fortress enclosed by several rings. In between these rings were densely packed elven characters. Is this a magic circle? The intense glow from the magic circle revealed something within it. Standing taller than the undead knights by at least twice the size, adorned with a helmet sporting 3 horns and a suit of metal armor of unknown origin. Draped across the shoulders was a torn gray cloak, and at the waist hung a sword as massive as Crayon. Within the knight's helmet, a crimson glow flickered, while an ominous darkness cloaked its entire body. He was the master of this castle. Dioden bared his white teeth and grinned. "What's your name?" "Knight." Xian naturally assumed the knight wouldn't be able to respond, considering the decay of his vocal cords, rendering him unable to make any sound. However, the outcome differed from Xian's expectations. "Akaruk," sounds akin to cave echoes emanated from the knight's mouth. Dioden stated. "My name is Dioden, Akaruk, Dioden, kill me and break this curse." Suddenly the knight's voice ceased. In its place, a sinister gray aura emanated from the knight's entire body. The gray aura flickered like a living being, enveloping the cloak. Whoosh, the gray aura even enveloped the knight's gigantic sword. Swoosh, the castle trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Dioden gripped Crayon firmly and declared, "Akaruk, I'll end this curse of yours, former knight." Whoosh, Akaruk's swordsmanship was truly refined. With each swing of his sword, a tremendous force surged, attacking Dioden. Dioden felt his blood boil. Despite facing numerous monsters and Awakened before, Akaruk was the first opponent to make him feel this level of tension. Although he was now an undead, Akaruk's prowess as a knight in his past life was evident with just one strike. He swept through space and the earth simultaneously. Dioden also confronted him, not avoiding the clash, and swung Crayon. Quang! As the swords collided, a sound like a bomb exploding echoed, and a shockwave swept in all directions. Krrgh, the surging shockwave hit Xian. Fortunately, he managed to raise a sand barrier for protection, but had his reaction been slightly delayed, he would have tumbled violently. Even with Xian's vision, he couldn't keep up with Dioden and Akaruk's rapid movements. Thud, bang, thud. Xian watched them closely without blinking as they clashed, roaming the noisy battleground. Xian instinctively realized that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dioden, the strongest human he knew, and a death knight that had discarded the flesh of a human. Just watching their fight expanded Xian's perspective significantly. Sometimes, merely observing could be a form of learning and enlightenment. This was one of those moments. While watching their fight, Xian shuddered. Compared to Dioden and Akaruk, he felt he still had a long way to go. The sense of achievement he felt from acquiring Exian and the Sand Soldier faded away heavily. All right. In Dioden's eyes, facing Akaruk, madness emanated. Between the corners of his lifted lips, white fangs appeared. It was Dioden's smile that surfaced only when he truly enjoyed himself. It seemed like the insane monster couldn't bear the joy of fighting Akaruk. Ah, really, he's completely mad. Even as Xian shook his head, he couldn't take his eyes off them. Dioden's blow struck the towering structure after passing Akaruk. The impact caused the tower to collapse. If things continued this way, the debris from the tower would cover Dioden and Xian. Xian waved his hand and numerous sand missiles flew towards the debris. Bang! With a loud explosion, the debris that the sand missiles hit shattered. But more surprisingly, something even more astonishing happened next. The debris turned to dust, returned to its original form as if time were reversed. Not only that, it returned to its original position. The tower had become perfect again. Xian's jaw dropped. This can't be. It was physically impossible. No, even with magic, it was equally impossible. It was as if time had reversed. In an instant, Xian felt like he had been struck in the back of his head with a hammer. Did time rewind? No, what if time has stopped? In that case, it explained the rapid healing of the fatal wounds suffered by the undead just by stopping time. The entire area, including the castle, was undoubtedly frozen in time. Who on earth could have done this? Neo Soul had numerous awakened, but none dared to tamper with time. Even the mighty Diodon couldn't manipulate time. It was an area forbidden to humans. Then who else could have done it? A god. Xian knew how absurd his thoughts were. However, at this moment there were no other suspects left but a god. He used not to believe in gods. However, witnessing Diodon kill a god with his own eyes left him with no choice but to believe. Xian sighed. The more he thought, the more overwhelming the scale became. Now it was a challenge beyond the capacity of a D-rank awakened. Xian raised his head, dismissing his contemplation, and watched Diodon and Akaruk's battle. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Akaruk's shoulder fell off. It was Diodon's strike that sliced through his shoulder. However, Akaruk neither faltered nor stepped back. He was already a being of death. Losing an arm didn't inflict any pain upon him. Instead, the severed arm flew back and reattached itself seamlessly. Diodon wasn't surprised at the sight. He had already witnessed the undead knights resurrecting before. Naturally, Akaruk, at the pinnacle of undead knights, surely possessed superior regenerative abilities. Boom! Akaruk's side flew off. Yet once again, both flesh and armor regenerated instantly. A fierce glint intensified in Akaruk's eyes. You who cannot kill me do not deserve to step forward. Swoosh. Suddenly a gray flame erupted from Akaruk's sword. Gray auras emanated as flames from the sword. Thud, bang, Crayon clashed with the gray aura and a thunderous explosion ensued. At each impact, it seemed like the castle would crumble any moment, but as if nothing had happened, it swiftly restored to its original state. Shuak, a long gash appeared on Diodon's side from Akaruk's sword. Yet even with a fatal wound, Diodon didn't flinch. In fact, he seemed to revel in the pain he hadn't felt in a long time. Somewhere along the line, he too no longer felt pain. It wasn't that he couldn't truly feel pain, but rather there was no longer anyone capable of causing him pain. Whether it was in a rank or S-rank monster, none became his match. There existed no being capable of inflicting wounds on him, transcending human limits. He had slain even gods. Akaruk, for the first time in decades, was the one who managed to wound him. Purely in terms of swordsmanship, Akaruk was by no means inferior to Diodon. Moreover, he possessed regenerative capabilities that swiftly healed any wounds he sustained. Akaruk knew precisely how to wield these two weapons effectively. Diodon was truly impressed by the Death Knight. The regenerative abilities weren't even a concern for him. What impressed Diodon was Akaruk's mastery of swordsmanship. In each strike there was no excess, overflowing with grace. Savage yet not brutal. Just observing that was enough for Xian to imagine what Akaruk's disposition might have been in his living days. Akaruk unleashed the swordsmanship he had honed during his life against Diodon. Thud, bang, continuous explosions echoed. The air in the vicinity heated up intensely due to their confrontation. They unleashed everything they had learned against each other. Their engagement resembled the dialogue of the finest swordsmen with their swords. Xian watched this spectacle without taking a deep breath. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a pitch-black aura gathered around Crayon. It emitted an ominousness not inferior to Akaruk's gray aura. The moment the pitch-black aura emanated, Xian felt a pang in his heart. Despite not directly confronting it, his heart was aching merely from witnessing it. Insane, Xian hastily retreated, moving out of its sphere of influence. However, unlike him, the undead surrounding the area stood motionless before being affected by the pitch-black aura. PSSSH, the exposed flesh of the undead suddenly turned to dust. Even the decayed flesh and blackened bones turned to dust, yet the undead remained standing blankly. Amidst the undead, a peculiar resonance erupted. It sounded like a wail, yet carried a sense of euphoria. Xian instinctively sensed that it was closer to euphoria. Diodon's released aura was turning the undead back to nothingness, yet the undead seemed to revel in it. At last, I can finally rest. Xian could almost hear their voices in his ears. Diodon's voice rang out in a roar. Rest now, Death Knight, Shwahak. Crayon surged with the black aura, striking Akaruk. Thud, Akaruk's body split in two, his upper and lower halves rolling apart. Just moments ago, Akaruk boasted formidable regeneration. But this time, his regenerative powers failed. The severed parts turned slowly into dust. The intense aura flowing from his helmet gradually vanished. Thud. Diodon slammed Crayon into the ground, eyeing Akaruk. Then came Akaruk's voice. Death, your power is death. Unlike before, it was a clear voice. The curse that turned him into undead had been neutralized by Diodon's power. Despite facing death, Akaruk's voice held no hint of regret. Instead, a sense of relief prevailed. He removed the helmet he had been wearing. Underneath, a face of someone in their early 50s appeared. Though the facial flesh had decayed by half, distinct features still lingered. He could have been called quite handsome when he was alive. He spoke. The power of death. That power, granted only to Krajas and Curian, has now come to you. Krajas, could it be him? The dragon of destruction who made the world like this, we called him Krajas. Krajas, so that was his name. Diodon gritted his teeth. It had been 100 years since the world had been ruined, and for the first time in all those years, he learned the name. 100 years ago, Diodon was in New York. New York, the capital of the world, the epitome of civilization. Back then, Dioden was traveling in New York with his wife, daughter, and his only friend. Even though they had lived in a small neighborhood in Montana, they lived happily, enjoying the glamour of New York. But their happiness didn't last long. Something colossal tore through the sky of New York. Measuring over 3 kilometers from head to tail with wings spanning 10, it resembled a dragon from legends or movies. Yet everyone witnessing it knew it wasn't a dragon, something resembling a dragon, a god in the form of a beast. Everyone who saw it thought so, and most who had seen the dragon couldn't withstand the divine aura it emitted and perished on the spot. In one swoop, half of New York was destroyed, and over 5 million people died. It was truly the coming of calamity. That was the day Dioden's wife and daughter died. They were right there beside him. Dioden, who had lost his wife and daughter without even being able to lift a finger, vowed to take his revenge. It happened over 100 years ago, but Dioden had never once forgotten those memories. Dioden asked Akaruk, "Where is Krajas? Don't you know? He has returned to nothingness, gone after turning the world into this." The price of attempting to terraform another world is grand. Even the Dragon of Destruction, who consumed all anomalies and powers since the beginning, couldn't handle it. Arg, blood vessels emerged in Dioden's eyes. Akaruk regarded Dioden's intense expression with pity. "I understand your feelings. Shut up. What does an undead like you know to speak so carelessly? It was Krajas who turned me into an undead, because I was the only one who opposed his decision." TLN and the lore deepens. Owo. Why do I feel like Dioden's only friend might be related to Xion? Krajas had existed since the dawn of Curian. Although he bore the form of a dragon, no one in Curian considered him to be one, not even the other dragons themselves. Krajas's epithet was the greedy dragon. This is because he coveted and collected all the anomalies and abilities existing in Curian. His colossal 3-kilometer body was a manifestation of these abilities. Although he existed at the apex of the world called Curian, Krajas exerted no influence. He merely observed, akin to a god. In fact, among the gods that existed in Curian, none possessed power comparable to Krajas. Beneath Krajas's passive observation, wars raged incessantly within Curian every day. Curian was vastly different from Earth. The development of civilization was similar to that of Earth, but the method was completely different. Instead of science, magic and all kinds of supernatural abilities led to the enlightenment of human civilization. The inhabitants were also different from those of Earth. Humans, elves, dwarves, diverse races, and creatures firmly occupied their domains, establishing a delicate balance. With limited land but numerous races, war remained incessant. Had one side gained a decisive advantage, perhaps the wars would have ended sooner. However, the powers of humans and other races were almost evenly matched. War stained with hatred and fury persisted for thousands of years until it abruptly ceased one day. Because the end had arrived for Curian, the sudden apocalypse dismantled everything. The planet turned upside down, covered in molten lava. Seas and rivers evaporated, and the sky was shrouded in black ash. The planet itself began to collapse. Reason and cause remained unknown. One day, the apocalypse abruptly happened, causing the gradual demise of 2/3 of the diverse races and humans inhabiting Curian. Amidst the despair, the last thought of humans and other races was of Krajas. They pleaded for salvation from Krajas. Krajas spoke. "The demise of this world is inevitable. For the beings of this world to continue existing, another world must bear the cost. Do you accept this fate?" The representatives of humanity and the other races responded as follows. "The desire to live is an inherent longing for all living beings. How can we deem that as wrong? We want to live, even if it means trampling upon another world. If it ensures survival, we will do anything." You are the guardian of Curian, are you not? O mighty being with power surpassing that of gods, please look upon us with favor. We are all but your children. Krajas pondered their plea for a long while. "Very well, I shall investigate if there exists another world where you can migrate." Using dimensional detection magic, Krajas sought a place where the inhabitants of Curian could relocate. At that moment, Curian was collapsing, leaving little time. Hence, Krajas needed to hurry. Ultimately, the place found was Earth. Given more time, they might have found another planet devoid of life. Unfortunately, they lacked that luxury. "The land I found already harbors billions of humans. If you wish to live, you inevitably must kill them and seize their land. Do you still accept?" Krajas asked, and representatives of humans, other races, and even other dragons agreed without hesitation, except for one individual who opposed Akaruk, one of humanity's representatives. "No, how can we take away the land of another world just so we can survive? I'm against it." Akaruk's epithet was a noble knight. From head to toe, Akaruk embodied the essence of a knight. War among themselves was inevitable, but the invasion of another world was something he could not condone. He stood alone in opposition, wielding his sword, but with one hand he couldn't stop 10. Moreover, those gathered were among Curian's mightiest. In the end, Akaruk fell to them. The one who turned the deceased him into an undead was the gold dragon, Heltun. Heltun turned Akaruk and his followers into undead, making them guardians in preparation for the migration to Earth. Krajas wielded all his might to open a dimensional portal and was the first to cross to Earth. For Krajas, possessing the power of an entire planet, it was feasible. The first thing Krajas did upon arrival was to terraform Earth, making its environment similar to Curian's, an essential step for the successful settlement of Curian's inhabitants. However, this terraforming caused problems. Krajas's power was indeed immense, seemingly ensuring the success of the terraforming magic. Yet, at that moment, an enormous backlash struck him. It was as if the planet Earth was resisting becoming subservient to Krajas and Curian. Earth's backlash brought about tremendous consequences. The immediate result was the entire Earth turning into a desert and bringing about Krajas's demise. As Krajas perished, all the powers and abilities he had amassed over time spread across Earth. Ah fuck, are you saying Earth became like this because of those creatures from Curian? Xian's face contorted upon hearing the story. He never anticipated such hidden reasons behind Earth's desertification. Now he understood why Dioden harbored such resentment toward the other races. Even Xian himself, had he known all these circumstances 100 years ago, might have succumbed to rage like Dioden and indiscriminately slaughtered the other races as well. Dioden asked, "If you're a guardian, does it mean the dragon is not far from here?" "That's right. Hehe, the gold dragon Hiltun, right?" Dioden chuckled, revealing his white teeth. Akaruk trembled. The madness emitted by Dioden was so severe that he, an undead, felt fear. "Human, speak, noble knight." Dioden's tone shifted. Though Dioden harbored disdain for everything Curian-related, he couldn't disregard Akaruk. Akaruk was a true knight. When the decision for migration to Earth was made for the sake of everyone's survival, he alone opposed it. He fought alone to prevent the misguided decision, and in return became an undead. One couldn't disrespect a man who understood honor and justice. Akaruk said, "Dragons are powerful. I know, though you're mighty now, you cannot match a dragon. I know that too." Dioden replied calmly. He had already hunted a dragon before, though he wasn't alone. He was with hundreds of Awakened. At that time, 2/3 of the Awakened who participated in the dragon hunt died, and even the survivors mostly ended up disabled. The injured survivors didn't live long, following those who had passed before them. There were only a very few people, including Dioden, who survived intact. He had deeply felt how powerful a dragon was at that time. A dragon was a powerhouse of magic in itself. Moreover, it possessed formidable magic resistance. This rendered attacks from magic type Awakened ineffective. In addition, its scales, which were stronger than adamantium, even repelled attacks from martial arts type Awakened. If it hadn't been for numerous Awakened using firearms, and even suicide dive attacks, they would never have been able to kill the dragon. Even back then, Dioden already possessed considerable strength, but even then he felt despair in the face of the dragon's overwhelming presence. And the dragon he had hunted at that time was the youngest and least powerful among all the dragons that crossed over to Earth. To defeat such a dragon, most of the early Awakened died. That's why he couldn't fathom the strength of the gold dragon Hiltun. However, Dioden never despaired. For 100 years, he tirelessly roamed the desert, honing his skills. His current prowess was incomparable to when he first hunted a dragon. Akaruk offered his sword to Dioden. "Take my sword. It's a blade blessed by the gods. It will aid you." On the sword Akaruk extended, there were inscriptions of unknown significance. They were symbols carved when blessed by the gods. With the demise of most gods alongside Curian's destruction, the blessings on the sword had largely diluted. Still, the remaining power would undoubtedly be of assistance. Dioden accepted Akaruk's sword. "I will use it well." What persuaded Krajas were the humans and the other races, but it was the dragons who manipulated them into doing so. I hope you understand that. That does not mean that the responsibility of the humans and other races of Curian go away. Knowing that is enough. Now Akaruk's body was nearly reduced to ashes, with only part of his upper body and face remaining. Gazing at the ashen sky, Akaruk murmured, "Before I die, I wanted to see the blue sky." SSHHH, in an instant, even his face turned to dust, completely vanishing. That was the moment. The undead knights who had been standing quietly stepped aside. A passage opened up between the undead knights. It wasn't clear to Dioden and Xian what this meant. "Let's go." Yes, the two walked through the passage opened by the undead knights. Midway through their journey, something happened. Suddenly, all the undead knights raised their swords high into the sky. It was their ritual, honoring Lord Akaruk and blessing Dioden's future. Xian looked at the faces of the undead knights one by one. Their faces, which a while ago only radiated morale, now seemed to emit a subtle warmth. Their appearance sparked a strange feeling in Xian. It seemed he was understanding what unwavering determination in death meant, as the two nearly passed the undead knights. SSHHH, just as the undead knights held their sword-raised stance, they began to crumble into dust. As Akaruk embraced his rest, they too had freed themselves from the shackles of undeath. It wasn't only the undead knights that turned to dust, even the massive castle in the middle of the desert seemed to dissolve into dust, leaving no trace behind. That's how the enormous castle and the undead knights vanished from behind. But Dioden never looked back. Nothing could make him look back. Dioden only walked forward, and at the end of this path lay the dragon he had been searching for. The being he had been searching for was not far away. Whoom! Dioden suddenly glanced at Akaruk's sword. The sword seemed to be weeping for its owner's death. The same applied to Crayon. For a moment, while gazing at both swords in his hands, Dioden grasped them together. Then something incredible happened. Clank! Both Crayon and Akaruk's swords disassembled into individual parts. The sword blades of Crayon and Akaruk merged into one. The already crimson-hued sword blade blazed red like the sun. Even the handles were identical. The two handles merged into a new form. In this manner, the two swords combined their parts into a new shape. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from Dioden's entire body. Xian closed his eyes for a moment due to the powerful blinding light. Despite his eyelids shielding his vision, the light was disorienting and dizzying. Hence, Xian had to wait for the light to vanish. Fortunately, the light disappeared after a short while. Only then did Xian cautiously open his eyes. Whoa! Xian let out an exclamation without realizing it. It was due to the altered appearance of Crayon, combined with Akaruk's sword. The enormous blade of Crayon bore the inscriptions from Akaruk's sword. Furthermore, its overall form had transformed into something far more imposing. Merely facing Crayon felt like it could devour one's soul. Dioden tightly gripped Crayon's handle and muttered, "Friend, the time is near. TLN, ooh, we finally find out what happened to the earth. NGL, I'd be the same as Dioden, but I'd spare the dark elf mommies though if there were any turn glottal stop." Xian was engulfed in dark, fine sand. It was the emission of Exian. One of the benefits of releasing Exian externally is that it enhances skill and versatility. Xian wielded Exian, shaping it in various forms. At times, he molded it into a protective shield-like shape, while other times, he fashioned it into wing-like undulations. The sight of Xian emitting Exian outwardly bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity, especially as he used sand strides, seemingly gliding on sand. Despite witnessing Xian playing with Exian, Dioden remained silent. Since the battle with Akaruk, a whole day would go by without him speaking even one word. His gaze grew deeper, devoid of any expressions on his face. To those unfamiliar, merely facing his visage was enough to induce trepidation. However, having observed Dioden for a long time, Xian remained nonchalant. Throughout his strides, Xian tested Exian, pondering how to further enhance its utility. The confrontation between Dioden and Akaruk compelled Xian to contemplate many thoughts. Observing high-level combat significantly broadened Xian's understanding, even without direct involvement. Throughout the fights, Xian felt his heart race. I want to fight like that. I want to reach such heights. Such desires spurred within him. Though it had been a long time since departing from the mansion, the longing persisted, growing stronger. That was why Xian kept experimenting with Exian. To reach a level akin to Dioden's, or even surpass it, there was no room for rest. Dioden's strength wasn't achieved overnight. It was the outcome of relentless strife over 100 years. To catch up to someone like Dioden, even moments for sleep or rest needed to be conserved. While engrossed in playing with Exian, Xian suddenly furrowed his brow. It was due to an unbelievable sight in the distance. As Xian retracted Exian, he asked Dioden, "Am I the only one seeing a mirage right now?" "It's not a mirage, so it's real, unless my eyes have malfunctioned." "Wow, that's for real." Xian widened his eyes, gazing ahead. Far on the horizon, something massive was approaching. Thick legs, 4 in number, larger than a 3-story house with curved tusks akin to a bow and terrifyingly protruding fangs. It resembled the legendary mammoth, yet far more intimidating and colossal. It seemed like a small mountain moving. However, a huge artificial structure was seen behind the mammoth. A warehouse on wheels, much larger than the mammoth, lined up in succession. It was akin to a train. Tiny figures bustling atop the warehouses caught their attention. Dioden spoke. "They are caravans, really caravans," Xian exclaimed, surprised. Caravans were originally groups of traders traversing remote deserts or plains, transporting goods using camels or horses. Even in the current era, caravans existed. They facilitated intermediary trade between colonies. It was no easy feat. The entire world had transformed into a desert, and deserts were unforgiving to humans. The scorching sun, searing sands. Moreover, deserts teemed with all sorts of dangers, including scavengers. Enduring all these adversities while shuttling between colonies was far from easy. Some might argue that taking a plane or driving a vehicle would simplify things, but with a little knowledge about deserts, one would realize it's an impossible task. Even the sky harbored dangers. Wyverns, griffins, unicorns, or forms of aerial monsters were prominent. They wouldn't hesitate to attack any other flying craft in their skies. Regular planes could never withstand their assaults. Above all, the desert sky was laden with fine dust and polluted air, which would swiftly damage airplane engines. The same was true for cars and various machinery. The desert sand was the antithesis of mechanical devices. They could be repaired for short distances, but if operated for long distances, they'd completely break down. For that reason, even in Neo Soul, cars were only used when conquering nearby dungeons. Moreover, any interaction with unknown colonies was nothing but a dream. There were no landmarks in sight to serve as a reference in the identical landscapes. Overcoming such adversities and engaging in intermediary trade between colonies could solely be done by the caravans. How caravans navigated accurately through the vast desert towards colonies remained a closely guarded secret. Even Neo Soul's efforts to unravel the caravan's mystery ended in failure. Initially, Xian thought people were lying when he first heard about caravans. To him, it seemed impossible. However, upon witnessing the caravan procession in person, he was convinced. With a colossal mammoth of that size, it seemed unlikely for sandworms or other monsters to attack recklessly. Although smaller than the ancient turtle Archelon of the Mott tribe he had seen before, it was sizable enough to deter most other monsters. Diodon remarked, "Encountering a caravan in the middle of the desert is never common. Something that is extremely rare happened to us." Indeed, Diodon, with crossed arms, gazed at the approaching caravan procession. As if noticing the two figures from the caravan, they approached directly. Thud, thud, the ponderous footsteps of the mammoth were palpable through the sand. The stature of the approaching mammoth was truly enormous. It seemed not the size of a 3-story house, but perhaps the size of a 5-story one. In addition, the pair of tusks protruding from its snout were truly enormous. Pierced by those tusks, any monster would likely meet instant demise. Kuwung. Finally arriving before the two, the mammoth raised its snout to the sky and let out a loud bellow. Subsequently, people descended from the massive warehouse atop the mammoth. Wearing turbans on their heads and loose garments to shield from the scorching sun, they sported the attire known as durara, worn by men residing in the Sahara Desert in the past. There was no better attire to endure the desert's scorching heat. A traveler in the desert. I can't believe my eyes. The man, who appeared to be in his 50s, seemingly the leader of the caravan, lowered the cloth covering his nose and mouth and let out an exclamation. Although he had a bushy beard around his nose and mouth, his eyes were sharp and exuded dignity. "My name is Belaf. What might be the names of the brave adventurers crossing the desert? I am Diodon." Belaf widened his eyes. "Oh, Diodon, I can hardly believe my eyes and ears. Do you know me? How could I not? The man who may be the strongest on earth. Your name is widely known even in Kamchatka colony." Kamchatka colony. Was there a colony in that place? Haha, it's natural not to know. Unlike Neo Soul, it is much barren and smaller. Belaf chuckled, scratching his head. Kamchatka colony indeed existed in the former Kamchatka Peninsula. The old Kamchatka Peninsula boasted mostly undeveloped natural landscapes. Naturally, the population density was extremely low. Paradoxically, that is why many people survived during the sixth extinction. Due to the scarce population, instead of competing against each other, humans opted to collaborate for survival. Initially surviving in village clusters, the colony grew as awakened individuals and survivors joined, drawn by rumors. The size of Kamchatka colony was merely 1/10 of Neo Soul's district. Despite wanting to expand, they faced constant attacks from monsters, leaving no room for expansion. Xian, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Monsters attack? What's so surprising about that? It's natural for monsters to attack. To them, humans are merely tasty prey. But Neo Soul is special. It's the only colony in this world with such exceptional walls. The walls of Neo Soul possessed great anti-magic powers, hence monsters hesitated to approach. There wasn't another colony on Earth with such walls except Neo Soul. Other colonies engaged in daily battles with monsters. Due to these circumstances, expanding their territories wasn't easy. The awakened individuals' skills developed through wars with the monsters. Particularly, they could all be considered specialists when it came to anti-monsters warfare. Perhaps that's why everyone accompanying Belaf emitted an unusual aura. What was most impressive was their size. To slightly exaggerate, they were all as big as brown bears. They stood formidable, not in the least bit inferior even next to the colossal Diodon. Belaf said to Diodon, "Haha, it was fate that we met in the middle of the desert. How about joining us today as an honored guest? Fine, haha." As fiery as ever, upon Diodon's consent, Belaf burst into a hearty laugh. Xian glanced at Diodon with an expression of surprise. He expected a refusal naturally. He surely has a plan, right? Despite their outward appearance of mere brute strength, Xian knew better. There had never been an action from Diodon without reason. He formulated plans, acting accordingly. It was a feat only possible with his remarkable intelligence. Belaf guided the two onto the mammoth-drawn massive warehouse. Atop the enormous warehouse were canopies, chairs, and other arrangements for people to dwell. The warehouse was stocked with goods purchased from Kamchatka colony, where people lived above it. Once they reached the top of the warehouse, Belaf exclaimed, "Haha, meeting a hero of the desert, we can't just stay quiet. Bring out the vodka." Vodka. Was there still some of that liquor remaining? Hee. It was difficult to procure from Kamchatka colony. Turned out there was one last distributor of old Russian spirits. They aren't produced anymore, but some of the old liquor remains. Impressive. Indeed, if we bring this liquor to Neo Seoul, we could earn a fortune. In the current era, liquor was a scarce commodity. The grains used for liquor production had vanished entirely. Now even grains were produced in colonies' factories. Due to the scarcity, they couldn't even think about making liquor. If anything, liquor was more valuable than diamonds. Therefore, Belof's confidence was justified. He offered a bottle of this precious vodka to Diotin and Xian. Diotin, who hadn't tasted alcohol in a while, eyed it greedily. Belof looked at Xian. "I think your brother is still young. I don't drink. In that case, let me offer something special to the brother. Try this smoked deer jerky. Once you taste it, you'll never forget it." As Belof gestured, a boy who seemed barely 12 approached carrying jerky. He was a handsome boy with rich blonde hair. "This is my son Damien." Damien offered the jerky to the brother. Yes, the boy called Damien handed the jerky to Xian. Xian stared intently at Damien's face. Damien seemed uncomfortable under Xian's gaze and slightly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Xian accepted the jerky. "Yes, brother." Damien appeared quite shy. He still couldn't meet Xian's eyes directly. At that moment, Belof raised his glass. "Come, let's drink and eat together. Don't worry about the monsters. My subordinates and the mammoth will keep them at bay." Ha clang, Dowden clinked the glasses and Xian chewed on the jerky. The deer jerky Damien offered differed vastly from jerky made from monsters. It practically melted in his mouth. It was so delicious, Xian felt like he was dreaming. "Father, there's no need to do this, right? If we don't listen to them, our colony and caravan won't survive. But do you really think they'll keep their promise?" The voices of two people arguing echoed through the caravan. The sources of these voices were none other than the father and son, Damien and Belof. Damien clenched his fists tightly, staring up at Belof. Belof looked slightly uncomfortable, meeting his son's gaze. Damien spoke up. "It was father who said that the life of a caravan is trust. I know. But why listen to them? They don't even treat us like humans. Sigh, what choice do we have? That's the reality of it." Belof let out a deep sigh. At that moment, his face seemed significantly aged. He glanced down at Dioden and Xian, who were lying amicably together. It was due to the sleeping pills hidden in the jerky and alcohol they consumed. Even a mighty monster could be put to sleep instantly by such potent sedatives. Since it wasn't poison, even the most resistant awakened were left helpless. Damien looked at the two lying down, lips tightly shut and eyes full with resentment towards his father. It wasn't that he couldn't understand Belof's position. He bore the heavy responsibility of leading the caravan and managing the economy of Kamchatka colony. He had to consider and decide everything from the standpoint of the colony. I really don't know." Damien exhaled heavily. "You can leave everything to your father. I will take on both the blame and hatred. You just focus on honing your skills. Father, the caravan needs you to sustain it, so concentrate on your duties without entertaining other thoughts." With his father's words echoing, Damien shook his head and walked to the front of the warehouse. He was in charge of herding the mammoth. Belof glanced at his son for a moment, then promptly ordered his subordinates, "Hurry. We don't know when the effects of the sleeping pills will wear off. We need to reach the meeting point before that." "Yes," his subordinates answered, bustling around. Amidst this, Damien issued commands to the mammoth. "There's quicksand up ahead. Turn slightly to the right." As if understanding Damien's words, the mammoth veered to the right. The warehouses trailing behind followed suit, changing direction. And Damien's instructions continued. "Turn here and head north." The mammoth faithfully followed his commands. Damien's ability was extraordinarily special, was a navigator. That is, a guide. In the vast desert, having someone who could accurately set directions and cover long distances was possible only with a guide. Within all large caravans, there is at least one guide, but among them, Damien's ability was very special. Damien's ability to anticipate dangers in advance was exceptionally rare. Few, but Belof's feelings towards Damien were infinitely complex. His son's ability was both a blessing and a curse. In this world-turned desert, the ability of a guide was absolute. Guides were exceedingly rare, and among them there was none like Damien who could anticipate dangers in advance. If anyone else discovered Damien's ability, they'd surely covet it. Belof let out another deep sigh. He achieved his goal, but his nerves were in turmoil. At that moment, the voices of his subordinates brought Belof back to reality. "We see the destination." The Valley of Death. Belof composed himself and looked ahead. In the distance, a strangely shaped canyon came into view. The canyon was made up of solidified sandstone, resembling undulating waves that flowed gracefully like a piece of art. No one would have known such a place existed in the middle of the desert. Belof, too, if not for Damien's ability, would never have discovered this place. This was their destination. Suddenly, a group of soldiers emerged from the Valley of Death. Like Belof and Damien, they wore turbans and donned daras, a necessary choice for operating in the desert. The difference was that they wore armor made of leather beneath the daras. These individuals emerging from the Valley of Death were human. Humans with sun-darkened skin and sharp features. Although their builds varied, a sense of strength emanated from each of them. Facing them, Belof felt his whole body tense. He hurriedly descended from the warehouse, approaching the humans who emerged from the Valley of Death. Nodding, Belaf spoke. Hey, as promised, we brought them. Are you sure? The man who appeared to be their leader spoke up. In that instant, Belaf felt a chill as if the temperature in the desert had dropped. The voice was devoid of any warmth or emotion. Instead, it was filled with venom and murderous intent. If desert vipers were to evolve into a human form, this man before him would resemble them. Belaf gestured hastily to his subordinates. They brought Diodon and Xian, who were lying limp. Indeed, the leader's eyes sparked as he inspected Diodon's face. He unsheathed a scimitar from his waist and advanced towards Diodon. At that moment, Belaf intercepted the leader. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn. You won't interfere with our caravan and colony, of course. The leader chuckled, revealing his white teeth. Instantly, Belaf felt a shiver run down his spine. The leader continued speaking without paying him further attention. We, the Curian people, always keep our promises. But only to the Curian people, though. What? At that moment, an eerie sound of severing echoed. Belaf blinked. Suddenly, he felt excruciating pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw his chest split open, revealing his organs. Blood dripped from the scimitar in the leader's hand. It dawned on Belaf what had just happened. The leader had slashed his chest with the sword. Why, you promised. Didn't I say promises are only for fellow Curians? Father. Seeing Belaf collapsing, Damien rushed forward frantically. The leader ordered his subordinates, the precious guide, kill everyone else except him. Yes, the subordinates answered and leaped onto the caravan's warehouses. KRRGH, please spare us, Belaf's men screamed as they fell. Though some were awakened themselves, they couldn't withstand the Curians. The Curians, Awakens bred for murder, wielded scimitars much like their leaders. The crescent-shaped blades were now stained crimson with the caravan people's blood. This can't be happening. Damien trembled, feeling like he was trapped in a nightmare. He could have never imagined losing his father right before his eyes. The leader lifted Damien's chin with the scimitar. Guide, from now on you work for us. Understand? Trembling, Damien nodded his head. In truth, his mind was utterly blank, unable to formulate any thoughts. He merely nodded unconsciously. A sardonic smirk played on the leader's lips. If I had known I would defeat Diodon this easily, I wouldn't have brought the others. The troops mounted on horses from the Valley of Death revealed themselves. Dressed similarly to the leader, they were noticeably different in appearance. Some had pointed ears, while others were shorter with broadened shoulders. They were elves and dwarves. One of the elves rushed forward. With luscious blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes, she was a striking female elf. Sighing, she lamented upon seeing the sprawled bodies. You promised to spare them. Isn't this too cruel even for fellow humans? Who's calling them fellow humans? These people and I are entirely different species. Hammerson, the elf sighed. The leader's name was Hammerson. He was a human who crossed over from Curian. He was a staunch supremacist, believing that the humans from Earth were no better than beasts. To put it mildly, the extremity of his radical beliefs even unsettled the elves and dwarves who had come with him. Then one of the dwarves approached, speaking. Well done. Showing mercy to Earth's humans? Ridiculous. Goffrey, even you. The elf sighed, then the dwarf called Goffrey chuckled and said, Enough with the hypocrisy, pointy-eared one. Stop pretending to be righteous. Goffrey, whether elves, dwarves, or humans, we're all here to obey Gold Dragon Heltoon's orders. Pride and honor have been in the gutter for a long time, so stop being hypocritical and pretending to care about others. It's truly sickening. Goffrey's harsh criticism left the elf tightly shutting her lips. That's when it happened. So that's how it went. This damn snake set it all up. A voice that should never have been heard echoed. It was Diodon's voice. He had been unconscious just moments ago, but now he sat up, observing them. Beside him sat Xian. Hammerson involuntarily wore a bewildered expression. How? The Hydra's tears keep you unconscious for at least 3 days. Was it some beast's tears that were mixed with the vodka? No wonder it felt off. Diodon revealed his white fangs. Suddenly his eyes were sparkling with madness. Looking at that scene, Xian sighed slightly. He could foresee the impending carnage, but regardless, he was just as angry. From the start, he didn't believe that a person approaching from the middle of the desert would have good intentions. His life story was too rough for him to easily trust people. The same was true for Diodon. One thing they had in common was that they never trust others easily. Could they simply trust a stranger offering food and drink? That was improbable. Diodon used mana to incinerate all the alcohol in his stomach, while Xian pretended to chew the deer meat, spitting it into the subspace, and only pretended to be unconscious. It was to understand their intentions. Hence, when Belaf led them to the canyon he called the Valley of Death, they stayed silent. Xian said, looking at Hammerson, Are all the humans who crossed over from Curian as ignorant and shameless as you? Who's responsible for Earth becoming like this? Shut up, you shut up. It's been a while since I've been so pissed off. I don't know where you've been hiding, but the humans here aren't so insignificant that someone like you can mess with them carelessly. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became. Sure, he could comprehend why the elves and dwarves treated humans poorly, since they were a different species. But Hammerson was a human. Even if he was from another dimension or world, it was irritating to see him act as if he were an entirely different species. He wanted to kill Hammerson with his own hands more than anyone else. Then Dioden stood up. It seems Hiltoon isn't far, sending all these bugs at once. Ha-he-he. He extended his hand into the air, then crayon, which he had left in the warehouse, flew out and landed in his hand. A terrifying energy was flowing out like a thread from crayon, which was combined with Akaruk's sword. I will cut down all of you and turn you into fertilizer for the desert. Then maybe a miracle will happen, and a single blade of grass will sprout in this place. Dwarf Goffrey narrowed his bead-like eyes, typical of the human race, so devious, pretending to be unconscious. Who's calling who devious? A land runt like you, barely the size of a finger. GRR. Dioden's scorn twisted Goffrey's face into an ugly expression. His face was filled with the gleam of anger. He had heard rumors about Dioden. He knew he was an awakened who harbored a strong animosity toward his own kind and possessed formidable skills. From an earthling's perspective, he could understand. They might view their own kind as potential invaders, but their own choices were made for survival. There was no reason to be criticized for fighting to survive, and it was only natural that the strong thrived and dominated. At least that was the case in Curian, where they lived. Prepare to witness the might of our dwarven power. Goffrey raised his hand, and immediately, dwarven warriors stationed in the Valley of Death revealed themselves. The dwarven warriors rode vehicles fitted with large cannons. Originally, vehicles didn't exist in Curian. They were creations inspired by Earth's technology. These vehicles, a combination of dwarven technology and magic, were equipped with mana particle cannons. Although not yet perfected, they were confident it was sufficient to kill Dioden. Appearing around the dwarves were elven rangers. The elven rangers were riding crimson horses. These horses, named Red Blood, had come with the elves from Curian. They had a peculiar trait of being carnivorous, fierce enough to prey on small monsters. The elven rangers tamed and rode these red bloods. In the desert, their mobility was unmatched. The elven rangers were all dressed in light armor, wielding bows and arrows. They were rushing in at incredible speed. Dioden's mouth twisted. Haha, no wonder I couldn't spot anything even after scouring the desert. You insects were hiding and creating such things. Know this with honor, human. You'll be the first sacrifice to the mighty mana particle cannon crafted by the great dwarves. Hee, just another pawn of the dragons. Who's a pawn? We merely made a deal with him. Goffrey snapped. A deal? A deal with a dragon. Do you halfy bastards even have such capability? Shut it, human. Do not disrespect our power that created Elharun. Even the mighty dragons cannot treat our city Elharun lightly. Elharun, you say, the name of the city you created. Goffrey sucked in a breath. Unintentionally, he had divulged a great secret. Just as humans had built colonies to survive after Earth turned into a desert, these beings from Curian had clandestinely constructed a city, a place where human eyes cannot reach. The name of the colossal city where different races like humans, elves, dwarves, among others, coexisted was none other than Elharun. Elves led, dwarves designed, humans provided scientific expertise and funding, and other races contributed equally to its completion. Not only was its scale and location a secret, but its existence itself was shrouded in mystery. Yet he had blurted out the existence of Elharun. Dioden said to Xion, "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," Xion nodded. Goffrey had casually said a few words, but they held a wealth of information. First, the revelation of the city of Elharun's existence. The proximity of Elharun's location not being far from Kamchatka Colony, a city akin to Neo-Sol, harmonizing magic and science. Their disdain toward humans. Lastly, their cooperative relationship with a dragon named Hiltoon. Their exact intentions were unknown. However, the fact that they stood united posed a significant threat to the humans of this land. Hammerson muttered, glaring at Goffrey for revealing the secret. "You stupid dwarf, shut your mouth. Human, who do you dare to insult? Aren't you the one who leaked the secret? Once everyone here is dead, there won't be a secret to leak, will there?" After all, wasn't that the intention behind bringing the mana particle cannon? Hammerson's expression distorted at Goffrey's words. Seeing this, Xion murmured to himself. They're working together, but it's not perfect. All three races don't completely trust each other. An elf stood at a distance, sighing as if feeling isolated. From their past conversations and current reactions, it was evident that despite being an inherent trait of elves, they were uncomfortable being with dwarves and humans. Dioden sneered at them. "Haha, you lot are amusing. Kidnapping innocent passersby and now fighting among yourselves. Maybe you're lacking in the head. Shut it." Goffrey snapped sharply and stepped back. Hammerson and the elf followed suit. As they moved, the dwarves in the Valley of Death fired the mana particle cannons. Boom, boom. With a deafening noise, the mana particle cannons flew towards Dioden and Xion. Dioden didn't evade the mana particle cannons. Ha. He brandished crayon and charged towards the incoming beam of light. He's really a crazy old man. Xion shook his head. He had no intention of facing the mana particle cannons head-on like Dioden. Sand barriers rose around Xion. Crash, thud. Immediately, the mana particle cannons detonated. Sand exploded outward, soaring into the sky. The intense heat melted the sand, and a tremendous shockwave burst in all directions. It was truly a devastating force. Erg, Xian grunted. Despite continuously erecting sand barriers to shield himself, the penetrating impact shook his body like a hammer. You've created something quite good. At this level, it could easily obliterate most monsters in an instant. Whether mana particle cannons existed in Elharon was unknown, but they would undeniably pose a significant threat. The sand barrier alone had its limits in stopping the mana particle cannons. Xian hurriedly delved deeper into the sand. Swiftly burrowing into the depths, Xian changed direction, directing towards the direction of the Valley of Death. I need to neutralize the mana particle cannons. He unleashed Exian. Sand receded, creating a space for him to move. Xian extended his sand strides and advanced. Sand surged around Xian, pushing him backward. With no clear visibility and an erratic direction in the deep underground, Xian moved precisely, as if he could see it with his eyes. The sand within a radius of dozens of meters relayed information to him accurately. Crash. Even then, the external impact was gradually transmitted. The mana particle cannons continued pounding the ground. However, at some point, Xian no longer felt the impact of the mana particle cannons. Coincidentally, Xian reached the entrance of the Valley of Death. Emerging from the sand, Xian witnessed a scene of carnage. I will kill you all. Diodin was recklessly rampaging. Despite being repeatedly hit by the mana particle cannons, Diodin remained unscathed. The cannon's impact only seemed to fuel his rage. Boom! With a single slash from him, the vehicle carrying the mana particle cannon exploded. Crayon pulverized not only the vehicle, but also the dwarves inside. Aarg, ah! The screams of the dwarves echoed in the Valley of Death. It was truly a one-sided massacre. Realizing that the mana particle cannons were ineffective, the dwarves armed themselves with battle hammers and various weapons. They too were awakened. They couldn't just escape because of Diodin's terror. They attacked Diodin with all their might. Even the elven rangers joined forces. Firing mana-infused arrows, they attempted to contain Diodin, but their attacks didn't reach him. The aura emitted by Diodin repelled all the arrows. Thud, arg, Diodin's sword shattered the dwarves' heads. He could have killed dozens at once, but he meticulously took them down one by one, which made his actions appear even more brutal. How cruel. Hammerson trembled, his shoulders twitching involuntarily. Diodin's ruthlessness was terrifying him. Even not long ago, when he received the request from Heltoon, Hammerson looked down on Diodin. He thought that humans on Earth might be strong, but there would be limits to their strength. However, Diodin's sheer prowess surpassed his imagination. Arg, KRGK, Diodin was systematically overwhelming and killing the powerful dwarven warriors and elven rangers. Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't land a single blow on Diodin. It was akin to witnessing a dragon in action. Darn it, we're pulling back. Hammerson ordered his subordinates. Do you mean to abandon the elves and dwarves? We're not abandoning them. It's a tactical retreat. Hammerson coldly retorted to his subordinates' question. But make sure to keep the guide safe. Even if we capture only him, it won't be a loss. Understood. As his subordinates replied and withdrew, unexpected voices of confusion came from behind. Ah, shit. Hammerson was startled as he looked back and couldn't spot Damien anymore. What happened? He disappeared into the sand. His subordinates wore bewildered expressions. Damien, whom they had been carrying, vanished into the sand in the blink of an eye. Damien reappeared at a distant location, having been transported through the sand by Xian. Xian asked Damien, "Are you okay?" "I am fine." Damien shook his head, equally disoriented. Hammerson shouted, "Catch 'em!" Hammerson's subordinates charged toward Xian and Damien. They unleashed various skills, proud of their awakened abilities, aiming at Xian. However, Xian easily neutralized their attacks with sand barriers. Boom! Their attack skills couldn't penetrate the sand barrier and disintegrated. What? He's using strange skills. Block him from using skills. The awakened swiftly approached, trying to break Xian's sand barrier themselves. Crash! With a deafening sound, the sand barrier collapsed. But Xian, who should have been behind it, was nowhere to be seen. He had moved underground behind the sand barrier. Emerging again, he was behind the awakened. Silently revealing himself, Xian unleashed sand missiles. Swoosh! A dozen sand missiles aimed for the back of the awakened heads. In an instant, over half a dozen awakened had their heads shattered into dust. Only then did the others realize Xian had moved behind them. He has a weird skill. Blink, confusion painted the faces of the awakened. Xian smirked slightly at them. Still too early to be surprised. Arrogant human. Get him! The awakened charged at Xian with fury. As they rushed forward at full force, Xian murmured, "Sand mixer, grrrrr." The sand beneath the awakened's feet started rapidly rotating. What's happening? Sand. The awakened were engulfed by the swirling sand, leaving no chance for escape. In an instant, the sand ground them into dust, leaving behind a red-tinted whirlwind. Arg, ah! Amidst the rapidly spinning sand, their desperate screams echoed. Yet even those were completely gone after a short while. As the sand, stained red with blood, settled, Xian turned to Hammerson. Now only you're left. Hammerson glared at Xian. Sand, are you using sand as a weapon? As you can see, Xian shrugged his shoulders. Hammerson's gaze became even more menacing. He grasped the scimitar with force and spoke. Today is your lucky day. All your subordinates are dead and you call it luck. Are you out of your mind? HMPH. Those subordinates can be easily replaced in Elharan, but there's no substitute for a sand mage and a guide. In the earth transformed into a desert, these two abilities were the most valuable. Even in Elharan, where various races lived, there were no awakened who could manipulate sand like Xian. Even if only Xian could control it, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset in Elharan. You have to come with me to Elharan. It's an interesting proposition, but I'll have to decline. I'm a bit busy, you see. I'm not making a proposition. It's an order. In that case, I'll decline even more. I'm not inclined to follow someone else's orders. Even if you refuse, you will eventually comply. Elharan has many fascinating items. One of them was an item that could influence the mind. In Curian, using magic or skills to interfere with someone's mind was strictly forbidden. Anyone attempting to do so would face the collective wrath of the community and become a target for execution. However, all such taboos disappeared when they migrated to Earth. The world they encountered was different from what they had initially imagined, mainly due to hasty terraforming. Either way, to survive in this transformed world, they had to let go of unnecessary regulations and taboos from Curian. Thus, items that could manipulate the mind were created. If used, it could easily subjugate the arrogant sand mage. Of course, that assumed the premise of keeping him alive to bring to Elharan. Nevertheless, Hammerson was confident. He was a B rank awakened. Moreover, he was of the martial arts category. The rank insignia engraved on his wrist proved this fact. He was in a different league compared to the subordinates who died in vain at the hands of Xian. Although his rank was B, equipped with Elharan's items, he could wield a power comparable to a rank. That's why he was chosen to be sent here. Swish, he rushed forward at a terrifying speed. He didn't want to give Xian time to react. However, Xian was already prepared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, dozens of sand blasters flew towards Hammerson. Hammerson did not try to evade the sand blasters. A light emanated from his chest, covering his entire body. The hemispherical light repelled all the sand blasters. Xian narrowed his eyes. An item, or is it your innate ability? Swoosh. In an instant, the rapidly approaching Hammerson thrust his scimitar. He wasn't aiming for vital organs like the heart or brain. As long as these two areas remained unharmed, he could save Xian. That's why Hammerson's attacks were fearsome. Twisting his body, Xian avoided Hammerson's attacks while launching sand missiles. It's no use. The hemispherical light covered Hammerson again. Xian didn't miss that moment. A tattoo, A tattoo was faintly visible between the armor. The light originated directly from the tattoo, amplifying Hammerson's aura to create a protective barrier. Xian launched sand missiles again, but each time they were blocked by the aura. During this time, Hammerson's sword strikes left a few wounds on Xian. Fortunately, the injuries were not deep, but they were enough to send a chill through Xian's spine. Swoosh, a red light emitted from Hammerson's sword. A martial arts awakened. Among them, it was the sword aura that only those specialized in swords could use. Even with one arm missing, you can still move sand right. Hammerson intended to cut off one of Xian's arms to subdue him, to break his spirit. Swish, swish, swoosh. His sword instantly split into three, slashing across Xian's body. Xian spread his sand strides desperately to evade Hammerson's attacks, but no matter how much he used his sand strides, he couldn't shake off Hammerson. Xian bit his lip. He caught a glimpse of the rank insignia on his opponent's wrist. The red glow of B rank martial arts category. In contrast, Xian was D rank. Apart from the affinity difference, the disparity in abilities was too stark. Moreover, his opponent was a swordsman who specialized in one-on-one combat. It was already a heavily tilted playing field from the start, but Xian didn't harbor complaints or grievances. He knew that this era's battles were like this, and he also knew that victory didn't solely depend on having a higher rank. The rank was just an indicator, not an absolute. I'll use everything at my disposal. Using his sand strides, he retreated while Hammerson pursued him. As Hammerson stepped forward, Xian deployed a sand mixer at his feet. Grag, the sand spun rapidly, gripping Hammerson's ankles. HMPH, such skills won't work on me. Having witnessed his subordinates fall prey to similar tactics, he was well prepared. He shook off the sand, gripping his ankles, and leaped into the air. Xian launched sand missiles towards Hammerson. It's useless. Hammerson sneered. He trusted in the aura shield amplified through the tattoo. By nullifying Xian's attacks multiple times already, he had proved its efficacy. That's why he could charge at Xian so recklessly. Looks like one arm won't cut it. I'll take a leg as well. Sheik. In an instant, his charge aimed his sword at Xian's arm and leg. Xian hastily erected a sand barrier to shield his entire body, but the sand barrier he created shattered under the power of the sword aura. Xian was left defenseless. It's my victory. The moment Hammerson was confident in his victory. Swoosh, without a sound, two figures rose up behind him. Soldiers made of sand. Sand soldiers. What the? Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the sand soldiers, Hammerson attacked, spinning around in place. Quang, with a deafening sound, the sand soldier shattered. Hammerson wiped his chest and looked at Xian. You had some believers indeed, but that's it. Already having neutralized all of Xian's skills, his confidence soared. As he attempted to charge at Xian again. Grag. Sand began to whirl around him. Once again, Xian unfolded the sand mixer. It's useless, just as Hammerson was about to launch himself into the air again. Thud, the previously shattered sand soldier reappeared and engulfed Hammerson in an embrace. What? For the first time, a perplexed expression crossed Hammerson's face. The sand soldiers swiftly dragged Hammerson into the whirling sand mixer. He was already sinking into the sand up to his knees. Enough. Hammerson struggled to free himself from the sand soldier's hold and escape the sand. But the more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the sand like quicksand. He quickly unfolded the aura shield to protect his body. Quagagagak, the rapidly rotating sand pellets collided with the aura shield, creating a sinister sound that echoed incessantly. No, damn it, Hammerson's desperate cry resounded. His body was already swallowed by the sand up to his shoulders. As much as the aura shield protected his body from harm, it couldn't last indefinitely. Once his mana was completely drained, the aura shield would vanish. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be shredded by the sand rotating at high speed, but Hammerson trusted in himself. As a B-rank awakened, he didn't think his mana would be inferior to Xian's. Especially with skills of this magnitude, the mana consumption would undoubtedly be immense, and indeed it was. Xian's face after using skills repeatedly had turned pale, and his mana was nearly depleted. However, he had a cheat item in his possession. The Allura's Tear, an item that fully restored mana once per day. Chemistry. With a radiant light, his depleted mana was completely restored. Xian infused mana again into using the sand mixer. For a moment, the sand mixer seemed to weaken, but then resumed its vigorous rotation. Quagagagak, son of a Hammerson, was completely swallowed by the sand. His vision turned to darkness. All that was audible was the sound of swirling sand. Crack, the aura shield began to crackle within the darkness. Now Hammerson's mana was laid bare. His aura shield trembled rapidly. No, Hammerson's complexion turned ashen. At that moment, as his mana completely depleted, the aura shield vanished. With the obstruction gone, the sand rotating at high speed began to shred Hammerson mercilessly. Ag! Hammerson's agonizing scream echoed from within the sand. The existence known as Hammerson vanished completely from this world. Moments later, Xian, noticing the sand stained with blood, slumped to the ground. There was no sign of Hammerson's life from anywhere. Xian breathed heavily. His complexion was pale. Even after using Allura's Tear, his mana had been completely drained. If the combination of sand missiles, sand soldiers, and sand mixer had faltered even once, he would have been the one to die. That's how formidable Hammerson was. Through their fight, Xian keenly felt what he lacked. It was specifically one-on-one combat skills. Sand blasters and sand missiles alone weren't enough. While the sand mixer was excellent as an area of effect skill, it wasn't suitable as an one-on-one skill. He momentarily set aside his contemplation and looked at Dioden. Hey, elf bitch, where's Elharun? He was holding what seemed like a lump of mangled meat. The lump was the female elf who had commanded the elf rangers. Around the female elf lay a desolate heap of defeated elf rangers and dwarf warriors. While Xian struggled against Hammerson, Dioden had mercilessly slain both the elf rangers and dwarf warriors. Dioden tossed the female elf, whose breath had already ceased, as if she were a sack of goods. It was because her breath had already ceased. His gaze fell upon the heavily battered dwarf lying on the ground. It was Goffrey who had brought the dwarf warriors with him. Goffrey's limbs were brutally mangled. Qug. With a terrified expression, he looked at Dioden. The opponent was a monster that neither mana particle cannons nor the attacks of the elf rangers and dwarf warriors could penetrate. Even in Elharun, such a monstrous entity didn't exist. As Dioden crouched before Goffrey, he spoke. You ground dweller, tell me. Where's Elharun? That. If you speak, I'll spare your life. Really, hehe, what use do I have for your insignificant life, then? A fleeting look of conflict flashed in Goffrey's eyes. It was the moment he was about to speak about Elharun. Boom! Suddenly his head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered in all directions. Dioden's face was also splattered with blood and brain matter. He muttered as he casually wiped away the foreign matter. It seems like they set a trigger to explode once anyone mentioned Elharun's location. King other species bastards. Damien's lips trembled faintly. He looked at Xian and Dioden with an expression of disbelief. It took just about 10 minutes for the two of them to defeat all of Elharun's warriors. While Xian struggled a bit against Hammerson, Dioden mercilessly killed the Elharun's warriors one by one without exerting much effort. His cruelty was evident in the way he dealt with the dwarf warriors and elf rangers, causing them to panic and flee. Yet, no one could escape from Dioden's grasp. Dioden ruthlessly killed them one by one, as if crushing ants. The elf rangers and dwarf warriors writhed in intense agony and fear as they died, and Diodon enjoyed his handiwork, laughing. Such a sight filled Damien with tremendous horror. Only now did he realize how dangerous a man he and his father had provoked. Father. Damien looked at the lifeless body of his father in his arms. The face of the late Belaf still bore the expression of fear and bewilderment he felt just before dying. I told you not to accept their request, didn't I? What is this now? Damn it. Damien bit his lips forcefully. Tears welled up in his eyes unnoticed. Not only Belaf, but also the awakened members of the caravan were either dead or severely injured. The caravan that was responsible for the finances of the Kamchatka colony collapsed. The downfall of the caravan meant the downfall of the Kamchatka colony. Ha! Damien sighed deeply, wiping away tears. Though his heart ached as if it were being torn apart, it wasn't the time to grieve now. He had no right to mourn. It was because of them that this tragedy had occurred, and he needed to take responsibility somehow. He carefully laid his father's body down and walked towards Diodon. Diodon looked at Damien with an expression of interest. Damien, kneeling before Diodon, spoke. I apologize. I brought this upon myself. Then you should die. Still, please forgive me just this once. Forgive. The little brat talks boldly. If you ask for forgiveness, do I have to grant it? I'm not entirely shameless. Then I want to make a deal. A deal. Do you want to know the location of El Harun? Do you know? I don't know yet. And you talk about making a deal. Is something wrong with your head? As you know, my ability is navigation. If I set my mind to it, I can find any path. Ho, finally, Diodon showed interest. It was amusing. The kid wasn't appealing to emotions, but spoke of the benefits he would gain from sparing him. After losing his father just a while ago, it wasn't easy for Damien to be so pragmatic. In a way, Damien was also an item. I will definitely find the way to El Harun, so please spare my life. How can I trust you? You might be lying. As I mentioned before, our caravan is in the Kamchatka colony. If I'm lying, you can come anytime and kill me. Damien raised his head, looking directly into Diodon's eyes. His face was stained with tears, but his eyes shone with determination. Diodon chuckled. You better keep your promise. I will keep it. Then I will assume that you have given permission to go. Damien bowed his head respectfully, then rose from his kneeling position. As he passed by Xian, he spoke. I'm sorry, brother. If you need anything from me, please come visit me anytime. Xian just nodded without saying a word. Now that Diodon had decided to let Damien go, there was no need for Damien to stay any longer. In a way, Damien was a pitiable character too. He was thoroughly exploited by El Harun and the Golden Dragon Heltoon. In contrast, he and Diodon suffered no losses whatsoever. In essence, they incurred no damages. Damien, on the other hand, suffered immense losses. He lost his father, and most of his subordinates were killed or injured. In this state, it was uncertain if the caravan could recover. Even though he was a navigator, the desert wasn't forgiving enough for a young boy to survive. TLN changed guide to navigator. The path ahead for Damien would be as treacherous and arduous as the one Xian had traversed thus far. Wait, Xian suddenly called out to Damien. Why? Damien looked at Xian with a puzzled expression. Xian pointed at the items of the elf rangers and dwarf warriors. I want to entrust the handling of these items to you. Me. These are the belongings of the elves and dwarves, right? They might fetch a good amount if sold. Don't you think so? Yes. These items are rare and valuable. They could bring in a lot of profit. The mana particle cannon brought by the dwarves was a precious item combining science and magic. Although it didn't affect Diodon, it could heavily impact other awakened and creatures. The armor worn by the elves and the weapons of the humans could also fetch a high price, but I don't have the mana stones to pay for these items right now. You can settle the value later. Damien didn't refuse Xian's consideration. The situation wasn't favorable enough for him to assert his pride. Xian spoke to Diodon. I apologize for deciding on my own without permission. Ha, it's fine. These items are of no use to me. Do as you wish. Diodon didn't spare a glance at the items scattered on the ground. Such things held no significance for him. If he had desired wealth, he would have stayed in Neo Sol and become a person of power. What mattered was that Xian was finally realizing and utilizing his talents effectively. At least he was doing more than his fair share. At this rate, Diodon wouldn't be hindered at crucial moments. Diodon raised his head and looked towards the eastern sky. He felt that their destination wasn't far away now. Damien left the Valley of Death with the caravan, carrying the bodies and items like the mana particle cannon. He probably didn't want to stay even a moment longer in a place where he had lost his father and his subordinates who were like family. Xian understood Damien's sentiments. He would have felt the same way. On the other hand, Xian and Diodon had no reason to hurry. The fact that different species had obstructed them meant they were already within the sphere of influence of Heltoon. It was evident that Heltoon's lair was not far from here. From now on, they needed to move cautiously. They needed to rest whenever possible to conserve their strength. Therefore, the two decided to take a day's rest in the Valley of Death. Xian looked at the Valley of Death with a fascinated expression. The valley, entirely composed of sandstone, boasted an eerie beauty. If the world hadn't turned into a desert, many people would have visited to witness this scenery. As Xian gazed at the Valley of Death for a while, he suddenly removed his gauntlet. His wrist was itching. As he looked at his wrist, Xian's eyes lit up. The third line was emitting light. It was proof that Xian had reached C rank. C rank, it didn't feel real. It seemed like just yesterday he had awakened as F rank. Being C rank already felt strange. If he had been in Neo Soul, he would have been ecstatic. However, after traveling with Diodin for so long, his achievement didn't seem that significant. Moreover, considering the opponents he would face in the future, it felt even less significant. The opponent was a dragon. Even if it possessed half the abilities rumored in legends and myths, it could still turn the world upside down. In terms of weaponry, it was more powerful than past nuclear weapons. The being Diodin was preparing to fight was ridiculously strong. To a degree that Xian's imagination cannot fathom, to face such an adversary, Xian had to become stronger. Survival couldn't be guaranteed if he stayed at C rank. Phew, we still have a long way to go. Unconsciously, Xian let out a sigh. Though Diodin saw Xian like this, he said nothing. Initially, it was due to his coercion that he followed along. However, after battling the Awakened from Neo Soul, it was Xian's determination that kept them together. Hence, every event unfolding from now on was under Xian's responsibility. Contemplating and making decisions fell entirely on Xian's shoulders. As Xian slipped on his gauntlet, he muttered to himself, I need to find a way to become stronger. While others might consider him plenty strong even now, Xian wasn't satisfied. Xian's goal was to surpass Diodin. He handled sand manipulation quite well already, but he needed to excel even further. I need a powerful skill for one-on-one battle zone that can guarantee a decisive blow with a single strike. He felt it keenly during the battle with Hammerson's necessity for a powerful one-on-one skill. Xian closed his eyes, recalling his skills. The Sand Blaster and Sand Missile could be considered offensive skills. The Sand Mixer was close to an area of effect attack and proved effective against monsters. However, the Sand Soldier was still inadequate to be used as a primary skill. Then there's Xian. Xian was his ace in the hole. Its power was immense, but it couldn't be used recklessly in front of others. Its strength lay in being concealed until the right moment, enhancing its impact. The sand lacks cohesion. That's why the Sand Blaster and Sand Missile don't exhibit their full power. I need a new, stronger skill. Xian pondered how to enhance his abilities. The Sand Missile's impact was stronger than the Sand Blaster's. Strengthening the Sand Missile seemed like the right path. I need to condense the Sand Missile further. To do that, I must change its form, shedding all excess. The Sand Missile was the size of a child's forearm. Its shape resembled that too. At that moment, a steel ball came to Xian's mind. The spherical steel ball was a powerful weapon in itself. He thought about refining the Sand Missile's shape into that of a steel ball. Xian didn't miss the sudden inspiration that came to him and immersed himself in thoughts. Swoosh, the sand around him surged. Xian's concentration had involuntarily moved the sand. Diodin silently observed Xian. He too had gone through a similar process. He had created skills that suited his abilities the best through such contemplation. Though challenging and arduous, it was because of such considerations that the current Diodin existed. Following the paths taught by others had clear limitations. Most awakened parading in Neo Soul, boasting their greatness, had chosen the comfortable path. Diodin did not acknowledge such people. At least Xian was walking a different path from such individuals. That alone warranted acknowledgement. Diodin suddenly brought out Crayon. Under the firelight, Crayon emitted a more intense crimson glow. Thud, Diodin plunged Crayon into the ground. Friend, your mind seems troubled, friend. For a moment, Crayon responded, a voice only Diodin could hear, not audible to others. Xian always thought Diodin was just talking nonsense by himself, but the truth was different. Swoosh. A human-shaped figure appeared in front of Crayon, a man in his late 20s to early 30s. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a tall stature, a typical Caucasian handsome man. Diodin gazed at the man. It wasn't his actual form. It was a mere projection of the man's appearance when he was alive, the caring brother of his wife, the beloved uncle of his daughter, the one who was Diodin's best friend, the one who had lost everything and become the ego of his sword. He was Crayon. Diodin was startled, his eyes widening. Though Crayon had occasionally appeared, never had his appearance been this vivid. Is it because you absorbed Akaruk's sword? Right, but my durability has greatly decreased, because I overexerted, more so because my time is nearly at its end. Defying the laws of nature to transfer my soul into the sword has taken its toll. Friend, we have little time left. We really must conclude now. I know. Diodin nodded gravely. The dwindling time wasn't solely Crayon's concern. He too sensed his time was nearly up. At over 130 years old, if he were a regular human, he'd have long returned to the earth. He survived until now because he was awakened, but in reality, he was festering inside. Fighting against numerous enemies had made him stronger, but on the other hand, it also gradually damaged him from within. Yet Diodin had never once regretted his life. He lived solely for vengeance, and his actions aligned with that purpose, allowing him to grow strong enough to prepare for the confrontation with the dragon. Hiltun isn't far. Maybe that bastard is still watching. A plausible tale from a deceitful lot. We need to move before he anticipates us. Speed is life. Right now the end is truly near. Crayon's eyes, speaking of the end, turned toward Xion. Xion remained with closed eyes, lost in his own world. He's quite a useful idiot. Your profanity remains. He's not that much of a novice, you know. Once an idiot, always an idiot, just like me. You still blame yourself. It's not your fault that I ended up like this. It's all my fault. If I had been stronger, my wife and daughter wouldn't have died, and your soul wouldn't be sealed in the sword. Diodon's face held a grim light. 100 years had passed, yet the memories remained as vivid as yesterday. Him, his wife and daughter were excited about their long-awaited trip, with an old friend who was their older brother and maternal uncle, New York, where his wife and daughter so desired to visit. The Statue of Liberty, Central Park, Broadway, Times Square, seeing what they longed for filled them with joy. The happiness in his wife and daughter's laughter was unparalleled, the joy of sharing a drink with his one and only friend. At that time, it felt like he had the whole world, but their joy didn't last. A colossal dragon tore through the Manhattan sky, turning it into chaos, claiming more than half the lives. His wife and daughter also lost their lives at that time. He still could not forget the sight of his wife and daughter dying horribly right before his eyes. His only friend, Crayon, was also fatally wounded. Just before his last breath, Crayon awakened, but Diodon still couldn't save him. Using his abilities, Crayon sealed his soul into Diodon's sword, allowing him to survive. If it weren't for Crayon, Diodon might have already taken his life long ago, being unable to forgive himself. On the contrary, Crayon was also able to continue his hellish existence by relying on Diodon. But now, their end was imminent. The life of the old man and the sword had now reached its limit, and the end was clearly visible as if one could grasp it with their hand. Before I die, I should take at least one dragon as a companion on my way to the underworld, so seeing them in the afterlife won't be so disappointing. Hiltoon isn't the mastermind here, but that doesn't absolve responsibility. After all, he was one of the culprits who instigated Krajas to terraform Earth, and that was the moment. Swoosh! The sands swirling around Xion began to coalesce into one with an eerie sound. Crayon spoke. Looks like he has grasped a new skill. Around Xion, numerous sand beads formed, orbiting him like satellites. Bang, bang, bang. The spinning sand beads shot forth at a frightening speed, piercing the sandstone wall, creating dime-sized holes that crumbled. It seemed as if a claymore mine had exploded. Hence, the new skill was named Claymore. It detonated tightly packed sand like metal balls, just as a claymore would. If confined to a forward range, it amplified its explosive power, becoming a potent single-target skill. When unleashed widely, its explosive force weakened, yet it became an area of effect attack. The skill aptly suited the name Claymore. Though not perfected, the concept was grasped. With potential for further development, and if done well, it seemed capable of defeating most Awakened with one blow. Xion opened his eyes and rose from his seat, but it was after Crayon had concealed himself. Xion asked Diodon, "You think it'll be useful? It's still far from enough. Tusk, but you did well to some extent. Oh, what's with the change? You're not used to it. Just call me an idiot. You're making a fuss. Just because I praised you a bit doesn't mean you're not an idiot. That's better." Hee, Xion chuckled. The two lingered in the Valley of Death for a while. During this time, Xion honed his newly acquired skill, while Diodon spent time meditating. Though Diodon didn't explicitly speak, Xion could tell that he was preparing for the final battle. Xion didn't disturb Diodon and spent time alone. Bang, 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 dime-sized holes were pierced in the sandstone. It was the aftermath of Claymore. Now he could fairly naturally unleash the new skill. Each time the skill was used, a chunk of mana disappeared, but it was unavoidable. The stronger the skill, the more mana it consumed. This was natural. Even with the increase in mana upon reaching C rank, it was still insufficient. Thankfully, there was a Lura's tier. Without it, calculating the remaining mana each time he used the skill would render him unable to fight properly. When Xion attempted to use Claymore once again, suddenly, an intense pressure and immense coercion were felt. Startled, Xion turned around to find Diodon standing there. "Diodon, now it's pretty usable." "What? But it's still lacking, you know that, right?" "Yes, at that level it won't be of much help, so you need to become stronger." How? Xion wore a puzzled expression. Xion was so busy running that he was out of breath. Of all the Awakened who have appeared on Earth, Xion may be the only one to have advanced in rank so quickly. He never relaxed or took a break while following Diodon. Pulling out Crayon, Diodon said, "Survive." "What? Survive from my hands, then you will become stronger than you are now." "What? Are you insane?" It was only then that Xion realized the meaning of Diodon's words. Swoosh! Diodon swung Crayon. In an instant, an immense pressure engulfed Xion. Without further thought, Xion instinctively conjured a sand barrier. However, the sand barrier couldn't stop Diodon's strike. The sturdy sand barrier disintegrated instantly, revealing Xion, whom Diodon aimed Crayon at again. Shit! Xion quickly stepped back with sand strides. Diodon charged towards Xion. A tremendous pressure and aura, unlike anything Xion had felt before, bore down on him. Diodon's gaze and aura seemed to constrict his entire body. Swoosh! Crayon again lashed out towards Xion. Even a graze would cause severe injuries. A direct hit could mean death. It was an attack that allowed no leniency. To survive, Xian had to struggle. Claymore. Xian unleashed his newly acquired skill. Sand coalesced into beads, transforming into countless bullets aimed at Dioden. Dadadading, however, all the sand bullets were intercepted by the colossal crayon. Damn it, he never imagined that Claymore, a supposedly perfect single-target attack skill, would crumble so effortlessly. Even if facing Dioden, he had anticipated at least some astonishment, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Or he had overestimated himself, perhaps both. Crack, under Dioden's sword strike, the massive sand parted on both sides. It was astonishing no sword skill was used. Xian felt chills run through his body. He knew Dioden was more than a monster, but experiencing it firsthand surpassed imagination. Each simple strike held more power than the skills of most awakened. He didn't refrain from using skills because he lacked them, he refrained because there was no need to deploy them. Xian gave his all to counter Dioden. From sand blasters to sand missiles and claymore, he employed all his single-target skills. Yet none made a significant impact on Dioden. Dioden asked, "Is that all you've got?" Shwack. Crayon's sword as if it would cleave him in an instant. Xian narrowly evaded Dioden's attack. A chill ran down his spine. The immense power contained within Crayon was felt intensely. Dioden was serious. He believed Xian's growth was lacking and aimed to forcefully elevate him to the level he desired. He was genuinely attacking Xian. If he couldn't reach the level Dioden desired, he'd die. Dioden was someone who would follow through. A shiver ran through Xian's whole body. He surged with determination. He knew he wasn't yet at a level to face Dioden head-on, but that didn't mean he'd sit back and let Dioden's sword strike him. He'd endure somehow, find a way, and counterattack. That was the secret to survival he had learned while following Dioden. Raising his sand manipulation, he yelled defiantly, "All right, let's do this, you old dog. Bring it on, you idiot." Bayang disaster struck in the Valley of Death. The valley, standing firm for over a century, was now so devastatingly destroyed that its original form was unrecognizable. The cause was the thunderous roars echoing through the valley. The owner of the thunderous sound was Xian and Dioden. Swaya, Dioden's sword cut through the air. The target was Xian. In an instant, as if someone were pulling a string, Xian's body moved back. With a straightened posture, Xian's gaze was fixed on Crayon. What Crayon aimed for was precisely Xian's neck. If there was even a slight gap, Xian's head would be severed. Nevertheless, Xian did not lose his cool. Spit. In the nick of time, Crayon's blade passed by Xian's neck. Although it didn't directly cut Xian, blood trickled down, creating only a superficial wound on his neck. Though a chilling sensation was felt on his neck, Xian did not panic and waved his hand. At that moment, sand rose from the ground, attacking Dioden. Attacks akin to live snakes wriggling towards Dioden. It was an advanced version of Sand Blaster called Viper, a deadly skill, hence the name Viper. Dozens of vipers targeted Dioden's vulnerabilities, but none could land a hit. Before reaching Dioden's body, they were blocked by a faint barrier and vanished. It was an aura shield, the defense method of Awakened from the martial arts world. The vipers shattered against the aura shield, but Xian was not disappointed. In fact, he was satisfied merely by drawing out the aura shield, Dioden's defensive measure. Dioden was just that formidable. In the past 10 days, Xian had not once landed a meaningful blow on Dioden, yet he did not succumb to despair. Despite being wounded numerous times and teetering on the brink of life and death, Xian stood up again to face Dioden. In this process, he grew frighteningly. He was more tense than facing any monster, relentlessly searching for solutions. To survive against the monster named Dioden, he had no choice but to evolve in real time. It was an impossible feat for ordinary people or other awakened, but for Xian it was possible. No, Dioden had forced it to be possible. Dioden had pushed Xian to his limits, extracting all his latent potential. Bang, 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 the vipers continuously pounded Dioden. Despite the aura shield blocking them, the power of each blow was by no means light. So much so that even the great Dioden was being pushed back little by little. Finally, when Dioden was pushed to the desired position, Xian snapped his fingers. Snap, grrrghh. The sand under Dioden's feet spun at a terrifying speed. Sand mixer had been activated. However, Dioden snorted and easily left the sand mixer. That's when nearby soldiers made of sand attacked Dioden. It was one of Xian's skills, Sand Soldier. And there were not just 2, but a whopping 6 of them. He could only control 2 in the past, but in the meantime, the number had tripled. The 6 Sand Soldiers individually attacked Dioden. While the Sand Soldiers drew Dioden's attention, Xian prepared Exian. Exian was unleashed from his pores. Covered in fine sand, Xian's figure looked like a black mist. Xian, with Exian on him, directly attacked Dioden. Clang! With a deafening sound, Dioden's body was pushed backward. However, he blocked it with Crayon, so there was not a single scratch. Xian didn't expect Dioden to be injured either. Bang, bang, bang. The vipers continued to pound Dioden, supported by the Sand Soldiers, along with Xian's Exian-powered attack in the Sand Mixer. All of those events continued without a moment's respite. In an instant, mana was completely depleted. Xian used Allura's tear to restore his mana and unleashed all his skills once again. Bang, bang, bang. With thunderous roars, the cliff made of sand collapsed, and a red dust cloud rose high into the sky. Ha! It was when Xian, having poured everything out, struggled to catch his breath. SHSSSH, amidst the red dust, Diodin emerged. Even with Xian's full force bombardment, Diodin didn't receive a single wound. Shit, Xian hurriedly attempted to evade Diodin's attack with sand strides, but Diodin didn't give him any room to dodge and charged forward. Thud, arg. Struck hard by Crayon, Xian was sent flying far away. In such a state, Diodin's second attack came flying at Xian. Bong, the shock of his entire body disintegrating left Xian unable to even scream. He flew for a while and slammed into a wall. Diodin looked at Xian with a contemptuous expression. How long are you going to lie there? The enemy won't wait for you to get up on your own, you idiot. Get up. If you can breathe, you can stand. Damn it. Xian rose to his feet with all his might. Blood was streaming down his face and chest. Though his life was saved, he had sustained deep wounds that would require days of treatment. Aiming Crayon at Xian, Diodin spoke. If you're going to whine over just those injuries, go back to Neo Soul right now. Who's whining? Take this. Xian pushed off the wall and flew towards Diodin. As Diodin's eyes flashed, he ran at Xian. Hey, that's the spirit. It's more satisfying when there's that much tenacity. He ruthlessly swung Crayon, and Xian was slammed into the wall again. Such a situation repeated dozens of times. Xian breathed heavily as he looked ahead. His whole body was a complete mess. His face was shattered and torn, blood running all over, and numerous wounds adorned his body. The robe draped over him was torn, resembling rags, and his disheveled hair gave off a beggarly vibe. Yet the gaze visible through the strands of hair remained deeply rooted without a hint of wavering. His gaze was fixed on Diodin. He had lost track of how long he'd been here. Judging by the fact that most of the jerky he had prepared was gone, it seemed like he had been staying here for several months. During this time, Xian had relentlessly fought Diodin. The battles with Diodin were a series of defeats. He broke, shattered, and kept breaking. Not once had he landed a meaningful blow on Diodin and had been repeatedly defeated. Yet Xian didn't give up. It seemed that landing a good blow to Diodin's face was his only wish now. Until then, giving up was out of the question. Through the decisive battle with Diodin, Xian's skills had ascended terrifyingly. Fighting against hundreds of monsters was easier than fighting against just one Diodin. As formidable as monsters were, they had limits to their intelligence. But Diodin's strength had no limits. His physical strength, combat sense, and experiences accumulated over 100 years were balanced perfectly, making him even stronger. Diodin refused to acknowledge the situation and relentlessly attacked Xian. The reason was to elevate Xian's abilities, but more than that, it was to hone his own body and mind. Currently, his body and mind were at their peak. Sharp as a razor and relentless, he didn't tolerate even a speck of variation. Currently, Diodin could perfectly control not only himself, but also his opponents and the situation around him. Walking towards Xian, Diodin had Crayon lying on the ground. Although he was simply walking, an incredible force emanated from his entire body. Just facing him felt suffocating, as if his whole body might collapse. Xian exhaled once again. It was a situation he had experienced dozens, hundreds of times. Now he was physically grasping how to break free from this pressure. Xian relaxed his muscles throughout his body. His mind remained calm. His body was poised to react at any moment. Seeing and pursuing with the eyes would be too late. He needed to feel and respond in real time to everything: airflow, colors, moisture, surrounding scents, and heat-inducing his skin. If any of these senses faltered, he wouldn't stand a chance against Diodin. At the peak of Xian's heightened sensitivity, the air in the area turned cold. He's coming. Xian erected a sand barrier in front of him. Thud, the sand barrier crumbled weakly as Diodin emerged. Yet Xian wasn't surprised. It was already within his expectations. Raising the sand barrier was merely to buy a momentary time. The instant Diodin broke through the sand barrier, Xian vanished into the sand. Now, moving within the sand was as natural as breathing. Even within the sand, he could perceive the external situation as if seeing it with his own eyes. The sand in the area delivered information to him. Thud, he sensed Diodin's footsteps. At that moment, the Viper was activated. Dozens of sand vipers aimed for Diodin's torso as they soared toward him. Just a nuisance. Diodin swung Crayon, instantly severing the heads of the sand vipers, then slammed Crayon into the ground. Bong, with a thunderous roar, the sand on the ground exploded. An enormous amount of sand surged into the sky, revealing Xian. Yet Xian remained unfazed. He had anticipated this outcome. Sand soldiers rose around him. This time there were a staggering 10 of them. During the battle with Diodin, Xian's skill had developed, enabling him to control as many as 10 sand soldiers simultaneously. Directing so many sand soldiers individually burdened Xian's brain immensely. Blood vessels in his eyes burst under the immense pressure on his brain. For an instant, his head spun, but Xian quickly regained his composure. He raised both hands as if a conductor. Instantly, the viper flew toward Dioden again, while a sand veil obscured Dioden's vision. During that time, Xian's body floated within the sand. The sand that supported him shot up into the sky like pillars, cushioning Xian's descent from 100 meters above, allowing him to oversee everything. Sand soldiers shattered, the vipers severed, the sand mixer ineffective. Yet Xian wasn't disappointed, because he hadn't placed any expectations on these skills to begin with. His true aim wasn't these skills. Zeus, unbeknownst to him, black energy wrapped around his body. It was Exian being discharged. The rippling Exian focused on the gauntlet-covered right arm. The moment Dioden lifted his head to look at Xian, their gazes met in mid-air and Xian muttered, "Here I come, you damn old dog." He hurtled from 100 meters above. Xian plummeted like a meteor. His target was Dioden's face. With all the force behind the right fist clad in Exian, he swung. Bang. Cough. Xian coughed up blood. His complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper. His gauntlet-clad right arm suffered a compound fracture, wobbling unsteadily, while the impact from the 100-meter fall had also shattered both his legs. Yet Xian was smiling. It was because his gauntlet-clad fist had made contact with Dioden's face. Dioden's head had turned slightly, and there was a small cut where the gauntlet had landed. For someone that had risked his life for an attack, the outcome was rather underwhelming, but Xian was satisfied. He had finally landed a punch on Dioden's face. "Ha, don't take me lightly." With that remark, Xian collapsed. Dioden silently observed Xian, who had collapsed in an unsightly manner. Allowing Xian's strike to make contact was a first-time occurrence. Even the renowned Dioden hadn't anticipated an attack launched from 100 meters above. Despite only getting a tiny scratch on his face, he wasn't displeased. Xian had reached the level he desired. That was how an Awaken should be. If there was even a sliver of possibility, one should boldly throw themselves to find a breakthrough. Most Awakens from a century ago found possibilities by daringly throwing themselves into situations and developed their skills. Ha ha, Xian breathed heavily. In return for throwing his body at Dioden, he was about to die. Dioden opened his subspace. He retrieved a potion from the subspace and administered it to Xian. Then he pulled out another potion and sprinkled it over Xian's entire body. Instantly, Xian's condition rapidly stabilized. The potion used by Dioden on Xian was a top-tier healing potion crafted in Neo Soul. With its precious ingredients and complex production process, it was a rare commodity even in Neo Soul, with only a few bottles in existence. As long as one didn't succumb to death, it could instantly heal any injury. There were several more bottles of such healing potions in Dioden's subspace. Moments later, Xian exhaled, regaining consciousness. Having returned from the brink of death, Xian lay dazed for a while. It took some time for him to fully regain his senses and come back to reality. When he was perfectly composed, he spoke. "I'm still alive. If you died from such minor wounds, your life isn't worth living. Anyway." Xian hesitated for a moment, then struggled to sit up. His whole body ached, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't move. Compared to the price for an attack risking his life, this level of pain was bearable. Dioden looked at Xian and spoke. "You're barely useful now. Forget it. Take these." Dioden retrieved several items from the subspace and threw them to Xian. They were clothes, armor, and a robe made of leather. The clothes were ones he had acquired in Neo Soul, while the armor and robe were items obtained from a dungeon. Both the armor and robe, acquired from an unranked dungeon, were far from ordinary. The armor, made from the skin of an unidentified monster, was covered in numerous inscriptions of unknown significance. It's a bit weak in physical strength, but it has high magic resistance. It'll be helpful for you right now. You're not wearing it yourself. Armor is for weaklings like you. I don't need it. Damn. Xian's expression contorted in frustration. The fact that he couldn't argue against Dioden's statement saddened him. "Even if it's dirty, I'll get stronger by any means." Xian changed into the clothes and donned the armor on top. The moment the armor was worn, a refreshing energy surged through his entire body. It seemed to be enchanted with magical enhancements. Xian then draped the robe over the armor. The robe's color resembled the sand. From a distance, it would be indistinguishable from actual sand. "Is this camouflage?" Xian flipped on the hat attached to the robe. Dioden spoke. "Once you're ready, let's go." Yes. The two departed from the Valley of Death, where they had stayed for several months. During their stay, the Valley of Death had been so ravaged that its original appearance was unrecognizable. The once great natural artwork had crumbled unceremoniously, covered by layers of sand. By the time they returned, it would likely be buried under sand, leaving no trace behind. If we can return. Xian and Dioden silently traversed the endless desert. The scorching sun relentlessly tormented them, but neither uttered a single complaint. Dioden had spent 100 years surviving in this desert, and Xian had grown accustomed to life in the desert as well. Suddenly, Xian stopped in his tracks. Dioden silently observed Xian's action. After spending months in the Valley of Hell, Xian's sense and mastery of sand had experienced a remarkable surge. Now, Xian's senses in the desert were unmatched even by Dioden. Xian stopping like this indicated he sensed something. After a while, he spoke up. I sense moisture. There might be an oasis nearby. Is that so? As Dioden made an intrigued expression, moisture started rising from the ground, initially just slightly damp but gradually increasing over time. Eventually, wet sand began to accumulate on the ground, forming a sizable oasis. As soon as the oasis materialized as Xian had mentioned, Dioden was slightly surprised. Desert oases were like mirages. They appeared suddenly one day and disappeared the next, not vanishing entirely but moving through the desert's veins to inconspicuous locations. Humans couldn't predict this change, yet Xian had foreseen the oasis appearing here. It was an ability beyond the reach of ordinary Awakens. Xian asked Dioden, it must be here too, huh? You mean the sand angler? Yeah, it should be. In these oases that move through the veins, there's usually one of them. Indeed, Xian nodded. The oasis that had suddenly appeared was as big as a pond. Xian peered into the oasis. In its depths, a faint light glimmered. The enigmatic source of the captivating light was the sand angler, a C-rank monster that mesmerized and devoured humans or monsters that came to the oasis. There had been a time when Xian almost fell prey to it. If it hadn't been for Dioden, Xian would have vanished from this world without a trace. However, Xian didn't harbor any special emotions toward the sand angler. This was a world where if you didn't prey, you became the prey, a place where anything was acceptable in order to survive. The sand angler needed to feed to survive, and Xian sought to defeat it to continue living. Xian jumped straight into the oasis. Sensing him, the sand angler swiftly approached at top speed, without a hint of caution, considering Xian as its prime meal. Xian waited for the sand angler to approach and then swung his right fist. Exian condensed atop his gauntlet. He thrust the clustered Exian straight into the sand angler's gaping mouth. Swoosh! The sand angler, pierced by Exian like a harpooned fish, thrashed violently, its mouth piercingly ripped open. Ordinary sand would lose its cohesion in water and crumble easily, but Exian was different. As a sand mage's specialized weapon, Exian maintained the form Xian desired even underwater. Now, Xian rotated the Exian pierced in the sand angler's mouth. Exian instantly pulverized the sand angler's brain, marking the end for the C-rank monster. With its belly exposed, the sand angler floated on the water's surface. Xian pulled the sand angler out. Not bad. Dioden's lips curved slightly upward. The greatest adversary in the desert was indeed water, yet Xian had displayed adept usage of Exian even underwater, proving his mastery of his abilities. Xian began disassembling the sand angler he had pulled out. First, he removed the hide. Recognizing its softness and elasticity, Xian knew it would make an excellent robe. Next, he carved out the meat section by section. There was no waste in the sand angler's meat. It contained almost no venom commonly found in monster meat and had a pleasant taste. Among them, the best part was the gallbladder. When they previously caught the sand angler, Dioden made Xian eat the gallbladder first. Xian handed Dioden the gallbladder the size of an adult torso. Have some. It was an invaluable remedy, unmatched in fortifying one's bones among sand angler organs. Having already experienced the effects after consumption, Xian knew how potent it was. However, Dioden outright refused Xian's offer. Not needed. If you want to fight against a dragon, shouldn't you prepare yourself in advance? Do you think something as insignificant as a sand angler's gallbladder would affect me? Eat as much as you can, you weak bastard. You could at least. Dioden ignored Xian's retort and picked up another part of the sand angler. Sizzle, flames erupted from his hand. It was a flame made of mana. The tender sand angler meat quickly cooked in his hand. Dioden slowly savored the well-cooked sand angler meat. Observing him for a moment, Xian also started consuming the sand angler's gallbladder. The gallbladder was most effective when eaten raw. This time, too, an intense heat was felt in his body, but the dramatic changes from before did not occur. Having already consumed the sand angler's gallbladder once and considering Xian's physical development, even after consuming the adult-sized sand angler gallbladder, Xian's belly remained unchanged. He felt satiated, yet there was no bloating or discomfort. It was just as intriguing as the previous experience, although familiar. After a long time, the two indulged in a substantial meal. As before, they planned to stay until they finished consuming all of the sand angler's meat. Xian reclined against a sand dune. There was nothing enviable when lying down like this. At first, he had followed Dioden out of necessity, but after gaining a certain level of strength, he had accompanied Dioden purely by his own will. They had roamed through the desert almost aimlessly, swept away by the current until they arrived here without realizing it. Fighting a dragon, crazy, or is it an achievement? I really don't know. From barely surviving day by day in the slums of Neo Seoul, the insignificant boy had arrived at a place where a dragon resided. And not just that Xian himself had become a sand mage, something no one could have imagined. It felt like each day had been a dream. However, Xian's contemplative moment didn't last long. Thud, footsteps echoed from a distance, drawing their attention. Is it a monster? Xian hastily stood up, realizing that Diodin was staring intently at the source of the sound. But Diodin's expression was unusual. Unlike his usual calm demeanor when facing any monster, Diodin's face was stiff as a rock, as if ready to wield the crayon staked into the ground at any moment. Coincidentally, Xian also tensed up. Finally, the owner of the footsteps appeared. A human. To their surprise, it was indeed a human. A strikingly lush and pristine blonde-haired individual, with a complexion so fair and unwrinkled it seemed untouched by sunlight, accompanied by an unusual aura. Their eyes were as red as burst blood vessels, and between their thin lips, sharp fangs protruded, revealing impressive white teeth. They spoke while looking at Diodin and Xian. "Hello there." In the darkness of the desert, as Xian laid eyes on the man, shivers ran down his spine. The man seemed like a mirage in the desert, not quite of this world, despite standing right before him. Xian knew his instincts weren't deceiving him. This was an unexplored territory untouched by human footsteps. Perhaps the only humans who came here were Xian and Diodin. Even these two had struggled through battles to reach this place. Diodin, being an extraordinary being beyond human limits, emerged unscathed, but Xian had faced numerous brushes with death, leaving indelible scars across his entire body. Yet the man before them showed no signs of wounds. His unnaturally pale skin, visible between his clothes with all his veins showing through, an eerie sight. What struck Xian the most was that the man traversed the desert night without any gear, no armor like Xian, no sword like Diodin. Nevertheless, the fact that he could leisurely stroll through the desert night meant that he was a tremendously strong individual. Such an individual appeared completely unannounced. Xian cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" "Just someone passing through the vicinity. I saw the light from afar and decided to check it out." "And your name?" "Hiltoon." At that moment, Xian felt the blood in his entire body freeze. Then the dragon. "I'm merely a passing guest for now. No need to be so cautious." The man who identified himself as Hiltoon said with a faint smile. At that moment, Diodin interjected, "A lizard whelp without fear. Going a bit too far there. Still, to compare a mere lizard to a dragon." "So you've been hiding here after all." "Hiding? What am I supposed to be hiding from? I've merely been residing here for quite some time." Hiltoon replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by Diodin's intensity. "What's going on here then, lizard? Though your dress irks me a bit, being broad-minded, I'll try to understand. Imagine someone unwanted showing up at your home. Would you stay quiet? I'm no different. Uninvited guests arrived at my place, so I came out of curiosity." "Uninvited guests, us." Diodin's eyes gleamed intensely in the darkness. Even in his frenzied gaze, Hiltoon remained unfazed. "Isn't it appropriate to call someone who commits such unheard-of actions an uninvited guest? Or does it carry a different meaning here on Earth? You all are the uninvited guests." "Lizard, who was it that terraformed Earth and then tried to force migration? We regret that a bit, but we had no choice either. Krajas, who attempted to terraform Earth, is a being above gods. Least in our world, they hold that level of status. Who could dare challenge what they did? You're a little lizard, but your tongue is quite big. You're all the same damn lizards. I'd appreciate being assessed on the same level as them here, but I could never compare myself to them. In our world, they're on the level of a creator. They merely chose a similar facade to ours for convenience. So why are you here? To boast about how great Krajas is. Your resentment and fighting spirit are truly remarkable." "It makes me tremble." Hiltoon looked at Diodin with amusement. Contrary to his words, there was no tension or intimidation in his expression. He continued, "Think of it as a natural disaster, like a storm or an earthquake. In that case, you might be able to live more at ease if you consider it that way. So are you suggesting I should just turn around and leave now? Politely advising you to do so. What ridiculous nonsense. It's easy to talk about other people's problems. If you were in my shoes, could you just forget and live? Unfortunately, forgetfulness is not a blessing granted to me. However, letting it fade away might be possible. You're just blabbering with that filthy tongue of yours. You're nothing but a lizard brat. Let's see if you can still spout that idiotic nonsense after I rip out that tongue of yours." "I'd rather not. While I can convey thoughts telepathically, communicating through voice is much simpler." Hiltoon casually approached Diodin. Xian watched, holding his breath. Hiltoon nonchalantly approached the sand angler carcass. "Oh, a sand angler. I quite fancy those too. You could say it's a delicacy." Crunch, he reached out and tore off a chunk of the sand angler's flesh, chewing it vigorously. There was no trace of dignity in Hiltoon's demeanor during this act. Unconsciously, Xian found himself speaking up. That's actually mine. I caught it. Shouldn't you ask for permission before eating? Haha, is that so? My apologies." "If you're really sorry, could you at least give me something?" Hiltoon pretended to be seriously concerned about Xian's nonsense before opening his mouth. "Handing over my possessions isn't quite my style, but if you happen to survive later, find the Stone Mountain 100 kilometers north from here. There's an abandoned dungeon there with some useful items." "A dungeon? If you've got the knack, it won't be too hard to find. What exactly is this dungeon? How can such a thing exist?" An intriguing question. "You're the first to ask me that. Simply put, the dungeon is a fragment of Curian. It was supposed to vanish along with Curian's destruction, but remnants were crystallized in the rifts of time and space due to the terraforming and its interactions. So it's like Curian's scraps. You have a knack for simplifying difficult words. That would suffice as an explanation. It could be quite useful if turned into a chimera. Really? No. Think of it as a treasure trove left behind between Curian and Earth. If you search well, there could be some valuable items. And what about the creatures inside it? Those too are remnants of Curian. Pitiful beings trapped and unable to vanish due to the rifts in time and space. He said so, but there was no pity in his face. Unbeknownst to Xion, dragons were originally such beings standing at the pinnacle of Curian. Except for Krajas, there was nothing above them, not even gods. Even gods could only exist if there were believers. Belief gathered, forming a divine status, allowing their existence. So when Curian was destroyed and most races and species died, the gods would inevitably cease to exist as well. Dragons, on the other hand, could exist as independent beings even without such elements. Even in Curian, they were absolute beings, capable of being absolute beings on Earth as well. Heltoon continued. To come here after defeating my guardian Akaruk is quite commendable, but Akaruk was not my only guardian. In fact, he's closer to being a failure. My true guardians are much stronger, so what are you trying to say? Lizard whelp, I've been saying it all along, haven't I? Just go back, I'll forgive you then. I'm a forgiving dragon after all. Cowardly lizard bastard. Hearing that over and over again makes me feel quite upset. If you blurt that out once more, you won't be forgiven. Won't be forgiven, my ass. You don't have the courage to come forward yourself, so you keep sending your puppets. What swoosh in an instant, Diodon swung Crayon. Heltoon, taken aback, tried to evade but was unable to avoid Crayon. Thud, with an eerie cutting sound, Heltoon's body was split in two. Heltoon's with his upper and lower body were separated and rolling on the ground, but there was no bleeding from the severed parts. Diodon looked down at the dismembered Heltoon and said, I expected as much. Cowardly lizard whelp, sending fakes to babble nonsense. That's how your kind is. That's why I cannot forgive you more. Haha, I did not expect this. Anyway, I understand your intentions well. Heltoon, laughing with his severed waist, spoke. Xion's expression slightly turned queasy at the eerie sight. Lifting Crayon, Diodon said, See you soon, stupid little lizard. Swish. Crayon was directly plunged into Heltoon's head. Only then did the vitality vanish from Heltoon's body. It was the perfect death brought about by Diodon's ability, the authority of death. Taking back Crayon, Diodon said, trying to threaten me by sending a chimera. This is a chimera? Yes, the cowardly lizard whelp didn't have the courage to show up, so he sent a chimera. Cuck, too. Diodon spat on the chimera. Xion observed the scene in silence. As Heltoon opened his eyes, a strange noise echoed as his scales clashed. Shrrr. From head to tail, spanning a staggering 150 meters, his entire body was covered in dazzling golden scales. 2 horns adorned his head, while a pair of wings neatly folded over his torso. Rising to his immense height, Heltoon blinked. The link with the chimera severed, dealing a significant blow to his soul. At that moment, a woman standing before Heltoon cautiously spoke up. Are you all right? The connection with the chimera has been completely severed. It's true that he possesses the authority of death. Heltoon shook his massive head and spoke. The authority of death. Yes, it's astonishing that a mere human possesses the ability that only Krajas possessed in Curian. Heltoon looked at the petite woman. While her upper body was human, her lower half resembled a spider's thorax. The magic of combining different life forms to create a new being chimera magic. One of his specialties was studying various life forms and creating chimeras. Creating chimeras was originally forbidden in Curian. Even dragons, positioned at Curian's apex, faced sanctions for delving into chimera magic. Therefore, Heltoon had never dared to contemplate creating chimeras in Curian, but Earth was different. Unlike Curian, there were no restrictions here. Dragons that had transitioned to Earth were busy establishing their own domains, showing little interest in the lives of other entities. This afforded Heltoon the opportunity to indulge in his avid interest in chimera magic. The woman standing in front of Heltoon was called Eblis, one of the chimeras created in such a manner. She was a fusion of human and spider, possessing the wit of a human combined with the cunning of a spider. Thus, she was entrusted with the important task of managing his lair. Eblis glanced cautiously at Heltoon while bowing her head. Heltoon's lair was made entirely out of gold. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all gold. In the aftermath of the terraforming, most of the ground turned into sand, but the mineral veins deep underground remained intact. As a gold dragon, Heltoon created his lair in a gold vein. He researched chimeras to his heart's content within the golden lair. To create a chimera he liked, Heltoon brought women from each race to his lair, polymorphed, and mated with them. He combined the offspring obtained this way with monsters to create chimeras. Eblis, like the other guardians protecting the lair, was a chimera created through this process. He loathed stepping out into the outside world, made of sand, in contrast to his golden lair. Therefore, instead of his true self, he sent out chimeras, leading to the current situation. Diodon. There was a liveliness in Heltoon's golden eyes. He was furious with Diodon, who dared to kill his alter form. The chimera created from his alter form was extremely special, partially serving as a vessel to contain a part of his soul. It allowed him to wield the abilities of a dragon. Thus, conventional means couldn't kill the chimera. The severed link meant the chimera's perfect death. Being able to bring a perfect death to that chimera meant that he possessed the capability to bring death to him as well. He didn't know how a mere human had acquired such an ability, but it was undoubtedly a significant threat. Heltoon instructed Eblis, mobilize the guardians. Xian wrinkled his nose. Is this a chimera? When it was alive, he didn't notice, but from the dead chimera there was a strange smell. It resembled the faint, pungent odor of a dead insect. Xian squatted down to examine the chimera closely. Certainly, its muscles were different from those of a typical human. The outer part was made of chitinous material like an insect, and the internal tendons were incredibly elastic and strong, almost like twisted steel wires. What was most alien was the internal organs. Unlike human organs, they were simple and not as complex. It felt like they were arranged for maximum efficiency using the same amount of energy. Xian probed the internals with his hands. In the past, he might have shuddered at the gruesome feeling, but after experiencing much more gruesome things on his way here, he could handle it with indifference. Were the internal organs also transplanted from a monster? This is horrifying. Xian exclaimed as he tilted his head slightly in disgust. At this point, it would be more accurate to say that it was an entirely new life form. Xian's gaze suddenly focused on the chimera's heart. A stone embedded in the heart emitted a strong mana. Magic stone, so they used magic stones as fuel. It made him realize the immense power of dragons. Even in Neo Soul, research on magic stones was active, but no one dared to use them as fuel for a living organism. This is insane. Xian stood up, shaking his head slightly. Diodon spoke up. These crossbreeds are something else. Dragons are like controllers of magic, and for them, using magic is as natural as breathing. If their magic is a storm, then the magic humans use is just a slight breeze. And now do you understand? The opponent we're about to face is an incredibly formidable one. The chance of dying is several times higher than the chance of surviving. Don't tell me to turn back because of fear. My decision is firm. Xian interrupted Diodon. Then Diodon snorted and opened his subspace. Take this. He pulled out a small vial from the subspace and tossed it to Xian. What's this? If you really think you're going to die, drink it. It'll heal almost any injury in an instant. So is this like an elixir? Xian widened his eyes. Elixirs were legendary potions that alchemists in the field aspired to create. They could instantly cure any ailment and even grant immortality. Indeed, alchemists in Neo Soul were actively researching elixirs. Diodon snorted. HMPH, there's no way a real elixir exists. It's an awakening potion created by a mad alchemist. It's made using the blood of powerful monsters, which have excellent regenerative and healing abilities. Monster blood. Is it safe to drink? Got it. Xian put the vial into his subspace with a solemn expression. The showdown with the dragon was imminent, and the mighty Diodon's attention to his well-being was evidence of how tense the situation was. Diodon gripped Crayon tightly, gazing at the dark night sky, as if the dragon was there. Xian and Diodon stayed until the oasis disappeared, devouring all the sand angler meat. The sand angler's meat was a fantastic source of nutrients. Facing the once-in-a-lifetime battle ahead, it was more than enough to optimize their physical condition. Diodon spoke. Let's go now. Yes, Xian answered, pulling the hood of his robe low. Having rested well and eaten heartily, his body was in top condition. His senses were sharp, and vitality flowed through his entire body. It was the first time his body felt so good. Diodon walked into the headwind of the sandstorm, taking long strides. His hair fluttered like a lion's mane. Xian extended his sand strides, following Diodon. The scorching sun heated the sand, radiating intense heat, but it couldn't impede the progress of Xian and Diodon. What greeted them after several days of walking in the desert were pillars rising in the middle of the desert. Dozens of hexagonal pillars standing alone in the middle of the desert looked suspicious to anyone. Xian stepped forward, asserting his dominance. His senses extended in all directions through the fine sand particles. There was nothing around, then it must be underground. Xian concentrated his senses underground. 100 meters, 200 meters. His senses delved endlessly into the ground. Xian's sensory range reached up to 500 meters underground. However, even then there was nothing. Xian released his dominance and spoke. Seems like it's deeper than 500 meters underground. Probably. Like lizard hatchlings, he must have dug deep to hide. Cowards, that's what they are. Cowards, I'm not sure about that. If they had real courage, instead of manipulating the other races to move Krajas, they would have moved him themselves. They can't say a word in front of the strong and only act tough in front of the weak. If that's not cowardly, what is? It was a strangely persuasive statement. Xian nodded, considering that it might be true. The two arrived in front of the pillars. Each pillar was as thick as several people combined. The hexagonal pillars were engraved with unreadable symbols. Xian touched one of the pillars, murmuring, "I can't understand what's written." Swoosh, the moment Xian touched the pillar, it emitted a bright light. What? Surprised, Xian withdrew his hand, but the burst of light completely swallowed him. After a moment in the place where the light disappeared, Xian was nowhere to be seen. Dioden, without showing any surprise, mumbled, "Seems like the pillars work as some kind of teleportation device." He touched the pillar that Xian had touched, but the expected burst of light did not occur. Can each pillar only teleport one creature? Dioden touched another pillar. Instantly, a bright burst of light engulfed him. When Xian opened his eyes, the environment had completely changed. It was an incredibly vast cave, spacious enough for a giant monster to walk around freely. The rock walls were shimmering as if gold veins ran through them. As expected from a golden dragon, it was clearly a lair created inside the bedrock where a gold vein passed through. What's the use of all this? Despite seeing a tremendous amount of gold, Xian wasn't particularly greedy. Gold didn't hold much value in the current world. Did Dioden get transported to a different place? Xian looked around, but there was no sign of Dioden anywhere. If Dioden had touched the pillar, the high probability was that he had been transported elsewhere. I guess I'll have to move on my own until I find him. Separated from Dioden, Xian hesitantly entered what he assumed was the lair of a dragon. Even though he had faced numerous monsters before, confronting a dragon was a different league. It was natural to be afraid. Xian forced a calm expression. He couldn't stay still out of fear forever. Even if there was a dragon at the end of this cave, he had to face it. Only then could he meet Dioden. Xian proceeded cautiously. This environment was disadvantageous for him. Being inside a vein meant there was almost no sand. Fortunately, he had Exian, which was a relief. Xian remained prepared to emit Exian at any moment as he moved forward. It felt like he had gone deep into the cave, yet nothing had happened so far. Still, Xian did not let his guard down. Based on experience, trouble often arose when one least expected it. His expectation didn't miss the mark. SSSSSH. From the opposite side of the cave, a faint hissing sound reached his ears. Just hearing it made all the hairs on his body stand on end, and his spine shivered with an unpleasant sensation. What's this? Xian released Exian and scanned the front. Instantly, piercing through the darkness, the source of the sound revealed itself. They were chimeras. There were two-headed serpents, as well as those with 4 heads. Some had wings on their backs, while others had 2 or 4 legs. Apart from the commonality of having snake heads, everything else was different. Their forms, textures, colors, and sizes varied. Chimeras. It was evident that these were not ordinary monsters, but chimeras created by Hiltoon. Quaya. Upon seeing Xian, the chimeras roared fiercely and charged even more aggressively. Facing the approaching chimeras, Xian unleashed Exian. TSSS. His entire body was surrounded by Exian. In that state, Xian rushed towards the chimeras. There was no fear on his face. Quagaga, Exian rotating fiercely around him, shredded the charging chimeras. Kuuk, creak, the screams of the chimeras being torn apart echoed through the cave. Flesh burst open and blood splattered in all directions. SSSHH. Ground beneath the disintegrated chimeras melted, as if their blood contained corrosive venom. While Xian's entire body was also covered in the chimera's blood, the robe and armor provided by Dioden minimized the damage. Quagaga. Even at that moment, the chimeras were relentlessly being torn apart by Exian. The cave quickly filled with the disintegrated remains of the chimeras. Still, more chimeras continued to emerge from somewhere, attacking Xian. Xian crushed each chimera one by one as he advanced. Then it happened. Flash. Suddenly, the cave was filled with bright light, and a lightning bolt struck Xian. Bang! With a loud explosion, Xian's body was forcefully pushed backward. In that moment, wisps of white smoke emanated from Xian's entire body. Fortunately, Exian had shielded him, minimizing the damage. If he had taken a direct hit without Exian, his body might have exploded. Swaya. Amidst the disoriented chimeras, an unusually large snake appeared. On the head of the large snake were horns. Sparks were emanating from the horns. The lightning strike was the result of its skill. A special monster. Among monsters, some occasionally possessed skills. It seemed like the large snake that had just appeared was skilled in lightning-based abilities. Flash. At that moment, another lightning bolt erupted from the horns of the large snake. Xian dodged the lightning, flying backward. Bang! The place where he was standing exploded and the floor caved in. While he managed to avoid the lightning, the force caused Exian to momentarily lose control and scatter. Taking advantage of Xian's vulnerability, the chimeras rushed at him. Xian, with his gauntlet-clad fists, struck the lead chimera. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the chimera's head exploded. Xian shouted as he frantically attacked the chimeras. "Don't underestimate me, damn snake bastards." Exian transformed freely at the command of Xian's fist. At times, it became a spear, piercing through the chimera snakes, and at other times it turned into an axe, beheading them instead. There was no time to even catch his breath. Xian knew very well that the moment the connection was severed, he would die. Therefore, he exerted desperate efforts to ensure Exion's flow remained uninterrupted. Flash! In that instant, another lightning bolt struck. The special monster launched another attack. It was a skill called Lightning, which gathered lightning at a single point to strike its target. This was originally written in English. The Lightning relentlessly targeted Xion. Xion created a shield using Exion to block Lightning. Pieces of pure white lightning were blocked by Exion's shield and dispersed in all directions. Zzzeek, crack, chimeras were electrocuted, their flesh bursting or charred black. Oh, Xion's eyes gleamed. A brilliant idea had come to him. It wasn't always necessary for him to personally engage in combat using the enemy's power was also a viable option. At that moment, the special monster launched Lightning again. Xion molded Exion into a shield and tilted it at an angle. Shiving, the lightning collided with Exion's shield, spreading in all directions. Xion adjusted the tilt to allow the lightning to spread more effectively. The arena turned into chaos in an instant. More chimera snakes died than when Xion fought directly. As more and more chimera snakes died due to its attacks, the special monster realized that it was being used by Xion. However, this realization only came after a gap had formed between the special monster and Xion. Xion swiftly shortened the distance and reached the special monster. Take this. Xion focused Exion on his gauntlet and struck. Boom! The special monster's head exploded. Xion moved in search of the next special monster. In this way, Xion located and destroyed the special monsters, sweeping through the surrounding mobs until he was left standing alone. Ha ha. Xion leaned against the wall, catching his breath. The exertion of power in such a short time brought a rush of exhaustion. However, there was no time to leisurely recover stamina and mana. Diodin would likely be advancing towards the dragon at this very moment. If Xion wanted to be of any help, he too had to keep moving without rest. Xion resumed his journey. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly. Fortunately, no chimeras appeared this time. However, Xion remained vigilant, not allowing himself to become complacent. It was a dragon's lair. It wouldn't have been composed of mere chimeras at this level. Something larger and more powerful was undoubtedly waiting ahead. Xion checked his physical condition once again. Fortunately, his condition wasn't bad. He had more stamina than he thought, and his mana was steadily recovering, albeit slowly. With this level of strength, he wouldn't be completely helpless against any enemy he might encounter. Xion heightened his senses to be ready to react at any moment, yet it was strangely quiet. It wasn't that the enemies weren't moving, it felt like they didn't exist at all. Still, Xion didn't let his guard down and moved cautiously. After walking for a while, a wide space suddenly appeared before Xion. It was a huge circular area, reminiscent of an ancient coliseum. Filling the space, towering tens of meters high with a diameter exceeding hundreds of meters, was unexpectedly sand. What is this? Xion furrowed his brows. As a sand mage, his most significant weapon was spread all over the arena, so he should have welcomed it, but Xion knew that things didn't always go smoothly. Certainly, there must be a reason why the floor of this giant coliseum-like space was filled with sand. Xion exerted his dominance to grasp the situation within the sand. Swoosh! Something suddenly emerged, parting through the sand. What? Xion was taken aback and attempted to move the sand, but the next moment his body froze as it had been cursed. He wasn't actually cursed, but the monster emerging from the sand was so unexpected that it left him stunned. A woman. It was also a woman, but there was not a single piece of clothing adorning her. Her hair undulated like mysterious blue seaweed, and her eyes descended on her snow like white skin, emitting a subtle glow. Her large eyes and lips shone red, as if crafted from polished rubies. The woman exuded a captivating sensuality. Xion's face turned red in an instant. Xion, who had never been near a woman since he was born, he was so busy struggling to survive that he had never even held a woman's hand, let alone dated one, making him completely vulnerable to women. Moreover, the woman that suddenly appeared was completely naked, not wearing a single piece of clothing. Xion's pupils wandered dizzyingly, with nowhere to go. His mind turned blank, as if he had truly fallen under a curse. Even at that moment, the naked woman was approaching Xion. Smiling, the woman gazed at Xion with seductive eyes and expressions that captivated him. The red glow in the woman's eyes deepened, and Xion stared at her with his mouth wide open. To an adolescent boy who had never been close to a woman, the naked woman was a very strong temptation. Unconsciously, tension filled his lower abdomen and his lips dried up. His hands fumbled in the air, unsure where to go. Hee. The woman chuckled, seemingly finding Xion cute. Her actions drove Xion even crazier. He couldn't think of anything. An intense desire to embrace that woman filled his mind. This was the first time he had experienced such a strong desire. Xion reached out his hand. He faced the woman, smiling brightly. For a moment, it felt like an electric current flowed through his entire body. The desire intensified, and the urge to bite and suck her womanhood quickly tormented him. The woman, as if to tease Xion, circled around him for a moment. Xion followed her movements. Before he knew it, his eyes had lost focus. Only then did her woman come closer to Xian, so close that their faces were about to touch. The woman looked closely at Xian's face and leaned towards his lips. Her sweet breath stimulated Xian's sense of smell. Suddenly, just as the woman was about to kiss him, Xian's focus returned. The scent emanating from the woman's breath awakened his senses, a faint, rotten smell that comes from dead insects. Certainly, it was a scent he had smelled not long ago. A chimera, Xian shouted, delivering a punch to the woman's chest. Bang! With a loud noise, the naked woman staggered backward, her face contorted fiercely. How dare a human, damn it. I almost did that with a chimera. My first experience with a chimera, Xian's body shuddered. It was horrifying even to imagine. Fortunately, there was no one around, but if there had been, they would have made fun of him for the rest of his life. I can't forgive this. Xian erupted in anger. The woman was equally furious. I'll kill you, swoosh. The woman's body soared into the air. It was then that the hidden truth was revealed. What? Does that make sense? Xian's eyes widened. Piercing through the sand, the revealed form was a 9-headed hydra. The part that Xian thought was the woman was actually the tail of the hydra. A giant chimera, a combination of a hydra and a succubus. This chimera's name was Kishu. Kishu was one of the 3 guardians meticulously created by the gold dragon Heltoon, placed within his rare domain. Heltoon positioned the 3 guardians in his lair. Kishu, among them, boasted powerful regenerative abilities, venom, and formidable physical strength. The scales surrounding its body possessed tremendous anti-magic properties, rendering it resistant to magical attacks. The hydra was classified as an A-rank monster, a significant threat. For Xian, who was barely at C-rank, facing such a being seemed insurmountable. This is insane. Despite Xian's recent rapid progress to C-rank, he was still far from reaching a rank. The gap between C-rank and D-rank was dwarfed by the chasm between A-rank and B-rank. Considering he was up against an A-rank opponent, and Xian was only at C-rank, there was a huge gap that could never be bridged by sheer effort or grit. Moreover, by merging with a succubus, it had gained exceptional intelligence and charm skill, as evidenced by the succubus's enchantment skill that nearly ensnared him in desire earlier. The unique scent of the chimera was the only thing that prevented Xian from losing all his vital energy as well as his life. The hydra, combined with the succubus, reached a rank but possessed a power closer to S rank. Facing such a formidable foe, Xian had no idea how to fight. At that moment, Kishu launched an attack. Its 9 heads spewed venom. Damn, Xian bit his lips and hastily dodged. Sizzle, the sand touched by the venom melted instantly. Had Xian been hit directly, he would have suffered the same fate. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. However, it also gave him a glimmer of hope. The fact that the massive underground complex was filled with sand worked to his advantage. Sand was his essence and his weapon. Although the rank difference was significant, the narrative changed in this context. All right, let's give it a try. Snap, Xian snapped his fingers. Gaia, sand around the hydra spun rapidly. The sand mixer had been unleashed. Quagak, rather than causing any damage, the sand mixer only further angered the hydra. Kuea, the 9 heads attacked Xian. Xian detonated the claymore in front of him. Bong, explosions and thousands of sand beads clustered like iron balls struck the hydra's heads. It was a skill with enough power to send even a decent awakened to their death. However, it was not enough to stop Hydra. Kook, the hydra's heads emerged through the dust and debris. Shit, Xian swiftly unleashed his sand strides. Snap, one of the hydra's heads snapped in the space where Xian had been a moment ago. If he had been a bit slower, he would have been torn apart by those massive jaws. The 9 heads raced together to attack Xian. Xian launched sand missiles, successive claymores, quack. With a series of explosions, a dense dust cloud rose. However, there was not a single scratch on the massive heads of the hydra. What should I do? Xian desperately dodged Kishu's attacks, pondering his next move. Despite the hopeless situation, he believed as long as he didn't give up, there must be a way to turn the tide. Died. The succubus fused with the hydra's tail mocked Xian. For an instant, Xian's eyes lit up. Does that woman also have the same strength as the hydra? Although the hydra was surrounded by incredibly tough scales, the succubus was completely naked. If that's the case. Xian adjusted his target. Behind the succubus, sand soldiers made of thousands of sand grains rose silently. While Xian distracted Kishu and the succubus, the sand soldiers attacked the succubus discreetly. Kaya, taken by surprise, the succubus screamed at the unexpected attack. The succubus suffered significant wounds from the sand soldiers' attack. When it came to the monsters, succubi were particularly sensitive to injuries. Perhaps it was because the succubus was female that this sensitivity was heightened. Regardless, it was a golden opportunity for Xian. Now that it was confirmed that the succubus was Kishu's only weakness, it was time to focus on exploiting it. Xian launched a sand missile at the succubus and detonated claymore. In response, Kishu coiled up and protected the succubus. Thud, thud, thud. Xian's attack was blocked by Kishu's tough scales, but Xian wasn't disappointed. He had already anticipated this level of resistance. One of the most significant lessons he had learned while following Dioden was the ability to envision the bigger picture. Before starting a battle, he would already have in mind how it should conclude, progressing through each step. The first step is to block the eyes of the 9 heads, whoosh. Instantly, the sand on the ground, where Kishu's body was, soared into the air. The sand dust densely rose, obscuring Kishu's vision. Kishu, despite having a protective barrier, instinctively closed its eyes due to the thick cloud of sand. At that moment, Xian disappeared. The second step in the picture he had painted was hiding his presence. Xian swam through the sand, moving to the center where Kishu was coiling up. Even then, Kishu did not notice Xian's movement. The sand soldiers were attacking from outside, distracting Kishu. This was the third step drawn by Xian. Swoosh, Xian quietly emerged through the sand. It was inside where Kishu was coiled up. The succubus eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of Xian. In an instant, Xian detonated Claymore. Bang! With a powerful explosion, numerous sand beads pelted the succubus. Kaya! The succubus screamed in agony from the intense explosion. The barrier that had covered her body was momentarily dispersed by the force. Xian seized the opportunity and unleashed the sand blaster. The sand blaster, which sprayed sand at a high pressure, exerted even greater power when concentrated on a narrower gap. Fusswhoosh! The high-pressure sand sprayed directly at the succubus. A large hole was punctured in the succubus's abdomen. However, the succubus, fused with the chimera, did not die. With her head bowed, she shouted in a venomous tone, "Did you think I'd die so easily? I know, it won't happen like that." "What?" Xian's voice echoed right in front of the succubus. When the succubus hastily raised her head, Xian was right there, standing in front of her. After unleashing the sand blaster, he walked close to the ground with sand strides. This was the 6th step drawn by Xian, and finally, the 7th step. Xian activated the sand mixer along with Exian. Even deploying the sand mixer alone was powerful, but with Exian the potency multiplied. However, Exian wasn't infinite, so unleashing it across a vast area was impractical. But when confined to smaller targets like the succubus, the story was different. Gaia, the sand including Exian, rotated at a terrifying speed. Kaya, the succubus, let out a desperate scream. Her flesh was sliced away by the sand. The smooth skin disappeared in an instant, revealing her red flesh. The succubus tried to recover with Hydra's unique rapid regeneration ability, but the sand mixer didn't allow her the opportunity. Kiwa, belatedly, the 9 heads of Kishu sensed the succubus in distress and lunged with terrifying speed to protect her. At that moment, Xian snapped his fingers and muttered, "Snap, self-destruct, sand soldiers." In an instant, 10 sand soldiers exploded in midair. This was also a skill Xian had recently grasped. After realizing its potential to deal a significant blow to monsters, he had practiced the self-destructive power of sand soldiers relentlessly, and today marked the first time he put it into action. Kwang, Kwang, the force of the self-destructive attack was so great that the heads of a giant monster like Kishu were sent flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Xian ground the succubus down to its bones with the sand mixer. Despite the succubus screaming for dear life, her cries were drowned out by the sound of sand spinning at a high speed. Xian's complexion paled. In an instant, he had exhausted all his mana. Sand Mixer, Sand Soldier summoned Self-Destruct, and Claymore all were skills that consumed an enormous amount of mana. Using them consecutively naturally led to the depletion of mana. However, Xian had Allura's Tear. Once a day, this miraculous item restored all of his mana. Quagak. In the blink of an eye, the succubus vanished. Kishu's 9 heads, which had been sent flying by the self-destructive attack of the Sand Soldiers, glared at Xian. Though the two were forcibly merged by Helltoon, the death of the succubus, even in such a state, was enough to enrage Kishu. Each of Kishu's heads glowed in a different light. It's the second phase. While the term second phase sounded optimistic, in reality, the true battle was just beginning. What Xian could hope for was that, with the removal of the succubus, Kishu's responses might not be as agile as before. However, contrary to Xian's expectations, they unleashed their skills in unison. Koon! Suddenly the air became heavy, and an immense pressure pressed down on Xian. Even the sand clouds suspended in the air swiftly descended to the ground under the overwhelming force. Gravity control. Xian's face distorted. Among numerous skills, gravity control was one of the most challenging and powerful to handle. That's why there were very few awakened in Neo Soul who could manipulate it. Of course, its power couldn't match that of Kishu. Kishu was increasing gravity across the entire vast underground facility. Xian felt like he was under the pressure of 3 to 4 times the usual gravity. In the midst of this, one of Kishu's heads held a flame in its mouth. Xian immediately realized the identity of the skill it was about to unleash. Breath, while not as powerful as a dragon, it wouldn't be difficult for it to turn Xian to ashes. Xian desperately rolled away. In his line of sight, he saw Kishu's tail, which had been severed just moments ago. Until recently, it had been fused with the succubus. Without further thought, Xian propelled himself toward Kishu's severed tail. The moment Xian reached the tail, an intense fire breath attack engulfed the area where he had stood. Under the tremendous heat, the sand beneath Kishu melted in an instant. Xian, without hesitation, plunged into the severed tail of Kishu. Quagagak, he rotated Exian, which enveloped his entire body like a drill. Inside the tail, Kishu's flesh was carved away. Due to the immense pain, Kishu started to rampage. Bang, quang, 9 heads collided with each other and tangled together. Even though it was reborn as a chimera, it didn't mean it couldn't feel pain. Despite Heltoon's claims of creating an optimal combination, the fusion with the succubus seemed to be nothing more than a vulnerability. Amidst the excruciating pain, Kishu swung the severed tail recklessly, slamming it against the walls. At the same time, Xian was also being swayed around. However, he did not lose his balance until the end and controlled Exian. Quah. Xian continued to burrow into Kishu's tail at a faster speed. Then, unable to endure the pain any longer, one of Kishu's heads bit into the tail. Crunch, enormous fangs sunk into the tail. The protective field surrounding itself was of no use, due to the nature of self-inflicted harm. Meanwhile, Xian delved deeper, avoiding Kishu's fangs. Now he had entered through the tail into Kishu's main body. Even the formidable scales couldn't protect Kishu. Quagagak, Xian rotated Exian with all his might. Despite the massive mana consumption, he gritted his teeth and endured it. If he couldn't withstand this, he would perish at the hands of Kishu. If he, a C-rank Awaken, wanted to kill Kishu, a monster close to the S-rank, he had no choice but to destroy it from the inside. This was the final step Xian envisioned to bring down Kishu. Tremendous pressure crushed Xian. Kishu constricted its muscles, applying intense pressure. Still, Xian gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Under the tremendous pressure, blood vessels in his eyes burst, muscles contorted throughout his body. Nevertheless, Xian did not stop his advance. He had no idea how far he had progressed. Now Xian had reached his limit. The mana he had recovered through Allura's tear had bottomed out, and his meticulously trained physique was now groaning. The once ferocious speed of Exian's rotations had significantly slowed, and Xian's steps had noticeably become sluggish. Nevertheless, Xian pressed on. Due to the excessive use of mana and the limitations of his stamina, Xian's body was gradually collapsing. Moreover, Kishu's blood carried a potent venom, accelerating his deterioration. Flesh peeled away, bones were exposed, and immense pain surged. Even moving felt like hell. Still, Xian didn't give up. If he could breathe, he could move. While he could move, standing still was not an option. In his laborious steps, something caught Xian's eye. A round object as large as an adult torso, emitting a dazzling light. Xian instantly recognized the identity of the round object. The Hydra's magic stone. Magic stones occasionally also came from monsters. Unlike those mined from magic stone mines, the ones from monsters sometimes contain the creature's essence. Thus, occasionally, absorbing the essence from a monster's magic stone granted new skills. Naturally, the higher the rank of the monster, the higher the probability of obtaining a magic stone with valuable skills. However, the odds were so low that awakened individuals rarely acquired magic stones with desirable skills. Xian couldn't tell if the magic stone he was looking at had a skill inside it, but he had no other option. Xian reached out to the magic stone. Instantly, an indescribable wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Krag! Xian screamed in agony. Through the hand that touched the magic stone, an overwhelming energy surged like a tidal wave. A scorching hot energy circulated inside Xian. He had no remaining strength to control this unfamiliar energy. Quia! Xian screamed, his eyes rolling back. It felt like his entire body was burning. He desperately wanted to let go of the magic stone, but it clung to his hand like a magnet. Xian lost consciousness, but the overwhelming energy continued to pour into him. He had no idea how much time had passed. The magic stone lost its light, and the influx of energy into Xian ceased. A change occurred in Xian precisely at that moment, who was lying as if he was dead. His decayed flesh fell away, replaced by fresh, new skin. His darkened face regained a healthy complexion, and his dormant heart, which had stopped, resumed its beating. Gasping for breath, Xian opened his eyes. Puha, am I not dead? Xian checked his body while lying down. All the depleted mana had been restored, and the wounds that had exposed his bones were completely healed. Not only that, but his entire body was overflowing with vitality. His wrist itched. Xian removed the gauntlet while lying down. There, a light was seen coming from the 6th line of the rank insignia. What is this? I skipped B rank and directly became a rank. Xian was astonished by the tremendous change that had occurred within him. It felt like an immense energy, as if a volcano were inside his body. If his mana was like a lake previously, now it felt as though he possessed an entire ocean. It was the Hydra chosen by the gold dragon Heltoon as its guardian. Naturally, it was a special entity armed with incredible skills such as rapid regeneration, gravity control, and breath. Among them, Xian realized he had gained the ability of rapid regeneration. The evidence was in the complete recovery of the wounds that had been exposed to the bone. He didn't acquire gravity control or breath due to their incompatible nature, but the rapid regeneration alone was satisfying enough. With this, could this have been a blessing in disguise? Xian emerged through the mouth of one of Kishu's 9 heads. A colossal chimera lay sprawled on the sand, its mere presence sending shivers down one's spine. Each of its 9 heads extended in different directions, tongues lolling out. There was no sign of life anywhere on Kishu. It was undeniably dead. "I defeated this thing, right?" Xian exclaimed, an exhausted expression on his face. Though he had employed unconventional methods, he had defeated the colossal monster using his own ability as a guardian of a dragon bordering on S rank. No awakened in Neo soul could have achieved such a feat. While he wanted to bask in the afterglow of victory, it wasn't a time for leisure. Even at this moment, Diotin would likely be advancing towards the dragon. There was no time to linger here. Xian left behind the massive carcass of Kishu and moved forward. As he did, the sand beneath his feet rose, trailing behind him like a tail. It looked exactly like a moth following a light. A rank was indeed different. Not only had the mana available for manipulation significantly increased, but his senses, dominance over sand, and physical agility had all risen incomparably. Previously, he had had to force his strength to control the sand, but now it felt as if the sand itself was struggling to follow Xian. As if the relationship between A and B had been reversed, that was how Xian was feeling right now. Suddenly, Xian looked ahead. A profound darkness obscured his vision, but he could feel it. Countless chimeras were hiding behind that darkness. They might not be on the level of a guardian like Kishu, but their sheer numbers posed a significant threat, lurking in the darkness like concealed predators. In the past, Xian would not have been able to sense the presence of a chimera hidden in a dark place. However, after advancing to a rankle, he could feel their presence as vividly as if seeing them with his own eyes. There is nothing more foolish than jumping in defenseless when you know the enemy is hiding. He had no intention of making such a foolish choice. Fortunately, Xian had a good option. Xian manipulated the sand that followed him like a moth. Gaia, the sand whirled violently, flying into the cave. It was an application of the sand mixer skill. The sand, like a cloud, filled the narrow cave and shot forward. Kayak, kayak, from the front, desperate screams of chimeras echoed. The high-speed rotation of the sand obliterated the hidden chimeras in its path. Xian entered the cave, where the sand had swept through. The cave walls and floor were covered with the mutilated bodies of chimeras. Squelch, squelch. With each step Xian took, the pooled blood on the floor made a gruesome sound. Finally, the sand that had dealt with all the monsters returned to Xian's surroundings. The sight of the sand swirling around Xian like a cloud was remarkably natural. Previously, if he had used a skill with this much power, his mana would have depleted rapidly, leaving him to struggle. But now, it didn't matter. It was just like scooping out a few buckets of water from a huge lake. With such power at his disposal, Xian felt confident that he could continue using skills without worrying. Great. Xian smiled in satisfaction and quickened his pace. After walking for a while, another massive underground chamber came into view. This time, Xian didn't know which guardian might be waiting inside, so he entered the chamber with heightened tension. However, the scene inside was quite different from what he expected. There was indeed a chimera that seemed to be a guardian. The colossal creature, easily over 20 meters from toe to head, was unmistakably an ogre. However, unlike a regular ogre, it had an unusual featurette with heads attached to its torso, officially known as the twin-headed ogre. The twin-headed ogre had 8 arms attached to its torso and wings on its back. It was another chimera born from the fusion of different monsters. Along with the giant one-eyed cyclop, ogres were classified as the most dangerous among bipedal monsters. With a colossal body, immense anti-magic abilities, and tremendous strength, it considered most awakened as nothing more than a meal. The twin-headed ogre was several times stronger than an ordinary ogre. If Gold Dragon Heltoon considered it as a guardian, then this creature was likely a special entity as well. Yet, this formidable twin-headed ogre was brutally defeated. Its robust skin, boasting powerful defense, was split open, revealing crimson innards, and its 2 heads rolled far from its torso. There was no need for confirmation. It was obvious who had left the twin-headed ogre chimera in such a state. Dioden, the only person who could casually and effortlessly kill such a massive twin-headed ogre, was none other than Dioden. It was evident that Dioden had passed through here. Xian hastily passed the twin-headed ogre, entering a cave behind it. Inside the cave, countless chimera corpses were scattered around. This, too, was a trace left by Dioden. Dioden had crushed anything and everything that stood in his way. It was clear that no chimera could even briefly hold Dioden back. Xian moved following the chimera corpses. As he advanced, the number of chimera corpses increased exponentially. The stench and foul odor emanating from the chimera corpses were nauseating, to the point where Xian's head began to spin. Nevertheless, Xian continued to move diligently, without a single change in expression. After walking for a while, another massive underground chamber came into view. In this underground chamber, a gigantic monster that seemed to be a guardian lay in a pitiful state. The giant was a gruesome amalgamation of various chimera corpses. Is it a corpse golem? If Kishu and the twin-headed ogre chimera combined monsters to create life, the corpse golem was a monster created entirely from nothing by Webtoon. Gathering chimera corpses to create a single entity required much more effort than Kishu or the twin-headed ogre chimera. However, it was undoubtedly worth the effort. It was just that powerful. But even the corpse golem couldn't hold back Diodon. A core was visible in the chest area of the corpse golem. It was the same magic stone as Kishu's. Webtoon had used the magic stone as the core to create the corpse golem. However, unlike Kishu's, the magic stone in the corpse golem was filled with sinister energy. Absorbing the aura of such a magic stone would undoubtedly lead to adverse effects. Kwang, Xian detonated Claymore, blowing away the magic stone. The magic stone shattered into pieces and the sinister energy within dispersed like smoke. As Xian passed by the body of the corpse golem, it happened. Quarong, as if an earthquake had occurred, the entire underground space shook. Cracks formed on the ceiling and walls, allowing sand to pour in. Quarong, the shaking did not stop with a single occurrence. While Xian continued to move forward, the entire underground space continued to tremble, and an immense wind blew from the front. His face contorted, and a fierce gust made his whole body feel like it would be blown away. Even before reaching the location where they were, it was clear something significant was happening. Diodon is fighting the dragon. The evidence lay in the tumultuous atmosphere and mana fluctuations within the underground chamber. Though still far from approaching them, Xian felt a chill on his skin, and cold sweat ran down his spine. His body reacting before his brain could process. His head was next. No thought came to his mind, as if his mind had gone blank. The dragon's enormous presence blew the thoughts out of Xian's head. Xian got down on one knee without even realizing it. Even though he hadn't directly confronted the dragon yet, an overwhelming fear overwhelmed him. Xian gritted his teeth. Cold sweat streamed down his face in a constant flow. Is this the power of a dragon? Now he understood why the dragons existed at the pinnacle of the world called Tyrant. Even as an Arank awakened, merely being in the same space as the dragon affected him so profoundly. A regular awakened would likely have already vomited blood and perished. It seemed impossible for B rank or lower awakened individuals to inflict any harm on the dragon, no matter how many gathered. Damn it. Xian cursed and forced himself to get up. With sheer willpower, he escaped the dragon's overwhelming presence. His entire body was drenched in sweat like he had taken a bath. Who would get scared to this extent? Xian muttered as if casting a spell on himself and moved forward. Shoosh. The further he advanced, the stronger the wind blew, causing the sand trailing behind Xian to scatter like grains. Nevertheless, Xian did not stop walking. After a while, Xian finally arrived at a massive underground chamber. The colossal underground chamber, impossible to estimate in size, was entirely made of gold. The walls and ceiling, all made of gold, surrounded a fierce battle between a gold dragon, towering over 150 meters, and a small human. It was Webtoon and Diodon. Kuang. The vast underground space shook as if it would collapse soon due to their clash. Crazy. Xian's eyes widened as he saw the two beings fighting. Webtoon, with his enormous body, moved effortlessly, continuously casting spells. Sometimes explosions of flames erupted from thin air, and bursts of electricity shot out. However, Diodon smoothly evaded all the attacks and counterattacked Webtoon. Diodon kicked off the wall and moved at a speed so fast that it was invisible to the eye. Tap. With just a few strikes off the wall, Diodon had come close to Webtoon and swung Crayon with all his might. Kuang. The deafening explosion, Webtoon's massive body was pushed backward. Webtoon's eyes flashed in surprise at the immense impact that shook the absolute shield. How can a mere human possess such strength? Don't underestimate humans, you lizard brat. Diodon shouted, striking Webtoon again with Crayon. In response, Webtoon unleashed reverse gravity. Instantaneously, gravity reversed, and Diodon's body soared into the sky. Without wings, escaping the reversed gravity was impossible. However, Diodon had Crayon. Crayon possessed the ability to fly. Relying on Crayon, Diodon escaped Webtoon's magic. Diodon, with Crayon in the front, collided with full force. Quang, the absolute shield vibrated as it was on the verge of shattering. Upon this, Webtoon was greatly astonished. Even until Diodon defeated all the Guardians, Webtoon didn't think he would be a significant threat. As the master of magic and possessing the strongest physique, there was no reason for Webtoon to fear a mere human. In Webtoon's perspective, Diodon was nothing more than a slightly dangerous toy. However, the actual strength displayed by Diodon in their collision far exceeded Webtoon's expectations. Although having a human form, Diodon's inherent combat strength and brute force were not human. Take this, you damn lizard. Kuang. Webtoon's head was forcefully pushed backward by Diodon's intense strike. Webtoon's golden eyes, which were slowly returning to their original position, were full of anger. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a barrage of lightning bolts fell like rain throughout the entire underground chamber. With immense thickness, the lightning bolts filled the entire underground chamber, leaving no space for Diodon to evade. Ha ha ha, you cannot defeat me with this much. However, even after taking a direct hit from the lightning barrage, Diodon remained unscathed. He emitted madness and charged towards Heltoon. Seeing Diodon akin to a berserker, Heltoon involuntarily showed a face of astonishment. Xian watched Diodon's fight with his fists clenched. It was frustrating, but this was not a level of battle where he could intervene. Shit, do not be so upset. Soon you will become as strong as Diodon, if not stronger. At that moment, a serene voice came from right beside him. Turning his head, he saw the spider-woman lying on the floor with her upper and lower body separated, glancing at him. Xian instantly knew that it was Diodon's handiwork. Who are you? Eblis Leonia. That was my name when I was human. Eblis Leonia, just call me Eblis. Heltoon calls me that way too. Aren't you subordinate of Heltoon? Yes, I am. I was forcibly kidnapped and turned into a chimera by Heltoon. Kidnapped, who would willingly end up like this? Eblis wore a melancholic expression. Originally, she was the heiress of the noble family of Curian. With her exceptional beauty and talent, she had been recognized as a talent that could revive the family. However, she was kidnapped by Heltoon before she could fully blossom her talents. Right after that, she came to Earth with Heltoon, and she was transformed into a chimera. When she regained consciousness, she saw her lower body turned into that of a spider and went insane. Heltoon used mind control magic on the distraught Eblis and made her his servant. Thus, Eblis lived as Heltoon's servant for over 100 years, carrying out Heltoon's orders against her will. There were two personalities in her mind. One was the human Eblis Leonia's personality, and the other was the chimera Eblis serving Heltoon. Among them, the personality of the chimera Eblis was stronger, forcing her to faithfully follow Heltoon's commands. For Heltoon, she fought against Diodon without questioning. Now, after the fusion with the spider was undone, she could finally find her complete self. The self of human Eblis Leonia, not the chimera serving Heltoon. The day has finally come. I thought I would be forever trapped by him. Don't look at me with those eyes. I feel more liberated now than ever. I'm sorry. I have one request. Will you fulfill it? I'll give you a gift in return. What is it? If by any chance any of my family members have come to Earth, please give them this necklace. Eblis handed Xian the necklace hanging around her neck. It had a red rose pattern engraved on it. In the center of the rose pattern, a blue gem was embedded. It's an item symbolizing the head of the Leonia family. It might be meaningless to others, but it's the most precious item to the Leonia family. It can enhance the abilities inherited in the bloodline. I can't guarantee it, but if I ever meet them, I'll pass it on. Poof, Eblis suddenly pierced her chest with her white hand. Xian furrowed his brow at the sight of her plunging deep into her chest up to her wrist. After a while, what she pulled out was a red, round gem that looked like blood. It is the red dragon's eye that Heltoon planted in place of my heart. Dragon's eyes. Heltoon hunted a young dragon of the red tribe in Kurian. Later, it was for researching chimeras. All the dragon's organs dissected by him are contained in the organization of this rare gem. He processed the last remaining eye into a small size and made it replace my heart. Though a long time has passed, the mana inside remains intact. It will be useful to you. It was none other than the eye of a dragon. Although not as large as a heart, it contained an incredible amount of mana, beyond the imagination of ordinary mages. Xian received the dragon's eye. In his hands, the intense heat characteristic of a red dragon's eye could be felt. Well then, please. Perhaps having no strength left, Eblis closed her eyes. That was Eblis's final moment. Xian let out a sigh. He hadn't harbored favorable feelings towards the humans who came over from Kurian, but after hearing Eblis's circumstances, he couldn't help but feel a certain sympathy. Xian stored Eblis's necklace and the red dragon's eye in his subspace. Just then, quang. With a deafening explosion that shook the massive underground cavern, Diodon crashed near him. Arg, are you okay? Xian hurriedly tried to help Diodon up. Don't touch my body. Rejecting Xian's touch, Diodon stood up. An involuntary groan escaped Xian's mouth as he looked at Diodon. Diodon's left arm was not visible. The shoulder area was crushed as if it had been burned. He had been hit by Heltoon's breath. Despite the undoubtedly excruciating pain, Diodon showed no signs of it. Instead, he seemed to fuel his determination with madness. Using crayon as a staff, Diodon stood up and spoke to Xian. You idiot. Yes, hey, I guess this is as far as it goes. This was the first time Xian heard Diodon speak so weakly, and he couldn't say anything. Then Diodon, while glaring at Heltoon, continued. He's insanely strong. If all other dragons were as strong as him, there would be no future for humans. Heltoon was so strong that it made one's skin shiver. Having roamed the desert for over 100 years, he had used every means to become stronger. Yet he couldn't secure a single advantage. The guy's magic existed in a distant realm beyond human reach, and his body was stronger than any monster Diodon had faced before. If it weren't for Crayon, Heltoon's scales would not have allowed even a scratch. Red flesh was visible all over Heltoon's body. He had received quite a blow from Diodon's attack. However, he was still alive and well. Diodon, who had directly faced Hiltoon, instinctively realized the real battle was about to begin. From now on, he had to stake his real life. You idiot. Yes, if you fall, you fall. Yes, don't think about what's next. You think too much. You have too many calculations and you're overly cautious. But sometimes you just have to hit it with all your might without any thoughts, just like now. With crayon tightly clenched, phantoms appeared on Diodon's either side. One of them was someone Xion knew, Akaruk, a being forced into being an undeath by Hiltoon. He appeared as a phantom. On the opposite side, someone Xion had never seen before appeared, a man in his late 20s to early 30s, a typical handsome Caucasian man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a tall stature, Crayon. At Xion's words, the Caucasian man smiled, nodding his head. Diodon made a surprised expression. Hey, can you see it with your eyes too, my friend? It was real. I thought you were crazy, talking to yourself. It's been a short time, but I enjoyed our time together. You idiot, I enjoyed it too. This is the final lesson. From now on, watch closely as I hunt the dragon. Yes, Xion replied while gritting his teeth. Diodon did not allow Xion's participation in the battle until the end. He intended to hunt Hiltoon with his own hands. Xion respected his wish. Diodon said as he walked forward, if I fall, I fall. Throw away all the lingering attachments of life like sand slipping through your fingers and give it your all. That's the only way to hunt dragons. I will never forget. Of course, that's how it should be. Hey. Diodon laughed and quickened his pace. Diodon shouted loudly, let's go, my friend. The phantoms of Crayon and Akaruk ran alongside him, merging into one. Thud, a strike imbued with the power of death forcefully hit Hiltoon's torso. Hiltoon's body shook greatly from the huge impact that even the absolute shield could not block. However, Hiltoon didn't just stand there and take it. He unleashed numerous spells and fired his breath at Diodon. Boom, quang. Their clash caused the magically reinforced lair to crumble. Giant rocks collapsed, and the sands that covered them poured down. At that moment, behind the crumbling rocks, dozens of men revealed themselves. These individuals with identical faces and attire were the chimeras created by Hiltoon to act as his clones. Empowered by Hiltoon's will, the chimeras attacked Diodon in unison. Is this all you've got, lizard? Diodon shouted as he cut down the leading clone. Arrogant human, be prepared to receive God's punishment. Don't make me laugh. Who said you're a god? A lizard like you. I won't tolerate that. This body is the god of the new world, foolish human, Quorung. At that moment, a massive lightning bolt struck the ground from the sky. The lightning pierced through the pierced underground lair's ceiling, hitting Diodon. Struck by the lightning without a chance to dodge, Diodon turned completely black like charcoal. His flesh was fully cooked and his hair vanished. It was surprising that he was alive in such a state. Diodon took a small vial from his pouch, put it in his mouth, and crunched on it with vigor. It was an elixir created by a mad alchemist, an awakening potion that instantly lifted all abnormal conditions, restoring health and mana. Without hesitation, Diodon swallowed the potion along with the glass shards. Instantly, his burnt skin peeled away, revealing fresh, new skin. It was truly a miraculous effect. Diodon roared as he swung Crayon. At that moment, a tremendous gathering of light enveloped Crayon. It was a sword aura, mana condensed into a sword. With Crayon, Diodon channeled the power of death and sent it flying towards Hiltoon. Swoosh, a large wound appeared on Hiltoon's colossal body. As a torrent of blood spurted out as Hiltoon roared in pain. Under Hiltoon's struggle, the already crumbling lair collapsed completely. Hiltoon flapped his enormous wings and soared into the sky. Diodon, using Crayon, ascended to the same height as Hiltoon. Boom, quang, quorung, thunder after thunder echoed across the dry desert sky. The aftermath of the battle between a human and a dragon was truly tremendous. The lair fully sank into the sand and disappeared. Enormous amounts of sand shot up into the air, obscuring the sun, plunging the entire area into darkness. Xion's body soared into the sky. The sand on the floor rose up like a pillar and supported him. Far above, Diodon and Hiltoon fought, their figures visible to Xion. Xion observed everything without missing a detail. There was no turning back for Diodon. He had no intention of surviving. If I fall, I fall, the last battle of his life. Diodon fought Hiltoon with everything he had. Xion saw the end of humanity in Diodon. How strong can humans become? How far a venomous human could evolve? He saw all those possibilities in Diodon. Foolish old man, seriously. As Xion struggled to finish his sentence, a slight tremor ran through his shoulders. Before he knew it, his eyes were bloodshot. Boom, quang. The battle between the dragon and the human was nearing its end. The collapsing sandstorm, the continuously flashing lightning in the sky, and the heated air all testified to this fact. In Xion's eyes, the final clash between Hiltoon and Diodon, gathering their last bits of strength, unfolded. Boom, the entire desert shook as if the apocalypse had come and the clouds in the sky were torn apart. After a sandstorm swept across the area like a tsunami, the world became as quiet as a lie. There were travelers crossing the scorching desert, where not a single shadow could be seen. They were riding on Bactrian camels, looking around as sweat dripped relentlessly from their faces. Phew, it's ridiculously hot. Damn it. Their faces were drenched in thick beads of sweat. There were 6 of them riding the Bactrian camels, 4 men and 2 women. None of them looked ordinary, in fact, they were far from it. They were a party of awakened individuals, officially known as Pathfinder Team 7. They were dispatched from Neo-Sol on a mission to explore and pioneer the southern regions. The distance from Neo-Sol to their current location was over 1,000 kilometers, marking this as their first deployment to such a distant place. There are a total of 7 Pathfinder teams dispatched. They were currently establishing a shelter 100 kilometers away to search the surrounding area. Leader of Pathfinder Team 7 was Zahar, a man of Russian descent towering over meters with muscles that seemed like armor. He wasn't just about a strong appearance. Zahar possessed exceptional combat skills as a C-rank martial arts awakened and led the team with strong leadership. His team members included 4 members: Felix, the cursed sorcerer Annika, the magic awakened Darren, who had replaced both his arms and legs with machinery, Sado, a martial arts awakened wielding a sword. Lastly, the 6th person, Mandira, a supervisor dispatched from Neo-Sol to monitor and report their progress. Mandira, a beautiful woman with long, wavy golden hair and sapphire-like blue eyes, attracted a lot of attention from men. She was staring at Annika, the only female member of the team, with her eyes wide open. Mandira mumbled, fanning her hand, "Oh my, it's so hot. Working in such harsh conditions, you all are truly remarkable. What's the point of boasting about this? Once we enter the dungeon, this will be nothing." Felix retorted promptly, his gaze towards Mandira carrying a sense of foreboding. Felix's appearance was quite ugly: short stature, rough skin, and above all his eyes lacked clarity. It made him repulsive to women. On the other hand, Mandira was an extraordinary beauty that any man would desire. With her presence, she attracted the attention of all the men, including Felix, who constantly orbited around her like a satellite. Zahar, observing Felix's actions, clicked his tongue. Tusk, a disapproving look was evident on his face. She was a supervisor dispatched from Neo-Sol. There was no way any ordinary woman would be sent to such a perilous place. Although her abilities were unknown, it was certain that she had a dagger up her sleeve. Moreover, there was no way a beautiful woman like Mandira would give her heart to an ugly man like Felix. Despite that, Felix persisted in circling around her. At that moment, Zahar was approached by Darren, the man with mechanical limbs. "Can we leave that dwarf alone like that? Leave him be, but he's not hindering the mission significantly, so just leave him." Tusk understood. "By the way, is your body holding up? It's already creaking. I can endure for now, but it won't last long." As expected, Zahar slightly furrowed his brows. Darren's limbs were mechanical, combining with his body to unleash powerful force. However, the desert sands were the arch nemesis of machinery. It shortened the lifespan of any machinery by grinding against the moving parts. A special coating was applied to prevent sand intrusion, but there was no guarantee how long it would last. It was for the same reason that they rode on Bactrian camels instead of vehicles. Vehicles and mechanical devices cannot last long in the desert. Even with recent technological advancements that allowed them to venture this far, there were limits. The nearby shelter was busy fixing vehicles that had broken down during their journey. That's why they opted to ride Bactrian camels. Whoosh. The sandstorm swept in again. This is so fucking shit. Sandstorms were the greatest threat to human survival in the desert, because if the scorching hot sand was inhaled through the respiratory system, it would instantly cause burns to the throat and lungs. This was why it was difficult for ordinary humans to survive in the desert. Just then, team leader, Sado, who was in the lead of the group, suddenly called out to Zahar. Zahar, riding the Bactrian camel, approached Sado. Sado had already dismounted and was examining the ground. "What is it? Take a look here. The sand has melted." Zahar looked at the spot Sado was pointing to. Indeed, the sand in that specific area had melted and crystallized like glass. "What is this?" "It's the trace of someone using fire magic." "Fire magic in the middle of the desert. What is the probability that it was done by another team?" "No way. As far as I know, there's no one in the Pathfinder team sent to this area who uses fire magic." Sado shook his head. Zahar's sharp gaze intensified. Sado possessed an extraordinary memory, remembering everything perfectly after seeing it once. The chance of his memory being wrong was non-existent. Zahar called Mandira and showed her the traces of fire magic. Mandira looked intrigued. "This is definitely worth investigating. Are we going to investigate it?" "Our mission is to investigate all threats near the shelter. Naturally, anyone using fire magic is a subject of investigation." "Understood, let's start tracking then." Zahar nodded to Sado, who immediately began the pursuit. The rest of the team followed. Zahar and Mandira rode side by side on their Bactrian camels. Zahar asked cautiously, "What are your thoughts on this? Suddenly building a shelter in the middle of nowhere and investigating the area. This mission is quite unusual. There had been strange aspects to this mission since he first received it." While it wasn't uncommon to send Pathfinder teams from Neo-Sol, deploying them to such a far-away location was extremely rare. especially since this area used to be a sea, making it nearly untouched by human presence. Thus, they had no knowledge of the threats or monsters that might exist there. Zahar couldn't understand why they would send Pathfinder teams specifically to this remote place. Mandira, looking at Zahar for a moment, spoke up. Do you happen to remember what happened 7 years ago? 7 years ago, are you talking about the mana explosion? That's right. Exactly 7 years ago, a massive explosion occurred in the middle of the desert far away. The explosion was so immense that a super-powered mana storm even hit Neo Soul. A mana storm so massive that it was reminiscent of the Sixth Extinction, couldn't have been something that occurred naturally. Pathfinder teams were sent to investigate the cause of the explosion, but they found nothing. Since the explosion had occurred far beyond the observation range of the Pathfinder teams, despite their efforts, Neo Soul eventually gave up trying to find the cause of the mana storm. 7 years had passed since then. Mandira continued. After that incident, the desert's ecosystem underwent a complete transformation. Monsters migrated extensively, rendering all the accumulated data useless. When a rank monster moved, its impact reached even B rank and C rank monsters. This chain reaction led to significant changes in the ecosystem. While Neo Soul had been keeping track of all nearby monsters and dungeons, the incident 7 years ago rendered all their hard-earned data useless. As a result, Neo Soul had to send out numerous Awakened to gather new data. During this process, previously unseen monsters, unknown dungeons, and mazes were discovered. To stabilize the situation, it took a whopping 7 years. Recently, monsters coming up from the south were detected. It's a new type of monster not present in our data. Could it be? Yes, we suspect that it might be a boss-class monster. That's why we think a chain reaction is happening. They aren't going to instruct us to stop a rank monster by ourselves, right? I doubt it. Our mission is simply to find out if such a monster really exists. When monsters reach a rank or boss level, they usually possess special skills. To subdue such monsters, detailed information must be obtained in advance. To minimize damages, we need to gather information as quickly as possible and retreat as soon as possible. Exactly. Zahar rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his large hand. The purpose of their deployment to this remote location was now clear to him, yet there was a lingering sense of unease. Observing Mandira's flushed forearm, he commented, "Let's hurry and gather information. We don't want to stay in the desert for too long. The sand and sun are enemies of our skin. Look at your arm, it's already irritated. Unfortunate, trying to obtain information on a rank monster, and you're worried about a little skin irritation." Annika, who had been eagerly waiting for an opportunity, interjected. However, Mandira responded nonchalantly without any signs of being flustered. Of course, for women, the skin is life. Annika, take care of your skin as well. If you continue wandering around the desert without any precautions, sudden aging will catch up to you. Don't regret it when that happens. What? This is ridiculous. Facing Mandira's harsh comments, Annika was furious and attempted to raise her hand, but her attempt was thwarted by Zahar. Stop, this is not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. But that bitch started it first. Don't forget that she is a supervisor. What can that so-called supervisor say? Annika's face twisted in frustration. However, in front of Zahar's stern expression, she couldn't escalate the situation any further. Eventually, she turned her head away from Zahar, avoiding his gaze. Mandira smiled lightly at the scene. Just then, Sato called out to Zahar, "Team leader, what's going on? It seems the situation is taking an unexpected turn." "What do you mean? This is our equipment." Sato pointed to where armor and shields were scattered, partially buried in the sand. Despite being half buried, it was unmistakably the equipment commonly used by Neo Souls Awakened. Zahar's face stiffened. "Are you sure that is our equipment?" "That is definitely the equipment the kids in Team 2 were using. I remember it clearly." The entire Team 7 became tense at Sato's words. Team 2 consisted of individuals they knew personally. Their abilities were definitely not inferior to Team 7's. If something happened to them, it meant danger for everyone. Who could have done this to Team 2? Why can't we see any bodies? Even after looking around, there was no sign of the bodies of Team 2 members. Even after digging into the nearby sand, there was nothing. Could they have been kidnapped? The monster kidnapping people. Does that mean it has intelligence? The faces of all Team 7 members showed confusion. Can we find out who attacked and kidnapped Team 2? All traces are covered by the sand, we can't know for sure. Is tracking possible? I'll give it a try. Hurry. Got it. Sato started tracking again, overcoming more than a dozen large sand dunes. When the continuous tracking had worn them down a bit, Sato spoke. "I found them." "Really?" Zahar, with a happy smile, approached Sato. However, Sato's expression seemed strange. As if he had seen something that shouldn't be seen, his pupils were dilated significantly. "What's going on?" "That." Zahar's gaze turned to where Sato was looking. Zahar's expression also changed in an instant, mirroring Sato's. What they saw was a massive village, a goblin village. In the desert, there was only one type of monster that could form such a massive village: goblins. Indeed, the scattered corpses of goblins were visible throughout the village. The goblin village had been thoroughly destroyed. However, most of the destroyed houses were buried under an enormous amount of sand. The goblin corpses were no exception. What? Did a sandstorm pass through here? The landscape could only be described as one that had been swept by a sandstorm. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the scene that unfolded before them. Zahar and his team dismounted from the Bactrian camels and entered the goblin village. Bodies of goblins, half buried in the sand, lay scattered around. The state of the goblins was truly grim. It seemed as if the sandstorm had scraped away their skin, leaving muscles exposed, and internal organs spilled out, staining the sand a dark red. The faces of the goblins were contorted in a grotesque manner, indicating the intense fear and agony they experienced moments before death. What on earth happened here? Zahar muttered as he touched the corpse of a goblin. The warmth of the body was still palpable. It died less than an hour ago. Just within an hour. Wouldn't we have seen the sandstorm approaching then? Felix expressed disbelief. Occasional desert sandstorms could wreak havoc on everything. The terror of an approaching sandstorm filling the horizon was known only to those who had experienced it. Even the most formidable awakened would not guarantee their survival against a massive sandstorm, revealing the frailty of humanity in the face of colossal natural disasters. The problem was, if a sandstorm of such magnitude occurred, Zahar and his team should have been aware of it. Even if the towering sand dunes obscured their view, a sandstorm capable of swallowing the goblin village whole would have been impossible to miss. What's really going on? What the hell happened here? The team members looked around in confusion. No living goblins were in sight. With over 1,000 goblins present, not a single one had survived. The situation was beyond their comprehension based on common knowledge. Mandira knelt beside a goblin corpse, examining it closely. This goblin was no ordinary monster. It's a hobgoblin. Hobgoblins were stronger than dozens of regular goblins combined, some even possessing special skills. Even awakened individuals below E rank would find it challenging to confront a hobgoblin. Yet this powerful creature lay dead in a pitiful state. Flesh was torn, bones exposed, and even the eyeballs of the hobgoblin retained a lingering light of terror. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like it had been caused by a naturally occurring sandstorm. Mandira furrowed her brows involuntarily. A hobgoblin could have avoided the sandstorm easily. It's not like they couldn't leave the village due to camaraderie. I don't understand. What exactly happened here? She scratched her head nervously. That's when it happened. Team leader, we've got survivors here. Sado urgently called Zahar. Zahar, along with Mandira and the others, rushed towards Sado. Pointing to the ground, Sado spoke frantically. It seems to be an underground prison. A prison? Zahar's gaze focused on the ground. Help us, please get us out of here. Faint voices of people trapped below echoed. Goblins were not the source of these voices, they were unmistakably human. Zahar shouted urgently. Quick, dig through the sand. Yes, team members immediately began digging without hesitation. With the combined strength of multiple awakened individuals, they quickly cleared more than a meter of sand, revealing the ceiling of a prison made of stones. Darren smashed the prison's ceiling with his fist. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ceiling crumbled, exposing the faces of people confined inside. Zahar recognized them immediately. Rothan Jack. The man called Rothan was the leader of Team 2, and Jack was a member of his team. Both were formidable martial arts awakened, possessing strength that could not be underestimated. They looked up at Zahar, their arms and legs bound. They had black bruises on their faces, swollen to the point where their features were unrecognizable. Team 7 quickly pulled out the two individuals and loosened their bindings. Zahar asked Rothan, "What happened? We were ambushed. Sneaky goblins set traps and waited to ambush us. What about the other team members? They're all dead. The goblins caught and ate them." "We were about to be eaten alive too." Rothan shuddered at the thought. Even just imagining it seemed horrifying. Jack, another team member, had a face frozen in terror. The goblins killed and devoured their comrades before their eyes. The sight of people being torn apart while still alive, disappearing into goblin mouths, left an indelible trauma. Even for awakened accustomed to facing death, witnessing the gruesome scene of comrades being eaten alive was exceptionally rare. Mandira asked Rothan, "What about the sandstorm?" What happened to the sandstorm?" "I don't know. It suddenly came in and covered the entire goblin village. Suddenly, we were in chaos, about to be eaten, so we couldn't focus. We didn't have time to survey the surroundings. But when we finally regained our senses, a massive sandstorm had engulfed the goblin village. Are you saying you didn't notice any signs beforehand?" "That's right." Mandira furrowed her brow at Rothan's response. She wasn't concerned about how Rothan survived. Her focus was on understanding why the goblin village ended up like this. At that moment, Rothan cautiously spoke. "I might have been out of my mind for a while, but I think I heard a human voice then." "What?" "I faintly heard a human voice amidst the sandstorm." "Human voice? Are you sure?" "I can't be certain. I wasn't exactly in my right mind at that moment." Rothan wore an uncertain expression. Zahar intervened. "Let's hold off on the interrogation. He's not a prisoner. "All right, take Rothan and Jack back to the shelter." Following Zahar's orders, the team members escorted Rothan and Jack out of the goblin village. Mandira lingered at the rear, looking back at the goblin village buried in sand. Despite rescuing Rothan and Jack, many unanswered questions remained. Venturing this far might still be too risky for humans. The shelter established by the Pathfinder team was located in a region where sand had solidified into rocky terrain over a long time. The shelter, made of specially developed materials from Neo-Sol, measured 50 meters in width, 50 meters in height, and 5 meters in height. Inside the shelter, there were no individual spaces. It was a temporary dwelling with a straightforward design. On one side of the shelter, several trucks were parked, being examined by technicians for sand damage. On the other side, Awakened were busy with various tasks. That's when Team 7 entered the shelter. Zahar shout, "Team 2 is down, attend to them quickly." "What shit?" Awakened individuals rushed over. 2 healers came together and treated Rothan and Jack. The leader of Team 1 asked Zahar, "What happened?" Team 2, they were ambushed by a massive goblin horde, attacked by goblins. It was a massive tribe of over 1,000 goblins. Even if it was Team 1 instead of Team 2, the outcome wouldn't have been different. There really were over 1,000 goblins gathered together. I confirmed it with my own eyes. The expression of Team 1's leader hardened at Zahar's revelation. Crazy, a horde of over 1,000 goblins. There had never been a group of goblins this large near Neo-Sol. Even though they are low-tier monsters, if 1,000 of them gathered, it would pose a serious threat, so it's crucial to exterminate them preemptively. Team 1 leader, despite being an experienced Awakened, had never encountered a goblin horde of 1,000 or more. To think there's such a massive goblin army. Unbelievable. Fundamentally, goblins were considered the lowest-tier monsters. While they exhibited powerful force when forming a horde, it was challenging for them to maintain a group beyond a certain level. Before establishing a hierarchy, they often became prey to other larger monsters. Goblins were the bottommost layer in the monster ecosystem. They were constantly busy avoiding attacks from larger monsters. Due to this, despite possessing incredible reproductive capabilities, forming a large tribe was difficult for them. However, in this area, there existed a sizable village with as many as 1,000 goblins. It meant the environment here was ideal for goblin reproduction. Zahar, realizing Team 1 leader's concerns, spoke up. Fortunately, a sandstorm completely wiped out the goblin village. What? It may sound absurd, but it's true. I confirmed it with my own eyes. If it's true, then that's fortunate. It was only belatedly that Team 1 leader sighed in relief. Quoom. Suddenly, the shelter shook violently. What? What's going on? Those inside the shelter were startled, looking at each other in surprise. Quoom. At that moment, the shelter shook once again. Team 1 leader quickly gave orders. Find out what's going on. Yes, Team 1 members rushed outside, and after a while they returned with solemn expressions. Trouble, we're in big trouble. A cyclops has attacked from outside. What cyclops? Yes, it's attacking the shelter. The faces of those inside the shelter changed dramatically. Cyclopes, together with ogres, belong to the highest danger category among monsters. Although officially classified as B rank, they were considered more dangerous than A-rank monsters. With a colossal stature exceeding 7 meters, overwhelming strength, and incredible resistance to magic that could deflect most spells, Cyclopes were formidable adversaries. Moreover, they possessed bipedal movement and demonstrated signs of intelligence, setting them apart from ogres. This innate intelligence, surpassing instinct, contributed to Cyclopes being deemed more hazardous than ogres. Quang, a colossal vibration resonated as the Cyclops attacked the shelter. The impact caused the shelter to crumple, revealing a fissure, and the eye of a one-eyed giant appeared. It was undoubtedly a Cyclops. This is insane. It was impervious to the attacks of most monsters, yet the shelter was crumpling and tearing like a sheet of paper. Meant that the Cyclops' attack power exceeded the shelter's defenses. Allowing Cyclops' attacks any further would result in the shelter collapsing. They had to subdue the Cyclops before that happened. Just as Team 1 leader was about to issue the attack command, Quang, again with a deafening sound, the shelter shook. The opposite wall tore open, revealing 2 more Cyclopes. It wasn't just one. Unbelievable. Despair flickered in the eyes of those inside the shelter. Handling 1 Cyclops was nearly impossible. Yet facing 3 Cyclopes, Team 1 leader and Zahar exchanged determined glances. Team 1 leader gave the order, abandon the shelter, escape by team and return to Neo-Sol. As soon as his order was given, the Pathfinder teams rushed outside. Thud, a massive club dropped onto the head of an Awakened attempting to escape. The Cyclops had attacked. The Awakened couldn't even scream before meeting an instant death. Hehe. The Cyclops gleefully chewed on the lifeless body like fish meat. As if not satisfied with consuming just one person, it attacked others. Arg, Cuke, screams echoed continuously around the shelter. The Cyclopes formed a triangle, surrounding the shelter, attacking the Awakened and enjoying their feast. Most of the Awakened couldn't escape the Cyclops' encirclement and fell victim to the relentless onslaught. As Team 7 ran forward, a massive Cyclops blocked their path. an unusually massive one. It was undoubtedly the leader of the Cyclopes. The leader needed to be distracted. Zahar shouted to Annika, "We need a sacrifice." Okay, having been together for a long time, Annika quickly understood Zahar's intentions. A surge of electricity emanated from Annika's hand, striking Mandira in the back. Her magic lightning bolt exploded. Mandira, paralyzed by the lightning bolt, couldn't even utter a scream. Annika muttered, spitting on the back of Mandira's head, "I never liked you from the start." That was the last thing Mandira remembered. Soon an overwhelming darkness enveloped her, and then Mandira lost consciousness. "Snap out of it," someone whispered, tapping Mandy on the cheek. Change from Mandria to Mandy. Only then did Mandy regain consciousness. The first thing that entered her sight as she opened her eyes was the dim ceiling of a cave. "Where is this?" "The Cyclops' nest." "What?" "Hush." The person gestured to be quiet, covering his mouth with his finger. It was a man Mandy knew. Unlike herself, he had features of East Asian descent, black hair, black eyes, and a young face with still acne on his face. "Korean Kim Sang-sik, right?" "Yes, lower your voice." Kim Sang-sik nodded. As Mandy said, he was of Korean descent. Contrary to Mandy, he was not an Awakened but a technician dispatched to repair vehicles. Mandy shook her head and sat up. Then the situation inside the cave became clear. The cave's height reached an astonishing 10 meters. It was high enough for Cyclops to lift its head and walk around freely. Inside the cave, numerous corpses of monsters were scattered around, undoubtedly leftovers from the Cyclops' meals. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik were trapped in a cage-like structure hanging from the cave's ceiling. Made of an unidentified metal, the cage was so tightly woven that there seemed to be no visible holes to escape from. Mandy snorted, "HMPH, if I break this flimsy cage, that'll be the end of it." Although she had been knocked out by Annika's unexpected attack, she was an exceptional Awakened with remarkable abilities. Otherwise, Neo Soul would not have bothered to send her out as a supervisor. She was a magic Awakened, specializing in wind magic. Mandy attempted to cut through the cage with blades of wind, but strangely her internal mana wouldn't respond. "It's no use. We can't use mana in here." "Why? What happened to the mana?" "It seems like the cage we're in is some kind of item that restricts mana." "What?" "No matter how smart Cyclopes are, it's impossible for them to create such an item. Cyclopes didn't make it. It seems like something they found as loot in a dungeon." Finally, Mandy understood. In a dungeon, finding unusual items was not uncommon. The existence of Neo Soul itself was made possible by items obtained from dungeons. "Ha, so we've become Cyclops' lunch." The only reason they were still alive was probably that the Cyclops wasn't hungry enough to devour the creatures in the nest. Mandy clenched her fist and said, "What happened to Team 7? Did you see it?" "No, I also lost consciousness." "To dare to strike me on the back of my head. If we get out of here, I won't forgive them." Mandy vowed revenge. Being a supervisor in Neo Soul wasn't a position earned through poker games. It required great skills and abilities. As long as she returned safely to Neo Soul, she could handle Team 7 without any issues. The problem was escaping this place before that. Just then, thud, thud, a dull sound echoed inside the cave. It was undoubtedly the sound of the Cyclops returning. Kim Sang-sik's complexion changed drastically. "Cyclops, ahaha, we're going to die." His face turned pale. Unlike Mandy, he was not an Awakened but an ordinary person. Despite maintaining composure until now in the face of the Cyclops, he collapsed without a trace of hesitation. Mandy comforted him. "Stay calm, we won't die." How can we face that monster, which even the attacks of an Awakened can't penetrate?" Mandy couldn't provide an answer. She too felt the same sense of gloom. The creature called Cyclops was the natural enemy of Awakened, especially for magic-based Awakened like her. Even now, she couldn't think of a way to deal with the Cyclops. Thud, thud, the footsteps of the Cyclops grew louder and soon revealed its massive form. Grrr, the Cyclops approached with its single eye flashing. Up close, it looked even more terrifying. Kim Sang-sik crouched down, covering his head with both hands. In his eyes, focus disappeared, and saliva dripped from his mouth. Kim Sang-sik was succumbing to the unique aura emitted by the Cyclops. It was one of the reasons why non-Awakened individuals couldn't resist monsters like the Cyclops. The three Cyclopes, stained with blood around their mouths, seemed to have recently hunted. Despite that, hunger drove them to scan the surroundings for prey. In the Cyclops' view, the two trapped in the cage were visible. Grrr, thud, thud. The Cyclopes approached with great strides. As they were three Cyclops, but with only two prey, they fought among themselves. The enormous cave shook as if it would collapse at any moment. The winner was the giant Cyclops. After swiftly subduing the other two, it arrogantly walked towards Mandy. As the Cyclops drew near, Mandy's face turned dark. Squelch. Finally, the cage's door opened, and the Cyclops' massive hand descended upon Kim Sang-sik. With the door opening, the effect of the item seemed to vanish, and the pressure suppressing her mana lifted. "Get away." Mandy hastily unleashed blades of wind cutter. However, her attacks dissipated without piercing the Cyclops' formidable anti-magic resistance. Her attacks only served to provoke the Cyclops. grrr. The Cyclops redirected its attention towards Mandy. Under the immense force, Mandy gasped, and her consciousness blurred. The Cyclops, in its arrogance, took the distraught Mandy towards its mouth. Eloy. It was the moment when Mandy desperately called out someone's name. Shwa. A strange sound reached Mandy's ears. It was a sound akin to when a stream of water passed through a narrow passage. However, this was a deep cave in the heart of a desert, and there was no way for a water stream to flow. Mandy thought it was an auditory hallucination on the verge of death. However, the reaction of the Cyclops was peculiar. As if a formidable enemy had entered, the Cyclops raised their clubs, turning their attention to the direction from which the sound echoed. Quia. Even at that moment, the strange noise continued to grow louder. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, the lead Cyclops, the chief among them, swiftly returned Mandy to the cage and, along with the others, turned to face the approaching sound. What's happening? Mandy, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed at the Cyclops. Due to the pressure applied when caught by the Cyclops, the blood vessels in her eyes had burst, making her vision unclear. And then it happened. Quia. An enormous amount of sand rushed into the cave. The noise that Mandy initially thought was water turned out to be the sound of sand flowing through the cave. The problem was that the speed at which the sand flowed through the cave surpassed imagination. The sand, like a tidal wave, engulfed the Cyclops. Whoosh, roar. Struggling against the sand, the Cyclops roared. However, no matter how gigantic the Cyclops was, it couldn't push back the overwhelming tide of sand filling the cave. Quack-quack-qua. Like a high-pressure stream of water, the sand rushed in with tremendous force. The Cyclops swung their clubs desperately as the sand engulfed them. However, the sand did not yield. Instead, it fiercely collided with their bodies. Quia. The Cyclops roared, but it wasn't a threatening roar. Rather, it was a cry close to terrified wailing. However, Mandy and Kim Sang-sik couldn't discern this fact as they had lost consciousness just before. Gaa. Meanwhile, the sand that rushed into the cave rotated at an incredible speed, grinding the Cyclops without leaving a trace. Their hide, equipped with anti-magic abilities, was torn away by the sand, revealing bulging muscles. Muscles boasting overwhelming mass and strength were torn apart by the sand, revealing the bones hidden inside. But even the bones were swiftly eroded by the sand. Unfortunately for the Cyclops, the cave was the worst terrain to maximize the power of the sand. In the tightly sealed cave with no escape, the sand rotated like a mixer, grinding the colossal monsters, Cyclops, into nothingness. Gaa. The terrifying noise of the sand spinning at high speed swallowed even the Cyclops' desperate screams. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik groaned, regaining consciousness almost simultaneously. Where is this? In their slightly blinking eyes, a white fabric covering the sky came into view. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice reached their ears. You've regained consciousness. Fortunately. Gasp. In Mandy's instinctively defensive stance, a man came into view. He wore a crimson robe with a hat pulled on, obscuring his face. Therefore, his true appearance remained unknown. Preparing to unleash the wind cutter, Mandy cautiously asked, "Who are you? I was just passing through. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy." Removing the hat, the man answered, revealing long hair extending down to his shoulders and fair skin. A rather tall figure with a handsome face and a gentle smile that left an impression. Most notable were his deep eyes, resembling black gems, deep and clear, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Mandy asked cautiously, seeing that there was no hostility in his eyes. "Did you rescue us from the Cyclops?" "I wouldn't say that. I just happened to find you two collapsed while passing by here. You found us, that's right. You were lying trapped in a cage-like structure, seemingly unconscious. I thought leaving you there might lead to trouble, so I brought you here." As the man answered, Mandy briefly put her hand on her head. Her head felt dizzy. The memory of an enormous amount of sand pouring into the cave came back to her. Did we get swept away by the sand? Mandy couldn't figure out why the sand had poured into the Cyclops' nest. She wasn't curious about what happened to the Cyclops. What mattered was that despite being engulfed by such an enormous sand wave, they survived. And not only that, they were fortunate enough to be swept outside and rescued by someone passing nearby. Luck couldn't have been better. Behind the man, a Bactrian camel laden with luggage came into view. Where they lay, wooden pillars had been erected, and white fabric were warped around it to provide shade, blocking out the sun. Mandy bowed her head. "Don't mention it. I will definitely repay this kindness. May I know your name?" The man answered with a smile. "Xian, my name is Xian." The man was Xian. 7 years had taken the innocent away from him. Lines had vanished from his face, and his gaze had deepened. Even in his movements, there was a sense of ease, a mark of a strong character. Xian took out a leather pouch filled with water from inside his robe. "You must be thirsty. Have a drink." Mandy accepted the leather pouch without hesitation as she was suffering from a burning thirst. She drank the water first, then handed the leather pouch over to Kim Sang-sik. After taking a sip, some of her strength began to return. Both Mandy and Kim Sang-sik expressed their gratitude to Xian. Xian smiled and said, "I'm glad you're all safe, but are there no others with you? If you mean companions, there are none." Are you saying you're crossing the desert alone? Mandy's eyes widened. Even Pathfinder teams, considered to be elite, struggled to reach this point with multiple members. That's how dangerous the desert was. One couldn't predict where and what kind of monsters inhabited the area. Especially after the mana explosion 7 years ago, the ecological system of monsters underwent significant changes, rendering previous data useless and making things even more dangerous. Now, there was no safe place except near Neo Sol. However, Xian casually mentioned crossing the desert alone. It was natural for Mandy to be suspicious. Xian said with a smile, I have a good sense. I can also sense monsters to some extent, so if I feel something's off, I always take a different path. That way I avoid the habitats of monsters. You don't have a detection skill or anything, not at all. If that's true, you have an incredible sense. It would be a great help for survival. Xian exuded the aura of a seasoned survival expert. Only someone who had survived in the desert for a long time could possess such a nonchalant attitude. Mandy gently bit her lip for a moment. She knew nothing about Xian. Still, she had no one else she could rely on right now. She cautiously asked, can you tell me where your destination is? Why do you ask? If by any chance you are heading towards Neo Sol, could you take us with you? Neo Sol, you say. Yes, we will definitely repay the favor. Please take us to Neo Sol. It's not an easy task. I don't know if you're aware, but the habitat of the monsters has changed significantly over the past 7 years. That's why I'm asking you for a favor. Kim Sang-sik and I both hold fairly decent positions within Neo Sol. If you take us with you, you'll be rewarded appropriately in Neo Sol. Xian's identity and where he came from were unknown. Under normal circumstances, she would never entrust everything to such an uncertain existence. However, after losing everything due to Zahar's betrayal, she had no other choice. Currently, she couldn't even determine Neo Sol's location. It would be naive to think it would appear simply by heading north. The desert landscapes were too similar, making it impossible to accurately navigate. Moreover, they had lost all the trucks they came with. In such a situation, if they lost Xian as well, they would wander the desert and eventually die of dehydration like mirages. Their only hope for survival was Xian. Kim Sang-sik also kneeled before Xian. We implore you like this. Please don't abandon us. Unlike Mandy, who was an awakened, Kim Sang-sik was just an ordinary person. It was clear that if he was abandoned here, he would not be able to last another day. Xian sighed and said, there's no other choice. All right, I'll take you to Neo Sol first. Kim Sang-sik's face lit up with gratitude. It seemed like it had been an incredibly challenging day for Mandy and Kim Sang-sik, as they both fell into a deep sleep. Xian watched them sleeping with a thoughtful expression. As expected, they're from Neo Sol. The two of them didn't know, but Xian had been observing them from the beginning. To be precise, it started when Zahar and Team 7 arrived at the Goblin Village. It happened shortly after he annihilated the goblins. At a glance, Zahar and Team 7's attire and equipment were sophisticated, far beyond those surviving in the desert. Looking at clothing stained with traces of civilization made Xian long for Neo Sol. 7 years ago, Diodin disappeared along with Heltoon. Literally, they vanished without leaving a single trace. The shock caused the desert's terrain to change completely, and an unprecedented mana storm occurred. Xian was the only person who watched them until the end. When both of them disappeared, Xian felt a tremendous sense of loss. After that, he wandered aimlessly through the desert, just like Diodin did. He had no particular purpose, no particular idea of what to do. That's how he lived for 7 years. Adding the 1 year he spent with Diodin, he had been wandering the desert for 8 years. During that time, many events occurred, and those experiences had shaped Xian. Gradually, he felt the desire to return to Neo Sol. The encounter with the two people ignited that feeling within Xian. If their destination was the same, taking them along didn't seem like a bad idea. It would be easy to enter Neo Sol with them. Xian organized his thoughts, lying down on his robe. He drifted into sleep, a deep sigh escaping him. Keek. The next morning, Xian woke up to a strange sound echoing from afar. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik immediately got up on edge. What's that? What's that sound? They displayed a tense expression, sensing hostility and danger in the distant sound. Xian replied nonchalantly, it's the cry of a wyvern. It seems like there's a wyvern nest not too far from here. A wyvern? Oh my god, both of them turned pale. Wyverns were B-rank monsters, but their threat level was rated as a rank or higher. Unlike other monsters, their main stage was the sky, making them even more menacing due to the unpredictability of when and where they would suddenly appear and attack. Xian collected the improvised sunshade and wooden pillars he had set up all night. It's better to leave before the wyverns come here for prey. He skillfully folded the gear and loaded it onto the hump of the Bactrian camel. Then, without any hesitation, he departed. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik hurriedly followed behind Xian. Especially Kim Sang-sik's face was contorted with anxiety, almost pitiful. Just the distant sound of the wyvern's cry was causing his heart to beat intensely. This place is hell. First Cyclops, now a wyvern. How on earth did that person survive in a place like this? His gaze was fixed on Xian, who was walking ahead. Xian moved forward with casual steps, seemingly unaffected even by the sand sinking up to his ankles. Despite being a skilled awakened, walking on the sand consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Thinking about walking like this all the way to Neo Soul made everything feel surreal. Huke, huke. They hadn't walked for long, yet sweat was pouring like rain and rough breathing filled the air. The face was reddening as if it would burst at any moment. At that moment, Xian turned around. It seems like it won't work. What? You two can take turns riding the camels. It'll help you save some stamina. And what about you? I'm used to the sand, so I don't mind walking all day. Unlike the already sweat-drenched two, Xian remained smooth and unaffected. His face was unchanged, and not a single harsh breath escaped him. His words were proof that he wasn't lying. Kim Sang-sik couldn't dare to refuse and reluctantly climbed onto the back of the Bactrian camel. Although he was exposed to the scorching heat once again, it wasn't as unbearable as before. Xian, as if it was nothing, continued to walk with casual steps. Mandy was amazed as she looked at Xian's back. His walk is really unique. How does he walk so smoothly without his feet sinking? It's like the sand is pushing him forward on its own. It was truly an unusual way of walking. She had never seen anyone walk like this before. He must be an awakened, either in the magic or martial arts realm. What's his rank? There were many things she was curious about. For now, it was clear that Xian was an awakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed in the scorching sun. What Mandy was truly curious about was the specific type of awakened Xian was. Checking his rank could be done easily by looking at the wrist insignia, but Xian was wearing gauntlets. The gauntlets he wore covered up to his forearm. Interestingly, there was a round, red gem embedded on the back of the hand, drawing attention. Judging by the gauntlets, it seemed martial arts-oriented. Such weapons were commonly used by martial arts awakened. However, to assert that Xian was a martial arts awakened, his aura felt off. The color representing martial arts awakened was red. Due to the influence of their awakened abilities, they were known for being active and passionate, reflected in the red color of their insignia. On the contrary, magic awakened were symbolized by a cool blue color. It was because their intellect prevailed over instinct. That's why it was usually not difficult to distinguish between magic and martial arts awakened. However, strangely, Xian didn't clearly exhibit such characteristics. Although his attire suggested martial arts, his behavior and gaze seemed more aligned with magic awakened. I'll probably find out as we go. The distance to Neo Soul was over 1,000 kilometers. Walking such a long distance would inevitably reveal his abilities. Mandy tried her best to conserve energy while walking. Fortunately, she had the ability to manipulate the wind. When her body temperature rose from the intense sun, she could raise a gentle breeze to cool down, making it more bearable than Kim Sang-sik riding on the Bactrian camel. At that moment, Xian's voice reached them as they continued to walk. Looks like it's going to rain. Let's go up there. What rain? Mandy and Kim Sang-sik exchanged bewildered looks. With not a single cloud in sight and the sun beating down so intensely, the idea of rain sounded absurd. They thought Xian had gone mad. However, regardless of the two's reactions, Xian led them higher. With no other choice, Mandy and Kim Sang-sik had to follow Xian. They reached the summit of the highest sand dune in the area. Boom! Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, dark clouds gathered, followed by thunder and lightning. Then a heavy rain shower began. Is this for real? Oh my gosh. Unable to close their gaping mouths, the two couldn't believe their eyes. The torrential rain, pouring down with tremendous force, filled the lower ground. If they hadn't listened to Xian and remained below, they would likely be struggling in the water by now. Xian smiled while looking at the waterlogged area. His expression was strangely eerie. He spoke, when it rains in the desert, creatures awaken. It just so happens that this place has the best terrain for them to inhabit. Awaken? What are you talking about, those creatures? At that moment, from the waterlogged area, bubbles rose and something emerged. Like twisted wires, bizarre creatures with slender and elongated bodies wriggled, moving strangely. The grotesque sight made Mandy and Kim Sang-sik feel uneasy. Mandy asked, clutching her stomach, what are those? I've never seen anything like that before. Those are ghost sandworms. They remain dormant during dry periods and awaken when supplied with moisture, searching for prey. Ghost sandworms. They burrow into the prey's body, control its brain, and make it go seeking for water. In the desert for water, that's why they're terrifying. If you're possessed by a ghost sandworm, you wander the desert endlessly, eventually dying from dehydration. Then they feed on the nutrients from the corpse and go back to sleep. When it rains again, they awaken. The most terrifying thing in the desert wasn't powerful monsters like wyverns. It was these unseen threats that were even more frightening. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Xian, walking towards where the ghost sandworms were, said, "Wait here. No, why are you going down to a place where such terrifying things are? I've always wanted one of them." Xian answered with a chuckle. One common misconception among people is that it never rains in the desert. However, that's only a partial truth. Rain does fall in the desert, but it happens so swiftly, and the water disappears into the sand so quickly that often no traces are left behind. Sometimes it pours as if it could swallow everything in its path, even turning an entire region into a temporary sea, yet just as quickly, it vanishes into the sand without a trace. There are specific terrains in the desert where water collects exceptionally well. These are areas where the rain forms puddles or small ponds. Of course, the water drains rapidly, but in such places, ghost sandworms lie dormant. When the sand is bone dry, these monsters seem lifeless, almost as if dead. However, once rain falls and pools, they awaken like parasites, monsters of a low rank that wouldn't even make it to F rank. Surprisingly, even in Neo Soul, the existence of such monsters is unknown, not documented in the meticulously crafted Monsters Encyclopedia. These parasites, not even worthy of a F-rank designation, pose a danger beyond imagination. Once they infiltrate a body, no matter how robust the monster, it seeks water, dehydrating and killing its host in the process. Unless adequately shielded by an energy field, escaping the tendrils of ghost sandworms is nearly impossible. Awakened face a similar plight. Once these monsters invade, there is no known method to expel them. Xian discovered this fact purely by chance. He happened to be in an area where rain fell. In that moment, a ghost sandworm awakened from a puddle, and a colossal monster came seeking water. Xian watched as the massive monster became a puppet, manipulated by the ghost sandworm. From then on, Xian became intrigued by these monsters. However, obtaining ghost sandworms proved more challenging than he anticipated. The optimal terrains for these monsters were not as abundant as one might think. If an area had no rainfall at all, these monsters didn't exist. Even in areas where rain fell, suitable terrains for the monsters to briefly settle were scarce. Finally, even if one managed to discover ghost sandworms with such difficulty, capturing them alive was not an easy task. Due to this, Xian also experienced multiple failures in obtaining ghost sandworms. However, through several unsuccessful attempts, he found a way to capture them alive. Xian pulled out a small glass bottle from within his robe. The surface of the glass bottle was engraved with characters that seemed to hold an unknown significance. Splash. As Xian arrived at a puddle, the ghost sandworms sensed him and trembled vigorously. Their wire-like bodies twisted grotesquely, rushing towards Xian. The sight of their wire-like bodies, contorting eerily without arms or legs, naturally instilled fear in any observer. What's that? Mandy and Kim Sang-sik, who were watching from afar, widened their eyes in surprise. The bodies of the ghost sandworms suddenly turned transparent, and like missiles they were shot towards Xian. At that moment, Xian extended the glass bottle he held in his hand forward. Invisible to the eye, 3 ghost sandworms shot into the bottle as if drawn by an unseen force. It seemed as if the ghost sandworms had willingly entered the glass bottle. However, Mandy knew that wasn't the case. Xian had undoubtedly employed some kind of technique. Having acquired the ghost sandworms he desired, the rest became unnecessary. Swoosh. In a moment, intense flames erupted around Xian. The scorching fire swiftly consumed the remaining ghost sandworms. Having dealt with the monsters, Xian gathered sand from the spot where they had been and filled a glass bottle. This was the key. Placing the sand from where the ghost sandworms had been into a magically treated glass bottle made them fall into a dormant state, almost like a lie. When the monsters attacked Xian, towering over a meter, they shrank to be smaller than his finger, their forms contorting grotesquely. HMPH. Xian sealed the glass bottle, wearing a mischievous grin on his face. He stored the bottle containing the ghost sandworms in his robe. In reality, it was in a pocket dimension, but to Mandy and Kim Sang-sik, it looked like he placed it within his robe. At that moment, the downpour ceased abruptly, and the sun beamed down brightly as if nothing had happened. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik blinked in astonishment. So much had transpired in such a short time, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Experiences like these would be impossible in Neo Soul. The two descended the sand dune and approached Xian cautiously. Mandy asked cautiously, "What are you going to do with those ghost sandworms?" "What do you mean?" I think they seem to have various potential uses. If you bring them to Neo Soul, we could study them and potentially create items that could help many people." Mandy, in her role as a supervisor dispatched from Neo Soul, developed an interest in the new form of monster. However, Xian firmly cut off her curiosity. "I apologize. I obtained the ghost sandworms out of personal curiosity. If you want them, catch them yourself." "Oh, I didn't mean." Mandy stammered, caught off guard. Her life now depended on Xian, and it wasn't the time to go against his will. "I'm sorry. My ambition got the best of me. It's okay. It happens. Just refrain from doing it again." Xian responded with a gentle smile to Mandy's apology, but she couldn't bring herself to smile. There was something unsettling about Xian's laughter. It was at that moment Mandy truly realized what kind of person Xian was. He was someone strong and experienced enough to wander the desert alone. Judging by the skills he used earlier, he's likely a magic user, perhaps a fire magic type awakened. The fact that he effortlessly incinerated the ghost sandworms during the downpour indicated a considerable level of proficiency, at least C rank to B rank. With this level, he could receive considerable recognition even in Neo Soul. Mandy knew she had to be more cautious. After the commotion settled, the three of them resumed their journey. When Kim Sang-sik's stamina sufficiently recovered, Mandy and he swapped places. Mandy, now on the Bactrian camel, sighed in relief. No matter how strong of an awakened she was, walking across the desert all day took a huge toll on her stamina. Even after just half a day, her breathing felt labored, and the hot air seemed to scorch her throat. Xian spoke to Mandy. If you're thirsty, wring out your wet clothes and drink it. That. But in a little while, even that will evaporate, and there will be nothing left to drink. Upon Xian's words, Mandy hastily wrung out her outer garment, and water began to flow. Mandy drank the streaming water eagerly. Kim Sang-sik followed Mandy's actions. Xian patiently waited for them. In reality, Xian's subspace held a considerable amount of water. Even if he distributed the water, it didn't matter. However, survival in the desert required more than easy access to resources. One had to procure water and hunt for food independently. If they wished to return safely to Neo Soul, cultivating such habits from now on was imperative. Xian led the group without showing any signs of difficulty. Kim Sang-sik and Mandy took turns riding on the Bactrian camel, replenishing their stamina. Meanwhile, they observed Xian closely. Despite walking all day, Xian displayed no signs of fatigue. He didn't even break a sweat, and there was no hint of labored breathing. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik couldn't comprehend how Xian managed such endurance. How can he be like this? He seems like someone who has lived his whole life in the desert. No, even if that were the case, is that possible? The more they observed Xian, the more questions piled up. However, Xian remained silent, unwilling to share anything about himself. After a while, as they continued walking, Xian suddenly stopped. He knelt on the ground, sweeping away sand with his hand, revealing an unexpected discovery: a corpse. The body was dried up like a mirage, all moisture gone. Xian asked the two, "Would you like to see if you recognize who this is?" "It's an awakened member of Team 3. Mandy quickly identified the body. It was the first awakened to escape when the Cyclops attacked. Since he was the first to run away, she had assumed he would still be alive. Why he ended up dead here was a mystery. Xian pulled the corpse from the sand. Visible wounds on the back suggested an attack from behind. It seems he was attacked from the back. Judging by the size and shape of the wound, likely by a sword. At Xian's words, Mandy's pupils trembled. During the Cyclops' assault, each team escaped separately, so logically there should have been fellow team members around him. In that case, the person who sneakily attacked and killed him was undoubtedly a member of Team 3. Xian continued, "There's nothing on him. It looks like he was thoroughly robbed. He was looted. Yes, when left alone in the desert, human nature tends to reveal itself. It's not that surprising." Mandy sighed at Xian's words, realizing the harsh reality they faced in the unforgiving desert. Xian spoke as if it were nothing special. It wasn't uncommon for yesterday's comrades to become today's enemies. Perhaps there was long-standing resentment, or maybe it was an attempt to seize belongings from the corpse. In the harsh and isolated environment of the desert, true nature often emerged. Xian, having witnessed such scenes countless times, wasn't surprised. However, Mandy and Kim Sang-sik were left in shocked silence. Xian stood up and said, "Let's go. The monsters that have caught the scent will come soon. Wasting time dealing with the corpse would make them an easy target for the approaching monsters. Leaving the area before the monsters arrived was the best option." Fortunately, both Mandy and Kim Sang-sik followed Xian's words without hesitation. The deceased was just a fellow dispatched on the mission, and without personal connections, they could leave calmly. "How long did they walk?" Go away, Haya." Suddenly a voice strained with agony echoed from a distant place. Xian led the group towards the direction of the faintly heard voice. Tusk. Suddenly Xian clicked his tongue. Mandy cautiously asked. Why? She couldn't see anything yet, so she couldn't understand why Xian clicked his tongue. Xian pointed his finger towards the sky. "It's a wyvern flock." Wyvern? Only then did Mandy turn her gaze to the sky. In the distance, a wyvern flock circled, and an awakened fighting them became visible as they walked closer. He wielded a spear, attacking the wyverns. However, his attacks couldn't reach them. The wyverns played with the awakened like a cat toying with a mouse, inflicting significant wounds with each interaction. Although he was protecting his body with protective gear made by Neo Soul, it was useless in front of the wyvern's sharp claws. Whoosh. The wyvern's claws tore through the awakened's protective gear like a rag. The name of the awakened being attacked was Creed. He was an awakened who belonged to Team 3, same as the body Xian and his group found a little while ago. He killed his companions and robbed them of water and items. It was an inevitable choice since there was a shortage of water. The items were just a bonus. After all, it was something the dead didn't need. After killing his companion, he ventured into the desert alone. Until recently, he believed he could survive any crisis in the desert, but the reality of his foolish thinking became apparent within half a day. Quack! The fangs and claws of the wyvern flock descended upon Creed relentlessly. Quack! Ultimately, Creed's neck was bitten by the wyvern's fangs, his life ending. As Creed died, the wyverns swarmed to feast on his remains, resembling a murder of crows. Witnessing Creed's torn-apart corpse, Kim Sang-sik averted his gaze in disgust and horror, his face displaying a mix of repulsion and fear. Mandy, while affected, maintained her composure, focusing on a particularly large wyvern, bigger than the others, with a glossy black body and a faint crimson glow around it. Mandy immediately recognized the source of the glow. Aura, so a monster of at least B rank or higher. The phenomenon of sparks around the black wyvern indicated a powerful aura, typically seen in rank monsters. In other words, the black wyvern was an rank monster. Huke, Mandy unintentionally gasped as the black wyvern and her eyes met. The colossal wyvern seemed to be looking directly at her. D-Dulk. A gasp of fear escaped her as an overwhelming sense of terror invaded her. The fierce wyvern swarm showed no intention of moving. Particularly the giant black wyvern seemed preoccupied, gazing elsewhere. Could it be because of that? Mandy hastily looked at Xian, who smiled and said, "The wyvern flock seems satisfied. They're not interested in us for now. We better go before they change their minds." Without waiting for Mandy's response, Xian continued walking. Let's go." Mandy and Kim Sang-sik, with no time for further contemplation, followed Xian. As Xian's group disappeared from sight, the black wyverns turned their heads again, looking in the direction they had left. In the eyes of the black wyvern, there was a faint gleam of fear as it looked at Xian's retreating back. The journey went smoothly. Xian skillfully navigated around the habitat of the desert monsters as if he were a ghost. At times, it seemed like he was taking detours, but upon later reflection, Mandy realized that Xian's path was indeed a shortcut. In those moments, a chill ran down Mandy's spine. As the sun set and evening descended, Xian found the optimal terrain to set up camp. Dinner consisted of preserved jerky that Xian had stored, and they quenched their thirst by squeezing dew from the cloth spread out overnight. In this way, the two of them, accompanying Xian, were able to learn survival techniques in the desert little by little. Mandy felt towards Xian. He truly knows the desert well. Of course, there were many in Neo-Seoul who were knowledgeable about the desert. However, their activities were limited to the vicinity of Neo-Seoul. Beyond that, survival was not guaranteed. Xian was different. Even though it was his first time in this area, he immediately identified where the monsters inhabited and what type they were. He was an excellent guide, to say the least. Now Mandy understood why Xian roamed the desert alone. With such abilities, there was no need to bother with traveling with others. The more people, the easier it was for the monsters to detect them. Traveling with Xian eliminated that concern. It seemed like he moved along the boundaries of the monsters' territories. Still, following Xian was not easy. The sand, sinking deep up to their ankles, drained their stamina, and the scorching sun beating down from above robbed their bodies of moisture. The suffering experienced by Kim Sang-sik, an ordinary person, was beyond comparison to Mandy. Despite Xian making accommodations, Sang-sik was gasping for breath, reaching his limits. His lips were cracked, peeling, and his eyes had lost focus long ago. Even riding on the Bactrian camel didn't alleviate his plight. For an ordinary person with no abilities, the desert was an excessively harsh environment to survive in. Mandy glanced at Sang-sik. Huke. He swayed weakly on the back of the Bactrian camel like a puppet with its strings cut. Unfortunately, there was nothing more she could do to help him. Then it happened. Xian, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and sifted the sand on the ground. Mandy cautiously inquired about the reason. "Why are you doing that? We need to be careful from here." "What?" "Sandworms like this kind of sand. They prefer soft, fine sand particles like this. The finer the particles of the sand, the more amplification of even small vibrations. This type of terrain with soft, fine sand was optimal for monsters like sandworms that detected surface vibrations for hunting." Mandy asked with a puzzled expression. "Are there different types of sand too?" "Yes, there are, and you can distinguish that. It's possible when you've survived in the desert for a long time." "Really?" Mandy shook her head in amazement. If anyone could do that, the desert would already be dominated by humans. Since it wasn't the case, the desert still remained as the territory of monsters. It was a skill unique to Xian. Now Mandy was certain of that fact. "I'll move along the outskirts of the sandworm territory. The chances of them detecting us are low, but still, be careful not to make any noise," Xian said as he continued walking. If he were alone, there would be no need to be this cautious. The desert was his domain, and sandworms were not his adversaries. However, with Mandy and Kim Sang-sik as companions, he needed to be careful. One of the insights Xian gained during his 7 years of wandering the world was that most people harbored jealousy and envy. Those who were better than them needed to be brought down, and if possible, dragged down to their level. Dealing with such individuals was not fearful, but it was already becoming tiresome. It was while Xian was walking along the outskirts of the sandworm territory that it happened. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sight entered his field of view. In the distance, a partially covered object in the sand became visible. "What is it?" Mandy asked with a puzzled expression. "Well, it looks like a corpse for now." A corpse. She looked in the direction Xian was gazing. After concentrating for a while, Mandy could make out the object that Xian was looking at. That's definitely the uniform of Team 7. Mandy furrowed her brow. It was too far and buried in the sand, making it impossible to identify who had fallen. Xian said, "Let's get closer for a look." Yes, nodding, Mandy followed Xian. Behind them, Kim Sang-sik rode on the Bactrian camel. It took almost 20 minutes, but finally the three of them reached the fallen person. Only then could they clearly see the face of the fallen individual. Mandy's eyes widened. Annika, it was undoubtedly Annika, the only woman in Team 7. In an instant, Annika opened her eyes. Ho-ho, caught you. As if she had been waiting for the question of when she had fallen, she sprang up. Mandy, surprised, opened her eyes wide. What's going on? What's going on? You've fallen into our trap. Ho-ho. Annika stepped back, laughing. At that moment, those who had been hiding in the nearby sand emerged. Zahar and Felix, Darren and Sato, the entire Team 7 had been lying in wait. They had surrounded Xian's group. Zahar looked at Mandy and said, "You managed to stay alive. Team leader Zahar. What is this about? What is it about?" "Well, judging by your complexion, it seems like you've had proper food and water. We just thought we'd share. As you can see, we haven't had a decent meal for days." The condition of Team 7 was a mess. Their faces were gaunt and their skin was rough and flaky. Despite escaping the shelter unharmed, it was evident they had gone hungry without finding any food. They had rationed their emergency supplies, but it had run out for everyone 2 days ago. Since then, they had been in a state of continuous hunger. In the eyes of Team 7, Mandy and Kim Sang-sik appeared healthy. Unlike the famished members of Team 7, Mandy's face was full of life. It was evident they had rations. Zahar looked at Xian. "You probably have food and water, right?" It was impossible for Mandy and Kim Sang-sik to find sustenance in the desert with their abilities. Ultimately, Xian was the only one among them who could be a variable. "Leave them and come this way. It would be better for you," Zahar said politely, but his gaze was fiercely predatory. Having gone without food for 2 days, they saw nothing but the possibility of obtaining water and rations. If they could secure supplies, they were willing to do anything. "If you give us food and water, Neo Soul will greatly reward you." Zahar's eyes evoked an image of a venomous creature. It was the same for other team members. In desperation, they had abandoned their pride and lured Xian's group into a trap in the sand. Xian chuckled. "If we give you food and water, will you truly spare our lives? Of course. We'll even protect you all the way to Neo Soul." "I don't believe you. You have no choice either way. Joining hands with us is your only chance at survival." As Zahar spoke, Felix, Darren, and others took positions behind Xian's group. They seemed poised to use their skills if necessary. That's when Mandy stepped forward. "Does it have to be this way? We are all part of the same family, aren't we?" "Family. Outside of our team, I've never considered anyone family even once." "Does that mean you won't accept this person as part of the same team?" Zahar's expression hardened at Mandy's words. It shifted to an interrogation. Realizing that persuading them nicely was out of the question, he gave the order. "Kill them all. Kill them." Cha, Darren's mechanical arm and Sato's sword attacked Xian, while Felix's curses and Annika's magic were unleashed on Mandy. "You never saw this coming, did you?" Mandy, fueled by rising fury, unveiled the skill she had concealed until now. In an instant, Mandy's body split into 5. It was a mirror image, a form of illusion magic. Puff. Felix's curses and Annika's magic struck Mandy's illusion. Meanwhile, the real Mandy had moved behind Annika. "I never liked you from the start either," she said to the defenseless Annika, intending to cast a spell. However, Zahar moved faster than her. Where to swoosh? His strike resonated strongly with Mandy. Arg! Mandy was thrown back with a scream. As a team leader, Zahar's attacks were exceptionally powerful. Mandy fell to the ground, blood pooling around her. Seeing Mandy in that state, Annika was furious. "That was close. You damn bitch." Annika spat out a curse without hesitation. Zahar entrusted the disposal of Mandy to Annika and turned his gaze towards Xian. Darren and Sato had been attacking Xian for a while, but he narrowly avoided all their strikes. "Not bad skills you've got there." Darren and Sato's skills were outstanding even among the Pathfinders. In particular, the combination of the two was perfect and brought despair to many people. Darren's brute force pushing and Sato's sword, shooting like a streak of light, created a flawless synergy. Together, they relentlessly pressed Xian, seemingly sharing consciousness, leaving him with no apparent way to counter. However, Xian managed to evade their attacks effortlessly. His movements seemed peculiar, effortlessly gliding over the sand as if someone was pulling him with a rope. Especially contrasting was the fact that with each step Darren and Sato took, they sank deep into the sand up to their ankles. This difference prevented them from easily overpowering Xian despite their overwhelming advantage, allowing time to slip away. "This guy is used to fighting on the sand," Zahar murmured, biting his lips. It was unclear what variables might arise if they let time pass. Before that, they had to subdue Xian. Noom, Zahar joined the assault. Quang, the air exploded with the force of his punch. Naturally, Xian was the target. However, with a narrow margin, Xian evaded Zahar's attack. Continuing his assault, Zahar said, "The more you resist, the tougher it gets for you. It'd be better to surrender willingly." Even if I surrender, you won't spare my life, will you? Xian said with a smile. Even amidst the combined assault of the three, Xian maintained a composed expression, unsettling Zahar's emotions. I'll cut off your limbs and feed them to the monsters. If you like monsters so much, I can call them for you. What, Kwang? In that instant, Xian swung his leg forcefully, and with a deafening sound, fine sand particles scattered into the sky. Powerful vibrations traveled far through the sand. It was not just a simple dust cloud. Xian, utilizing his dominance, had sent vibrations far away. Not just any vibrations, he transformed them into the wave pattern that sandworms favored the most. The effect was immediate. Quack quack quack. Sandworms from a distance reacted to the vibrations and swarmed towards the source. While Zahar and his team remained oblivious, Xian keenly sensed their movements. What kind of trickery is this? You're dead, this damn bastard. As Zahar, Darren, and Sato attacked Xian, that was when it happened. Whoosh, piercing through the sand, massive insects revealed themselves behind Xian, sandworms. What is it? Sandworm crazy. Zahar, Darren, and Sato opened their eyes wide. They hadn't expected a sandworm, one of the tyrants of the desert, to appear at this time. Among them, Zahar's surprise was particularly pronounced. Why sandworms? Could this be a sandworm territory? If it were just one sandworm, there wouldn't be much to fear. The problem was that behind Xian, not one but 4 sandworms emerged. Sandworm that had briefly protruded its head into the air, as if taking a breath of fresh air, disappeared back into the sand. Thud. Following that, a powerful vibration was felt. The sandworms were charging towards the 3 individuals. Felix urgently spoke, moving quickly. Why are they leaving that bastard alone? Between them and the sandworms was Xian. However, Xian was not leaping to their defense, and the behavior of the sandworms skipping Xian and rushing towards them was incomprehensible. Darren cursed, delivering a punch to the ground with his mechanical fist. Kwang. With a single punch from him, the sand erupted like a volcanic explosion. However, the force didn't reach the sandworms beneath the surface. This is exactly what made dealing with sandworms challenging. It wasn't easy to attack them as they hid beneath the surface, making it difficult to approach. Conversely, the creatures used the sand as a defensive barrier, patiently waiting for an opportune moment. It's not for nothing that sandworms were known as the assassins and tyrants of the desert. Zahar spoke. Don't move recklessly, everyone. They can sense our vibrations. We need to kill them the moment they reveal themselves. Yes, understood, leader. Sato and Felix replied simultaneously. While their responses were confident, a perplexed expression lingered on their faces. Quia. At that moment, a sandworm suddenly raised its head. Its large, gaping mouth targeted Darren. Who does this bug bastard dare to target? Darren, infuriated, swung his fist. It was a fist made of machinery. A black aura emanated from the fist. It was a color exclusive to those integrated with machines. Black symbolized death and destruction. Darren had determined to obliterate the sandworm in one blow. However, just before his fist could unleash its force on the sandworm, a small variable occurred. Crackle. Suddenly, a tiny flame ignited on Darren's forearm. Of all places, it happened to be the drive shaft of the mechanical prosthetic. As the drive shaft melted in an instant, the mechanical prosthetic ceased to function. Simultaneously, the black aura enveloping the mechanical prosthetic vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Darren's gaze shifted towards Xian, who was standing at a distance. Instinctively, he realized it was Xian's handiwork. His suspicion turned out to be true. Xian was holding up his right arm. A gauntlet enveloping the entire forearm and fist. Embedded in the back of the gauntlet was a red gem. The red gem was vertically split in the middle, resembling the eyes of a reptile, emitting a sinister light between the two halves. Chimera Eblis, who was forced to become a guardian of the gold dragon Heltoon. The eye of the red dragon, which had served as the power source for Eblis. Through the fusion of the red dragon's eye, the gauntlet transformed into the Gauntlet of Scorching Heat. The Gauntlet of Scorching Heat allowed Xian to wield fire magic. While not as refined as manipulating sand, it still allowed him to unleash fire magic somewhat intuitively. Concentrating the fire magic on a specific point, he melted only the drive mechanism of the prosthetic. He hadn't spread magic over a wide area, and concentrating it on a single point, like gathering sunlight through a magnifying glass, wasn't particularly difficult. Although it was a simple spell, the aftermath was anything but insignificant. As Darren hesitated when the prosthetic stopped working, a sandworm seized the opportunity and swallowed him in one gulp. Squelch. Without a chance to scream, Darren's body was gruesomely torn out of the sandworm's mouth. Darren, no. Zahar and Sato shouted loudly at the sight of Darren being ruthlessly devoured before them. The sound created vibrations, and the sandworm, detecting the vibrations, attacked the two of them. Quia. A massive mouth emerged, cutting through the sand. Zahar aimed a punch at the head of the sandworm that suddenly appeared. Kwang Ki. With a deafening sound, the sandworm let out a scream. While its exterior seemed unharmed, its brain was completely scrambled. The sandworm collapsed, lifeless. Zahar, quickly putting out the flames, searched for the sandworm that had devoured Darren. However, the sandworm that had filled its belly had already concealed itself. This is It was when Zahar's shoulders trembled with anger. Ugh! Suddenly, Sato's scream echoed. Sato was staggering, suffering from a severe burn on his side. In the midst of restraining the sandworm, he had fallen victim to the flame magic secretly cast by Xian. The pain from the burning side temporarily overwhelmed Sato's senses. Seizing the opportunity, the sandworm attacked Sato, disappearing into the sand in an instant. No screams were heard. Yuwa. Zahar, who had lost 2 subordinates in an instant, was enraged. He charged towards Xian, the culprit behind the whole situation. Now he no longer cared about the sandworms. In his mind, there was only the determination to kill and eliminate Xian. Don't think you can die peacefully, you bastard. Zahar's charging figure, radiating fury, was extremely threatening. However, it fell far short of wiping the smirk off Xian's face. Thud, Xian flicked his finger. In an instant, the sand solidified, gripping Zahar's ankle. As a result, Zahar momentarily staggered. During that moment, the enormous sandworm's mouth targeted him. How dare a mere insect like you? Zahar attempted to unleash his skills against the sandworm, but Xian was quicker than that. Boom, a small flame erupted before Zahar's eyes. The flame directly seared Zahar's retina. Kraug, suddenly pain and darkness engulfed Zahar as he screamed. In the meantime, the gigantic mouth of the sandworm swallowed him. Zahar's scream vanished, consumed by the sandworm. Swoosh! The sandworm that swallowed Zahar disappeared into the sand. That was Zahar's end. Observing this, Xian muttered. You don't always need to use a grand skill to kill. Xian had long realized that even a seemingly insignificant skill, when used strategically, could easily eliminate a formidable opponent. Moreover, the most perfect victory was achieved without exerting one's own strength. Xian turned his head to look at Mandy. After allowing Zahar to deliver the blow, Mandy couldn't escape unscathed. Felix and Annika relentlessly attacked Mandy as if they had gone mad. Fuck, die, just die. Felix cursed vehemently, the curse of collapse, the curse of decay. Felix unleashed every curse he could muster onto Mandy. However, strangely, Mandy remained unscathed by his curses. Instead, it was Annika's attacks that pushed her into a corner. Flash bomb, boom, Annika's magic exploded right before Mandy's eyes. Mandy was sent flying as if caught in a storm. Her appearance was in disarray. Clothes torn, hair tangled messily. Seeing Mandy in such a state, Annika, fueled by anger, shouted, "How is it? How does it feel, you damn bitch?" She too had witnessed her comrades being devoured by the sandworms. Rage had consumed her reason, and she vowed to kill Mandy even if it meant her own death. You're finished. You're dead. I'll tear you apart limb by limb. Annika approached Mandy with great vigor. Ha, damn it, I knew it would come to this. Mandy, who had been lying on the ground, spat out curses as she rose. Sweeping her blonde hair back, Mandy lifted her head. However, there was an inexplicable change in the atmosphere. Mandy was undeniably a stunning beauty. Deep golden waves of hair and azure eyes that resembled embedded sapphires. She possessed a noticeable beauty that stood out wherever she went. However, it seemed somewhat lacking in fierceness to survive in the desert. But now, as Mandy lifted her head, her face bore a disdainful expression and a hint of venom. Certainly the same person, yet the entire atmosphere had completely shifted. Most notably, her ears were impressive. The pointed ears, previously concealed by her blonde hair, were now revealed. Annika, looking at her ears, made a sarcastic remark. "What's this, you an elf? No, a half-elf. What the hell, why are you making sarcastic comments? Ha, what, should I cut off your fingers and make them into chopsticks? Ha." Annika's mind momentarily blanked at Mandy's unexpected retort. She stammered, "You what? What are you saying? As you can see, I'm a half-elf." "Idiot, what?" "Let's deal with you first." Mandy drew a little rod from behind her waist. Shaya, as she pressed the handle, the rod instantly transformed. Extending far taller than her, the rod now had a spearhead at its tip. "What's this? What do you think it is?" Thud, Mandy kicked the sand and propelled herself into the air. Shahahak. In an instant, Mandy arrived before Annika, swinging the spear. Yeek. Annika hastily unfolded her arrow boom. However, Mandy's spear ruthlessly cut through the arrow boom. The air failed to explode, fading away without any impact. The spear's edge didn't only cut through the arrow boom, it also slashed Annika's neck. As if a red thread appeared on Annika's neck, her head promptly tumbled down to the ground. That was Annika's end. "Annika," Felix called out to Annika, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Wow, that's really noisy." Mandy sneered, gripping the spear in reverse. As she did, the spearhead split into 9 branches. Mandy threw the split spear. Squelch cuke. The spear pierced Felix's chest. The spearhead, split into 9 pieces, tore through the inside of Felix like a rag. Felix collapsed, coughing up blood. Mandy clapped her hands lightly and muttered, "It was annoying to keep dealing with this ugly face flirting with me. Mandy, this girl is the problem. Why give him chances? How long do I have to clean up after her?" At that moment, a sandworm unexpectedly raised its head from beneath her. However, Mandy didn't panic, she gracefully stepped back. The sandworms quickly dragged the corpses of Annika and Felix inside. It felt like the sandworms, now satisfied with their feast, were retreating. Xian, paying no attention to the sandworms, looked at Mandy. Though her appearance remained the same, everything about her temperament, atmosphere, and gaze had changed. It was as if her inner self had transformed. Xian spoke. two personalities in one body. At that moment, Mandy, with a peculiar sound, looked at Xian. Captivating expression and lustful eyes. It was enchanting enough that any man who laid eyes on her would be captivated instantly. She approached Xian with her back to him. As expected, you are not an ordinary young man. Mandy can't handle you. What is your name? I'm Aloy. As you can see, I'm Mandy's guardian. Fascinating. Being a half-elf is surprising enough, but having a dual personality. Do others know about this? This is the first time someone has heard my name and remained alive. So far. It sounds like a threat that I'll be killed if I make a wrong move. Or is it just a misconception? It's no misconception. I can do anything to protect Mandy. Then you should keep me alive even more. Without me, Mandy would wander the desert and eventually die. That's the dilemma, how to dispose of you. Aloy grinned, revealing her white teeth. Mandy considered herself an ordinary human. This was understandable, as in her youth she possessed an appearance no different from others. Though she heard compliments about her beauty back then as well, it was well within the boundaries of human norms. It wasn't until after her secondary puberty that Mandy became aware of her half-elf nature. One noticeable change was her ears. While not as pointed as those of full-blooded elves, they weren't as rounded as typical human ears either. It seemed as if the two features were perfectly blended. After this revelation, Mandy questioned her identity and eventually discovered the truth. Her mother had been assaulted by an elf, leading to Mandy's conception. The seed of misfortune planted in her mind, Mandy became disheartened and gradually turned inward. She became hypersensitive to the gazes of others, internalizing the struggles day by day. To protect her, Aloy was created. Another personality emerged. Aloy's temperament was starkly different from Mandy's, embodying aggression and violence. Viewing everyone as an enemy, Aloy would recklessly attack, tearing throats without hesitation. Due to Aloy's destructive tendencies, numerous problems arose. As the situation worsened, the personality that had lurked beneath the surface for so long finally revealed itself. Mandy stepped forward to calm Aloy, resulting in a more active presence than ever before. Mandy forged an agreement with Aloy. In Neo Soul, Mandy's personality dominates. Aloy, on the other hand, takes charge when there's no need to worry about others' gazes. Aloy deemed it the right moment for her to be in control. In her hand was a spear, not an ordinary one, but an item excavated from a dungeon. It possessed extraordinary power with an automatic summoning feature for its owner. The nine-pronged blade resembled the tails of a nine-tailed fox, hence its name, Mad Gumiho. Gumiho equal nine-tailed fox in Korean, similar to kitsune in Japanese. The Mad Gumiho was a legendary weapon even in Korean. The fact that such a weapon found its way into Aloy's hands might have been destiny, given her partial elven lineage. Wuong, the Mad Gumiho vibrated in Aloy's hand, responding to her determination. Aloy grinned and spoke. What's it gonna be? Do you want to be torn apart and become food for the monsters, or will you obediently listen to me? If I don't listen, will I become food for the monsters? Ho ho, of course, why ask the obvious? Oh, there's a third option, by the way. What's that? Kill that bastard and let's establish some kind of understanding between you and me. Everyone could be happy then. The bastard she referred to was none other than Kim Sangsik, riding on the Bactrian camel. Sangsik, realizing the situation, paled. Why are you trying to kill me? I haven't done anything. You know Mandy's secret. I won't tell anyone. I promised to keep the secret. Aha, who would believe that? Killing you to keep your mouth shut is much cleaner. Please spare my life. Sangsik dismounted from the camel and knelt, realizing escape was impossible. It was better to plead than futilely attempt a getaway. Tears and mucus streamed down Sangsik's face as he looked at Aloy, who chuckled. This guy's begging is so annoying. Her gaze shifted back to Xian. What should we do? Choose, it's your call. None of the options appeal to me. I'd rather talk to Mandy. Please bring her, that won't work. She has a withdrawn personality. Still, I want to meet her. How can I do that? Simple, beat me. If I burst, she'll come out. Of course, that won't happen. That's simple. Thankfully. Do you have the confidence to beat me? I'm curious, are you so arrogant by relying on just that spear? What? Without the half-elf part, you don't seem all that special. Your confidence seems excessive. Xian's words, laced with a hint of amusement, stiffened Aloy's expression. She retorted while gripping the Mad Gumiho. Fuck, talking all high and mighty without knowing a thing. Sometimes you need a good beating to come to your senses. I agree. Ha, I'll knock some sense into that big mouth of yours, you bastard. Aloy's anger erupted. She swung the Mad Gumiho. In an instant, the illusion of a spear made of mana appeared in the air. It was one of her skills, Rain Spear. The power of Rain Spear unleashed through the Mad Gumiho was immense. Boom, 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 crash. The Rain Spear erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing sand to shoot up like pillars before cascading in all directions, completely upheaving the area. However, Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Aloy scanned the surroundings, flicking her eyes, soon able to spot him. Xian had quietly shifted about 20 meters to the left, and there was no trace of any wounds from the spear. Quite the trick. Aloy dashed towards Xian like the wind. The extended Mad Gumiho lunged at Xian. Just before being pierced, Xian swung his gauntleted fist. Crash! With a metallic sound, the Mad Gumiho was repelled. What the? Aloy was taken aback. The Mad Gumiho, being an item excavated from the dungeon, possessed tremendous piercing power. It could easily tear through weapons and armor like paper. However, it seemed a seemingly ordinary gauntlet had blocked the Mad Gumiho. It seems like that's also an item from a dungeon. A friend made it for me. Fuck, a human making something like that. You're half human yourself, aren't you? Don't underestimate them. Xian chuckled. Aloy was left bewildered. The gauntlet he was wearing was crafted by Kylie, whom he met some time ago. Combined with the eye of a red dragon, Kylie's masterpiece, a rare enchanter, evolved into the Gauntlet of Scorching Heat. The Gauntlet of Scorching Heat became an entirely different item from when Kylie first created it. Its power was by no means inferior to the Mad Gumiho. Die! Aloy went into a frenzy. She wildly swung the spear, pulling something from her pouch and scattering it around Xian. It was a kind of trap, a trap created for hunting monsters in Neo Soul. Naturally, it was no ordinary item. There were mana-infused creatures in the vicinity. It would attract them with its enchanting force and immobilize them. Once caught in the trap, even the strongest monster would be temporarily unable to move. Aloy scattered around a dozen of these traps, blocking all of Xian's possible paths. With this, she felt confident in attacking Xian. However, all her attacks were blocked by Xian's gauntlet. Clang! Sparks flew out with a metallic sound. Aloy charged forward to attack, and Xian retreated while defending. Charging forward was easier than retreating. Moreover, the movement added more strength to the attack. Naturally, it seemed advantageous to charge forward. Aloy thought the same. However, the situation turned out to be the opposite. Xian, as if hanging from invisible strings, gilded backwards, and even at Aloy's speed, catching up was challenging. What further fueled her frustration was that Xian hadn't used any skills yet, simply observing her every move. As if he wanted to gauge the extent of her true skills. Where the hell is this bastard? Aloy, in a frenzy, swung the Mad Gumiho. Each time a powerful skill was unleashed upon Xian. Crash! Sand erupted, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. Xian's head was also blowing in the wind. However, behind the strands of hair, there was no hint of movement in his eyes. The Mad Gumiho seemed to be splitting into 9, not illusions, but real 9 entities. At Aloy's gesture, 9 spears rose into the air. From the mana connecting the 9 spears, an incredibly intense light emanated. Take this, 9 spear strike. Aloy's ultimate skill unfolded. Xian's retinas were filled with a blaze of light. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. It's been a long time since Xian had encountered someone who actively revealed the skills to attack him so boldly. Since the battle with Leviathan in the distant south, most formidable monsters had avoided him altogether. As a result, he hadn't had a proper fight until now. Facing an opponent who genuinely confronted him with full force after such a long time brought a rather enjoyable feeling. Injecting mana into the Gauntlet of Scorching Heat, Xian unleashed a powerful strike. F-whoosh. In an instant, flames surged from the gauntlet. The crimson flames rotated like a dragon's breath, colliding with the 9-spear strike. Quang, arg, a stifled groan escaped Aloy's lips. Her face, whitened by the intense impact, displayed frustration. Instead of overpowering Xian, she ended up receiving a counterforce, and the 9 spears were deflected in various directions. Meanwhile, Xian rushed forward through the openings. The blazing gauntlet caught particular attention, the red gem on the back of the hand resembling the eye of a colossal monster. In the midst of this, Xian, reaching Aloy's proximity, delivered a powerful punch. Thud, cuke, Aloy was thrown backward with a scream. Fortunately, she managed to cross her arms to block the attack, but if her reaction had been slightly delayed, her chest might have caved in. It felt like both her arms were about to break, but Xian's assault was far from over. Thud, his knee struck her face, and this time she couldn't even scream. Her nose broke, and everything went hazy. Still, Aloy tried desperately to regain her composure and counterattack, but Xian didn't give her a chance to recover. Thud, Xian's fist pounded into her abdomen. Aloy retched, expelling all the food in her stomach and crumpled to the ground. Fuck, Aloy reached out, summoning the Mad Gumiho, but she couldn't swing it in time. Xian kneeled on her chest, seizing her wrist with a strong grip. Aloy gritted her teeth, trying to free herself with all her might, but it proved futile. Maintaining his position, Xian opened his mouth. Bring Mandy out. Fuck you. Thud, instantly Xian's fist struck Aloy's face. Her cheekbones shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Bring Mandy. No way, if you don't want to get beaten. Aloy glared at Xian with venomous eyes, but the moment her gaze met Xian's pupils, she involuntarily swallowed dryly. What kind of eyes? Dry black pupils that seemed to read no emotions, a gaze resembling that of a beast rather than a human. I'll say it one last time. Either die as Aloy or bring out Mandy. You bastard. With those words, Aloy's expression changed in an instant. The defiant demeanor vanished completely, replaced by a face overwhelmed with fear. It was Mandy. Sob. Tears streamed down Mandy's face. Seeing her like this, Xian chuckled. Now we can finally have a proper conversation. Just because there were two consciousnesses didn't mean one's field of vision was limited. Although Aloy took the forefront, Mandy also shared the same field of vision, so she watched closely how Aloy was being brutally beaten by Xian. Aloy's pain was also Mandy's pain. Naturally, she keenly felt the suffering Aloy was going through. That's why she couldn't help but look at Xian with a frightened expression. Xian spoke. Mandy, right? Why yes. I think I understand the roles you two play now. You handle anything related to Neo Soul, and Aloy takes care of the fighting, right? Yes, I won't say anything about Aloy coming out just now, but whenever we negotiate or exchange information, Mandy must be the one to do it. Is that clear? Clear, yes. Okay, let's settle it that way from now on. Is that it? What? Xian looked puzzled and Mandy cautiously answered. Aloy acted rudely. Oh, it's okay. It wasn't that big of a deal. Xian smirked as if to say, what's the problem? Aloy was undoubtedly strong. If ranked as an Awakened, she would be at least B rank or higher. Especially the skill she displayed at the end was quite dangerous. If it had been any other Awakened instead of Xian, they would have been seriously injured or even dead. Aloy was that good at one-on-one combat, but the problem was that Xian was even more skilled in combat than her. After parting ways with Diodon, Xian had been in numerous fights for 7 years. Most of them were battles against monsters, but there were also fights against humans, such as the local indigenous people and scavengers who targeted Xian. Xian had won all those fights and survived. He had accumulated experiences incomparable to Aloy. Mandy expressed disbelief. Aloy is strong. She's strong. With a bit more experience, she could become dangerous. Oh, drink this first. Xian suddenly took out a small bottle from inside his robe and handed it to her. What is this? It's a kind of healing potion. If you drink it, minor injuries will heal quickly. Oh, and set your broken bones in place before drinking it. They might heal misaligned if you don't. Mandy's nose had been broken, struck by Xian's knee. Only then did Mandy realize her condition and put her nose back in place. Crack. As soon as the broken nose found its place, she breathed more comfortably. Mandy took the mysterious healing potion Xian gave her. The moment she drank it, a strange, refreshing feeling spread through her. Heat rose in her previously broken nose and injured arms. It was a sign that the bones were mending. Mandy looked at the empty bottle in astonishment. What is this? I've never heard of a healing potion like this. It's a mixture of some monster's blood and herbs. Quite effective, isn't it? This goes beyond being just effective. Even in Neo Soul, there was no healing potion with such efficacy. Taking Xian's healing potion into Neo Soul would surely cause a commotion. Who exactly is this man? She couldn't understand him according to her common sense. He could see through everything in the desert, and on top of that, he was eerily strong. If such a person existed in Neo Soul, she would have known. Her ignorance meant that Xian didn't grow up within Neo Soul. There was such a powerful individual outside Neo Soul. Unconsciously, she rubbed her forearm. Goosebumps rose on her body. Inside, a part of her was raging. Aloy was making a fuss. She wanted to fight again, believing she could win. But Mandy knew, even if Aloy came out again and fought, she wouldn't be an opponent for Xian. Mandy asked, is something bothering you? Do you happen to know Alharan? What is that? Mandy shook her head at the word she heard for the first time in her life. You don't know. They say it's a city built by the different species that came over from Curian. What? Those bastards built a city. Aloy's personality suddenly emerged. Whether Xian put on a stoic face or said something, she couldn't help but express her anger. Did those bastards really build a city like Neo Soul? Speak up. I clearly asked to talk to Mandy, not Aloy. It seems you easily forget your lessons. Ah, that fuck. Sorry. It's just that when I get pissed off, I don't know what I'm saying. Why are you pissed off? Your race must also exist in Alharan. Do I look like the result of love? Those elf bastards assaulted our mother to give birth to me. So does that sound pleasant to you? Tell me where it is. I'll go in and kill them all right now. Aloy raged, ready to rush in if she found out where it was. Xian, looking at her like that, said, since you're no help at all, send Mandy out. Hey, if you really don't want to die. You bastard. Aloy left with curses and Mandy appeared. She apologized with a confused expression. Sorry. When she really gets angry, I can't control her. Never mind. Do you really not know about Alharan? I really heard about it for the first time now. Are there any different species inside Neo Soul? Any. There are quite a few of them. Weren't a lot of them killed in the massacre several decades ago? How do you know about that? Yes, it is said that at that time a lot of people died, but they quickly multiplied like cockroaches. Like Aloy, there was a strong hatred for different species in Mandy's tone, especially towards elves. Do you think there might be someone among them who knows about Alharan? Well, I'm not sure. Mandy hesitated at the end of her words. At that moment, Kim Sangsik, who had been watching, cautiously spoke up. If it's the Ice Queen, she might know. Ice Queen, it's the nickname for the ruler of the Northern Territory. She's a pure elf. Xian looked at Kim Sangsik with interest. So the Ice Queen is a pure elf. Yes, it is presumed that she is of pure elven blood. Damn bitch. Mandy uttered an angry tone mixed with her voice. Currently, Neo Soul was divided into 5 major districts. Jin Jumho, the mayor, dominated the center. Naturally, he held the greatest power, overseeing overall Neo Soul policies. The person who had transformed the ruins of Seoul, destroyed by terraforming side effects, into a city harmonizing magic and civilization was none other than him. His power, as solid as the high walls surrounding Neo-Seoul, was formidable. However, there were those who challenged his power. They were the rulers of the four directions east, west, south, and north, each reigning over their respective territories. The ruler of the east, Sedun; the ruler of the west, Kim Hyun-soo; the ruler of the south, Zio Ran; lastly, the ruler of the north, the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen was an elf. Because she rarely engaged in external activities, people in general were not even aware of her existence, but she definitely existed. From behind a thick curtain, she led the North District. Most of the different species within Neo-Seoul resided in the north, which was why there were so many. The Ice Queen had thoroughly protected them. That bitch will never talk. She's a selfish woman who only cares about her own kind. There was a time when Mandy had considered relying on the Ice Queen. However, due to being a half-elf, she hadn't even seen her face. It wasn't the Ice Queen's doing it, was one of her subordinates. He had immense pride in being a pure elf. When he found out that the young Mandy who came to him was a half-elf, he humiliated her immensely. Since that incident, Mandy trembled whenever she thought of the North District. Even though the insult was from a subordinate, it was still a humiliation from the Ice Queen's camp. Afterward, Mandy never visited the North District again, and the mere mention of the Ice Queen made her tremble. Xion's reaction was different from hers. I'm glad I could help. But you understand the need for secrecy. Of course, got it. Xion nodded his head. It was still a secret to be kept. Although not known at the moment, people would eventually learn of the existence of a city named El Harun. Perhaps the leaders of Neo-Seoul already knew this fact. The only thing unknown was where exactly El Harun was. The same applied to Xion. After Diotin disappeared along with Hiltun, Xion roamed the world. Among the places he visited was the Kamchatka colony. It was to find El Harun, which was presumed to be near the Kamchatka colony. Xion was confident that he could easily find El Harun with his abilities. However, reality was different. No matter how much he searched the vicinity, El Harun did not appear. It was only then that Xion realized that El Harun was perfectly hidden using some special method, perhaps hidden with a magic barrier or magic spells. The moment he realized this fact, Xion gave up neatly searching for El Harun. There were many places he wanted to visit. He didn't want to waste time pursuing El Harun in one place. After that, Xion left the Kamchatka colony and wandered the world. Ice Queen, I will definitely have to meet you after I enter Neo-Seoul. Although he didn't get a definite answer, he had some clues, so he felt it was okay to return to Neo-Seoul with peace of mind. Xion said, moving his steps. Let's go now. Yes, Mandy and Kim Sang-sik followed Xion. Kim Sang-sik was relieved that Xion didn't abandon him. At that moment, Mandy approached him and whispered, if what happened here leaks out, Aloy will kill you for sure. Aloy, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen anyone like that. Keep that promise. Don't worry, I also value my life. We'll see. Mandy's words sent a chill down Kim Sang-sik's spine. Mandy had been hiding the fact that she had two personalities, also the fact that she was a half-elf. If either of these secrets got out, she would be in serious trouble. She was using this as a threat. Now, Kim Sang-sik had to keep not only Xion's secret but also Mandy's secret. Fortunately, Kim Sang-sik was someone who could keep his mouth shut in any situation. He promised to keep the secrets and looked around. The bodies of Annika and Felix were nowhere to be seen. They were probably already digested in the sandworm's stomach. Thinking that he might end up like that too if he made a mistake, his spine shivered. At that moment, swoosh, suddenly the sand rose up and sandworms appeared. The sandworms circled around Xion, Mandy, and Kim Sang-sik for a moment. At that moment, Xion subtly kicked the ground. Thud, a short but powerful vibration spread, reaching far and wide through the sand. The sandworms chased the vibration created by Xion and disappeared into the distance. Kim Sang-sik was astonished by the unbelievable sight. What on earth is this man? Cha Dong-seok, a D-rank martial artist awakened, was dispatched from Neo-Seoul to the Mana Stone Mine. Changed from magic to mana, his mission was to patrol around the Mana Stone Mine, identify and eliminate any threats. Damn it, dust accumulated on his goggles, making it difficult to see clearly. The constant blowing sand was the cause. Cha Dong-seok took off his goggles and roughly wiped them with his sleeve, grumbling. Seriously, can't we do something about this damn sand? I have to wipe my goggles every 10 minutes. The whole world has turned into sand. What can you do? You can't just sweep away all the sand. Just endure it like everyone else. Hee. His subordinate chuckled, looking at Cha Dong-seok. Damn it, I wish I could sweep it away myself. It's just frustrating because I can't. If that were possible, where would humans be? It's probably impossible even for gods. The gods must be dead. If gods existed, would the world be in such a mess? Cha Dong-seok put his goggles back on and looked up at the sky. It said that the sky used to be blue, but now it just seemed yellowish. Come to think of it, he had never seen a blue sky even once. So stories about the sky being blue in the past were hard to believe. I wish I could see a blue sky before I die. Hee. Is that even possible? Just wake up from your dream already. You bastard. Can't I even dream? Thud. Cha Dong-seok slapped the back of his subordinate's head. However, the subordinate just laughed it off. He said, "Shall we start heading back soon? It looks like the sun will set in a little while." "Fine, turn the steering wheel." Roger, just as the subordinate was about to turn the steering wheel, something strange caught Cha Dong-seok's eyes. "Wait, stop, what's wrong? Over there, isn't that a person?" "What nonsense. In the middle of the desert, a person, oh damn, there is." The subordinate widened his eyes. On top of a sand dune in the distance, there were figures walking towards them. Although their faces were not visible yet due to the distance, it was clear that they were people. Scavengers. There shouldn't be any scavengers active around here. Still, be prepared to fight at any moment and drive towards them. Yes, there were 5 people in the buggy, including Cha Dong-seok. Prepared to attack at any moment, they drove towards the approaching figures. After a while, they could meet the unknown individuals. 2 men, 1 woman, and a Bactrian camel, a common means of transportation for scavengers. Thick layers of dust covered their heads and shoulders. Cha Dong-seok, stopping the buggy in front of them, shouted, "This area is the Mana Stone Mine managed by Neo Soul. Stop and identify yourselves." "Mana Stone Mine? Well, then we've come to the right place." The woman replied, looking at Cha Dong-seok. Blonde hair, blue eyes, an incredibly beautiful woman. The men in the buggy couldn't help but focus their gaze on her. Although it might be uncomfortable for her, the woman casually revealed her identity. "My name is Mandy Sistine, a supervisor from Neo Soul, dispatched with Pathfinder Team 7 to investigate the monster ecology in the south." Supervisor for Pathfinder Team 7. Cha Dong-seok's pupils shook. The Pathfinder teams were an elite armed group. Their strength aiming for exploration was incomparable to those like Cha Dong-seok who patrolled or roamed around. If she was indeed a supervisor for Pathfinder Team 7, she was undoubtedly someone superior to Cha Dong-seok. "Can you prove your identity? If you contact Neo Soul, they will respond quickly." At that moment, the man on the Bactrian camel spoke up. "I will vouch for her identity." "And who are you?" "I'm a mechanic dispatched with the Pathfinder teams. Here is my access card." Kim Sang-sik had an access card. Since he frequently entered major facilities, he always carried it with him. Cha Dong-seok checked Kim Sang-sik's access card. It's certain. Access cards were impossible to steal or forge. They responded to the bio-waves of the carrier, making theft or forgery impossible. Cha Dong-seok's gaze turned to the last man. "What about you? He's part of my group. I guarantee his identity." Mandy stepped forward to vouch for Xian. Xian, flipping his robe back, looked at Cha Dong-seok. "I'm Xian. I'm from the slums." Slums. For a moment, disdain flashed across Cha Dong-seok's face, a reaction to the word slums. In Neo Soul, those from the slums were treated as criminals. Especially awakened from the slums were often regarded with suspicion. Although not all, many of them were affiliated with criminal organizations. Moreover, not registering as awakened in Neo Soul made their identities uncertain. Many criminal activities were centered around awakened from the slums. That was why the perception was not favorable. Kim Sang-sik spoke. "He's not a dangerous person. I'll vouch for him too." "I understand for now. However, if you enter the Mana Stone Mine, you must first be quarantined. Please understand." "All right." Kim Sang-sik nodded. Cha Dong-seok pointed to the backseat of the buggy and said, "All 3 of you, get in the car. We'll head to the Mana Stone Mine." Finally, getting in a car, "I'm alive." Joyful expressions appeared on Mandy and Kim Sang-sik's faces. It had been almost 2 weeks. Despite taking breaks intermittently by taking turns riding the Bactrian camel, the pain remained constant. The whole body was sore and painful. They wanted to quickly enter the Mana Stone Mine, rest comfortably, and recover. The 2 of them quickly got into the buggy. Unlike them, Xian didn't immediately get in and approach the Bactrian camel. "You've worked hard. Now live freely," Xian whispered as he removed the saddle strapped to the back of the Bactrian camel. The camel closed its eyes and leaned its face against Xian's face, as if communicating with him. In fact, they had spent quite a long time together, but now that Xian was entering Neo Soul, it was time to part ways. "Farewell." At Xian's words, the Bactrian camel snorted loudly and soon dashed into the desert. Xian watched its departing figure for a moment before getting on the buggy. It had been a year traveling with Diodin and 7 years alone. For the first time in 8 years, Xian sat in a car. Perhaps that's why it felt strange. "We're leaving." At Cha Dong-seok's command, the buggy set off. Xian closed his eyes and felt the vibrations of the vehicle. Mandy and Kim Sang-sik looked at Xian with mixed expressions. "We really made it safely to Neo Soul. Does this make any sense?" The past 15 days with Xian felt like a dream. They faced numerous dangers on their way here. Sometimes encountering giant monsters, and at other times, narrowly escaping quicksands. Yet Xian, as if sensing all the threats in advance, always managed to avoid them by a hair's breadth. Although walking on the sand was challenging, they had never faced a life-threatening situation. Both Mandy and Kim Sang-sik knew how incredible this was. The fact that they survived was nothing short of a miracle, and Xian was the one who made that miracle happen. Their gazes toward Xian were filled with admiration. Xian, seemingly aware of their gazes, extended his head out of the window, looking ahead. In the distance, a rocky hill protruded from the desert, the Mana stone mine. It had been 8 years since he last saw this site, making it feel like a new experience. To return to this place, when he left, he never thought he would be able to come back. Back then, merely following Diodon was overwhelming. The giant gate opened, revealing the interior of the Mana stone mine city. It remained unchanged from 8. Cha Dong-seok got out of the car and spoke to Mandy and Kim Sang-sik. I'll take you both to your lodgings. And what about him? Mandy pointed at Xian. There are separate places for those from the slums, but he's with our group. I apologize. It's the rule of the Mana stone mine. Cha Dong-seok was firm. Mandy seemed like she was about to say something, but Xian spoke first. I'm fine, so go and rest comfortably. Don't worry about me. As you know, I can sleep well anywhere. All right. Seeing Xian like this, Mandy had no choice. She and Kim Sang-sik followed Cha Dong-seok toward their lodgings. An awakened individual approached Xian. Come with me. Every aspect, attitude, tone, gaze, the person treated Xian with disdain. Of course. Xian, smiling, followed the awakened individual. Throughout the journey, the awakened individual remained silent, not saying a word. The place the awakened individual took Xian was a shabby lodging deep within the city of the mine. Creak. As they entered, people inside the lodging became visible. All of them were Cha Dong-seok's subordinates. Thud. As the door closed, the awakened individual who brought Xian spoke. Did you say you were from the slums? Yes, so. How did someone from the slums end up with them? What's your purpose in entering the Mana stone mine? Purpose? What are you talking about? Is it related to the scavengers? He treated Xian as if he were a criminal. Other awakened created a tense atmosphere surrounding Xian. However, Xian responded without any sign of unease. I have no connection with the scavengers. Then why did you enter the Mana stone mine? Are you allowed to do this by any chance? What? I may be from the slums, but I'm part of the supervisor's team. Can you handle the consequences? What the hell is this guy saying? Do you think that woman can protect you? If I throw you into the underground of the Mana stone mine right now, no one will find you. So it's better for you to answer honestly when treated well. No, this shouldn't be happening. Show me your rank insignia. The wrist insignia was the most certain way to determine the rank and grade of the opponent. Therefore, breaking this unspoken rule among awakened was a grave action. It indicated that they considered Xian with contempt, knowing he was from the slums. The awakened individual roughly grabbed Xian's wrist. What? Are you wearing gauntlets? Aren't you going to take this off? He tried to forcibly remove Xian's gauntlets. If he thought of Xian as an equal opponent, this would have been an action he could never take. Others did nothing to stop him, they just watched. All of them were looking down on Xian after learning that he was from the slums. Haha, Xian laughed at the absurd situation. In response, the awakened gripping Xian's wrist had an even angrier expression. What is this guy laughing? Do I look funny to you? Yes, you look amusing, you bastard. Thud. At that moment, a chilling cracking sound echoed. The awakened, who had been trying to remove Xian's gauntlets, suddenly looked down at his own wrist. Xian had broken it. Belatedly realizing his situation, the awakened screamed. Arg, did you never learn that if you carelessly mess with someone else's wrist insignia, you'll get your own wrist broken? Well, that's disappointing. The atmosphere in the room turned cold at Xian's words. This bastard. He's crazy. The other awakened inside drew their weapons. Xian laughed as he looked at them. It seems none of you have learned it. After guiding Mandy and Kim Sang-sik to their lodging, Cha Dong-seok came outside. There was no doubt about the identities of the two. Kim Sang-sik's access card was decisive. The problem was Xian. It was entirely Cha Dong-seok's responsibility on how to treat an awakened from the slums. I guess they must have handled it well on their own right. Cha Dong-seok had been with his subordinates for a long time, and just by exchanging glances, they knew exactly what Cha Dong-seok wanted. They must have already taken care of Xian on their own. It wasn't because there was any personal grudge against Xian. Such incidents were commonplace in Neo Seoul. Especially awakened individuals from the slums were known to be dealt with harshly to keep them in check. Even if problems arose from this incident, higher-ups wouldn't inquire. They allowed some autonomy in such matters, as interfering could lead to more trouble. So the decision on how to handle Xian fell entirely on Cha Dong-seok. Arriving in front of the shabby lodging where Xian was taken, Cha Dong-seok couldn't help but feel uneasy. Those bastards didn't kill him, did they? With an anxious heart, Cha Dong-seok forcefully opened the door. The sight inside made him doubt his eyes. An unbelievable scene unfolded before him. Arg, Captain. All of his subordinates were lying on the floor, groaning in pain. Each one had limbs twisted in bizarre directions. In the center of it all was Xian. Xian sat on a chair, calmly looking at Cha Dong-seok. Welcome, what would happen to them? Surprised, Cha Dong-seok unsheathed his sword. Swoosh. Xian stood up and approached him. Cha Dong-seok aimed his sword at Xian's neck. Did you do this to them? They were carelessly trying to look at someone else's rank insignia. Just for that, you did this to them, this bastard. If you swing that sword, your wrist won't be safe either. And you think you can enter Neo Seoul like this? I don't need to enter Neo Seoul anyway. I'll stay in the slums. Cha Dong-seok gritted his teeth. Neo Seoul and the slums were adjacent but practically separate territories. Even within Neo Seoul, they rarely interfered with slum affairs. Interfering would only cause headaches, hence they allowed some autonomy. Xian approached Cha Dong-seok. The distance was so close that their breaths intermingled, and Cha Dong-seok could see the deep, dry blackness in Xian's eyes. For the first time, Cha Dong-seok felt an eerie sensation. Xian's eyes made him feel as if his soul were plunging into an abyss just by making eye contact. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Although only D rank, he was a veteran who had been through all sorts of dangers. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly changed his stance. I apologize. Why didn't you mention you were a high-ranking awakened? Mandy and Kim Sang-sik vouched for me. Did you forget that already? That's I apologize. When one must bow, they must bow properly. Cha Dong-seok apologized without further excuses. The level of his subordinates was not significantly low. They were all either D or E rank awakened. Despite this, they couldn't inflict a single wound on Xian and suffered a miserable defeat. If stepping forward wouldn't change the situation, it was best to bury everything here and withdraw. Fortunately, it didn't seem like Xian had any intention of escalating the problem any further. So we don't have any issues, right? Was there a problem? Luckily, no. Still, it's good that we can communicate. I'll arrange for a change of accommodation. No need. This much is sufficient. Still, I just want to be alone for a while. Understood. Then rest comfortably. After nodding respectfully to Xian, Cha Dong-seok called out to his subordinates. Hey, you bastards, why are you still lying down? Get up quickly. Cuk. Groaning, the subordinates reluctantly got up. Cha Dong-seok went outside along with them. As soon as the crowd outside disappeared, Xian murmured to himself. Now I can finally rest a bit. It was a necessary ceremony after all. If he could get by with just this, it wasn't a bad outcome. Xian sat down and observed the inside of the lodging. Suddenly, he chuckled. This place. It was the lodging where he stayed 8 years ago when he first came to the Mana Stone Mine. He recognized it immediately since nothing had changed. After spending one night here, he was dragged to the Mana Stone Mine the next day, and from there he fell into a dungeon, and 8 years had passed. Now he was no longer a child, and he had no intention of working in the mine. Yet there was a strange feeling that he should enter the Mana Stone Mine again. Come to think of it, wasn't that old swindler here too? The swindler who made him pay 10 souls for a single meal and snatched a mana stone worth 300 souls for only 100. Despite that, Xian had received the hourglass, leading to obtaining Exian. But the fact remained that he was scammed. Although a long time had passed, the swindler's face was vivid in his memory. It was old man Klexi, right? I guess it's time to see his face after a long time. There was nothing to do inside anyway. Xian went outside. Fortunately, Cha Dong-seok had probably mentioned it in advance as no one tried to engage or stop him. Even here, there were almost no changes. As Xian appeared, merchants approached from all directions. Come over here, Bosch. We have good stuff here. It looks like you're a beginner. Repair your things here. Their eyes glimmered with greed, trying to squeeze Xian dry. Such incidents were commonplace here. If he didn't stay vigilant, he would be easily taken advantage of. Xian ignored their calls and looked around. However, Klexi was nowhere to be seen. Unable to help it, he approached one of the merchants, tempting him. Let me ask you something. Feel free to ask 10, as long as you buy my stuff. If there's something useful, I'll buy it. Good, ask away. Where is old man Klexi? I'm sure he used to do business here. Oh, that old man. He packed up everything and moved into Neo Seoul a while ago. He's not dead, is he? For that old man to die, you'll have to wait for several decades. He's quite resilient, you know, I see. Now choose something to buy. I'll give you a good deal. The nonchalant merchant spread his arms wide. Behind him, numerous items were stacked. Xian looked around, hoping to find something like the hourglass that contained Exian, but nothing caught his eye. I don't need any of these things. I'll just go, hey, don't go like that. Just buy something. I'll give you a good deal. The merchant grabbed Xian's shoulder roughly. No one could leave this area empty-handed. There was an unspoken rule that anyone entering had to buy something, a rule established among the merchants. But Xian disregarded such rules lightly. Enough. Why would I buy trash? What trash? This bastard, the merchant's eyes bulged out. He thought he had an advantage. He wanted to take advantage of this excuse to strip Xian of his belongings. He tightened his grip on Xian's shoulder. At that moment, Xian, with a smirk, said, Tusk, don't you know what happens when you touch someone recklessly? What is this guy? Crack. A creepy cracking sound echoed instantly. Arg. In immense pain, the merchant held his broken wrist, which now dangled loosely. Xian had broken it, to break a wrist like that. That bastard, the merchant exclaimed in agony. Then the surrounding merchants gathered one by one, creating a natural atmosphere of fear. Due to this atmosphere, newcomers were left completely exposed, even their underwear, just like the old Xian had been. But the current Xian was not the inexperienced rookie he used to be. Swoosh. Xian rolled up his sleeves so that his gauntleted fists could be seen. The approaching merchants flinched. It's rare for ordinary people to wear such gear. Only awakened wear such equipment, so this young man with a mischievous smile meant he was an awakened. Come to think of it, I left the shop door open. Oh, I forgot to put the pot on the fire. Oh my legs. The merchants grumbled and returned to their shops. The merchant whose wrist was broken wore a betrayed expression. But this was reality. Even with dozens of ordinary people gathered, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single awakened. If he wanted to blame someone, he had to blame his own recklessness in trying to rip off someone who turned out to be awakened. Damn it, tears welled up in his eyes. Xian squatted down, locking eyes with the merchant. Now let's settle the bill. Settle? What nonsense is this? You broke my arm. Oh, why are you like that? You treated me like a fool first. Making an unjust face after treating me like a fool, seeing I was an awakened, isn't it a bit much? Let's make it simple. 100 sol. Just 100 sol, and I'll forget everything that happened today. The money old man Klexi had taken from him before amounted to 100 sol. It was an item that could have cost at least 300 sol, but it was robbed of him for only 100. With no experience and nowhere to go, he had no choice but to accept it, but the situation was different now. Xian looked at the merchant with a smile, but his smile became a huge pressure for the merchant. Shit. He's not a tiger, he's a grim reaper. Nowhere could he complain about being treated unfairly. If he couldn't succeed, there was no place for him to complain, especially in the Mana Stone mine. The one who gets scammed was the fool. He pulled out a crisp 100 with his unharmed hand. The hand handing money to Xian was shaking. It felt so wasteful that tears were about to come out his eyes. However, Xian calmly accepted the money. Xian mumbled as he tucked the money into his pocket. Seeing Xian in that state, the merchant trembled. This guy is the devil. He's ripping me off like a merchant like me. Xian casually left the market area, leaving the merchant with a bewildered expression. A lot had happened since Xian entered the Mana Stone mine city on the first day. It was good that it wasn't boring. Xian slowly strolled through the mining city. Most of the miners had not yet come out of the tunnels, so the city was quiet. Still, there were quite a few people walking around the streets. It had been a while since he had seen so many people at once. Xian found a spot on one side of the street and sat down, watching people pass by. It wasn't perfect, but he still felt the realization that he had entered the early stages of civilization. It had been 3 days since Xian entered the Mana Stone mine city. During that time, Xian didn't do much. He walked the streets or sat in alleys watching people pass by. It was the daily life of an unemployed person with nothing to do. It was a stark contrast to the bustling scenery of Mana Stone Mine City. At first, there were people who looked down on Xian for being like that. However, knowing that Xian had beaten Cha Dongxiak's subordinates, they refrained from picking fights recklessly. At least in Neo Seoul, there was some semblance of order, but in Mana Stone Mine, such things were not common. Mana Stone Mine was a place where the strong trampled the weak and everything was taken away without question. Xian was perceived as a strong person by the people. His true strength was unknown, but at least he was stronger than Cha Dongxiak. At least a D-rank martial arts awakened. D-rank might not seem like much, but considering that there were barely 1,000 valuable forces in all of Neo Seoul, it showed how precious they were. Have you rested well? On the 3rd day, Mandy came to visit. During that time, Mandy's face was full of vitality, perhaps because she had rested well and eaten well. Seeing as you've come to find me, it seems like it's time to leave. That's right. There's an armored bus heading to Neo Seoul in 30 minutes. We're going to take that bus. Are they transporting Mana Stones? Yes. They say Mana Stones are being gathered and sent to Neo Seoul. Mana Stones was the most important resource in Neo Seoul. All facilities in Neo Seoul operated on energy extracted from Mana Stones. Because of that, Mana Stones had to be supplied regularly. The mining city was the place that played the biggest role in supplying Mana Stones. Once a certain amount of Mana Stones, mined at the risk of miners' lives, was collected, it was loaded onto armored buses and sent to Neo Seoul. Today happened to be the day they were sending the gathered Mana Stones to Neo Seoul. Xian nodded. That's fortunate. If the timing hadn't been right, we would have had to wait at least another week. We're lucky. Mandy couldn't hide her excitement. Xian thought of Mana Stones mining as part of civilization, but it wasn't the case for Mandy. To her, accustomed to life in Neo Seoul, Mana Stone's mine was no different from a rural backwater countryside. She wanted to enter Neo Seoul as soon as possible and enjoy the benefits of civilization to the fullest. Take this. She handed something to Xian. What is it? It's a temporary access card. Access card. Does that mean I can enter Neo Seoul? Yes, it's temporary, but you'll have access. Just for 1 month, though. After that, you'll either need to obtain citizenship officially or find another way. Well, that should be enough. Xian took the access card and examined it closely. The access card, made of an unidentified metal, bore magical inscriptions. It was something Aloy had obtained by coercing the general manager of the Mana Stones mine, an impossible task for someone like Mandy who valued etiquette, but not difficult for Aloy, who was no different from a lawless individual. Aloy, having regained her strength, caused a commotion, and the weary general manager of the mining operation eventually relented and provided the temporary access card. Mandy smiled and said, "Let's go by bus. Let's do that." Xian got up from his seat and followed her. The two headed toward the open space. In the open space, a large armored bus was waiting. The bus was covered with various pieces of armor to protect it from attacks by monsters, giving it a patched-up appearance. Though far from stylish, it was an unavoidable choice for safety. There were railings and gun mounts installed on the roof of the armored bus, and 5 Awakened were aboard. They were there to protect against attacks by monsters and scavengers. Behind the armored bus were boxes full of mana stones, while in the front were miners returning to Neo Soul. The faces of the miners returning to Neo Soul after a long time were filled with excitement. Here we are. Kim Sang-sik, who was already seated on the bus when Xian and Mandy boarded, waved at them. Like Mandy, Kim Sang-sik also had color back on his face. He gestured to 2 empty seats. "You can sit here. I'll take this seat." The 2 of them thanked him and took their seats. Xian sat by the window, while Mandy took the aisle seat. As the bus slowly started moving, the massive gates of Mana Stone Mine City opened, and finally the armored bus emerged into the desert. The moment they stepped out of the gates, the air itself changed. Hotter and more humid air rushed into the bus. Inside the armored bus, where there wasn't even air conditioning, it quickly became sweltering. Still, not a single person complained. Just being able to travel on the armored bus was enough to satisfy everyone. That was the era they lived in. Everything that used to be taken for granted in the past was now enjoyed only by those with power and money. For people living in the slums, air conditioning was a thing of imagination. Xian leaned against the window, looking outside. At that moment, Mandy spoke to Xian. "By the way, do you have a place to stay? I have the house I used to live in. If it's been empty for too long, someone else might be living there now." There were no empty houses in the slums. The moment someone vacated a space, someone else would move in. No matter how much one claimed it was theirs, it was useless. There were no landowners, no house deeds. The majority of the buildings were haphazardly constructed, and with each increase in population, safety was ignored in favor of expansion, resembling anthills. Still, there was always a shortage of homes. Xian smiled. "It doesn't matter. I just have to find it again. Instead of that, why not just come into Neo Soul? You could figure things out while living there for a month. I'll think about it slowly." "Okay." Mandy looked at Xian's profile. Perhaps living in the desert for so long makes him not want to live in a bustling place. Somehow, she felt like she could understand Xian. Mandy gave up on trying to convince Xian and sank into her chair. The vibrations from the floor were still noticeable, indicating how rough the ride was. Still, it was tolerable. If everything went smoothly, they would arrive in Neo Soul by evening. Mandy closed her eyes. Since there was nothing else to do, she might as well try to sleep. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Mandy didn't know how long she had been asleep. Thud, thud, thud. She woke up involuntarily at the faint vibrations she felt in her buttocks and back. What's going on? The vibrations were too strong to be from the bus alone. At that moment, Xian spoke as if he had been waiting. "You're awake. I was about to wake you up anyway." "Why? What's going on? Look over there." Xian pointed outside the window with his finger. Mandy widened her eyes and looked where Xian was pointing. However, she couldn't see anything strange except for the horizon stretching far away. Xian spoke. "You'll see in about 5 minutes." "What?" Knowing that Xian wasn't one to make idle comments, Mandy patiently looked out the window. As Xian had predicted, after 5 minutes, Mandy could see the source of the vibrations she had felt in her buttocks and back. "What's that?" A massive cloud of dust was rising from beyond the horizon. The dust cloud was rapidly approaching the armored bus. Xian said, "It's monsters. Looks like a pack of fire wolves." "Damn it." Mandy quickly got up from her seat. If Xian was right and the distant cloud of dust was indeed caused by a pack of fire wolves, then the armored bus was in danger. Fire wolves were desert marauders. They possessed the traits of both wolves and hyenas. Once they targeted prey, they would relentlessly pursue it until the end, sticking to it until death. What made them particularly dangerous was their tendency to gather in packs. Once they captured prey, they would devour it to the bone, leaving no trace behind. That's why even high-level Awakened avoided facing fire wolves. Mandy shouted, "It's a pack of fire wolves. Get ready." At her shout, the Awakened who had been lounging on the roof of the bus quickly stood up in alarm. "Fire wolves? Fuck, it's true. A pack of fire wolves is charging at us." The Awakened soon spotted the fire wolves' pack. From afar, the fire wolves' pack was charging as if crazed. There were too many to count. They seemed countless. There might easily be thousands of them. It was the first time Mandy had ever seen a fire wolves' pack of this size. The Awakened couldn't help but show their fear at the crazed charge of the fire wolves. "This is insane. Go at full speed." "Damn it." The bus driver, sensing the danger, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The armored bus raced through the desert at an incredible speed. However, the distance between them and the fire wolves' pack didn't widen at all. Instead, it closed in rapidly. Xian muttered, "They'll catch up soon." Once the fire wolves set the armored bus as their prey, they wouldn't give up easily. Having faced them before, Xian knew how relentless they could be. "Damn it, going home after so long and we just had to encounter monsters." "Arg." As the miners panicked, Mandy shouted, "If you want to live, grab your pickaxes. Hit the ones that try to climb onto the bus." Even her shout couldn't bring the miners to their senses. Suddenly, Mandy's expression changed. Tusk, useless fools. Mandy's other personality, Aloy, emerged. Glancing at Xian, she said, "Don't mess with Mandy. It's a crisis right now. If you're not happy, you step up. Who said anything? Damn it, such bad luck." With a sneer, Aloy pulled out the mad Gumiho she had been carrying behind her back. Quayag. At that moment, the roar of the fire wolves resonated loudly. Suddenly, the pack of fire wolves was upon them. Flames flickered from the jaws and tails of the fire wolves. They were aptly named because of these flames. As the fire wolves approached the rear of the armored bus, they opened their mouths wide. Flames shot out from them. Block it. Damn it, the Awakened on the roof of the bus deployed their skills to block the fire wolves' attack. However, with the sheer number of fire wolves, it was impossible to block every attack. In the end, flames erupted onto the armored bus. Quang. With a deafening boom, the armored bus shook violently. Thankfully, it was reinforced with thick armor all around. Otherwise, a regular bus would have melted under such intense heat by now. These bastards. The Awakened individuals unleashed their skills. Crack, boom. Fire wolves hit by the skills fell with screams. However, before the space could even be cleared, other fire wolves filled the void. At that moment, Aloy climbed onto the bus. "You bastards, you're all dead." Without hesitation, she swung the mad Gumiho. Quang. With one swing of her attack, dozens of fire wolves fell. However, with so many fire wolves, it was hardly noticeable. Damn it. What the hell has Neo Soul been doing while so many of these assholes gather like this? You idiots. As Aloy cursed Neo Soul, she continued to rampage. However, even with her and the other Awakened, it was impossible to stop all the fire wolves. The fire wolves clung to the armored bus. They tried to reach people through small windows to attack. In fact, some people were bitten by the fire wolves without being able to resist and disappeared. "Arg, save me." Their screams from outside the window soon vanished. A fire wolf's head also appeared where Xian was sitting. Thwack, Xian clicked his tongue and lightly punched the fire wolf. The head of the fire wolf that had clung desperately to the armored bus burst apart. Xian looked out the window. In the distance, a massive entity loomed, observing this place. It was a colossal monster, as if 10 fire wolves were put combined in one. It was undoubtedly the leader of the fire wolves. That monster emitted a presence unlike any other, even among the other fire wolves. The heat emanating from the leader raised the air around it. The flames erupting from its shoulders testified to this fact. Ow! The monster emitted a roar. The roar shook the space and rattled the bus Xian was riding. Ugh, ah, ah! The miners inside the bus screamed and collapsed. Blood flowed from their ruptured eardrums. Xian frowned as he watched this scene. "You bastard, that hurt my ear." The bloodthirsty roar of the alpha fire wolf shook the minds of the Awakens. Arg, shit! The Awakens momentarily lost their balance and staggered. In contrast, the fire wolves, fueled with courage and strength by their leader, attacked even more fiercely. The already unfavorable situation rapidly deteriorated further. "Damn it, these bastards." Aloy spat curses, sweeping back her lush blonde hair. The crimson blood flowed down the mad Gumiho. She didn't know how many fire wolves she had killed. Driven by madness, she killed and killed again. Yet the fire wolves did not diminish. When one fell, another filled its place, fearlessly rushing forward. Kra'arg, one of the struggling Awakens, fell prey to the fire wolves. Dozens of fire wolves gathered around the fallen Awakened. In an instant, the Awakened became prey to the fire wolves and disappeared from the world. Yet even that wasn't enough to satisfy them as the fire wolves continued their onslaught, sweep them all away. Loy hurled the mad Gumiho into the air. In the air, 9 spears split into 9 pieces in an instant. With a gesture from Aloy, the 9 spears rose high into the air. From the mana connecting the 9 spears, an incredibly intense light burst forth. 9-spear strike. Aloy unleashed her most powerful skill available. Clang, 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 the rain of spears struck the fire wolves rushing the armored bus. In an instant, hundreds of fire wolves were swept away. Ha ha. Aloy gasped for breath as she retrieved the mad Gumiho. The power was immense, but the mana consumption was also tremendous. Her mana was on the verge of depletion, yet she couldn't afford to rest. Countless fire wolves filled the gaps and rushed forward again. Despite killing hundreds, it seemed insignificant. Damn it, there's no end even if we kill them all. Where are all these monsters coming from? She knew the reason. It was the Alpha. When a group of monsters had a leader, their numbers swelled and their cohesion increased. Forming a large army was instantaneous. Unless they killed the Alpha, the fire wolves would continue to multiply endlessly. They had to kill it. The problem was that killing it was nearly impossible. The alpha fire wolf merely watched from afar, never participating in the hunt, as if it were too good to play. "I have to kill that son of a bitch." Aloy gritted her teeth. But even defending the armored bus was challenging, let alone attempting to kill it. That's when it happened. Whoosh! Suddenly a strong wind was felt from behind. Turning around, she saw a sandstorm approaching. Thick sand obscured her vision completely. Aloy shouted at the driver without another thought. Drive the car into the sandstorm. Whether the driver heard her or not, the bus was driven in the direction from which the sand was blowing. the massive armored bus disappeared into the sand in no time. However, the fire wolves persisted, albeit in significantly reduced numbers. As Aloy wielded the mad Gumiho, she muttered, "Looks like the heavens haven't entirely forsaken us yet." Xian glanced back. The bus was no longer visible, obscured by the thick sandstorm. The sandstorm he called forth had arrived. The fire wolves, engulfed in the swirling sand, seemed disoriented. With this, Aloy and the Awakens should be able to hold out for a while. Now the problem needed to be solved. Xian stepped forward with sand strides. Shoosh. As if skiing, Xian's body glided over the sand. Kraya, the fire wolves that noticed, rushed towards him. At that moment, dozens of sand tendrils rose beneath Xian's feet. Like vines climbing a wall, the sand tendrils shot towards the fire wolves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fire wolves were impaled by the sand tendrils before they could even scream. Xian didn't stop for a moment. Before the hundreds of fire wolves could approach him, they were already losing their lives to the sand tendrils. Xian arrived in front of the alpha fire wolf in an instant. Grrr. The alpha fire wolf growled at Xian, its eyes gleaming with a fiery light. It sensed the danger Xian posed, instinctively recognizing him as a threat. Xian looked at the alpha fire wolf and said, "You're about B rank. With a little more time, reaching a rank wouldn't have been a problem. Just like awakened humans' ranks increase, monsters also become stronger with time and experience." The alpha fire wolf before Xian was still a young wolf in its youth. That meant its growth rate was fast. If left unchecked, it would soon reach a rank. Leaving it be would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Kraya, the alpha, roared, unleashing its fire. It aimed to blast Xian away. However, its fire had no effect on Xian. Xian frowned and said, "Spitting is rude, filthy." Indeed, the fire wolf's saliva sprayed on Xian's chest. Fire wolf saliva contained toxins and corrosive elements, capable of melting and tearing apart most defenses in an instant. But Xian's robe showed no trace of damage. Xian wore a robe made of leviathan hide. It was a far superior and stronger monster than the alpha fire wolf. Of course, the fire wolf's saliva couldn't inflict any damage. At that moment, sensing the alpha's peril, the fire wolves rushed madly. Their sole objective was clear: to protect their alpha, even at the cost of their lives. But Xian had no intention of fulfilling their wish. Summon sand soldiers. In an instant, sand rose around Xian, swiftly taking the shape of human forms. They were sand soldiers. The number of sand soldiers created in this manner reached hundreds. Block them. At Xian's command, the sand soldiers moved without fear or hesitation. Willingly, they threw themselves into the jaws of the fire wolves. They fought, they killed, and they died. Sand soldiers crumbled like sandcastles upon receiving significant blows. Yet Xian was unconcerned. As long as he had mana and sand, he could summon sand soldiers indefinitely. Sand was inexhaustible, and Xian's mana was abundant. Maintaining the sand soldiers posed no problem. While the sand soldiers held off the fire wolves, Xian approached the alpha. Qu! Fires erupted from the alpha's mouth and tail. As the alpha fire wolf opened its mouth, an intense blast of heat engulfed Xian. "Sorry, but this won't even scratch me." Xian raised his right arm, and a flash of red light emanated from the gauntlet. It was the Inferno Gauntlet, embedded with the eye of a red dragon. Gauntlet of Scorching Heat will be changed to Inferno Gauntlet. It could be considered the pinnacle of the fire attribute. Naturally, no fire skill would be effective in front of the Inferno Gauntlet. In the end, all that remained for the alpha fire wolf was a direct melee assault. With overwhelming size, immense mass, sharp fangs, and claws, it charged at Xian. Despite its imposing presence, Xian's expression remained unchanged. Just as the alpha fire wolf's fangs were about to pierce Xian's body, a sand barrier appeared in front of him. In an instant, the sand engulfed the alpha fire wolf. Xian muttered, "Sand mixer." Graya, fine sand particles began to rotate at incredible speed. Like a blender, the sand particles ground the alpha fire wolf to shred. The fire wolf struggled in agony, trying to escape the sand's rapid rotation. However, no matter how hard it tried, escaping the high-speed rotation of the sand was impossible. Fur was torn away, flesh was ripped apart. The sand penetrated, crushed, and disintegrated flesh. Amidst the immense pain, the alpha screamed, but even its screams were drowned out by the sand's deafening noise. Graya, blood sprayed, flesh splattered. The rapidly rotating sand particles quickly turned red, yet the sand didn't stop. Awo, grrrr, grrrr. The fire wolves, previously engaged with the sand soldiers, suddenly whimpered and howled. They had sensed their leader's demise first. With their dominant leader gone, the fire wolves scattered in all directions. Only now did Xian release the sand soldiers and sand mixer. Thud! In the place where the alpha fire wolf stood, a single crimson mana stone fell. Only the essence of the alpha, the mana stone, remained, while bones, flesh, and all else disappeared. Though Xian had swiftly defeated a B-rank monster, there was no particular gleam in his eyes. The path he had walked was too harsh for him to be excited or pleased by this. The alpha fire wolf was not even considered a threat. Picking up the mana stone of the alpha fire wolf, Xian murmured, "This should fetch a decent price." Until now, he hadn't needed money. There was no use for money in the desert. Except for Neosol, colonies didn't have the luxury to develop civilization beyond mere survival. They used mana stones or barter instead of money for transactions. Hence, there was no need to convert mana stones into currency. But Neosol was different. Over 10 million people gathered there, and including those in the slums, the population was close to 20 million. With so many humans living in such a cramped space, money became the only means of transaction. The better the quality of the mana stone, the higher its value. Especially, mana stones obtained by killing alpha monsters like this one were in high demand. Those mined from mana stone mines were qualitatively different in terms of energy they provided. Xian stored the mana stone in his subspace. The once filled area with fire wolves had now dissipated and was nowhere to be seen. Until an alpha reappeared, they would live scattered in small groups. Shall we return? Now that the objective was achieved, he needed to return to the armored bus. Xian unleashed his sand strides and caught up with the armored bus in an instant. The bus was still engulfed in the sandstorm and completely unaware of the outside situation. However, they seemed to sense that the fire wolf attacks were gradually subsiding. Xian casually entered the armored bus and dispelled the sandstorm. As the sand that obscured their vision disappeared, Aloy and the Awakens, including miners, realized the situation. "What's going on? The wolf pups all ran away, didn't they? We're alive. We survived." The Awakens and the miners hugged each other in joy. However, Aloy couldn't feel pure joy like them. She knew that the current situation was anything but natural. Aloy glanced at Xian, who was sitting with his arms crossed. A whiff of blood wafted from him. As a half-elf, her keen sense of smell couldn't be deceived. That bastard must have done something. Without that, the current situation didn't make any sense. The problem was that she couldn't know what Xian really did. What on earth is his identity, that damn bastard? Neosol stood tall like an island in the midst of the desert sea. Just like Las Vegas from a long time ago, Neosol existed right in the middle of the desert. What made Neosol special was the presence of mountains. For some reason, the Buckhansen Mountains, which used to act as the lungs of Old Seoul, were fully intact. To the north, the Buckhansen Mountains acted as a barrier, while to the south, a massive wall was erected to protect the city. In such a stable environment, Neosol developed rapidly. With the fusion of magic and science, skyscrapers hundreds of stories high, which were unimaginable in the past, stood everywhere. This was an inevitable choice for Neosol. Safe land was limited, yet the population continued to grow. Survivors of the Great Catastrophe flocked to Neosol in search of safety. To accommodate them, space was expanded underground, and buildings were endlessly raised towards the sky. Yet there was still a limit to accommodating people. Eventually, Neosol closed its doors. It was judged that the city could not be sustained if more people were allowed in. Thus, Neosol was closed off, but survivors continued to gather. They established dwellings beneath the walls of Neosol. At first, it was no more than the size of a village, but over time, it grew to a size comparable to Neosol itself. Existing houses were stacked upon, then expanded upon again, transforming the slums into something resembling the Kowloon-walled city of Hong Kong. With mazes reminiscent of ant colonies and buildings piled up haphazardly, sunlight scarcely reached the streets even during the day. For some reason, monsters never came in the vicinity of Neosol, and as a result, the slums grew to a size comparable to Neosol over the course of more than a century. To enter Neosol, one had to pass through the road that pierced the heart of the slums. The denizens of the slums called this road the Road to Paradise, because it was the only path into Neosol. However, the Road to Paradise was anything but beautiful or glamorous. Rather, it was harsh and gloomy. Everyone who attempted to enter Neosol through the Road to Paradise met a miserable end. Only a few who were either citizens of Neosol or had been granted passage could enter Neosol through the Road to Paradise. All others would be attacked upon approaching the gates. Creak, a heavily armored bus, torn apart like a rag, emerged on the Road to Paradise. Grind, the engine of the heavily damaged bus wheezed as if on its last breath. Onlookers near the Road to Paradise glanced curiously at the bus. It had been a long time since a bus had returned damage to this extent. At that moment, the bus stopped and someone got off. He was a man dressed in a crimson robe. After exchanging a few words with someone inside the bus, the man turned around. As the bus departed for Neosol, the man left alone, leaving the Road to Paradise and entering the slums. "What's with that guy? Do you think we could get some money out of him if we mug him?" Men gathered on one side of the slums exchanged glances with sinister expressions. They approached the man who had gotten off the bus with menacing vibes. "Hey, wanna have a little chat?" The men created an atmosphere of intimidation, though it was more like a threat than a conversation. "What's the matter? I have no intention of conversing with any of you. So arrogant. You returned from the magic stone mine, right? How much did you earn? If you hand over all your money, I might let you go. Hee hee." The men drew their knives and pointed them at the robbed figure. Then the robbed figure who got off the bus flipped back the hat he was wearing. As a result, his face was revealed, long hair reaching his shoulders, sun-browned skin. He was a man with a fairly handsome appearance, sporting a refreshing smile. But what stood out the most were his deep black eyes, like black jewels embedded in his face. He was none other than Xian. With a smile, Xian spoke, "Receiving such a warm welcome upon returning to my hometown. Indeed, there's no place like home." What did he say? Is this bastard shot in the head or something? The men's expressions twisted fiercely. While it might be a significant threat to an ordinary person, it didn't faze Xian at all. In fact, he felt rather pleased to be back in his true hometown. The slums where Xian was born and raised were such a place. There was no law, no order. The strong took everything, and the weak had no place to complain even when everything was taken from them unjustly. It was a barbaric world where the strong possessed everything. The slums were such a place. A long time ago, Xian was at the bottom of this place. He couldn't even breathe freely, let alone appear in front of the strong. He lived like a rat here for 18 years. At that time, this place couldn't feel as hellish as it did now. But returning after a long time and receiving such a warm welcome, he couldn't help but laugh. The men holding knives looked even more impressive. Does this bastard think he's invincible? Let's just kill him and take everything. The men proceeded to thrust their knives towards Xian's abdomen. They were skilled at wielding knives, not amateurs. However, their knives couldn't leave a single scratch on Xian's body. The blades were blocked by his robe. What the? An item, an awakened. The men's pupils shook. No matter how fearless they were in their bottom-of-the-barrel lives, they knew the terror of an awakened. Even the lowest rank, F-rank awakens, could wipe them out with just one finger. Shit, we're screwed. Let's get out of here. As the men exchanged glances, Xian slightly kicked the shin of the man in front of him. But the aftermath was far from light. Crack, arg, the man's shin broke, twisting in a grotesque direction. Seeing this, the other men fled in different directions. To them, there was no such a thing as loyalty among comrades. Before they could even take a few steps, they were all caught by Xian. In an instant, Xian caught up with them like he had used a teleportation technique and delivered a single blow. Arg, cuke, the men's screams echoed through the streets, but no one came out to see what was happening. The men writhed on the ground, clutching their broken limbs. Xian squatted down in front of one of them. Then the man forgot his pain and begged, please spare me. It's my first day back home. I can't just go around killing people recklessly. In return, hand over everything you have." "What, didn't you hear me? Hand over everything you have." Under Xian's threat, the man stared blankly, forgetting his pain. "Don't bother hiding anything. If I find out later, I'll break your other arm too." Eventually the man, shedding tears and mucus, handed over everything he had to Xian. Xian proceeded to extract everything from the other men in the same manner. There was no guilt in his actions. In this place, it was just a natural occurrence. Being reckless and not assessing the others' capabilities properly, there was nothing to say even if they died. Nevertheless, their lives were spared, and they would figure out how to live on their own. Xian left the men behind and moved on. The slum remained unchanged. It was as if time had stopped, with the same old scenes of densely packed buildings and powerless individuals traversing the streets. Due to the lack of electricity, most houses were dark. Xian felt the gaze of those peeking through the windows of darkened houses. The residents of the slum had a knack for detecting those different from themselves, almost like ghosts smelling a different scent. Xian was one of those people who didn't quite fit into the slum, someone who didn't belong in the slum. That's why they were wary of him. Xian knew this fact well, but he didn't care. He had expected this outcome. Xian enjoyed the atmosphere of his hometown as he walked. His destination was Sinchan, the western district of the slum. In Neo Seoul, there were many areas that retained the names of Old Seoul, and Sinchan was one of them. However, the old Sinchan was nowhere to be found. Another name for Sinchan was Ant Colony. Ant Colony was one of the worst areas in the slum, because it was where the most wretched individuals of the slum gathered. As a result, even the residents of the slum avoided this place. This was Xian's hometown. He couldn't recall being born here, but he had always lived here since he could remember. Xian stopped in front of a shabby building. It was a tall building, over 30 stories high. Regardless of how many times it had been expanded, the exterior of the building resembled a pile of junk. It was an old building from the early days of Neo Seoul, and no one knew when it might collapse. This was where Xian used to live. Xian looked up at the building for a moment and went inside. There was no elevator in a building over 30 floors high. Xian climbed the stairs. Step by step, he ascended until he reached his destination on the 18th floor. He used to swear a lot while walking up these stairs, but now he was not even breathing heavily. Xian finally arrived at his intended floor and walked to the room at the end of the hallway, room 1820. It was where Xian used to live. It was here that Xian had obtained a mana stone by chance. After killing a neighbor who had intruded in for the mana stone, he had to flee to the mana stone mine. He had no choice but to abandon it, but the fact remained that this was Xian's home. Xian turned the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. He had no choice but to knock on the door. Bang, bang, what, who the hell is it? After a moment, someone inside unlocked the door and opened it. It was a man with tattoos covering his muscular body. He stared at Xian menacingly. What do you want, knocking on someone else's door like that? Then what are you doing in someone else's house? What? This is my house. You crazy? What nonsense is that? What's your house in Ant Colony? If there's an empty house, just move in. The man showed hostility. He had taken over this house just 3 years ago. The previous resident had been killed while dealing drugs. Since then, the man had been living here comfortably. Xian chuckled and said, I understand that, but now that the landlord has returned, I hope you can vacate as soon as possible. This bastard. The man's expression changed suddenly. He had an innocent smile on his lips, and there was a lascivious gleam in his eyes. You look pretty good. Okay, just come in. Do you mean you're vacating the house? Just come in for now. The man grabbed Xian's hand and led him inside before locking the door. Blocking the doorway, he said, Hee, take off your pants and turn around, then I'll let you live. Tusk, I guess I'll have to fix the door. What? Bang. At that moment, Xian's fist struck the man's abdomen. The man couldn't even scream as he was thrown outside. As a result, the latch broke and the door swung open precariously. Xian was relieved that the door didn't completely break. Clutching his stomach, the man vomited out everything inside him. As his breathing eased, the man wiped his mouth and stood up. You're dead. Do you know who I am? As the man approached, Xian's figure disappeared from his sight. He reappeared right beside the man. It was an incredible speed that the man couldn't follow with his eyes. Xian grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall shook and debris scattered everywhere. Gah, the man couldn't even scream in immense pain, only groaning. Xian spoke quietly. I don't care about your identity at all. All I want is for you to vacate this house. Answer. Yes, only then did Xian release the man. Xian seemed to like the man's answer and turned around with a smile. Xian muttered as he closed the precariously hanging door. I'm finally back home. The interior of the house was quite spacious compared to what had appeared from the outside. This was because Xian's house was built during the early formation of the slum area. Houses built in the early days were old but spacious. Recent houses built were cramped, barely accommodating a few adults. Limited land for building houses left no choice. Xian didn't know how many times the house had changed owners during his escape. It was unlikely that the changing owners had properly maintained the house. The house was filled with a terrible smell. The smell of drugs, the stench of blood, and various other odors mixed together, stimulating his senses. The first priority was to remove the foul smell accumulated over the years. Xian opened the windows wide to ventilate the house, yet the smell didn't easily dissipate. Xian took out the musk sack of a one-horned moose from his subspace. The musk sack came from a giant moose with a height of over 3 meters. Near its reproductive organ was a gland that emitted a unique scent. By cutting a little of the musk sack from the giant moose and putting it in water, invisible gas would be generated, which had a great effect in eliminating all kinds of odors. Xian filled a basin with water and put about a third of the musk sack in it. Then the water bubbled up and gas began to form. While the gas was forming, Xian put all the household items into his subspace. The worn-out and soiled furniture couldn't be recycled. It was better to discard them and bring in new items. Fortunately, Xian had acquired quite a few miscellaneous items while wandering the desert. One of them was a blood-sucking tree branch obtained near the lake where Leviathan was hunted. The blood-sucking tree branch was both a tree and a monster. If there was a living creature passing nearby, it would extend its branches, entangle it, and then suck its blood. Once caught by the blood-sucking tree branch, one had to be drained of blood until death. Xian killed the blood-sucking tree and kept quite a few pieces of the main tree. This is because wood itself was a valuable resource. Using the blood-sucking tree branches as a frame and covering them with sand angler hide, he quickly made a decent bed and sofa. With the remaining blood-sucking tree branches and sand angler hide, he repaired the broken doors. Meanwhile, the air in the house was purified. The dreadful smell that irritated the nose had disappeared, replaced by a refreshing scent filling the house. Nice, there was still much to be repaired, but for now Xian felt he could rest comfortably without any worries. Xian lay down on the bed he had made himself. It was surprisingly soft and sleep came easily. Xian didn't know how long he slept. When Xian opened his eyes again, it was dark outside. The slum, which had been quiet as a graveyard during the day, began to come alive as night fell. The billboards on the walls of buildings across the street began to light up, illuminating the dim alleys. A signboard with a cross between a gun and a knife meant there it was a weapons dealer, and a red signboard with an obscene picture meant it was a brothel. The building that was particularly lit up was the casino. People who hadn't been seen during the day were now visible on the streets. Drug dealers openly trading drugs, people lining up to enter cheap bars, prostitutes enticing passers-by. Bang. From a few blocks away, the sound of a big fight echoed, yet no one's face showed fear or apprehension. In this place, such incidents were commonplace. The slum was where people lived. Where there were people, there were interests. Moreover, this was an area with a population density of 10 millions. Naturally, the stakes were high. Organizations waged wars for control of territory multiple times a day. Here, monsters were not the threat. The most dangerous presence in the slum was humanity itself. Then it happened, bang, bang. Someone pounded on Xian's door, shouting rudely, "I know you're in there. Come out, you bastard." Xian easily recognized the owner of the voice. It was the man he had thrown out earlier. The man had come back with a group of over a dozen people. The man belonged to a criminal organization called Red Skulls. Red Skulls was a small criminal organization based in Sinchan. Though small in scale, the Red Skulls were not to be underestimated due to the tough individuals gathered within. The leader of the Red Skulls was Zhou Sang-hyuk. He was a F-rank martial arts awakened. Zhou Sang-hyuk looked at apartment 1820 with his arms crossed. Despite the rough pounding, the door didn't budge. It seemed like it would break at any moment, but it held steady. Zhou Sang-hyuk asked the man, "Did you reinforce the door? Why is it like this?" "Ah. Boss, do you think I have the money to do that? It's just the original door." The man's face was flushed red. He had pounded on the door with the intention of breaking it, but the door remained intact, leaving him panting from exhaustion. Then it happened. The door, despite the pounding, opened silently, and Xian revealed himself. "What is it? It's this bastard. This bastard broke into my house and threw me out, claiming it's his house." The man yelled at Xian with bulging eyes. Zhou Sang-hyuk furrowed his brow. He didn't like the sight of the man whining like a child, but he was also his subordinate. If a subordinate came back after being beaten up by someone and he left it alone, his reputation would suffer. He had to make it clear that anyone crossing him or his subordinates would end up with broken limbs. That way, people wouldn't take him lightly. Zhou Sang-hyuk stepped forward. "Who are you? What gives you the right to mess with my guy? I'm the landlord." "What?" "He was illegally occupying the place where I used to live, so I kicked him out." "Does that make sense?" Zhou Sang-hyuk made a bewildered expression, but Xian was serious. "Why doesn't it make sense? If the original owner returns, the illegal occupants will naturally have to move out. Do you have any proof that this is your house?" "No. Are you kidding me? It's your house without any proof." "That's right. Is this bastard for real?" In the end, Zhou Sang-hyuk's anger exploded. His younger brothers stepped forward first. "You bastard, get down on your knees. The damn bastard." Flexing their bulging muscles, they surrounded Xian, just as they were puffing up their chests and about to attack Xian. Thud! Suddenly, a series of strong impacts rang out. Then the men who surrounded Xian collapsed one after another like a sandcastle. Their pupils were turned up and foam was coming out of their mouths. You were an awakened." Zhou Sang-hyuk's pupils trembled. It was impossible for an ordinary human to subdue over a dozen sturdy men in one go. Xian shrugged his shoulders. "As you can see, ha, you son of a bitch. You think you're all that just because of some puny ability. I never said I was all that. What's your rank? Where's your rank insignia, you bastard? If I show you my rank, you'll die." "What? You'll die? This bastard is just bluffing." "Does it sound like a bluff?" Xian laughed. At that moment, Zhou Sang-hyuk felt a shiver run down his spine. It was a physiological response that occurred when sensing a threat to one's life. He hadn't felt such a sensation since the recent war where he had risked his life against an opposing organization. Instinctively, Zhou Sang-hyuk realized that Xian's level was not to be trifled with. He wanted to retreat right away, but he couldn't because he had his pride. Damn it, Zhou Sang-hyuk swung his large fist. As a martial artist awakened, his fist contained formidable power. However, it seemed feeble in Xian's eyes. Dodging Zhou Sang-hyuk's fist, Xian delivered a light blow to his chest, but the aftermath was anything but light. Bang! Kraog! Sang-hyuk yelled in pain as he stumbled backward. His chest had deeply caved in. If Xian hadn't held back, it could have been fatal. He survived only because he was an awakened. Zhou Sang-hyuk felt as if his body was disintegrating under Xian's fist. His muscles loosened, and it felt like his organs were melting away. He lost focus, unable to see anything. It took a while for his senses to return. Cough. As he coughed up nearly a bowl full of blood, the paralysis in his body subsided. That's when he saw Xian. Xian was squatting, meeting his gaze. His deep black eyes stared intensely at him. Just meeting Xian's eyes made Zhou Sang-hyuk's brain feel like it was melting. It was a phenomenon that occurred due to differences in their rank. Zhou Sang-hyuk finally realized the fact that his opponent was a high-ranking awakened who he would dare not even glance at. D rank, no, maybe even C rank or higher. The highest rank he could imagine was C rank. With just an F rank, he was able to establish a small organization. An E rank awakened individuals commanded several small organizations. From D rank onwards, one could be scouted and recruited into Neo Seoul. Zhou Sang-hyuk's ultimate goal was to enter Neo Seoul. Leaving this wretched place and entering the glamorous civilized world was the dream of every slum dweller. Xian was undoubtedly qualified to enter Neo Seoul. Although Zhou Sang-hyuk didn't understand why such a person would come to this wretched place, it was clear that he was an opponent he couldn't contend with. Xian asked, "Do you still have a problem with me living in this house?" "And none, I thought so. Whatever you do, I don't care. Just cooperate so I can live quietly. You can promise that, right?" "Yes, all right then." Xian smiled and stood up. He could have killed Zhou Sang-hyuk with just a flick of his finger. But the reason he didn't was because he knew that if he killed Zhou Sang-hyuk, Others would appear like cockroaches and take his place. It was easier to keep Jo Sang-hyuk, who would fear him, alive and let him manage the area. After a while, Jo Sang-hyuk and his lackeys, regaining their composure, rose as well. As they were about to leave, Xian said to them, "It would be best not to tell anyone about what happened today. When your mouth itches, just remember this." In an instant, a large fireball appeared around Xian. Holy shit, Jo Sang-hyuk and his lackey's eyes widened as if they were about to burst. A magic awakened, and a fire-based one at that. Even within the same rank, magic awakened were treated more highly than martial arts awakened. Among them, fire-based magic awakened were among the most valued. This was because fire-based magic, along with lightning-based magic, boasted the greatest destructive power. Jo Sang-hyuk understood for the first time that Xian was a formidable high-ranked magic awakened, even if he couldn't determine his exact rank. "We will keep our mouths shut. Don't worry," Jo Sang-hyuk answered, slurring his words. His tongue, paralyzed by the tremendous shock, had not yet been freed. Only then did Xian extinguish the fireball with a satisfied smile. "I'm sure you'll be busy, so why don't you leave your address behind?" "Address? Don't you want to leave one?" "No." Hastily, Jo Sang-hyuk wrote down an address. Checking the address, Xian said, "All right then, you can go now." Jo Sang-hyuk and his lackeys bowed their heads to Xian and quickly rushed down the stairs. Once outside, Jo Sang-hyuk began to mercilessly beat one of his lackeys. It was the one who had brought them here. "You bastard, what do you think you're special? You think that's nothing? I'm sorry. Og, because of you we almost got killed. But what? I was wrong. Spare me, please." Jo Sang-hyuk trampled the begging lackey with disgust. All the humiliation he had received from Xian today, he passed on to that lackey. The lackey who lived in Xian's house was beaten up brutally. Breathing heavily, Jo Sang-hyuk looked at all his other lackeys. "Don't you dare breathe a word about what happened today. If word gets out, we'll all die." "Yes, understood," the lackeys hastily replied. Jo Sang-hyuk glanced back at the building where Xian lived with a distorted face. "Fuck. Why did such a monster have to come into my territory?" A heavy sigh escaped him. Xian left his house. He had to walk down a whopping 18 floors, but it was no problem for Xian. The streets were bustling with people, just as he had seen from home. The city, which seemed to be asleep during the day, seemed to awaken as night fell. On streets where there was not a single ant in sight, stalls were laid out and a market opened. Some sold food, while others sold meat of unknown origin. Among them were those selling advanced products hard to find in the slums. It was clear that everything was pilfered from Neo Seoul. In the dim alleys, there were also those trading what appeared to be drugs. Xian took in all of these sights. Nothing had changed from 8 years ago. The only thing that seemed to have changed was Xian himself. When Xian left the slums, he was young and powerless. But now, the biggest difference was that he had the power to protect himself. The people in the slums glanced at Xian. They felt a sense of alienation from Xian's aura, which was completely different from theirs. Instinctively, they recognized that Xian belonged to a different class and were cautious of him. Xian noticed those people's stares, but he didn't care. He had received similar looks wherever he went. Xian was an outsider. He was not welcome wherever he went. It was a little disappointing not to be welcomed even in his hometown slums, but it wasn't enough to bother him greatly. As he walked for a while, a delicious smell wafted from somewhere. It was a scent he had never smelled in the desert or in any other colony. Xian walked towards the source of the smell. At the place he arrived, people had laid out stalls, selling food. Xian took a seat at one of the stalls. The reason he chose that stall among the many was simple. It was because the most delicious smell was coming from there. An old man was grilling meat with his back turned. The old man turned around, perhaps sensing a customer had arrived. His face was impressive with deep wrinkles, a beard, and a pair of glasses with cracks on one side, making it impossible to guess his age. The old man spoke to Xian, "Here for a meal." Xian didn't answer but stared intently at the old man. Somewhere, the old man's face seemed familiar to him. After a moment, Xian remembered the old man's identity. "Are you perhaps Old Man Klexi? You know me." The old man frowned slightly, looking at Xian. Hardly anyone on this street knew his real name, so it was unexpected for a stranger to call him by it for the first time today. Naturally, he had to be cautious. "Who the hell are you to know my name?" "I thought it was strange since you were missing in the Mana Stone Mine, but it looks like you were doing business here. I haven't told you my name yet." Behind his glasses, Old Man Klexi's eyes sharpened. His gaze was so sharp that it was hard to believe he was just an old man selling food on a shabby stall. Xian chuckled and said, "Your appearance seems the same, but it looks like your memory has deteriorated. Don't you recognize me? Come to think of it, your face does look familiar." Old Man Klexi furrowed his brow as he searched through his memories. After a while of effort, Klexi finally managed to remember Xian. "Mana Stone Mine. Now that I think about it, you're that kid from back then. I guess you still remember. You were quite remarkable. Weren't you the kid with a Mana Stone who disappeared after just one day in the mine? I thought you were done for, so you've been alive all this time. What happened? What do you mean? I'm asking how you've been all this time." Klexi's eyes were glimmering with curiosity. Xian smirked and replied, I managed somehow. I'm asking how you managed. Why does that matter? What's important is that I've managed to survive and meet you again, old man. Huh, you've become quite sly. You were naive back then. Enough. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Who cares anyway? Klexi's expression turned sour, but Xian remained unfazed. Xian knew well how sinister and dangerous old man Klexi could be. He was an old man who had spent his whole life in the rough Mana stone mine. Underestimating an old man who had dealt with rough miners and awakened all his life would be a big mistake. I'm hungry. Please give me something to eat. Do you have money? I have enough to pay for the food. Oh, really? Old man Klexi served the grilled meat on a plate. Xian picked up his chopsticks and said, it was the first meal he had eaten since entering Neo Soul. Xian put a piece of the unknown meat into his mouth. The meat gently melted in his mouth. He didn't know how it was seasoned, but the taste exploded in his mouth. Xian thought that food was a dividing line of human civilization. Where civilization advanced, so did the food, but in backward places, the food couldn't evolve beyond primitive levels. Most of the colonies Xian had visited so far hadn't progressed beyond medieval civilization. They were too busy surviving the threat of monsters to even think about advancing civilization. In that sense, Neo Soul was special, because even in a slum like this, one could eat such delicious food. Xian savored each bite of the meat. Watching him for a moment, old man Klexi pulled out a bottle of alcohol. Would you like to drink some alcohol too? Why not? It just doesn't fit my taste. Heh heh, you might have grown taller, but you still have the palate of a child. A true adult should know how to have a drink now and then. I'm good. If alcohol is the standard for being an adult, then I'd rather not be one. You've become quite clever. What on earth have you been through? Klexi scrutinized Xian's entire being as if dissecting him, but merely looking at him revealed nothing. Xian truly enjoyed the meat. He enjoyed it so much that even old man Klexi, the one who made it, wanted to taste it. When did you come to the slum? I arrived here this afternoon. Do you have a place to stay? Fortunately, my old house is still standing. Is that so? That's quite surprising. It's against the nature of this place to have any empty houses. I guess I was lucky. I wish some of that luck would rub off on me. Why? Something bad happened to you. It's not necessarily that you need bad things to happen to need luck. It's just that as you get older, you start hoping for luck, to live longer, to earn more money. You really want to live longer after living this long. At Xian's words, old man Klexi burst into a wide smile, revealing a few of his remaining teeth. Ah, my friend, the older you get, the more you want to live longer. If you could, you'd even make a deal with a dragon to gain immortality. That's the desire of the human heart. Do dragons really grant immortality? How would I know? They say if you drink their blood, you'll live forever. That's why those on the other side of that wall are so obsessed with it. Old man Klexi's gaze drifted toward the barrier visible in the distance. It was the barrier dividing Neo Soul from the slum. With just that one barrier, citizens and slum dwellers were separated. Those inside enjoyed all the benefits of civilization, while those outside faced various dangers just to survive each day. It all came down to that one barrier. That's why some called it the Wall of Despair. For ordinary people, it was an insurmountable wall no matter how hard they worked. Only a select few had the extremely rare chance of crossing that barrier. Xian asked, do they also seek the blood of dragons? Who wouldn't? Heh, Tusk. Xian clicked his tongue. Dragons were also living beings. The idea that the blood of a mere creature could grant immortality was laughable in itself. Old man Klexi's eyes suddenly lit up. That robe looks quite nice. Where did you get it? I just happened to come across it. Happened to? Yes. Do you expect me to believe that? Didn't I say? I have quite good luck. Never mind. Since we haven't met in a long time, I'll give it to you for free today. That's fine with me. Is this enough? Xian took out money from his pocket and placed it on the table. For a moment, an expression of disbelief crossed old man Klexi's face. The amount Xian put down was exactly 10 souls. It was the same amount Xian had given to old man Klexi in the Mana stone mine. Having put down 10 souls, Xian stood up without hesitation. I've settled the score exactly, so there won't be any complaints later. Xian left with a smile. Old man Klexi stared blankly at Xian's back as he walked away. It felt like he was hit on the head with a sledgehammer. It had been a long time since he felt that way. So you haven't forgotten that day. You're tougher than I thought. A smile crept onto his lips. Old man Klexi stepped away from the stall and spoke. I think it's time to call it a day. Fold up the stall. Yes. The burly merchants who were selling next to him immediately approached. They folded up old man Klexi's stall and followed behind him. As they did, people on the street made way for them. Old man Klexi said quietly, keep an eye on that guy. Is he worth it? He is. The wrinkles on old man Klexi's face grew deeper. But this time it was a smile. He's the one who disappeared after going into the Mana stone mine. Everyone thought he was dead, but he came back alive. That alone is enough to make him worth it. The Mana stone mine was like a maze. If you took the wrong path, you'd lose your sense of direction and starve to death. Even in such cases, the bodies would be found. But Xian's body was never found. It was puzzling at first, but it was soon forgotten. At that time, Xian was just an insignificant boy, and he wasn't idle enough to care about the death of such a boy. But now, the situation had changed. The boy whom everyone thought was dead had returned safely. It had been a whole 8 years. Old man Klexi was incredibly curious about what had happened in those 8 years. However, he knew it was impossible to find out. Events that occurred outside Neo Soul and Mana Stone Mine were beyond his ability to know. He couldn't discern what happened in the desert, but he had a knack for finding out what happened in the slums as if reading his own palm. He has definitely awakened. Find out everything about his skills, why he returned to Neo Soul, leave nothing out. Yes, understood. The merchant disappeared along with his response. Old man Klexi looked at his palm. In his hand lay the 10 souls that Xian had left behind. Heh, a fascinating fellow has rolled into town. Xian murmured to himself. He's not an ordinary old man after all. Covert glances felt the moment he sat at old man Klexi's stall. It seemed like the entire market was paying attention to Xian. It was clear that they were followers of old man Klexi. Most of them were ordinary people, but some definitely gave off a special vibe. Xian knew that only awakened individuals could give off such vibes. Having Awakens under his command meant that old man Klexi was quite the large figure. Xian couldn't fathom why such a figure would be selling food at the market. Interesting things were happening right from the first day he entered Neo Soul. How intriguing. Xian spent several days doing nothing, just holed up in his house. Except for occasionally getting up to eat, he mostly just lay in bed sleeping. It was the fatigue that had accumulated over a whopping 8 years. No matter how strong of an awakened Xian was, he couldn't simply ignore the fatigue that had built up over 8 years of wandering the world. Xian lay in bed without moving a muscle. Fortunately, the bed made of vampire wood and sand angler hide was very comfortable, so there were no problems lying on it for extended periods. It seemed like about 10 days had passed. By this point, Xian was starting to get tired of his seclusion. Xian got up and went to the bathroom. When he turned on the valve, the water flowed out weakly, even weaker than a kid's urine stream. With this little water, taking a shower was out of the question, and only washing his face like a cat was barely possible. Still, Xian was satisfied, because in the desert one couldn't even get this much water. At least by being near Neo Soul, water was supplied even if it was like this. In other colonies, even obtaining water was a war in itself. Xian quickly washed his face and came out. After coming out for the first time in a long while, he was greeted by a sandstorm. No matter how high the walls were built, they couldn't completely block the sandstorms blowing in from the desert. That's why there was always sand rolling around the slum streets. It was said that Neo Soul had a powerful magical force field that even blocked sandstorms, so it was difficult to find sand inside Neo Soul. It would be the worst environment for Xian. That's why he had chosen to live in the slums. Even though it would be more comfortable inside Neo Soul, there were constraints that prevented him from fully exerting his abilities. Even though there was Exian, he still wanted to live in the best environment for himself. That place was the slums. Darkness had already descended in the slums. One by one, the cheap electronic billboards turned on, and people who had been stuck at home during the day came out. A market was set up on the streets, and the voices of people echoed loudly. Xian headed straight for the street where Old Man Klexi was doing business. Already, food stalls were set up on the street, and Old Man Klexi was busy preparing for business. Xian approached Old Man Klexi's stall and sat down. "You're here," Old Man Klexi greeted him bluntly. Xian smiled and ordered food. "The one I had last time, please. You disappeared for a few days. I just took a rest. A young man like you has nothing to do." "I've been working hard for 8 years, so I plan to take a break for a while." "What have you been doing for 8 years?" "Well, I've been living a hard life in my own way." "Tusk, you're like a snake." Old Man Klexi clicked his tongue as he looked at Xian, who never faltered even under intense interrogation. Old Man Klexi knew that Xian had disappeared for a few days because his subordinates had reported it. He was puzzled. He hadn't expected Xian to stay holed up at home doing nothing for so long. He wondered whether Xian had secretly escaped while evading surveillance by his subordinates, but there was almost no possibility of that. There were no hidden passages in the building where Xian lived. In the end, he found out nothing about Xian. That's why Old Man Klexi was quite irritable. Old Man Klexi served food and spoke. "Do you have enough money?" "I have enough. If not, I'll sell some of my belongings." "Belongings? What, do you have something valuable hidden?" "I've collected various odds and ends." "Where do you plan to sell them?" "I don't know. The look in your eyes makes me think you'll never sell it to me." "Tusk, good grief, if you want to dispose of your belongings secretly, go to the black building behind Yonam Row. Show this and say I sent you. They'll let you in." Old Man Klexi handed Xian a small card. It was entirely black with no special patterns or marks, yet it felt chilling. Xian put the card inside his robe and spoke. "I'll use it well. I don't know what you have, but you better keep it safe. You know, there's no such thing as private property in these streets. Got it?" Xian replied with a smile. Old Man Klexi didn't say anything else, and Xian focused on his meal. Meanwhile, other customers came one by one. After finishing his meal, Xian got up from his seat. He settled the bill and headed out onto the street. Xian immediately headed for Yonam Row. This area, Sinchan, often kept the same place names as 100 years ago. Yeonam-ro was one of them. Although the scenery had completely changed from back then, the name remained the same. Contrary to its name, Yeonam-ro had a very dark atmosphere. There were no cheap billboards visible there, nor were there any prostitutes or drug addicts. It meant even the scoundrels were reluctant to approach it. Xian walked on Yeonam-ro without any hesitation. After walking for a while, the black building old man Klexi had mentioned appeared. This is interesting. Xian showed an expression of interest. It wasn't just because the building looked sinister. It was because there was no sense of popularity inside the building. It was clear that the inside of the building was completely blocked from the outside by a dense barrier of mana. Such a high-level barrier could never be deployed by a single individual. It required enormous manpower and funds to build. Xian walked towards the black building. Suddenly, heavily armed men appeared. Among them, one man stood out, a burly man with a huge machine gun attached to his arm. He was an awakened who had discarded his human arm and merged with machinery. A fierce atmosphere emanated from him just by looking at him. He pointed the muzzle of his gun at Xian. "This is a restricted area, kid. No one can enter without permission. I came here with an introduction from old man Klexi." Xian handed the black card to the burly man without panicking. When the man injected mana, an eye symbol appeared on the black card. Instantly, the man's attitude became polite. He handed the black card back to Xian and said, "So you're a distinguished guest. You can go inside. A distinguished guest, please go in." The man gestured towards the inside of the building. Xian gave up on getting an answer and walked inside. As he approached the door, he could feel a dense web of mana. As Xian had suspected, a barrier was deployed there. It disappeared as he approached. Everywhere else remained the same, but only a space large enough for Xian to enter had disappeared. After Xian entered, the barrier was restored as if it had never been breached. Upon crossing the barrier and entering the building, a different world unfolded before him. Inside the building, there were countless shops packed with various items. The corridors were bustling with people coming to buy goods. At a glance, they appeared far from ordinary people. They were either awakened or those carrying weapons. They traded with the merchants cautiously or browsed through the items with serious expressions. It was then that Xian realized the true identity of this place, the Goblin Market. There were rumors circulating in the slums. It was said that there existed an illicit market named the Goblin Market, where Awakens active in the slums traded goods. Though Xian had heard the rumors, he had never taken an interest. He had been too preoccupied with surviving day by day. It was a place where unauthorized individuals were absolutely prohibited from entering. The Goblin Market served as a neutral zone. Even those fiercely waging wars to claim territories in the slums had to abide by the rules of the Goblin Market. Violating the rules of the Goblin Market would make one an enemy of all organizations in the slums. The identity of the one managing the Goblin Market remained unknown. However, it was clear that they wielded tremendous power. Although a stranger like Xian had entered, no one paid him any attention. This allowed Xian to explore the Goblin Market without any trouble. The first thing that caught Xian's eye was a weapons shop. From swords and spears to guns and cannons, various weapons were displayed on the shelves. While guns were not very effective against Awakens, they were highly efficient against ordinary humans. This was why members of organizations like the Red Skulls often purchased them, while the Awakens mostly preferred cold weapons. Although there were Awakens who combined themselves with machines to use firearms, they were not very large in number. Xian simply passed by the weapons shop. Since he primarily used sand as his weapon, these items were of no use to him. After passing the weapons shop, he came across a store selling carcasses of monsters. Though there were individuals selling monster carcasses outside as well, the ones sold here were incomparable. Xian showed interest. Carcass of an armored rhinoceros. Did they really manage to get that here? The gigantic monster lying on the workbench was undoubtedly a D-rank armored rhinoceros. It possessed tremendous defense and attack capabilities. Its enormous size and horns could easily tear through armored buses like pieces of paper. Since it was difficult to hunt alone, it was primarily hunted in parties. Xian was surprised since the habitat of the armored rhinoceros was not in the near vicinity. It was a monster that could only be found in the southern desert, far from Neo Sol. Furthermore, it was not particularly valuable considering its size. There was no reason for such a monster to venture near Neo Sol. Encountering it by chance during a hunt seemed more plausible. If armored rhinoceroses are venturing near Neo Sol, the habitat changes of monsters are affecting this place as well. The pack of fire wolves he encountered just before entering Neo Sol was also a monster rarely seen in this vicinity. The continuous migration of habitats indicated that monsters were expanding their territory near Neo Sol. It was clearly not a good sign. It wasn't particularly pleasant that such events were happening just as he entered Neo Sol. I hope nothing significant happens. Xian passed the store selling monster carcasses and ventured deeper. As he entered further, the items sold in the stores became more diverse. Despite the world being transformed into a desert, it was surprising to see such a variety of items. Xian examined each item with interest. Though there were many items, there was nothing he particularly desired. His subspace contained items far more valuable than those found here. Just one of those items would turn the goblin market upside down. Then it happened. One item in particular caught Xian's attention. It was a small metallic device about the size of an adult's palm. It resembled a miniature pyramid, emitting a strange mana. As Xian approached with curiosity, a man who seemed to be the shopkeeper approached. It's a good item. You won't regret buying it. What is this? It's a small mana generator. It converts mana from mana stones into electricity. Such a thing exists. Where have you been living? Isn't Neo Soul also powered by mana generators? It's the same kind of item, just smaller and more efficient. Mana generators were already a commercialized product. All devices in Neo Soul operated on the energy extracted from mana stones. However, due to their low efficiency and exorbitant cost, mana generators were not sought after. In order to properly operate the mana generators, one had to either pour in an immeasurable amount of mana stones from the mana stone mine or use high-quality mana stones obtained from killing monsters. However, it would be impossible for the people in the slums to possess such mana stones. The mana generators were more of a burden to the merchants who possessed them. They had smuggled them out of Neo Soul with difficulty, but since there were no buyers, it was pointless to keep them. That's why the shopkeeper, aware of this fact, tried to quickly get rid of them by catching a sucker like Xian. If you buy it, I'll let it go for 30,000 souls. That's a bargain. What do you say? 30,000 souls could buy 30 kilograms of mana stones. It was a sum of money that not many people in the slums could afford. At least one would have to lead an organization to afford a mana generator. The shopkeeper knew this fact but still made the offer to Xian, hoping to make a quick deal. Xian opened his mouth after a moment of thought. I'll consider it if you give it to me for 10,000 souls. What? Are you crazy? This is an extremely precious item. Why would I sell it for just 10,000 souls? Then I won't buy it. Without any hesitation, Xian moved on. Then the shopkeeper urgently said, 25,000 souls, 15,000 souls. No way, with that it won't even cover the transportation costs. 23,000 souls, 15,700 souls. I won't go any higher. Unbelievable. Do you have the money? Xian smiled and took out a mana stone. It was a mana stone he had obtained by chance while killing an unnamed monster. Its brilliance was incomparable to those mined in the mana stone mine. It contained an overwhelming amount and quality of mana. The shopkeeper immediately recognized the value of the mana stone. It's worth at least 20,000 souls. At this level, it wouldn't be a loss. With a markup, he could sell it for a profit. All right, I'll exchange it for the mana stone. Yuha, why are all of you like this? I could get at least 20,000 souls for something like this. Put in another item. This kid is really no joke. Poisonous bastard. The shopkeeper shook his head with an exhausted expression. Xian laughed at the shopkeeper's reaction. What do you think? Deal? Deal. The merchant scrutinized Xian closely. Xian's eyes were ablaze with the search for an item worth 3,000 souls. He didn't even glance at the worthless items, only looking at valuable items like a ghost. Xian picked up a box. What's this? Oh, that. It's a kind of alarm device. It alerts you if someone unauthorized enters your shelter or house. The merchant opened the box to show its contents. Inside were detector-like item and a necklace paired together. It's a common item in Neo Soul. Is that so? With this, you should be paying at least 5,000 souls, but I'll let it go for 3,000 just for you. How about it? Well, it seems like I'm getting a bad deal, but I'll accept. Hee, you've made a good choice. So will you take the item with you, or should I arrange for delivery? How much is the delivery fee? 2,000 souls. Xian frowned slightly at the absurd delivery fee. He could transport it directly into his subspace without any delivery fee. However, doing so would reveal that Xian possessed a subspace. Subspaces were extremely rare items. Even within Neo Soul, they were coveted by few, and everyone desired to have one. It was certain that things would get troublesome if Xian's possession of a subspace were to be revealed. Tusk, do you promise safe delivery? Of course, fine. Xian took out another small mana stone from his pocket and tossed it to the merchant. The merchant admired the mana stone. Heh, so this too is from a monster. Do you have a hunting team or something? Instead of that, how about making a regular supply contract for mana stones with us? These are the only mana stones I have. Don't say that. Think about it again. There's no place in the goblin market that pays as well for mana stones as we do. The merchant firmly believed that Xian had a hunting team. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for him to consistently offer such high-quality mana stones. It was widely known that mana stones obtained from monsters were far more efficient than those mined from mines. If they received such high-quality mana stones regularly, it would inevitably increase their influence in the goblin market. Xian said flatly, there are no more mana stones. Don't imagine things. Please send the items to this address. Tusk, if you change your mind, let me know anytime. The doors of my shop are always wide open. That won't happen. I'll send the items by today. Trust you won't play tricks. For merchants in the goblin market, credibility is life. I'll personally handle the delivery, so don't worry. Then goodbye. After Xian slightly nodded his head, he walked out. Even after that, Xian wandered around the goblin market for a while. The goblin market was much larger than it appeared from the outside, making it a fascinating sightseeing spot. While Xian was leisurely exploring the goblin market, it happened. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from inside. Then voices of people followed. It's a fight. These crazy bastards, fighting in the goblin market. No disputes or fights were tolerated in the goblin market. That was the rule of the goblin market. Those who violated the rule would have no place to stay in the slums. Yet, engaging in a fight meant that they either had a force strong enough not to fear the goblin market, or they were ignorant of such knowledge altogether. Xian walked towards where the disturbance occurred. Many people were surrounding the area where two individuals were standing face to face with each other. One was a man with an icy cold demeanor of average build, and the other was a giant man clad in armor that made breathing difficult just by looking at it. The atmosphere was heavy with the confrontation between the two. The man with the icy cold demeanor spoke up. You seem to have lost your wits, Brixton. You have a long tongue, Theo. If you're scared, just bite your tongue. The giant referred to as Brixton pulled out a huge hammer he had behind him. A fierce madness emanated from his entire body. Instantly, Theo's gaze became sharper. You insolent fool. He pulled out a small dagger with a triangular blade and a lotus pattern engraved on it. It was called a vajra, a tool mainly used for asceticism in ancient religion. A terrifying aura emanated from the vajra Theo was holding. The two men stared at each other with murderous eyes, as if they were about to engage in a fierce battle. Theo raised his vajra towards his chest and said, "From now on, whatever happens, it's Dongdimun's responsibility. That crazy berserker. Being under Goran's command has made you bold. Someday I'll smash Goran's head with this hammer of mine, you arrogant." Anger emanated from Theo's vajra in a burst of red energy, an aura that only high-level Awakens could wield. Similarly, a bright light emitted from the hammer held by Brixton. It was a different energy from the usual aura. It was a sacred power that only a select few Awakens could use. The leader of Dongdimun, to which Brixton belonged, was a figure named Johan. He had awakened a unique sacred power and had even granted similar abilities to his subordinates. Among them was the berserker Brixton. Brixton was Johan's first weapon against his enemies. Facing him was Theo, a subordinate of Goran, the leader of Sinchan. Goran also had 4 Awakens under his command, and Theo was one of them, known for his icy, rational demeanor. Brixton and Theo were famous rivals and had fought several times already. Their skills were evenly matched, so they hadn't determined a winner yet. Such fierce rivals happened to run into each other in the goblin market. Ignoring the unwritten rules of the goblin market, they ignited their hostility towards each other. "I'll smash your head to pieces without a trace. I'll cut out your heart with this vajra." The two charged at each other. Crash! Just before the vajra and the hammer collided, a bolt of lightning struck between them. Tusk, shit! The two men stumbled back, showing signs of confusion. "Both of you stop. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have to file a complaint with Mr. Goran and Mr. Johan. Then the matter won't end with just the two of you being reprimanded." A woman wearing a leather outfit that revealed her body stepped forward with a calm voice. She was a beautiful woman with red hair that contrasted with her white leather outfit. Behind her followed a man emitting a fierce aura like that of a lion. His nose and mouth were covered with black cloth, but his eyes, visible beneath his messy hair, were enough to overwhelm everyone in the audience. As soon as the two appeared, the street fell silent. Even Theo and Brixton couldn't stir up any more trouble and fell silent. The presence and status of the two newcomers were exceptional. The woman with striking red hair was none other than the owner of the goblin market. It was extremely rare for her to show up in person at the market. This was because Theo and Brixton's conflict could have a significant impact on the goblin market. Although located near Sinchan on Yonam Road, the goblin market was fundamentally a neutral zone. No conflicts of any faction were tolerated here. Furthermore, it didn't take anyone's side. If not for this, the goblin market wouldn't have survived until now. Both Sinchan and Dongdimun, to which Theo and Brixton belonged, were influential factions even in the slums. The two were central figures even within these powerful factions. Fighting outside might be fine, but fighting in the goblin market and causing casualties would only bring trouble. Hence, He had no choice but to reveal herself. The man behind He was her guard and the strongest in the goblin market, known as the Black Lion. Only He knew his real name. One thing was certain. The Black Lion's power was not inferior to that of the leaders of Dongdimun and Sinchan. Theo and Brixton couldn't dare to act rashly at their appearance. He who sent the lightning bolt was also uneasy, but more than anything, the overwhelming presence of the Black Lion weighed them all down. He, with her red hair fluttering, stood between the two. "There won't be any problems as long as you compensate for the items that were broken, so let's end it here. A bright smile adorned her face. Her smile, combined with her red hair, was enchanting enough to captivate all the men present. However, Theo and Brixton were not swayed by her appearance alone. If he was merely a beautiful woman, she wouldn't have been able to lead the goblin market to its current state. Therefore, Johan and Goran didn't underestimate her either. Theo was the first to step back. I apologize. I'll compensate separately for the broken items. Theo nodded slightly to He and left without hesitation. Watching him leave, Brixton spoke to He. I've been wanting to see you outside. Are you asking me out on a date? But what should I do? I like the goblin market. If it's a date inside here, I'll consider it. Johan wants to see you. In that case, we should definitely have our date inside here. I'm scared of Johan too. Although she said it lightly, there was no sign of fear on her face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. Brixton knew this fact, but he didn't show anger or hesitation. If he provoked He any further, the people of Dongdaemun would never be able to use the goblin market again. This was something even Johan, the leader of Dongdaemun, didn't want. Brixton bowed his head to He and stepped back. Send me a list of the damages. I will pay it all by tomorrow. See you next time. Ho ho, take care. He waved her hand. As Brixton disappeared from view, the smile on He's face vanished completely. Damn bastards. Why come to someone else's place of business to fight, compile a detailed list of damages and submit it? Yes, one of the merchants responded cautiously. Instantly, He's eyes narrowed and she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you not going to do business today? Has business already finished?" Yes, we will. Hurry up and organize it. Surprised merchants scattered like cockroaches and began organizing their goods. The chaotic market quickly returned to its original state, and business resumed as if nothing had happened. He shouted angrily, "You're all too busy watching the fight. You need to sell more to make money, you incompetent fools. That's enough, they should get it by now." The Black Lion, her guard, stepped forward to calm her down. "Yeah, I'm calm now. Try to control your temper when outside. There are many eyes watching. I know. When did I ever care about others' opinions? Putting on a mysterious image only narrows your range of action." He grumbled. Seeing her unexpected reaction, Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Who's there? Is there someone still not doing business and just watching?" He happened to catch Xian's laughter and narrowed her eyes. Amidst the bustling crowd, he soon spotted Xian standing there. She approached Xian with determined steps. "It's you. You were laughing. I'm sorry." Only then did Xian realize his mistake and apologized. He scrutinized Xian carefully. "You're not a merchant here. A customer? Yes, I haven't seen you before. Who introduced you to here?" At that moment, he suddenly leaned her face closer to Xian's face. "Klexi, was it that damn old man who gave you the card?" Xian blinked in surprise at her unexpected reaction. TLN, nice turn glottal stop. The mature scent of a woman wafted into his nose. It was the first time a woman had leaned in so close to him like this. Xian asked, struggling to maintain his composure. "You know old man Klexi?" "Do I know? I'm just itching to catch and kill him." "Is it that serious? If I could, I would." He's gaze turned cold. The playful demeanor she had just moments ago while teasing the merchants was nowhere to be found. If Xian were an ordinary person, he might not have been able to breathe properly under her overwhelming presence. Fortunately, Xian was not an ordinary person, and he wasn't weak enough to be overwhelmed by such a gaze. He also realized that Xian was not an ordinary person. Above all, she knew that Klexi would never give his precious card to just some nobody. "How did you meet Klexi? Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence?" "It seems like you have no intention of telling me, so you don't believe it either." "It's not you I don't believe, it's Klexi. There's no way he would give his precious card to someone he met by coincidence. It does seem ominous. You seem no less ominous yourself." "Me?" Xian wore an expression of injustice. He carefully scrutinized Xian's face. She had to admit at least one thing. That was, she couldn't read his thoughts just by looking at his face alone. It meant that Xian was thorough in concealing himself. She might be able to figure it out if she used her unique skills, but she didn't want to go that far. Her skills were formidable, but the repercussions of using them were not to be underestimated. If he had come with a recommendation from Klexi, he probably wasn't someone who would cause trouble at the goblin market. "What's your name?" "It's Xian." "Where do you live? Are you investigating me now?" "Yeah." "Are you not going to answer?" "I live in the anthill, Shinchan." "Yes, then I guess we'll be seeing each other often." "All right, you can go now." He waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. Xian said to her, slightly lowering his head. "Well then." He watched as Xian disappeared into the crowd with a sharp gaze. The Black Lion spoke quietly. "Should we tail him?" "No, Klexi has probably already put someone on him. We just need to share information, so there's no need to waste valuable manpower." "Understood." The Black Lion acquiesced. He knew as much about Klexi as he did. Klexi was extremely meticulous and tenacious. He took a step forward. "The atmosphere around the colony has been chaotic lately. I heard a pack of fire wolves attacked an armored bus a few days ago. Yes, hordes of monsters are increasingly appearing near Neo Soul. It seems like the rumors about Neo Soul's anti-magic field weakening are true." What set Neosol apart from other colonies was the presence of an anti-magic field. For some reason, Neosol had a powerful energy present, which kept the monsters at bay and prevented them from approaching. Neosol amplified the anti-magic field into magical barriers, enhancing its effectiveness. The range of this reinforced anti-magic field exceeded dozens of kilometers. Humanity was able to buy time and develop cities like now because of the anti-magic field. However, for some reason, the anti-magic field of Neosol was gradually weakening. As evidence, people heard that monsters were gradually appearing closer to Neosol. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. To hunt monsters, teams had to go far from Neosol. But now, monsters were visible not far from Neosol. The notion that monsters feared approaching Neosol had become a thing of the past. He looked beyond the towering skyscrapers, beyond the massive wall, where the rulers of Neosol resided. What exactly are they doing inside that's causing the weakening of Neosol's anti-magic field? Have they already forgotten the lessons of that day? Her voice was filled with deep concern. Xian left the goblin market and walked along Yonam Row. Meeting Yusihi, the owner of the goblin market, was beyond his expectations. Xian thought Yusihi was incredibly strong. She unleashed lightning magic in an instant. Usually, casting magic required some preparation time. Magic was essentially the manifestation of thoughts. Bringing what was envisioned in the mind into reality was the essence of magic. It usually took time to manifest thoughts into reality. Those with exceptional talent might have a very short time, but for others, it inevitably took longer. However, Yusihi didn't seem to have such a time gap. What she did was summon lightning instantly into reality, and even then, it was only with enough force to push Theo and Brixton back without injuring them. Just the fact that she unleashed the most destructive lightning magic without causing any harm to either side spoke volumes about her incredible talent. Although he didn't know Yusihi's rank, it was undoubtedly at least B rank or higher. With that level of power, there would be hardly anyone in this slum who could oppose her. What was more impressive was the black lion accompanying her. The black lion emitted such an intense aura that it made Xian flinch slightly. The overwhelming energy filled his body to the point where it overflowed naturally to the outside. It was the first time Xian had seen such a powerful martial arts awakened being in the slums. Black Lion subtly reminded Xian, who had somewhat underestimated the slums, to be cautious. That alone was enough of an achievement. Xian thought he made the right decision to visit the goblin market. He believed that by continuing to use the goblin market, he would be able to adequately understand the situation in the slums. Xian returned home and took off the robe he was wearing. His home was still empty. Apart from the bed and sofa, there was nothing else. The light bulb flickered uneasily. It was because the electricity supply was unstable, but once the small mana generator arrived, the situation would change. Being able to supply power independently would allow the use of various devices, not just the lights. In a way, it meant enjoying a proper civilization from that point on. Xian sat on the sofa, waiting for the mana generator to be delivered. The merchant had said he'd send it today, so it should arrive soon. Then it happened. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the building shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Glass from the windows shattered and flew into the house. Xian frowned and got up from his seat. Through the broken window, he saw the intersection outside in ruins. In the middle of the intersection, a truck was on fire. It was clearly the result of an attack. Incidents like this were common in this area, so Xian tried not to pay much attention. But as soon as he saw the pattern on the broken truck, he couldn't help it. The truck bore the symbol of a goblin. The goblin symbol was the symbol of the goblin market. It meant that a transport vehicle from the goblin market had been attacked. What if the vehicle? Xian felt a foreboding. He leaped out of the window without hesitation. His apartment was on the 18th floor. Nevertheless, he jumped out without a moment's hesitation, just as Xian's body was nearing the ground at a terrifying speed. Sand piled up on one side of the street shot up like a pillar, gently catching his body. The impact was cushioned using the sand, but there was no one to witness this. Everyone on the street was too busy watching the burning vehicle to notice. Xian hurriedly pushed through the crowd and approached the vehicle. Fierce flames were raging inside the vehicle, making it difficult for people to get close. Their faces were filled with greed. Damn it, there must be valuable stuff inside there, right? If only the fire would weaken a bit. They had no intention of extinguishing the flames engulfing the vehicle. They were only concerned with how to get close enough to steal whatever was inside. No one cursed them out. It was the nature of the slums itself. Xian pushed past such people and approached the vehicle. The intense flames engulfed his body, but they had no effect on him. Xian finally reached the front of the vehicle. The first thing he checked was the driver's seat. Two bodies were already melting on the driver's and passenger's seats. One of them was the merchant from the goblin market whom Xian had dealt with. A long slash wound was clearly visible on the merchant's neck. It was evident that they had been killed before the vehicle exploded. Xian furrowed his brow and returned to the cargo compartment. The cargo compartment door was wide open, spewing out fierce flames. Although his vision was obscured by flames and smoke, Xian clearly saw that the cargo compartment was empty. Ha, Xian sighed deeply. It was clear that the mana generator he was supposed to receive had been stolen. With the merchant dead, there was no possibility of receiving compensation for his loss. What kind of bastards dare to? His expression turned sharp. He wanted to live quietly if possible. That's why he tried to overlook minor incidents. But the theft of his mana generator was not something he could easily overlook. He had to find and punish the attackers and recover the mana generator. First and foremost, it was urgent to identify the attackers who had stolen the mana generator. Xian surveyed the area around the burning vehicle. Not far away, he found a piece of metal debris. It was clearly not a part of the vehicle. The surface of the metal debris, scorched by the fire, bore the inscription FB-130. Although the rest was not visible, this alone was enough of a clue. Someone had attacked the vehicle, killed the merchant and his entourage, stolen the mana generator, and then destroyed the vehicle in an explosion to erase all evidence. Even if the Goblin Market did an investigation, no one would assume that the mana generator was stolen. They would simply think it burned along with the vehicle. Fortunately, Xian arrived before the flames completely engulfed the transport vehicle. Otherwise, the truth would have been completely consumed by the fire. Xian turned away from the flames and moved on. There was no point in asking the people who were blinded by greed. Xian knew he had to ask the people at the bottom of this street about what was happening. Fortunately, he knew them well. Xian headed towards the shady parts of the street. At first glance, it seemed chaotic, but even here there were addresses. However, the method of assigning addresses was different, making it difficult to find for those not familiar with the area. Xian navigated his memory as he walked. After passing through several alleys, he arrived at a warehouse on the ground floor of a large building. Xian opened the warehouse door without hesitation and walked in. What the hell? Who the hell comes in without permission? There was an abrupt and rough response. Inside the warehouse, there were men sitting around, emanating a tense atmosphere. They expressed hostility towards the uninvited intruder. However, as soon as they saw Xian's face, the hostility vanished instantly. QQ, their faces turned pale. The warehouse was the lair of Red Skull. The ones who paled at the sight of Xian were none other than Zhou Sanghyuk and his subordinates. Zhou Sanghyuk, the leader of the Red Skull, stuttered. Why are you here, sir? I told all my little brothers I don't think we've done anything wrong. Xian said to Zhou Sanghyuk, I have something to ask. Do you have a moment? Of course. Zhou Sanghyuk nodded his head at lightning speed. This looks like a flame buster. Flame buster. Yes, it's a flame bomb Neosoul is researching exclusively to use against high-ranking monsters. I've heard it's intended to target B rank or higher monsters. Zhou Sanghyuk's words trailed off. Rumors were just rumors. Among B rank or higher monsters, there existed powerful force fields. No ordinary weapon could inflict even minor injuries due to these force fields. The only thing capable of penetrating a monster's force field and causing damage was the attack of an Awakened. In the desert, such monsters were abundant. These factors kept people tied to Neosoul. Safe land was limited, yet the population kept growing. The need for expansion beyond Neosoul was urgent. That's why the Flame Buster was being developed, to deal significant damage to B rank, even boss-level monsters. But as far as I know, the Flame Buster hasn't been completed yet. Are you sure? Among the remaining serial numbers here, FB stands for Flame Buster, and 130 means it's the 130th prototype. How do you know that? I have connections with armed smugglers. Zhou Sanghyuk spoke honestly. Neosoul and the slums had a kind of symbiotic relationship. Weapons developed in Neosoul sometimes found their way into the slums. There were cases of smuggling by organized crime, but sometimes Neosoul deliberately leaked them into the slums. Because they couldn't openly experiment within Neosoul, they utilized organizations in the slums for testing. Therefore, armed smuggling organizations were quite knowledgeable about Neosoul's weapon development. Regardless, it's still a prototype, right? Yes, its power seems much weaker than rumored. It might even be a separate development as a small-scale weapon. If it were a proper flame buster, the entire street would probably have been destroyed. Since it was developed to penetrate a monster's force field, its destructive power was immense. If it exploded, it could demolish even giant buildings in an instant, so it couldn't be used recklessly. No matter how lawless the slums were, if damage exceeded a certain level, all organizations would have to intervene. That would escalate the problem. Xian asked, have any organizations recently acquired the Flame Buster? As far as I know, not yet. It's still just a prototype. Are you sure? Xian's voice sank heavily. For a moment, Zhou Sanghyuk felt a chill run down his spine. Xian still had a smile on his lips, but his eyes weren't smiling. Unconsciously, Zhou Sanghyuk stuttered. That's. Tell me anything that could be allayed. If it turns out later that you've hidden information, I'll show you a fireworks display like no other with the Flame Buster. Gah! In an instant, Zhou Sanghyuk felt the temperature inside the warehouse skyrocketing. Xian had released some of his abilities. Fuck, Jo Sang-hyuk's face contorted in pain. It felt like his entire body was melting in the heat. If time passed any longer, he felt like his lungs would burn from the hot air. He hastily said, there have been some troublesome guys recently. Oh really? Xian showed interest, and the scorching air that had risen sharply cooled down. Jo Sang-hyuk hurriedly continued. They're alligators. Alligators. They live underground. They're called that because they gobble up anything like alligators. They do anything that can make money, just like their name suggests. But lately, the movements of these alligators have been suspicious. I don't know what's causing it, but they're causing trouble everywhere. And other organizations just let such people be. The underground sewer is their habitat. As you know, that place is too dirty for anyone to enter. Yes, I see. Is that all? Xian turned away without further probing. There was nothing more to gain from Jo Sang-hyuk by poking further. Now it was time to act. The slums weren't just confined to the surface. Since there was no more land to build houses on, some people turned their eyes underground. They wanted to own houses, even if it meant underground, since they couldn't have them on the surface. There were rumors that such people had gathered and established a territory underground, but Xian had never seen them firsthand. Underground, Xian returned to the intersection. The street where the vehicle had exploded was now clean. It wasn't cleaned intentionally, people had looted everything. Even the burnt-out car body was valuable to them. They could melt it down for recycling or find other uses for it. There was no such thing as discarded junk in the slums, but that didn't matter. What Xian needed wasn't the burnt car body. Xian wandered around near the intersection. What he was looking for was a passage leading underground. It wouldn't make sense for someone to walk around the streets with something as bulky as a mana generator. They must have entered the underground through the closest passage. After searching for a while, Xian finally found such a place. Behind a secluded alley piled with junk, there was a small passage. It should have been blocked by iron bars, but they were all bent. A foul smell emanated from the passage. That's why even people living in the slums hesitated to approach. Without hesitation, Xian slipped through the gap. Like sand flowing, Xian descended into the underground through the crevice. The underground turned out to be a sewer. Sewage filled up to ankle height and gurgled. The smell inside the sewer was so pungent it made one dizzy. Xian took a moment to compose himself. Although the environment wasn't pleasant, Xian had survived in worse conditions. He could adapt to this level of discomfort easily, and indeed he did. Soon Xian began to move, acclimating himself to the stench. No matter how much the underground sewer flows, when humans move, they always leave traces, and that was the case here. Fingerprints on the walls, marks of something being dragged, were all clearly visible. Xian didn't miss such traces. Pat, pat. With each step Xian took, there was a sound of water splashing on the floor. If it were regular shoes, they would have been soaked by now, but the shoes Xian wore were not ordinary. They were made from monster leather as well. Not a single drop of water seeped in. As Xian walked at a brisk pace, he suddenly widened his eyes. A fork in the path had appeared. This was where it became crucial. Xian examined the ground. Both passages had sewage flowing through them, but one was dry, without a hint of moisture. No one could live underwater, even if they adapted to underground life. If people lived, it would be in places where sewage didn't enter. Xian moved towards the dry path. The passage was high enough for an adult to walk through comfortably. This made it easy for Xian to walk. Breathing became much easier from this point on. The foul smell that had pervaded the air became much fainter. Rather than Xian getting used to it, it seemed like some artificial force was purifying the air in the sewer. Air purification items were quite expensive. And they weren't something you could easily acquire just because you had money. They were only traded in Neo-Soul. Using such a precious item to purify the air in the sewer seemed to indicate the scale and capabilities of those living underground were greater than expected. As Xian took a few more steps. Who goes there? A tracker. With rough voices, someone attacked Xian from the darkness. Approaching through the darkness, two weapons aimed at Xian's neck and head. They were aiming for fatal spots. Xian moved his body lightly to evade the attack and then struck back. Cuke, the attackers screamed out in pain. Xian's fist had struck precisely at their abdomens. It was a powerful blow that would have incapacitated an ordinary person, but the attackers managed to withstand it. They were wearing protective gear resembling ragged armor. It mitigated the impact. It's a bastard from above. You're dead. Driven by malice, they attacked Xian. The sight of them rushing towards him with their yellow teeth bared resembled rabid dogs. Tusk, Xian clicked his tongue. While there were no non-toxic people among those living in the slums, these individuals were beyond the norm. It seemed like it'd be difficult to subdue them with just the right amount of force. Boom, thud. Xian's fist and knee struck each attacker's head and abdomen. The attacker struck in the head lost focus in his eyes, while the one hit in the abdomen had his protection shattered, bearing the full brunt of the impact on his body. Seemingly in agony, as if their internal organs bursted, they lost consciousness and collapsed. Xian paid no attention to the fallen attackers and continued forward. With surveillance forces down, those inside would have noticed the intrusion. Thud, Xian's pace quickened. You're dead. Bang, bang. Bang! Suddenly, gunshots echoed in the sewer. And it wasn't just gunshots from any gun, it was from a machine gun capable of repeat fire. Due to guns being unable to penetrate thick monster hide, firearms were pushed back in the weapon of choice, but that didn't mean they weren't completely obsolete. There was no weapon more efficient than firearms for subduing and killing humans. The attackers beyond the darkness fired their guns madly. However, the bullets didn't hit Xian. His robe perfectly protected him. Thud, Xian kicked off the ground and leaped forward. In an instant, Xian closed the distance and subdued those firing the guns. Arg, Kuuk, with screams, all the attackers fell. Xian stood in the center, looking down at the fallen. Each one emitted a foul odor from not having washed in probably years. Their appearance was as pitiful as those struggling to survive outside the colony. Who are you, you bastard? I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. The attackers lying on the ground glared at Xian with venomous eyes and spewed curses. They were not your typical toxic people, but Xian wasn't your typical person either. This level of mental pressure couldn't affect him. Ignoring their venomous gazes, Xian looked around. In the rather large underground space, many items were piled up. Among them was a mana generator that Xian suspected belonged to him. Ah, there you are, as Xian walked towards the mana generator. You, what are you? A particularly calm voice sounded. Xian paused for a moment and looked towards where the voice came from. A man sat on a large wooden crate doing his nails. The man was grooming his nails with a dagger the size of an adult's forearm, his face covered in tattoos with unnaturally yellow eyes gleaming eerily in the darkness. Strangely, the space around the man seemed distorted and warped. He spoke again. Why are you here? I'm the owner of that item. Xian glanced at the mana generator. The man chuckled. So you crawled all the way here to find that mana generator. You have quite the guts, but what should I do? I have no intention of giving it back. But what can I do? I definitely need to get that back though. Xian also smiled at the man.